behind a bicycle. But for Lin Shilling, smiling in the back seat of this bicycle is definitely the brightest smile in the world. Where is this car parked? Lin Feng frowned slightly and looked around. His eyes lit up. Lin Feng took the mountain bike he rented temporarily from the waiter and pushed it straight to the parking space not far away. Many guests watched Lin Feng silently, not knowing what Lin Feng wanted to do. Under the silent attention of everyone, Lin Feng pushed the mountain bike to Suleiman's Bugatti at Veyron. Suleiman's eyelids twitched, and his instinct was a bit bad. With a creak, Lin Feng leaned the mountain bike directly on Suleiman's multi-million-dollar Bugatti at Veyron, but because Lin Feng didn't stop, the mountain bike fell while rubbing the Bugatti at Veyron. There was a harsh rubbing sound. Shit! Suleiman cursed softly. Just by hearing this sound, I knew that the baby Bugatti at Veyron he had just bought was scratched by Lin Feng's broken mountain bike, and from a distance, you can see that one scratch is, obviously that one is extremely deep. Distressed. For this Bugatti at Veyron, Suleiman spent a lot of money to buy this super sports car, which is limited to 5 cars in the world. As a result, I just drove it out today to show off, and I was scratched by Lin Feng's broken mountain bike. Isn't it bad luck? But Suleiman can't show the attitude of caring too much at this moment. After all, there are so many rich people here. Even if the car is scratched, he still has to be demeanor. Yes, be polite. Of course, he will never let go of this person who deliberately scratched his Bugatti at Veyron. He must pay. He must pay. Suleiman put a sigh of relief on his face, and prepared to ask Lin Feng to ask him for his guilt. But just when he was about to wait for Lin Feng to come and ask the crime, Lin Feng helped his broken car up again. But somehow, it didn't work well again and again. Suleiman only heard a constant sound in his ears. The harsh rubbing sound, from a distance. My baby Bugatti at Veyron has a beard. Damn Chinese. I will not let you go. Suleiman gritted his teeth. Had it not been for the presence of so many celebrities at the scene, he would have rushed to beat Lin Feng viciously. Since he experienced the strange thief kid incident in Hong Kong, Suleiman has asked an expert to analyze it carefully. It is only Lin Feng who is most likely to steal that from his hand. And according to Suleiman's constant memories, at that time it feels like Lin Feng who rushed in and snatched that from his hands. But he didn't have any evidence. In order to be ashamed, Suleiman studied assiduous martial arts karate, and prepared to have a chance in the future. Can revenge and hate. It is a pity that there are so many celebrities on the scene, and this is the first time Prince William has held a charity party. If he rushes to beat Lin Feng, I am afraid he will not have to mix in the UK at all. After thinking about it, Suleiman temporarily suppressed the evil spirit. After Lin Feng came over, he was looking for Lin Feng to settle accounts. He must pay Lin Feng for a Bugatti at Veyron. However, when Lin Feng came here with a smile on his face, Suleiman was slightly divine. He hasn't seen Lin Feng for a long time, and he never thought that Lin Feng would have another super beauty, and it was so exciting, and it was completely different from the previous Avril Lavigne and others. Just so slightly distracted, before Suleiman could speak, Lin Feng spoke first. Oh, long time no see, Mr. Suleiman, it's good to come in. The new Premier League season is about to start. Don't forget our agreement. Be careful to lose too badly. In the end, I spent $328 million on you in the summer. The team is emptied. Lin Feng said with a hint of joking and sure to win. HMPH, Mr. Lin, don't think that you won an unimportant second World Cup and just be proud. Wait and see. In the new season, my West Ham United will definitely win the Premier League Championship, Suleiman said with a hum. However, because of Lin Feng's excitement, he temporarily forgot about Lin Feng's trouble with his precious Bugatti at Veyron. Lin Feng smiled. Suleiman temporarily forgot, but Lin Feng did not forget. It just distracted Suleiman. By the way, Mr. Suleiman, I was embarrassed just now. My car was parked in no place and there was no parking space, so I had to park in your car. But since I am a stupid person, I haven't hit it several times. Stop it. and finally scratched Mr. Suleiman's car. "I'm really sorry. How much is it? I will pay for it," Lin Feng said with a face of self-blame. When Suleiman heard it, he hummed a few times, and was about to speak loudly, but Lin Xiling suddenly said it first. "Boss, I often hear you say that Mr. Suleiman is a benevolent super rich, and he is extremely kind. Mr. Suleiman will not care about this kind of thing. Besides, he is so rich, how can he care about you? Yes, you say you lose money, Mr. Suleiman thinks you are humiliating him. Am I right, Mr. Suleiman?" Lin Chilling smiled sweetly at Suleiman. Suleiman heard a wave of heart rippling. Lin Chilling has a tall stature, a sweet appearance, and her voice is so loud, and her temperament is noble and elegant, which is by no means an ordinary person can pretend. Men can stand this kind of beauty who is both sexy and noble. What's more, the Arabs who have always been extremely fond of female sex. Lin Chilling's words made Suleiman's heart tickled, wishing to embrace this beauty in her arms and love her. Damn, why are these beautiful women by his side? Suleiman thought indignantly. Isn't it? Suleiman looked at the blonde beauty who was embellished with various diamonds around him, and then looked at Lin Feng, who applied a thin powder around him, but was radiant, and Suleiman was speechless for a while. If you have to use words to describe it, the blonde beauty next to Suleiman is a vulgar fan, while Lin Chilling next to Lin Feng is like a fairy. They are all women, so tall, so why is the difference so big? Suleiman's heart sighed helplessly. Damn, why is this Lin so lucky? Thinking of Lin Feng, Suleiman suddenly woke up. He still needs Lin Feng to compensate the baby Bugatti at Veyron. But this time Suleiman hadn't spoken yet, and Prince William spoke. Lin, don't care. As for your wrong hand scratching of Mr. Suleiman's car, I believe Mr. Suleiman will not care. After all, the guests who can come to this dinner today are all kind and helpful people. There is room for people. I believe Mr. Suleiman will not care about this little thing. Mr. Suleiman, am I right? Prince William looked at Suleiman with a smile. Suleiman was speechless for a while. But now even Prince William has said so. What else can he say? Is he really looking for compensation from Lin Feng? It also seemed that he was too stingy, and it was also hitting Prince William in the face. After thinking about it, Suleiman nodded reluctantly. Lin Feng looked at him for a while, and made a knowing smile at Prince William. In my heart, he praised Prince William for his cleverness, and this remark completely blocked Suleiman's mouth. Lin Feng really didn't believe that Suleiman would seek compensation from himself in the public. Of course, I would also like to thank Lin Chilling. Lin Feng did not expect that she would be so observant. Now it seems that looking for this top model in Taiwan as a secretary is a real profit. Well, distinguished guests, the dinner is about to begin, and everyone is invited to join us, Prince William announced. Suleiman finally glanced at his beard Bugatti at Veyron with reluctance, and walked into the banquet hall unwillingly with a trace of resentment. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 853. Actually, I don't plan to donate money. The charity reception organized by the British charity organization sponsored by Prince William for homeless young people has officially started. After a brief speech by Prince William, charitable donations began while many guests enjoyed a wonderful dinner. 50,000, 30,000. The donations of celebrities from all walks of life resounded throughout the banquet hall. After some donations, Prince William has raised a total of £1.25 million. This donation is enough to provide a shelter for homeless young people. Moreover, Prince William held a charity dinner for the first time, and he was able to collect £1.25 million of charity, which is already commendable. This also fully illustrates the status of Prince William in the eyes of the British people. It stands to reason that when the charity party arrives, it is basically the last time for dinner and social entertainment. This is also one of the purposes of many celebrities attending this kind of party. But right now, everyone turned their eyes to the three of them: Lin Feng, Suleiman, and Abramovich. One of these three is the richest man in the world, One is supported by the Arab Super Consortium, and the other is the richest man in Russia. All three are super rich. So far, they have not donated. Obviously it was the finale. How much will the three donate? Everyone will wait and see. Abramovich looked at Suleiman, who was still angry, and then at Lin Feng, who was snickering on the side. Abramovich shook his head helplessly. Both of these people are proud of heaven, and somehow they dislike each other. Looking at the current situation, Abramovich can be sure that there will be a fight later. With Suleiman's temper, Apu believes that he will overwhelm Lin Feng and become the golden master of today's charity gala. This way, you can make friends with the British royal family, and secondly, you can hit Lin Feng and humiliate Lin Feng. Abramovich believes that Suleiman will never let go of this opportunity. But for Abramovich, he was innocent, and he couldn't fight against these two people and use his money to vent his anger. Of course, Abramovich came today and, like Suleiman, befriended the British royal family. This is quite necessary for Abramovich, who has been in exile from Russia. Otherwise, the Russian authorities want Britain to extradite, and once Britain agrees, Abramovich will have a headache. His personal bodyguards can only deal with agents sent by the KGB, but cannot deal with the British police. I donated £1 million. Although I am only a Russian, I have seen so many young British people living on the streets, homeless, and I am extremely distressed. I think why young people should do something. I don't know how to do it. What's good? You can only donate some money to show your heart. Abramovich stretched out his hand and said he first donated £1 million, which can please the British royal family and stay away from the battlefield of Lin Feng and Suleiman as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the two of them go to war, he will become a backstop behind. There was a slight uproar at the scene. Abramovich said it was £1 million, which is by far the biggest one tonight. And it's close to the biggest donation for members of the British royal family to hold a charity evening. The richest man in Russia is indeed the richest man in Russia. He is rich. Everyone was amazed. £2.25 million. Prince William has raised £2.25 million in donations. However, there is still a big gap between its goal of tens of millions of pounds in donations. But right now, the two richest people in the charity party tonight have not spoken yet. Who knows how much money they will donate in the end? Especially, Lin Feng had a fight with Suleiman at the door just now, a good show of bicycle versus Bugatti at Veyron, and accidentally scratched Suleiman's Bugatti at Veyron. See Suleiman's look at this moment. Everyone knew that Suleiman was angry to death. There will be a good show later. Many celebrities have already donated money anyway, and they are not afraid to compare them with Suleiman and Lin Feng. They just sit firmly on the Dai or Yutai, taste the wine and delicacies, and watch Lin Feng and Suleiman's grudge. Although Prince William on the stage is eager to raise tens of millions of pounds tonight, so he can be a little more free. However, as a friend of Lin Feng, he did not want Lin Feng and Suleiman to be too vindictive and waste money. Although it is a charity, after all, no one's money is brought by the wind. Prince William also knew that Lin Feng wanted to buy Standard Chartered Bank, which was extremely in need of money. If you waste too much money here just for grudge, it is really not worth it. Charity is not grudge, as long as you have the heart. But looking at Suleiman's look, Prince William knew that Suleiman would not give up today, and would definitely run against Lin Feng with words. At that time, Lin Feng was agitated for a while. Donating too much, that would suffer. After all, behind Suleiman is an Arab super consortium with assets of $500 billion. Although Lin Feng is the world's richest man, he is a personal asset. $57 billion is far from being able to compete with $500 billion. Upon sensing Prince William's gaze, Lin Feng made a reassuring gesture. Everyone, this is a philanthropy. It is to raise money for homeless young people in the UK. Therefore, we all have money to contribute and contribute hard. Now that we have raised 2.25 million donations, I don't want to come here. It's a whole number, £10 million. I decided, Lin Feng stood up at the moment and talked freely. Lin Feng also heard from Prince William that his grandmother Elizabeth II asked him to raise millions of pounds. If it can be raised, Prince William will be able to work at his own Standard Chartered Bank in the future. For this point, Lin Feng will have to donate tens of millions of pounds today. You must know that in the future, Standard Chartered Bank can have Prince William in charge, and the significance and impact of this is far from what can be bought by tens of millions of pounds. What's more, in Lin Feng's view, these tens of millions of pounds do not need to be paid by themselves. Isn't the still Suleiman this gold master at the scene? Really? As Lin Feng expected, Suleiman suddenly interrupted Lin Feng's words. Everyone, I am also a young man. I also sympathize and understand these homeless young people. Suleiman also stood up and snorted at Lin Feng. For these young people, I am willing to give out 10,000 pounds will be used to support them and give them a warm home. Flap, pop. Lin Feng smiled and took the lead in applauding. But no matter how you look at the smiling face, you can feel that Lin Feng is talking. Look, Silly B is on the stage. Donated tens of millions of pounds. What a big handwriting. This is the highest personal donation since a private charity evening organized by the British royal family. All the guests applauded spontaneously. Although Suleiman is suspected of showing off his wealth, showing off his wealth for charity is still worthy of everyone's applause. Suleiman closed his eyes and enjoyed the applause of the crowd. He bought it for £10 million. And he has the right to enjoy the cheers of everyone. After the applause ended, Suleiman began to attack Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, you are the richest man in the world. I, someone who is not ranked in the world's richest list, donated £10 million. As the world's richest man, you are also a young man, and you spend all your money on Tottenham Hotspur in the summer. Spent $348 million US. Why don't you donate too little this time? At least you should donate several times more than me. Suleiman said strangely. There was a slight buzz at the scene. Suleiman was calling Ban Lin Feng by name. But how will Lin Feng respond? Everyone can't help looking at Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's financial resources, donating tens of millions of pounds is not a problem at all. But at this very ordinary charity party, Lin Feng donated tens of millions of pounds. What about the charity party in the future? How much did Lin Feng donate at that time? Indeed, the organizer of this charity evening is Prince William, with a distinguished status. However, there are many people in this world who are not less than Prince William. When other people invite Lin Feng to attend the charity party, how does Lin Feng deal with it? Boss. Lin Xiling was also quite anxious on the side. In this way, when Suleiman challenged him face to face, Lin Feng couldn't avoid it at all. Of course, Lin Feng could completely ignore it. Just like Abramovich, he would donate £1 million, so that everyone would have nothing to do with Lin Feng. However, afterwards, rumors would inevitably come out, reprimanding Lin Feng for being the richest man in the world, but he was so small, he only donated a small amount of money. Such words come out, but they are quite unpleasant. Moreover, Lin Feng was only 23 years old, and it was not so pleasant to be choked up in person. Forest. Prince William on the stage also gave Lin Feng a wink, so that he should not fight with Suleiman. Anyway, his donation mission tonight has been completed, and Lin Feng does not need to spend too much money in this place. Unnecessary. Lin Feng patted Lin Chilling's hand lightly, gave Prince William a reassuring look, and then stood up gracefully. Mr. Suleiman is right. I can become the richest man in the world at a young age. If I can't do something for these young people in the UK, I would be a bit embarrassed. Lin Feng's tone was extremely sincere. When everyone heard Lin Feng's tone, there was a good show in their hearts. Now I don't know how much Lin Feng will donate to beat Suleiman's face, but in short, there is a good show to watch. Suleiman frowned. But this time he hoped that Lin Feng would give a blood. Even though all the money was donated to charitable organizations, he had no share, and the maintenance fee for his Bugatti at Veyron could not be recovered by Lin Feng. But he was also extremely happy to make Lin Feng bleed heavily. donate the maintenance fee to the charity organization. Looking at the expressions of everyone watching the play, Lin Feng was amused secretly. It would be too stupid if I could use Suleiman's awkward tactics such as this awkward tactics, and throw money here. It would be too stupid, and my IQ would be too low. Everyone, I actually don't plan to donate money, Lin Feng said to the ground and exclaimed at the scene. As the richest man in the world, Lin Feng doesn't plan to donate money. How can this be said in the past? If this was going to spread, Lin Feng's image was completely ruined. The 3 chapters are over, continue tomorrow. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 854 Good Golden Handshake. In the banquet hall where Lin Feng was surprised by a word, everyone was dumbfounded. This is the first charity evening held by Prince William. As the richest man in the world and a friend of Prince William, Lin Feng actually said that he did not intend to donate money. This made many celebrities really wonder what to say. You say Lin Feng is stingy, but he is the richest man in the world, and he is a good friend of Prince William. How about donating money? Is it the past? Suleiman sneered in the distance. Is the world's richest man so stingy, or is it the only way to become the world's richest man? If Lin's richest man wants to save a little money, I don't have much money, but I am also willing to donate another 10 million pounds to these homeless young people. Suleiman's voice was extremely loud, and everyone in the entire banquet hall could clearly hear it. There was a faint buzzing sound at the scene, but Suleiman was embarrassed to Lin Feng in public. Everyone looked at Lin Feng to see how Lin Feng responded. However, at this time, being commanded by Suleiman, even if Lin Feng made any donations, he was persecuted and suspected of being involuntary. Prince William also frowned a little, wondering what kind of medicine Lin Feng sold in the court. And now he is in a dilemma. Isn't this just causing trouble for himself? Prince William flicked his forehead with a headache. He could only look at Lin Feng and see what kind of abacus Lin Feng had made. Just under the expectation of everyone, Lin Feng suddenly applauded uncharacteristically. Pap, pap. Lin Feng's applause was particularly loud in the silent hall, and even said it was a bit harsh. Everyone frowned slightly, wondering what Lin Feng was doing. William, shouldn't we applaud Mr. Suleiman's generosity? He just donated another 10 million pounds to those homeless young people, really a kind philanthropist, Lin Feng said with a smile. Prince William was taken aback for a moment, and then seemed to understand Lin Feng's intentions, and immediately applauded. Thank you very much for Mr. Suleiman's generous donation again. Prince William shouted in a very admiring tone. Pop, pop. The other celebrities also clapped. This. Suleiman was taken aback. He just said that it would not hurt to donate 10 million more to run against Lin Feng, but it does not mean that he really intends to donate another 10 million pounds. Although he has money, the money is not from the wind. The left donate 10 million and another 10 million, which hurts him. But now looking at the crowd applauding, his 20 million pounds is a donation. Damn it. Suleiman gave Lin Feng angrily. It was this damn Chinese who made him lose 20 million pounds so easily. After thinking about it, Suleiman can't let Lin Feng live so well. He must run to death. It's okay, since the Lin's richest man is now in the pocket, I can donate more. Anyway, it's just to do good deeds. There is nothing wrong with donating more and less. Give back to the society. Suleiman raised his head and said, compassionate and compassionate. But the ridicule of Lin Feng between words was beyond words. Everyone smiled secretly, watching the changes, waiting to see the play. Lin Feng surprised everyone, and instead of being annoyed, he smiled. Mr. Suleiman, although I do not plan to donate, it does not mean that I am unwilling to do good deeds. Lin Feng tapped the table gently, attracting everyone's attention, and then smiled slightly. I wonder if you have listened. However, there is an old saying in China: it is better to teach people how to fish than to teach people how to fish. What does this mean is to give people money directly. It is better to give people a craft that can make money. These homeless young people, although it is very worthy of rescue, If you only give them money or provide shelter instead of providing them with work, then the money will be used up all day. Not to mention, this kind of unpaid assistance is easy to feed lazy people, and it will allow more young people to support it. It is not a good thing for society to become a habit of good leisure and evil labor. When Lin Feng finished speaking, many celebrities nodded. However, they all understand this truth, but for them, it is better to donate some money than to provide jobs for these homeless young people. Therefore, many celebrities have always been involved in these donation activities. Only contribute money, not effort. It's just that they didn't expect that Lin Feng would choose the most troublesome one to contribute without paying. Therefore, I am planning to set up a courier company to find jobs for these homeless young people in order to make these young people self-sufficient. At the same time, I also hope that the business of this courier company can be supported by all the bosses. Give them more business, let this company make money, and all the money earned will be used to help more people in need. Lin Feng said with a smile. When Prince William heard it, after careful consideration, he felt that this plan was feasible. Based on the experience of these young people wandering around, they must be very familiar with the traffic in various cities, and delivery should not be a problem. Nowadays, celebrities from all walks of life gather in the banquet hall, and it is not difficult to divide a little express delivery business among the usual express delivery companies to the newly established express delivery company. In this way, there is no need to worry about having a source of customers. With a source of customers, these homeless young people can support themselves. Moreover, the excess profits, as Lin Feng said, can donate to more people in need, and it will not breed bad habits of good and bad work, and burden the society. This is definitely a good thing with multiple birds. That's light. The establishment of a courier company covering the entire UK network requires at least tens of millions of pounds in transportation and various hardware facilities. Is this money sponsored by Lin's richest man? Suleiman said. Yin and Yang said strangely. Lin Feng's sentence just note: "Oh, teach people how to fish. It is better to teach people how to fish," which won everyone's applause. And the £20 million he donated by Suleiman only received a round of applause. Comparing the two, Lin Feng's empty vernacular is too much. This made Suleiman extremely uncomfortable, so he naturally looked for opportunities to run Lin Feng more. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously at Suleiman. "Mr. Suleiman, didn't you donate £20 million? Just to set up a courier company covering the UK?" Lin Feng said with a smile. Suleiman's forehead has a black line. "I dare to use my 20 million yuan to build this express company. Of course, Mr. Suleiman has paid for it, so I naturally have to contribute. I happen to have a courier company under my umbrella, and the operation is very mature. I will transfer some people to teach these homeless young people how to operate the courier company. When the operation is mature in the future, the courier company will be fully handed over to these homeless young people. As for the name of the courier company, I have already figured it out, and it will be called Infinite Love Express. What do you think?" Lin Feng smiled and asked. The black lines on the faces of many celebrities suddenly appeared. Unlimited Love Express. This is different from the Unlimited Express company under Lin Feng. Only two more words. But these two words are important, not important. In the eyes of outsiders, this should be a company. Isn't this a disguised advertisement for the Unlimited Express of linfengsdingdong.com? If everyone thinks more far-reachingly, the management of this Unlimited Love Express is Lin Feng's people, then will this express company become a Lin Feng's private express company in the future? Although Lin Feng said that he would hand over this courier company to the homeless young people in the future, who can tell the future? Besides, everyone didn't donate much money. With a mere tens of thousands of pounds, it is impossible to offend the richest man in the world. After thinking about it, everyone had to admire Lin Feng's foresight. It is equivalent to saying that this time everyone donated money to homeless young people. In the end, Lin Feng did not pay a penny. Instead, he earned a reputation for doing his best for homeless young people. A golden opportunity for your own express company to open up new territory. This is simply a pie in the sky. Of course, this pie didn't fall from the sky. It was given to Lin Feng by the crowd. Jerk. Outrageous. Suleiman's entire chest exploded. He is not an idiot. He can naturally detect Lin Feng's streak intentions, but now he doesn't know how to oppose it. He has no reason to object. Although Lin Feng did not contribute any money, he did so and teach people how to fish, and proposed to build a courier company to allow these homeless young people to work. Can he object? What's more, Lin Feng proposed to let the talents of his own express company to assist them. Can he object? As for the name of the courier company, Infinite Love Express, it means that this charity can be passed on indefinitely. Moreover, Lin Feng's intention is to enable this Infinite Love Express company to help more people. This situation next. Can Suleiman object? No objection. Suleiman felt aggrieved again. Doesn't this mean that I have contributed money to help Lin Feng build up the company's reputation? This is too frustrating. And thinking that if this express company becomes one of Lin Feng's companies in the future, Suleiman will feel like being bitten by thousands of ants. By the way, I paid so much money, there is always no problem with the title of CEO of a courier company. Suleiman's eyes turned. As long as he controls the key departments, he is not afraid that this company will eventually become Lin Feng's private company. But before Suleiman could speak, Lin Feng spoke first. As for the chief executive officer of this company, I think Prince William can temporarily take up the post. After all, the rest of the business is handled by professionals. Prince William only needs to make a final review. Besides, there are so many noble people to help. I believe this. As long as there are no problems with the management of the express company, the business will be prosperous. Lin Feng blocked everyone's mouth first. Letting Prince William be the chief executive officer would be nothing but nothing. Prince William would not be able to focus on this courier company. Moreover, given the relationship between Prince William and Lin Feng did not worry that Prince William would give it to him. Make trouble yourself. But when he glanced at Suleiman with a pig-liver cold look, Lin Feng knew that this servant was extremely angry at this moment. It was inevitable that he was impatient and made some irrational behaviors, and Lin Feng wanted to give him some face. Everyone, I propose that this Unlimited Love Express company should have Mr. Suleiman, who has donated the most money, as its honorary chairman, so that all those who have benefited can be grateful to Mr. Suleiman. Lin Feng appealed. Name. Honorary chairman. Suleiman's face twitched. He donated £20 million in exchange for the title of honorary chairman. Isn't this humiliating him? As the organizer, Prince William became CEO. As for Lin Feng, who has not given a penny, although he has not obtained any title and actual benefits, this Unlimited Love Express company uses the name of his express company, and the middle managers in it are also his company. People in said unceremoniously that this company is no different from the private courier company that became Lin Feng. And he, out of £20 million, only won an empty title of so-called honorary chairman. Looking at Suleiman's almost annoyed face, many celebrities secretly laughed. Although the biggest winner of this charity event is Lin Feng, not only did he not pay any money, but he did his best. However, for many celebrities, Lin Feng's failure to profit has little to do with them. On the contrary, this time everyone gave a little business volume to the soon-to-be established Infinite Love Express company, which is just a matter of effort for them. As for Lin Feng using this to expand the coverage of his Unlimited Express, for these rich people who donate only tens of thousands of pounds per capita, what Lin Feng does has nothing to do with them. Their main purpose is to give face to Prince William and to the British royal family. Now that these original intentions have been achieved, as for the others, they have no intention of getting involved in the struggle between Suleiman and Lin Feng. It is better to sit on the wall and watch the battle between dragons and tigers. I'm so angry. When the dinner was over, Suleiman could not wait to leave in a hurry. Today he is losing a lot. Originally wanted to show off, by the way, clinging to the British royal family. As a result, the Bugatti Veyron just bought at a high price was shaved by Lin Feng's broken mountain bike with a few beards, and then Lin Feng gave him 20 million donations, and his own 20 million donations become the Lin Feng Development Company and expand the company's business funds. But I just made an honorary chairman with a vain name and no real power. It can be said that in this charity party, Suleiman was a clown from start to finish. If he stayed here again, he couldn't guarantee whether he would knock a bottle on the back of Lin Feng's forehead. "Mr. Suleiman, let's go." Prince William was also very shameless tonight, and the money he tossed by Lin Feng was embarrassing. In order to ease the atmosphere slightly, after all, Suleiman spent £20 million. "If you don't shake hands, this is a bit unreasonable." Suleiman shook hands with Prince William in a very embarrassing manner before leaving. 20 million can buy Prince William's handshake, which is too expensive. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 855, 100 million in 10 years? Suleiman and many celebrities invested £22.25 million. And Lin Feng was preparing to establish the Infinite Love Express Company with Prince William as the chief executive officer, which spread all over the streets and alleys of Britain in an instant through major media. For the establishment of such a courier company for homeless young people, the British people have applauded one after another. Originally, this group of homeless young people has always been a major problem in British society. This group of homeless young people is large in number. There are about tens of thousands of people in the entire UK, doing nothing and wandering around all day. There were people who wanted to arrange jobs for them, but in the face of the high unemployment rate, this group of young people with no skills could not find a job at all and could only wander around. Later, at the suggestion of many people, the British Welfare Agency rescued them, but after the rescue, these young people were so lazy all day, waiting for the relief from the country to survive, which is undoubtedly discouraging. Of course, that's all. What is even more annoying is that these energetic young people often cause a lot of troubles and create many social security problems when they are doing nothing. What's more serious is that it will set a bad example for other young people and allow more young people to develop this bad habit of leisure and work. It has caused a huge response in society, and more taxpayers are indignant at the welfare department's assistance to this group of young people. Later, the welfare department stopped providing relief, and these young people completely lost their source of income. Wandering east and west all day, looking for food sources. Not only has it brought more social security problems, but its living conditions are also extremely worrying. In this case, the establishment of an Unlimited Love Express company is undoubtedly the best solution. Provide jobs for this group of people so that they can support themselves. Moreover, the express company is a labor-intensive industry that requires a lot of labor and does not require any work skills. It can just solve the employment problem of tens of thousands of people. Therefore, people from all walks of life applauded the establishment of this Unlimited Love Express company. The most acclaimed person is naturally Prince William. This charity party was organized by him, and he personally served as the CEO of the Infinite Love Express Company. With Prince William's consistent image in front of the British public, he served as the charity party. The CEO of a courier company couldn't be better. The people from all over the world expressed their appreciation for Prince William's kind deeds this time. Regarding Lin Feng's proposal to establish this company, media from all walks of life have also reported, admiring Lin Feng's proposal as an epoch-making and milestone significance. It is really not easy to help British society solve this old and difficult problem. You know, this group of homeless young people is not that easy to manage. It is really not easy for Lin Feng to promise to manage these young people well and not cause trouble to the society. In particular, Lin Feng can take the opportunity to let many celebrities split out a little courier business, so that this courier company can survive, which is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Wise. Various compliments were used on Lin Feng without hesitation. In this matter, the British media still agree with Lin Feng. It is not necessary to make this Unlimited Love Express company make money. As long as Lin Feng can make these young people self-sufficient and stop making troubles, long live the entire British society. As for several other donors, such as Suleiman, who donated £20 million, many media outlets sighed that Suleiman had money, and they lost their voice. In the newspaper, Suleiman doesn't even have a profile picture. He doesn't even have a professional page. It's just the masses of people who donated together. With a bang, Suleiman angrily tore all the newspapers in front of him to pieces. It's totally unreasonable that you can't buy a page for £20 million. Lin Feng, let's take a look in the new season. Just as Suleiman became irritated and furious, Lin Feng leisurely made an appointment with Robert Home of Australia. Mr. Home, when we first met, I hope to forgive me for any interruptions. Lin Feng said politely. Where? I saw Mr. Lin's wrist yesterday. It is really admirable. It is very possible to come up with such an idea. Robert Home didn't know why Lin Feng was looking for him. However, Lin Feng's reputation is outside. The world's richest man is so young, and he has repeatedly reported surprising actions. He has just settled a lawsuit in the United States, and yesterday played a trick on the super-rich Suleiman. This kind of people rushed to meet him. Robert Home has to be nervous. Mr. Home, I actually came to you today to have a deal to discuss. After Lin Feng's polite sentence, he went straight to the topic. Robert Home was taken aback for a moment, wondering if Lin Feng had any deal to discuss with him. His main business is in some minerals, and Lin Feng's main business is in IT and entertainment. The two are irrelevant. How could there be any deal talks? However, the merchant's peculiar caution kept him silent and waited for Lin Feng to follow. I know that Mr. Home holds 7.51% of Standard Chartered Bank shares. I am very interested in this 7.51% of Standard Chartered Bank shares. I wonder if Mr. Home can bear the pain to part with? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Robert Home was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect Lin Feng to come for the 7.51% of the Standard Chartered Bank shares he held. This 7.51% of Standard Chartered Bank shares has attracted the coveting of many people recently. Since Bao Yugang's death and Kudaba's body began to feel unwell, Robert Home, because he holds 7.51% of the Standard Chartered Bank shares, has begun to be disturbed by various people in his otherwise ordinary life. In this trip to the UK, Robert Home not only wanted to negotiate a business, but also to avoid outside harassment. Unexpectedly, hiding in London, England, still can't avoid harassment, and this time the buyers came fiercely. World's richest man, which put a lot of pressure on Robert Home. After all, the precedent that Lin Feng had just played with Suleiman was ahead, and he was worried that if he refused rashly, Lin Feng would become angry and retaliate against him. With Lin Feng's current power, he, a foreigner, can't walk around in Britain. Mr. Lin, before you came, many foreign consortia actually asked me about 7.51% of Standard Chartered Bank shares in my hand, such as Citigroup, British Rice Bank, etc., and I refused. Because Robert Home used his words carefully, hoping that even if he refused, he could refuse the artistic point, so that Lin Feng could not take the opportunity to go wild. But before he finished speaking, Lin Feng interrupted. Mr. Home, I am really interested in Standard Chartered Bank. I have also investigated. Since owning the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, Mr. Home has rarely exercised his shareholder rights. And it seems that now Mr. Home is having some difficulty in capital turnover. I wonder if I can help Mr. Home. Lin Feng smiled and took a contract from Lin Chilling and handed it to Robert Home. Robert Home looked at the contract in front of him with a headache. Lin Feng's words are right. He does have some financial difficulties now, but he does not want to sell his 7.51% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank. At that time, he, Bao Yugang, and Kudaba jointly sold and acquired 37% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank to keep Standard Chartered Bank from being annexed by Rice Bank, and was awarded the title of Knight by the United Kingdom because of meritorious protection. This is an extremely lofty honor in the hearts of Australian Robert Home. Therefore, unless he survives, Robert Home will never sell his shares in Standard Chartered Bank. But now if you offend Lin Feng, who knows what Lin Feng will do? Getting such a young richest man in the world is not good news for anyone. If Lin Feng is older, such as in his 40s or 50s, Robert Home refuses and refuses. He will not worry that the other party will retaliate against him because his face is temporarily damaged. But Lin Feng is only 23 years old now. It is the youngest and most vigorous time, and yesterday's teasing of Suleiman at the charity dinner made Robert Home particularly worried, afraid that Lin Feng would become angry because of his anger and desperate revenge on him. How to do? Robert Home has a headache. Mr. Home, why don't you think about it? After looking at the quotation, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Robert Home frowned and thought about it, and decided to look at the contract first. If he didn't even look at the contract, it would be a bit irritating. He was afraid that Lin Feng would turn his face on the spot. In hesitation, Robert Home opened the contract. But when Robert Home opened the contract, he was dumbfounded. Lin Feng's contract is extremely strange. It is not the acquisition of 7.51% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the hands of Robert Home, but the lease of the use rights of 7.51% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the hands of Robert Home. Rent your own right to use the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. Robert Home has seen such a weird contract for the first time in his life as a trader. He never thought that the right to use shares could also be used for lease. This was really a breakthrough, and Lin Feng's offer is definitely not low. Lin Feng purchases the right to use 7.51% of Robert Home's equity at a price of $10 million per year, and the lease term is 10 years. In 10 years, Robert Home has nothing to do. In addition to sharing the annual dividends of Standard Chartered Bank, he can also receive additional dividends worth $100 million. This is really a generous condition. What's more, Robert Home has never exercised his shareholders' rights and interests. The leasing to Lin Feng this time was nothing more than waste utilization. Waste utilization can be exchanged for a profit worth $100 million. There is nothing better in this world. $100 million, which is $100 million. $100 million that can be easily obtained without paying any price. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. The 856th chapter makes people love to kill. Cost effective. Good deal. Robert Home is also a businessman, and there is no reason not to be tempted by a business that is absolutely beneficial to him. He does not need to sell the shares, but only sells the right to use the shares in the next 10 years. This is a business that makes no money. Of course, there is an additional item in the contract, that is, Lin Feng has the absolute right to purchase. As long as Lin Feng is 3 times higher than the market price, Robert Home must unconditionally sell it to Lin Feng. For this, Robert Home only slightly considered it before agreeing. A price 3 times higher than the market price, a fool would not sell it. Although honor is very important, for businessmen, interests are more important. As for the honor and all the other reasons why the transaction cannot be carried out, there is only one real reason: not enough chips to move people's hearts. For merchants, as long as they have enough chips, everything can be traded. Mr. Lin, I'm very honored to be able to reach an agreement with you. He'll let the lawyer prepare a letter of authorization for the use of equity. Robert Home signed the contract very readily. He was very happy to be able to reach such a contract with Lin Feng. Thank you, Mr. Home. I hope we can continue our cooperation next time. By the way, regarding this equity license agreement, I hope Mr. Robert Home will keep it secret for me temporarily. Lin Feng got up and smiled. Robert Home nodded. This small requirement is naturally not a problem. After all, this time is not an equity transfer, but an equity authorization, so there is no need to notify the Standard Chartered Board of Directors. He keeps it confidential, and there is nothing wrong with it. After 3 hours without time, Robert Home completed the equity license agreement and handed it to Lin Feng himself. Boss, forgive me, is the annual use rights of $10 million too high? As Lin Feng's secretary, Lin Chilling really can't guess why Lin Feng's move is and what he thinks. To purchase the right to use his stock from Robert Home for the next 10 years at a price of $10 million per year is really unbelievable and confusing. Lin Feng is not without money. The acquisition of 7.51% of Robert Home's equity is not expensive. As long as he uses a little trick, he can successfully acquire Robert Home at a price of about 1.5 times the price-earnings ratio, about $1.8 billion. Mr. Mew holds 7.51% of the shares. Like now, Lin Chilling really couldn't understand. Although the two parties signed the agreement, Lin Feng could not obtain actual benefits. What if the other party no longer signs the agreement after 10 years? Even if Lin Feng has the right to purchase at 3 times the price, what if the stock price remains high? Lin Chilling thought about it and felt that Lin Feng's deal was not a good deal. This precedent for purchasing the right to use equity is really irrational. Seeing Lin Chilling's face with doubts and worrying and unworthy expressions of anger for herself, Lin Feng's heart was slightly shaken. This top model in Taiwan is now more and more adapting to her status as a secretary. His words and deeds are focused on his own interests, and he has never caused any trouble to Lin Feng, which really moved Lin Feng. Why, really want to know what I think? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Well, I really can figure it out. Lin Chilling bit her lip and nodded. Lin Feng stretched his waist, yawned, and moved his body. Oh, after sitting for a long time, the body is stiff. If someone can come and massage it, it would be more comfortable. Lin Chilling wrinkled her brows slightly. How she didn't understand the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Since the last time Lin Chilling saw that Lin Feng hadn't slept all night and helped him massage his shoulders to relax, Lin Feng always finds reasons for him to massage him every other time, often making Lin Chilling laugh and cry. Humphrey. Lin Chilling bit her teeth lightly, her mouth pouted slightly, her face was slightly flushed, and she walked to Lin Feng's side with a sullen nose. Well, it's so comfortable, Xiling. Your technique is getting more and more adept. I think I will give you an additional massage subsidy in the future. Lin Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed Lin Chilling's massage, jokingly. Boss. Lin Chilling was so shy that Lin Feng teased her, and stomped lightly. Lin Feng laughed and stopped teasing Lin Chilling. In fact, Lin Feng's proposal of such a weird equity use right purchase agreement this time was also inspired by Bao Peili's free sale of his equity use right. Although Lin Feng has $6.6 billion in capital, it is far from enough to acquire it. Moreover, Lin Feng has other plans, and it is impossible to invest all the funds in the acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank. Therefore, upon a thought, he came up with an agreement similar to Bao Peili selling the right to use its equity for free. Although the annual cost of $10 million is a bit high, it can completely obtain the right to use Robert Home's equity, and can save nearly $1.8 billion of funds for subsequent acquisitions. In Lin Feng's view, there is no need to acquire all the shares of Standard Chartered Bank at present. He only needs to acquire 14.99% of Kudaba's shares, plus 4.99% of the shares he acquired in the stock market, and he can own 19.98% of the shares. Became the largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank, adding 14.5% of Bao Peili's hands and 7.51% of Robert Home's support. Lin Feng can own 41.99% of the shares and already has a controlling stake in Standard Chartered Bank. As for follow-up acquisitions, Lin Feng was able to use Standard Chartered Bank's financing to proceed completely after controlling Standard Chartered Bank. At that time, there will be much more abundant funds and much more convenient. For example, when buying 7.51% of Robert Home's shares at 3 times the price, Lam Feng can suppress the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank beforehand and then make a low-price acquisition. At the same time, as long as you get 33.01% support from the stock market or from minority shareholders, you can veto the unequal treaty signed by Bao Yugang and acquire 14.5% of Bao Peili's shares. In short, what Lin Feng played this time was an empty glove white wolf plan, using the least amount of funds to achieve the greatest goal. And more importantly, By adopting this kind of secret storage acquisition method, Lin Feng can suppress the acquisition news to the end and not give other groups any opportunity to take advantage of it. After Lin Chilling listened to Lin Feng's idea of acquisition, she couldn't help being fascinated. If Lin Feng's plan can finally be realized, then this is definitely the most beautiful piece in the acquisition, and it is enough to go down in the annals of history. Enough to become a case of acquisition of major business schools as teaching materials. Boss. Lin Chilling's eyes blurred. Women like strong men, especially those who can control everything and put everything under their feet. This kind of man has a fatal attraction to any woman, making a woman like a lamp moth to the flames, unable to extricate herself from it. Xiling, what's the matter? Lin Feng looked at Lin Chilling with blushing cheeks, blurred eyes, and slightly writhing lips. Boss, you are so charming. Lin Chilling looked at the young world's richest man who was 3 years younger than herself, and opened the dusty heart in her heart for a long time. Although she thinks highly of herself and her conditions are good, Lin Chilling feels that all her pride is so ridiculous in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng heard Lin Chilling's groan like a murmur, and his whole body trembled. Lin Feng has always kept a proper distance from his glamorous secretary, but it doesn't mean that Lin Feng doesn't think so much about the secretary of the top model in Taiwan. It's just that Lin Feng didn't want to complicate the relationship between the two. After all, once the secretary had an intimate relationship with the boss, it would be difficult to explain clearly in business matters. But at the moment, Lin Xiling's groan that made all the men's bones numb enough to make Lin Feng's not so hard line of defense begin to disintegrate. Warm Township is the tomb of heroes. Just ask how many heroes in the world are subdued by women. This is something that all heroes cannot avoid. A moan of ecstasy. Lin Chilling couldn't help but kissed Lin Feng's lips. A thin and slippery tongue stretched into Lin Feng's mouth. Before Xiang Tong entered, Lin Feng wanted to refuse. But when Lin Feng's nose smelled the delicate fragrance of Lin Chilling's body, the tip of her tongue felt the greasiness of Lin Chilling's tongue, and her heart was rippling, especially when Lin Chilling leaned her body against Lin Feng. Lin Feng managed to cast it. The line of defense was completely declared lost, and it collapsed instantly like a dike. Lin Feng's hands couldn't help but put his arms around Lin Chilling's thin waist, and smoothly followed the soft and boneless waist, where the tentacles, bursts of smoothness, almost made Lin Feng's whole person numb. Especially when his hands touched the Mount Everest, Lin Feng almost couldn't help but want to shout out, "Cool, it's so cool." Under his hands, the pair of Mount Everest reminded Lin Feng of An Lushan's description of concubine Yang's pair of breast milk, smooth, first set and stuffed with crisp. Lin Xiling let out a groan of ecstasy. The cheeks were even more blushing. She could not help but kiss Lin Feng for a while, but she never thought that the kiss was like a thunder in the sky, making the two of them out of control. Lin Feng's aggressive aggression made her retreat everywhere, as if rehearsing in advance. She had a tacit understanding. And Lin Chilling's bashful state of refusing to welcome makes Lin Feng even more ambitious, and her hands never stop, wandering around Lin Chilling wantonly, enjoying the feeling of ecstasy brought by this carcass. "Hey!" Lin Chilling yelled softly. Lin Feng had already stripped off her urban office lady's suit, revealing the obscene clothes inside. Lin Chilling was immediately shy. Lin Feng was also taken aback. He did not expect that Lin Chilling would actually wear an obscene dress instead of the bra worn by ordinary women. But this obscene dress is extremely sexy, lace tulle, unspeakable sexiness and seduction. After appreciating the game, Lin Feng couldn't bear the continual needs coming from his body, and Lin Feng used his hands slightly to remove the last piece of clothing on Lin Chilling's body, revealing a pair of white and tender chicken-like heads inside. The breast, with a little red in the middle, is really killer. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 857. Holding snow as a peak, condensing fragrance for dew, like a double bead. Wanting to tease a fragrance bun for the first time, Xilong gradually rises, fastens the red socks frequently, seems to be there or not. The sun is difficult to describe, the chicken head is Moby, the autumn water is the god white jade's skin. Do you still know? Ask about the taste of this. You can divorce. Luoyiji can be seen, looking at the two most demeanor. It resembles flower stamens, slightly uniform tortoise shell, and small corals on the high places of Yashan. Cover first after the bath. The skirt is afraid of fading, and the back is silver and red. Who suffers? Remember Armian, once called Lang. This is Chen Yuki's Kaina Yuan Chun, a poem in the style of Menzhou, describing a woman's breast milk. And Lin Feng said that Lin Qiling could not be more appropriate for this moment. Looking at the pair of jade rabbits jumping because of Lin Qiling's breathing, Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva. There was a choking sound in his throat, and his eyes were slightly demented. This pair of jade rabbits is different from Li's roundness and firmness, different from Lin Ziyui's Asian weapon, but a kind of exquisite sophistication that makes people unbearable to play with. That bright red and trembling makes any man crazy. Lin Qiling's cheeks were full of shame being watched by Lin Feng like this. She had never been so candid in front of a man. And thinking of her own initiative just now, Lin Qiling felt like a fire in her heart. That behavior just now was really shameful. She never thought that she would seduce a man so proactively. No, it's not seduce. It's uncontrollable. Lin Qiling comforted herself secretly in her heart. Ban. Lin Qiling lowered her head and dared not look at Lin Feng. She wanted to get away from this charming scene. After all, she was just a secretary, and Lin Feng already had 3 confidants, one of whom had a child with Lin Feng. She stepped in again, undoubtedly trapping herself in this quagmire, and it was a quagmire enough to bring about extinction. But the kind of worship and admiration in her heart for the strong, as well as the body's desire for the opposite sex, made Lin Qiling want to stop. Xiling, you are so beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaimed. This admiration was like the last aphrodisiac bomb, making Lin Qiling completely surrender. Regardless of the future, she no longer wants to escape. Not to mention the relationship between the female secretary and the boss in the current city, it is innocent, and no one will criticize it. Originally, the male boss hired a glamorous female secretary. If there was no such relationship, it would be incomprehensible. While breathing, Lin Feng finally couldn't help the evil thoughts of blasphemy against the goddess. He grabbed the pair of jade rabbits that were alive and hopping with both hands, kneading arbitrarily, and the exquisite and smooth feeling from the tentacles made him feel so smooth. Lin Feng could hardly help groaning. The creator is magical. Although they are all women, there is a difference between women and women. Because of this, a man will double-heartedly and will face Kinmachu, because the completely different excitement brought by this skin is enough to make a man crazy. Under Lin Feng's wanton kneading, Lin Qiling was already limp, lying weakly on Lin Feng's desk, closing her eyes full of messy, letting Lin Feng behave recklessly, occasionally moaning in her nose. This office is full of blushing and heart-beating beauty. Lin Xiling suddenly yelled softly. Just now, her last line of defense fell under Lin Feng's hands, and Lin Feng had completely faded all the lines of defense on Lin Qiling. Looking at the naked jade man on the table, Lin Feng felt like he was dreaming. Once upon a time, in front of my eyes and on the table, this former top model in Taiwan, his personal secretary, has always been the lover of his dreams. In my dreams, I have had Yi and Xu countless times. Later, after being reborn, when Lin Feng met Lin Qiling, he was already surrounded by Li Zhu, Avril Lavigne, and Huang Meixi. Under various factors, Lin Feng also forgot the longing and impulse he had for Lin Qiling. Just think of it as a glamorous female secretary, a woman who can be molested occasionally, but not too profane. But never thought that the impulse today made the two meet naked. At this time, although Lin Feng also thought of Li Zhu, Avril Lavigne, and Huang Meixi, his physical desires and the impulse to Lin Qiling once ruled Lin Feng's thoughts, Lin Feng's body, and everything about Lin Feng. Lin Feng has only one purpose at this moment, to possess her completely occupy her. Holding Lin Qiling's tender and fleshy buttocks with his hands trembling slightly, his fingertips gently swept across the peach blossom spring cave that made the man crazy, and the two couldn't help but breathe muddy at the same time. Heroic and arrogant, Xiao Linfeng is about to cross the Yao River. Just then, the phone rang. "Oh shit!" Linfeng yelled in annoyance. "Hey, what can I do to find the boss?" Lin Chilling asked breathlessly with an infinitely coquettish voice. "Miss Lin, please tell the boss. Mr. Suleiman has arrived at the door and wants to ask to see the boss," said Ken Young, the general manager of the Tottenham Hotspur Club. Commerce Secretary Lin Feng's office in London, England, is temporarily set up at the Tottenham Hotspur Club, and the office of general manager Ken Young is temporarily borrowed. Of course, because Tottenham Hotspur's new home stadium is under construction, Shi Linfeng will have his own luxurious office. "Boss!" Lin Xiling yelled helplessly. Hearing Lin Chilling's charming call, Lin Feng's whole bones were crisp. "Tell Suleiman, let him wait for a while." Lin Feng responded in an angry voice. "Yes, boss." Secretary Kenyon's voice came from the other end of the phone, and then hung up. Ban. Is that okay? He is Suleiman, and he will come in person. There must be something to do. Although Lin Xiling is eager at the moment and wants to vent her lust, but as Lin Feng's personal secretary, she must. Lam Feng's career is always the top priority. "It's okay. Don't worry about him. There will never be any intersection between me and him. Since he is here, let him wait a little longer," Lin Feng said indifferently. Lin Feng was naturally a little surprised by Suleiman's arrival today. However, after a little thought, Suleiman was able to come here. "I am afraid that apart from the newly established Infinite Love Express Company, there is nothing else to look for himself." When he came this time, he was definitely not willing to invest £20 million to get the status of an honorary chairman, and he watched himself take advantage of it. However, Suleiman's thoughts were in vain. This time, apart from an honorary chairman, he never wanted to get any benefits. Besides, this is not the time to meet Suleiman at the moment. Outside the door. "Well, I can go in now." Suleiman glared at Li Rui, who were guarding the door of Lin Feng's office. Just now Suleiman wanted to break in directly. After all, he is not an ordinary crouch, a small person. He is Dr. Suleiman Al-Fahim, and his Hydra estate is the most growing in the region. QA's company, the consortium behind him, has more than $500 billion of funds. In his opinion, although Lin Feng is the richest man in the world, he will definitely be able to see Lin Feng if he wants to. But never thought, he was stopped by Li Ru and others just now. Although he reported his name and revealed the identity he said, Li Ru and the others regarded him as air and were not moved at all. They just dismissed him in one sentence. "No one can enter without the consent of the boss, nor can the President of the United States." This sentence made Suleiman mad at the time and wanted to be rough. But the 4 bodyguards behind him were restrained by Li Rui's people before they could do anything. At the same time, Li Rui also threw a sentence: "If you don't see you donating £20 million to charity, you will be treated today. Throw it out." Suleiman, who was angry at this, gave birth to a Buddha, and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, almost not getting angry with high blood pressure, but seeing Li Ru and others' solid bodies as solid as a rock, and therefore bodyguards being restrained and unable to resist at all, Suleiman could only grit his teeth and let Secretary Kenyon report. Now Secretary Kenyon hung up the phone, and Suleiman was about to break in immediately. "Sorry, Mr. Suleiman, the boss told you to wait. He has something to do now, and I will see you later," Secretary Kenyon said blankly. "What? Let me wait." He thought I was who Suleiman was. "No one in Saudi Arabia has ever told me to wait. I can see whoever I want to see." Suleiman slapped the table angrily and shouted. Secretary Kenyon glanced at Suleiman lightly. "Sorry, this is Britain, not Saudi Arabia. Also, if you are not satisfied with Mr. Suleiman, you can go first. When our boss is free, we will meet you again." Secretary Kenyon automatically added this sentence. From Lin Feng's tone just now, Secretary Kenyon guessed that Lin Feng didn't treat this Suleiman very much, and I'm afraid he didn't want to see him either. What's more, the 2 clubs are deadly enemies in the same city, and there is no relationship of becoming friends at all. Fans of the two clubs are now meeting each other in the same way, and the owners of the two clubs will start fighting without saying that they meet. At least they must keep their distance. In Secretary Kenyon's opinion, it is best to get rid of Suleiman. Suleiman's entire face turned green when he heard that. Secretly cursed the villain in power. But he came today with a purpose. If he didn't even see Lin Feng's face, it would be unreasonable. Not only was it obvious that he had no face, but he was definitely not reconciled. After murmured a few times, Suleiman sat down helplessly. He stared at the door of Lin Feng's office, as if he wanted to see through the door and see what Lin Feng was doing inside. Unexpectedly, Suleiman sat for 1 hour. When will Lin Feng come out? I've been waiting for him for an hour. Suleiman looked at his watch and slapped the table intolerably and shouted. Secretary Kenyon was taken aback and was about to sneer. At this time, the door opened. Lin Chilling walked out from inside with a face full of spring breeze. Mr. Suleiman, our boss would like it. Lin Chilling smiled slightly, revealing all kinds of amorous feelings. Sorry, 3 chapters are late today, and there are 2 more chapters to follow. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. To be continued. The 850th chapter is mad at him too. Lin Chilling's soft cry made all the men in the office bewildered. Of course, except for Li Ru and others. They have long been accustomed to Lin Chilling. Lin Chilling has almost no lethal power to them. But today Lin Chilling's smile has a different style, which makes people feel shaken. Li Ru is also here. Just by looking at the spring colors between Lin Chilling's eyebrows, you can tell what was doing inside. In response, Li Ru just shook his head helplessly. But a successful man, the richest man in the world, is still so young. It doesn't hurt to be romantic at all, as long as it is not forcing her. For Lin Feng, Li Ru and others had only 2 requirements: not to betray the motherland, and not to do things that hurt the truth. As for the others, they are absolutely loyal to Lin Feng. This is the paranoia peculiar to soldiers. When Lin Feng prepares for them, the Lania Security Company builds a unified community for many brothers, and gives them a decent job. For these people, their lives will be sold to Lin Feng. Compared with the calmness of Li Ru and the others, Suleiman and his bodyguard were dumbfounded. They only sighed that this woman should only be in the sky. There was a swallowing sound in Suleiman's throat. Looking at the back of Lin Chilling's model entering the office, the lust in his heart was stronger than that, especially the twisting of the hips. Suleiman almost couldn't help but want to move forward, tear his clothes to pieces and do a fierce fight. But looking at the sturdiness of Li Ru and others, Suleiman can only dispel this idea. These things may be possible in Saudi Arabia, but if they are done here, it will be a big trouble. Moreover, this is still in Lin Feng's territory. With Lin Feng's personality, Suleiman can be sure that he will really do this. Don't say do it, just touch your finger. I'm afraid Lin Feng will never end with him. After thinking about it for a while, Suleiman forcibly suppressed the lust in his heart. After a little dressing, Suleiman walked into Lin Feng's office with his head raised. Although just condescending to wait for Lin Feng for a full hour, Suleiman's internal organs are burning, but Suleiman still has to maintain his momentum and demeanor. Mr. Suleiman, I'm sorry, I made you wait so long. Please sit down. Lin Feng sat on the chair and stretched out his hand to signal Suleiman to sit down. Suleiman frowned. When he came by himself, Lin Feng didn't even stand up, which was a bit too much. Lin Feng naturally knew the anger between Suleiman's eyebrows. However, Lin Feng also knows himself hard. In the battle with Lin Chilling just now, under Lin Chilling's groans, Lin Feng almost exhausted all his strength. Although Lin Chilling reached climax several times, he also exhausted all his vitality. Now his legs are slightly soft, let alone getting up to meet Suleiman and sitting like this now. Lin Feng is a little struggling, so I want to sleep first. But think about Suleiman still waiting outside. Lin Feng still meets him. After all, Suleiman is not a small character. Too much teasing, then it's not fun. If you really don't care about Suleiman anymore, you will be bored in the future. With such a trace of psychology, Lin Feng met with Suleiman Humphrey. Suleiman sat down with his head held high, swept around randomly, and hummed a few times. Mr. Lin, you are so big-hearted. I waited for you for an hour outside. You know, the King of Saudi Arabia never let me wait like this, Suleiman said strangely. Lin Feng smiled. No way, my life is relatively cheap, and there are always all kinds of mundane things. I am not as leisurely as you are, Mr. Suleiman. To be honest, I really envy Mr. Suleiman for being so leisurely. Alas, I don't know, whenever I can wait for someone like Mr. Suleiman for an hour. Lin Feng looked at Suleiman with a helpless and enviable tone. Suleiman heard this. His eyes straightened. He just complained about Lin Feng for keeping him waiting for too long, and as a result, Lin Feng's reply was too shabby and annoying. And the choking Suleiman didn't know how to say it, so he could only take the tea that Lin Xiling handed over and vent the depression in his heart. Lin Chilling looked at the side and secretly smiled. The skills of my boss are getting higher and higher now, and they have all risen to the level of art. Seeing Suleiman like this, one day Lin Feng will be mad at him. Hearing Lin Chilling's laughter, Suleiman couldn't help but look back at the itch in his heart. Looking at it this way, Suleiman saw a strange look. Lin Chilling was glamorous at the moment, with a delicate posture, and often involuntarily paused when she walked on her lower body, and the tenderness in her eyes towards Lin Feng was something that Suleiman had never seen before. Reminiscing that Lin Feng asked him to wait for an hour before, and he didn't see anyone coming out, it was self-evident what happened this hour. Thinking of this, Suleiman suddenly exploded. He is a magnificent Dr. Suleiman Al Farm, worth tens of billions of dollars. And the consortium behind it has huge amounts of more than $500 billion. As a result, I was waiting here for Lin Feng for an hour, but Lin Feng doing with his secretary for an hour inside. Thinking of this, Suleiman felt that his internal organs were hot, and he panicked with a sigh of relief in his chest. This is so irritating. But he couldn't tell. Can he accuse Lin Feng of waiting for an hour just because of that matter? Mr. Lin, you were really busy just now. Suleiman gritted his teeth. When Lin Feng heard it, he guessed that Suleiman must have seen a flaw in Lin Chilling. Although YY was a little embarrassed, she didn't care too much. If the world is crazy about this, the Saudis are the first to recommend it. For people in other countries, when it comes to this aspect, most men only think of taking medicine or eating some helpful foods to supplement the problem. But the Saudis are different. They usually eat it. It's fine to eat Viagra and not Tiger Whip. Under such aphrodisiac, the Saudis are quite high on sex love. In this case, Suleiman was not qualified to speak for himself. So I'm really sorry for keeping Mr. Suleiman waiting for so long. Lin Feng was also thick-skinned and nodded. Suleiman's face twitched. In my heart, I scolded the 18th generation of Lin Feng's ancestors, and let himself wait outside for an hour. But he was doing that stuff with the secretary here. Thinking of this, Suleiman became angry, trembling with anger, and wanted to choke Lin Feng to death. Suleiman took a few breaths. In that moment, he felt his brain hurt and his eyes turned black. This was a sign of high blood pressure. As a last resort, take a few deep breaths to keep yourself calm, or you will be mad at this today. If he was really angry here, Lin Feng would be most proud of it, and he would definitely die. But Suleiman didn't know that if he was really angry here, Lin Feng would definitely send him to elegiac couplets. An ether is more to die than, and the other not to be pity for death. Let it choose. If Suleiman knows at that time, it will be blame for the sullen corpse. Mr. Suleiman, I wonder why you came to see me today? Lin Feng didn't want to be angry with Suleiman anymore. Picking the topic into the subject. Suleiman thought for a while, calmed down his brain full of boiling blood, and said, I am here today as the honorary chairman of the Infinite Love Express Company. I want to ask if Mr. Lin needs help. After all, this group of homeless young people are so accustomed to doing things, they may not be able to do things suddenly. I have a few candidates here who can help Mr. Lin to educate them. I believe this group of homeless young people, they're human being, I should quickly take the right path and no longer become a burden to society, Suleiman said methodically. Although those things just made Suleiman almost fainted, but after all, he can own his own real estate company at a young grade 21 years old, and he has a double master's degree, and his IQ is definitely high enough. Of course, Lin Feng absolutely admits this, and agrees that Suleiman's IQ is at least 150, which is much higher than his own. However, Lin Feng had to admit that this person's emotional intelligence was not high enough. This is usually the case. People with high IQ usually don't have high IQ, otherwise they won't be dying of Lin's ethos. Hearing Suleiman's intentions, Lin Feng smiled, and secretly said that it was true. Suleiman, thank you very much for your concern and love for these homeless young people. But at present I have hired professionals to educate them. I believe that within a month, these young people will have a new look and become creatable materials useful to society. Lin Feng smiled politely and declined Suleiman's request. In this matter, Prince William is the CEO, but it is impossible for him to focus all his energy on this matter. So Prince William also very reasonably appointed a spokesperson. Of course, this spokesperson cannot be Lin Feng. Otherwise Lin Feng's establishment of this Unlimited Love Express company was a bit suspicious. Prince William then appointed Lin Feng as the chief executive officer. That is for other rich people who had donated money at the beginning. I feel a little bit grudge in my heart. The current business volume of this Unlimited Love Express company mainly relies on these celebrities to split a little business volume. Therefore, in order to avoid suspicion, but also for the smooth operation of Unlimited Love Express, Prince William appointed Robert Home as CEO. For this, all celebrities agree. But they did not expect that Robert Home and Lin Feng had reached an agreement to lease the right to use the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, and Lin Feng is currently in partnerships status. As for the operation of this Unlimited Love Express company, Robert Home is really not interested. Basically, what Lin Feng said was good, as long as something happened to him in the end. Therefore, Lin Feng has every reason and is capable of rejecting Suleiman's request. Being rejected by Lin Feng was as early as Suleiman expected. But Suleiman's real intention is not here. His purpose is Chief Financial Officer. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 859 Charming Smile. Suleiman didn't care about this being rejected by Lin Feng. The meaning of his drunkard is not drinking. Mr. Lin, this is a proposal from a total of 56 celebrities who donated money at the time. It is proposed that I be the chief financial officer of the Infinite Love Express company. I also awarded Prince William on this matter, and he has agreed in principle. Just let me ask your opinion in the end, saying that you have experience in this area, we can discuss it. Suleiman said proudly. In order to get these celebrities to sign this proposal together, Suleiman took a lot of effort. Inviting these celebrities to dinner and entertainment cost hundreds of thousands of pounds, but the price is not small. Fortunately, in the end Suleiman also got what he wanted. Of course, this so-called chief financial officer is definitely a dispensable title for Suleiman. A welfare courier company is really nothing to Suleiman, and it is not important at all. It's just that Suleiman didn't want Lin Feng to take advantage of him alone, especially to spend his own money to do his things. Just thinking about it made Suleiman upset. There is no such cheap thing in the world. During this time, Suleiman happened to have nothing else and needed to stay in the UK. Therefore, he did everything possible to squeeze into this Infinite Love Express company to discuss Lin Feng. As for whether Lin Feng would agree, Suleiman was not worried at all. There were 56 celebrities' proposals. Prince William agreed in principle, and Suleiman was not afraid that Lin Feng would disagree. You know, in this Unlimited Love Express company, Lin Feng is currently just named a chief consultant. It's just a mere title of chief consultant. What qualifications do you have to oppose yourself as chief financial officer? If Lin Feng really objected, then Suleiman's exposure to the media would be enough to make Lin Feng unable to eat. Lin Feng frowned. Unexpectedly, Suleiman actually came to such a hand, and actually wanted to be the chief financial officer. Although this position is not too important, it is only in charge of finances after all, and Lin Feng does not plan to do anything financially. Everything is done in accordance with legal procedures. It's just that Suleiman has such a lying in the middle, which is really annoying. And what made Lin Feng slightly dissatisfied was that Prince William would actually agree. Of course, Lin Feng can also think about why Prince William would agree. After all, there are 56 celebrities' proposals. It is still early for Suleiman's £20 million donation. It is not too much for him to ask for a position of chief financial officer. Prince William also had no reason to refuse. The only thing that made Lin Feng slightly dissatisfied was why Prince William didn't tell himself. And many more. Lin Feng thought of this brow, and quickly turned on the phone. Really, just now, in order not to be spoiled by others, Lin Feng set the phone to mute. At this moment, I saw that there were 18 missed calls on the phone, all of which were from Prince William. In the end, it may be that Prince William could not contact Lin Feng, so he sent a text message to Lin Feng. The above mentioned the matter concisely and hoped that Lin Feng would understand. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Sure enough, it is the most difficult to accept the grace of beauty. There was something wrong with Lin Chilling just now. Seeing Lin Feng's helpless expression, Suleiman's expression was dazzling. This was the first time that he let Lin Feng suffer. This feeling is so cool, so cool. Mr. Lin, I don't know what your opinion is. We all value your opinions very much. Suleiman proudly said something that seemed sincere but extremely annoying. He came here today to see Lin Feng's helpless face now. Lin Feng shook his head. Now that the boat is sinking, there is no way to object. If you object, I'm afraid it will cause big trouble. The chief financial officer should be the chief financial officer. Anyway, at present, this is only a charitable express company, and there will be no financial problems. What's more, the real power of personnel and administrative power is still in our own hands. Wait. A charitable courier company. Lin Feng's mind suddenly flashed. Charitable nature. Since it is charitable, when the company lacks operating funds, should the chief financial officer be responsible for raising funds for the company? Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled, very happily. The depressed mood that Suleiman was caught off guard just now was swept away. Seeing Lin Feng's face change from the previous depression and suddenly burst into a brilliant smile, Suleiman's heart suddenly burst. Every time Lin Feng showed this smile, the person on the other side must be unlucky. Grandmas, did I neglect something? Suleiman was a little bit frightened by Lin Feng, and when he saw Lin Feng's smile, he was instinctively frightened. However, after thinking about this plan carefully, I found that there were no flaws, and I felt relieved. Mr. Suleiman, as the chief consultant of Infinite Love Express Co. Limited, I am very happy that a philanthropist like Mr. Suleiman serves as the chief financial officer of such a charitable express delivery company. Lin Feng said with a smile, but emphasized the pronunciation of charitable nature. Seeing Lin Feng's smile, Suleiman felt uneasy. But Lin Feng didn't say anything, but congratulated him. He didn't say much. It's just that this feeling is too fast. He is now anxious that Lin Feng will turn his face on the table with him, and that feeling is a little more solid. Like Lin Feng's benevolent eyebrows now, Suleiman felt very scared. I always feel that there are a lot of conspiracies waiting for him to do it. Hey. It is my honor to be the chief financial officer of Infinite Love Express Company. I am very happy to do something good for those young people, Suleiman said with a smile. Lin Shilling on the side also looked at it amused. Suleiman was still full of momentum just now, but now he is like a fidgeting ant in a hot pot. The changes before and after are only between Lin Feng's smile, which is really interesting, and Suleiman's changes also reflected Lin Feng's excellence even more. Think about it, the dignified billionaire Suleiman actually became restless between Lin Feng's conversation and laughter. This kind of man's excellence does not need to be repeated. Lin Xiling asked herself to be able to meet this kind of man is her honor. While her mind was turning, Lin Xiling was also in Suleiman's anxiety, and she began to succumb to Lin Feng. There is nothing more to say, this kind of man must not let go if he can meet him, it depends on him alive and well. Well, Mr. Suleiman, otherwise, someday I will hold a celebration party for you. What do you think? Lin Fengyu is not surprising. Celebrate the reception. Just as the chief executive officer of a courier company, he held a celebratory cocktail party, so Suleiman was too out of style. Lin Feng's words were also annoying, as if he was so happy that Suleiman got such a position as chief financial officer. Of course, from the heart's point of view, Suleiman is indeed very happy. He was really happy to be able to discuss Lin Feng. He has always been at a disadvantage in the face of Lin Feng. This time he finally gained the upper hand. Of course he was happy. It's just that Lin Feng was so squeezed. He was happy but also unhappy. Damn it. You have the upper hand so many times. Have I run you like this before? Suleiman said angrily. This Lin Feng is too unkind, and it makes people feel unhappy every time they are proud. Lin Feng smiled again. Seeing Suleiman's heart abruptly, he almost wanted to grab the door and flee. Otherwise, Lin Feng laughed a few more times. He really wanted to get rid of the position of chief financial officer. The provincial governor didn't know when Lin Feng would trap him. Coming. Suleiman, since you have served as the chief financial officer, and as the chief consultant, I will remind you a little. Lin Feng suddenly looked straight. Remind me? Suleiman didn't expect that Lin Feng would suddenly become so serious, and he was stunned for a long time. This Infinite Love Express company is a semi-welfare delivery company. It was created to provide a stable job for all homeless young people. It will definitely face many difficulties in the early days of its establishment. For example, these young people's no cooperation, strange visions from all walks of life, difficult business development, and insufficient funds, etc. Lin Feng talked freely, describing the difficulties in establishing a courier company. Suleiman was brought into the imaginary of the difficulties faced by the courier company by the seriousness of Lin Feng's expression. He also developed from a small company step by step, and naturally understood the difficulties involved. It is true that it is not so easy to create such a semi-welfare express delivery company, and there are indeed many difficulties. This is why no celebrity has been willing to make an attempt in this area before. It's not that no one thought it, but it was troublesome and didn't want to do it. Therefore, this time the Unlimited Love Express company was established. Many celebrities have resigned from various positions, but are willing to help the company with a little express delivery business, rather than becoming the management. Only a stupid bird like Suleiman would come in automatically and go to the muddy water. Of course, Suleiman, although there are a lot of difficulties, it is a charity after all. It is a virtue. Moreover, as rich people, we also have certain social responsibilities, and we are duty-bound. Lin Feng's face at this moment is like Jesus. Suleiman nodded blankly. He would not object to these words, and if he objected, it would undoubtedly be self-contained. So, in other respects, Sir Robert Home and I will be responsible. It's just that now that Mr. Suleiman has served as the chief financial officer, then the company will have a financial crisis before it is officially on track. I hope Mr. Suleiman I can help again and donate a lot. Lin Feng said at the end of the day. What? Donate to? Suleiman almost couldn't help jumping up when he heard the words. Although it would be like a small amount of money to donate another £20 million based on his wealth, but while Lin Feng is the world's richest man with no money, he will frequently pull out his small. Although he is more hairy, he will become bald sooner or later if he plucks it like this. What's more, Lin Feng had money and didn't donate, but he wanted to donate, which made Suleiman extremely unhappy. Mr. Suleiman, of course, I'm not saying that you should pay for it out of your pocket, but you can hold a similar charity cocktail party again. Isn't the 56 celebrities? In case of financial tension, you can let them donate more. Last time I was able to donate £22.25 million. Next time I donated another £10 million. It shouldn't be a problem. Lin Feng gave Suleiman a serious face, but how does his tone sound like teased Suleiman? donate another £10 million. Suleiman's face turned green when he heard this. For the last time of £22.25 million, he donated £20 million alone, and those celebrities only donated a fraction. Raising donations again, wanting to donate £10 million. It is not him who is the big head. Although he is rich, he is by no means taken advantage of. Besides, you have more money, why don't you donate? Of course, I should also donate. But what I donated is hidden. For example, when I transferred so many employees from my subsidiary company, there was a big talent gap on my dingdong.com, which caused a lot of trouble for normal operation. But for charity, I don't care. Oh, I shouldn't tell you this before, lest you say I'm bragging. Between Lin Feng's words, not only did he fully describe his own difficulties, but also choked Suleiman has nothing to say. After thinking about it, Suleiman really wanted to resign the position of chief financial officer. But before he could speak, Lin Feng suddenly smiled again, making Suleiman's words alive. No, this must be his conspiracy, wanting to make me retreat, Suleiman said confidently in his heart. Looking at Lin Feng's smile, he guessed that Lin Feng's words just now must have been asking him to retreat, wanting to be a soldier without a fight. Humphrey, am not so stupid, I will be fooled by you. Suleiman snorted. It's okay, Mr. Lin, these are the difficulties encountered in the early stage. If we meet them, we can solve them together. I believe that as long as we work together, there will be no obstacles. I don't believe in so many elites from all walks of life. Strength, let Thigh's Infinite Love Express Company operate normally, and let these young people go back to the right way again. Suleiman snorted, and a righteous tone came out of his mouth. Although these high-sounding words, Suleiman is not as proficient as Lin Feng, who grew up under socialism, but if he wants to say it, he can also say a few words. Don't just say something pretty, who knows how to say it? Besides, Suleiman also calculated that as the chief financial officer, he was not afraid of Lin Feng's financial tricks. With the courier business volume brought by so many celebrities, and with Prince William taking the lead, Suleiman believes that this courier company will be able to operate normally. Not to mention making a lot of money, but there must be no problem with self-financing. Those words Lin Feng said were definitely fooling him and intimidating him. I was afraid that he would become the chief financial officer and cause problems for Lin Feng and make Lin Feng's wishful thinking impossible. Suleiman finished speaking confidently, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng smiled again. This time his smile was even brighter. The 3 chapters are over. I'm late today. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. To be continued. The 860th chapter will never go out. Suleiman finished speaking confidently, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng once again showed his not charming but shocking smile. Suleiman's original confident expression suddenly froze. Laugh again? What is he laughing at? Suleiman's heart suddenly, instinctively guessing why Lin Feng laughed. But because his IQ was as high as 150, Lin Feng laughed because he couldn't figure out why. In the end, based on Suleiman's 150 IQ, Lin Feng was bluffing. Mr. Suleiman, you are very welcome to join this big family, and you are willing to contribute your love to those homeless young people in the UK. Then we still need a lot of cooperation and a lot of walking around in the future. Lin Feng said with a smile. Where, I should. Suleiman wanted to take the opportunity to run Lin Feng, but when he saw Lin Feng's smiling face, he felt a little guilty in his heart. And those runs couldn't make a smile. In the end, Suleiman originally wanted to leave the Tottenham Hotspur team with a high profile of the winner, but he left with a hint of anxiety in the end. Suleiman felt that the position of CFO that he'd buy for hundreds of thousands of pounds was really not worth it. After Suleiman left, Lin Feng immediately called Li Ruin. Li Ruin, when will Brother Meng arrive? Lin Feng asked. Back to the boss. The Fierce team has about 2 hours and 34 minutes to arrive in London. Li Rui looked at his watch and said precisely. Lin Feng nodded. Then he'll go to bed first. When Brother Meng is here, You ask Brother Meng to come to me directly. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he went to a small resting room in the office to take a break. I was so tired just now. The intestinal battle exhausted all of Lin Feng's energy, and now he must sleep to replenish his energy. 3 hours later, Wang Meng arrived at Lin Feng's office. Watching Lin Feng come in with sleepy eyes, Wang Meng shook his head. Xiao Lin, you can't do this. You have to pay more attention to rest. Remember, you are now the richest man in the world. As the chairman of 2 listed companies, you have more than 100,000 employees. You must learn to care for your body. Wang Meng said in a deep voice. Say. Lin Feng nodded. After going to the side to wash, she felt a little bit more energetic. However, the whole person was still a little bit sluggish, and only slept for 3 hours, which was far from enough to supplement the physical strength consumed by Lin Feng. Wang Meng shook his head helplessly. At this time, Lin Xiling made a cup of green tea for Wang Meng, and brought it over with a trace of laziness and a trace of spring beauty. When Wang Meng glanced intently, he knew what had happened to the two of them just now, and he understood why Lin Feng was so tired. After Lin Xiling went out, Wang Meng sighed. Xiao Lin, I don't want to care about your private life, but I still say that you must cherish your own body. As your friend, I have a word to remind you. Female sex hurts your body. Too much indulge in women's sex is not good for people. Wang Meng said bluntly. Lin Feng was suddenly embarrassed. For Wang Meng, Lin Feng was full of respect and respect in his heart. This man was a man of iron and blood, who was able to travel thousands of miles to Africa single-handedly in order to recover the material that was intercepted from the car. This pride is what a beggar Yunshan is, not inferior to any hero in Jin Yong's works, and it is admirable. Therefore, even though Lin Feng felt embarrassed by Wang Meng's remarks, he did not feel any discomfort. Moreover, what Wang Meng said was indeed the truth. Warm Township is the tomb of heroes. Brother Meng, I know. Lin Feng nodded, but he was weak and lacking in breath while speaking. Wang Meng shook his head helplessly. After thinking for a while, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth. Xiao Lin, in this way, starting from today, I will personally serve as your bodyguard and teach you a kind of kung fu. As long as you work hard and practice hard, this kind of kung fu can help you prolong your life and stay energetic. And in some respects, it will also help. Wang Meng said with an extremely solemn expression, but after I teach it to you, you can never teach it to anyone without my permission. Otherwise, I will definitely abandon your kung fu, and the person who has been taught by you. Also, I will abolish martial arts. Lin Feng was taken aback. Abandoning kung fu, isn't this something that only exists in the inside? It will also exist in reality, which is too scary. However, from the people who have been in contact with Wang Meng for several years, Lin Feng also learned from Li Ru and other populations, as well as ordinary observations, that Wang Meng does have some internal strength, but in Wang Meng's words, this is not internal strength. Far from being as exaggerated as it is, it's just a technique of voicing that can give full play to one's own potential than ordinary people. Before that, Lin Feng was also thinking about learning this technique, but was rejected by Wang Meng's family martial arts, and there were only a few people in the Lania Security Company apprentice Wang Meng, a traditional apprentice. Therefore, Lin Feng later dispelled this idea. Anyway, I don't know how to protect myself, so I don't have to worry about my safety. But never thought, today Wang Meng is actively willing to fight his own set of vomiting skills. Moreover, hearing that it was helpful in that respect, for Lin Feng, it was simply overjoyed. You know, for a long time, after owning Li Zhu, Avril Lavigne, and Huang Meixi, Lin Feng can still handle it. But that was because the three people got together, and Lin Feng occasionally dealt with it alone. If they were together, Lin Feng would definitely be too much to ask himself. Now there are many sexy stunners Lin Xiling, and Lin Feng is secretly bitter. Now, Wang Meng is suddenly willing to teach this magical kung fu. Lin Feng is naturally overjoyed. As for the leakage, Lin Feng is not that stupid yet. There is an old saying, we cherish ourselves. Even a broom must be cherished. not to mention such precious kung fu, Lin Feng will not spread it. Wang Meng nodded. This skill must not be leaked. This is his famous kung fu, which can greatly explore the human body's own potential. Although you can't open mountains and cracks, but you can cultivate to a high level with a big tree with a thick arm, and there is no big problem. If this spreads to the treacherous generation, the destructive power will be great. Therefore, Wang Meng was very cautious when selecting descendants. Prior to this, Wang Meng did not intend to teach it to Lin Feng. First of all, Lin Feng has already passed the time of martial arts. Even if he cultivates, he can only strengthen his body, but not achieve great results. Second, Lin Feng's behavior is indeed a bit too public, and Wang Meng is also afraid that Lin Feng's learning will cause unnecessary trouble. But now, with the development of Lin Feng's career, his behavior is slowly changing. Although his behavior is still public, it is only a publicity in his style, not an extreme personal behavior. What's more, now Lin Feng's body is beginning to go from bad to worse as the number of confidants around him increases. For many of its companies, Lin Feng is the pillar and Optimus Prime. In particular, Lin Feng is of great significance to the image of the country nowadays, not to mention that for hundreds of millions of young people in China, it is also an example worth learning and following. Under this circumstance, Wang Meng also moved the idea of teaching Lin Feng this set of tuna kung fu. Okay, then I will first teach you some basic introductory vomiting techniques. You need to practice this vomiting technique for 30 minutes every morning, noon, and midnight, without interruption. After 10 days, I will teach it to your other vomiting skills. Wang Meng said solemnly. Lin Feng nodded, his face serious. The standing period is just right. The arms are folded in the arms, the energy is calm, the heart is clear and the appearance is respectful. Wang Meng slowly described the vomiting skills, and at the same time pointed Lin Feng some related actions. After half an hour, Lin Feng gasped slightly, and looked at his own changes. He was secretly speechless. Just now after half an hour, Lin Feng felt physically exhausted and fatigued all over. Although he still feels tired now, his whole body is more energetic and his body is full of strength. Amazing, amazing. Lin Feng clenched a fist and sighed. Wang Meng nodded. He also didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a realm with such a short time. Obviously, Lin Feng is a martial artist, but it's a pity that he is a little older, otherwise he might be able to create a new world in martial arts. After waiting for Lin Feng to reminisce about what he had just done, Wang Meng let Lin Feng take a bath and stepped into the subject. Xiao Lin, what is your intention to let me come over this time? Training the homeless young people of the Infinite Love Express Company so that they can return to the right way from the disorderly life. I don't think I need it, Wang Meng said bluntly. For Wang Meng's current status, it is not worth using Wang Meng to control all of the business of the Lania Security Company at home and abroad, and to train these young people in the UK. There are too many people in the Lania Security Company to use, so Wang Meng will follow. Shanghai rushed over. It was a bit of an overkill. Lin Feng smiled. Brother Meng, let you come over this time. Naturally, it's not just a simple training for them. Lin Feng looked at Wang Meng with a meaningful smile. Wang Meng's brows twitched. Could Lin Feng have any other ideas? Immediately, Lin Feng walked to the map of Britain and made a few marks on it with a pen and connected them with lines. Brother Meng, you see, this is the main city where these homeless young people gather. It is almost all over the UK cities and towns, with a total of 15,320 people. These people wander around all the year round. The background is very knowledgeable. If you can use them for your own use, I think this will be a great help, Lin Feng said with a longing vision. Wang Meng's brows twitched. Xiao Lin, do you want to enter the underworld? Wang Meng said displeased. Wang Meng personally hated those underworld elements very much, and he absolutely didn't want Lin Feng to be involved in the underworld. Lin Feng shook his head. No, I don't want to enter the underworld. I just help to use this to collect intelligence on all levels of British society. Although they are at the bottom of society, they have their own channels through which they can obtain a lot of British intelligence. Today, although the United Kingdom is no longer the empire that the sun never sets in the past, it still plays an important role in the world financial industry, especially in Europe, and it also plays a pivotal role. My career, the focus of the future is Europe, and I need them. What's more, this time there is an opportunity. If you don't make good use of it, it would be a pity. Lin Feng explained. For a businessman, what he looks forward to is the future. Today, although I don't see any benefit in doing this, it may be in the future. What's more, this time Suleiman paid for their training fees. If Lin Feng makes good use of it, I am really sorry for the conscience of heaven and earth. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 861, Weird Last Wish. Lin Feng hopes to use this opportunity to integrate all homeless young people in the UK to spread an intelligence network in the UK. Although setting up an intelligence network in the UK does not benefit Lin Feng's current career, it will benefit Lin Feng's career in the long run. Although the United Kingdom is no longer the Great Britain's sunless empire, it is still one of the world's financial centers and the most important part of the European economic community. If a network of relations covering the entire United Kingdom can be laid here, the future benefits will not be great. It goes without saying, the 21st century is the century of information. If you have information, you can control everything. If you can grasp the information about the UK, Lin Feng's benefits are self-evident. Therefore, originally Lin Feng was prepared to spend his own money to cultivate this network, but now that Suleiman is the chief financial officer, Suleiman will naturally need to pay for it. Otherwise, I am so sorry that Suleiman spent hundreds of thousands of pounds to obtain the position of chief financial officer. Wang Meng nodded. In that case, he understood. He knew what to do. Later, after Wang Meng urged Lin Feng to remember to do something and practice every day, he turned and left. Begin to train those unemployed British youths who have become accustomed to being free and loose. During Wang Meng's training, Lin Feng took the Robert Home Equity Authorization Letter and went straight to Singapore to find Kudaba. Mr. Lin, congratulations, your Unlimited Express company has gained popularity in the UK, and then it will officially enter Europe. Kudaba sighed with great admiration. Originally, Lin Feng went to the UK this time to buy 7.51% of the Standard Chartered Bank shares in Robert Home. Kudaba has also been paying close attention to this matter. Unexpectedly, he did not receive Lin Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank from Robert Home. The news of the equity was informed by Lin Feng's establishment of the Unlimited Love Express Company in the UK. Although the ownership of this express company belongs to the British Charity Federation, Prince William is the Chief Executive Officer, Suleiman is the Chief Financial Officer, and Lin Feng is just a Chief Consultant. However, all middle-level and low-level managers of the express company are Lin. The people of FengDingDang.com, it can be said that this express company is actually in the hands of Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng has not gained any benefits for the time being, anyone with a discerning eye knows that in the future, once Dingdang.com decides to officially enter Europe, this Infinite Love Express company will become the bridgehead for Dingdang.com to enter Europe. In everyone's minds, the Infinite Love Express Company and the Infinite Express Company under the Dingdang network are almost the same. This advertising effect and nepotism cannot be bought with money. Clever. Kudaba had to admire Lin Feng's move, spending other people's money to do his own thing. This trick is borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Clever. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This time, my goal is not only to borrow chickens to lay eggs, but to borrow chickens to lay babies so that they can hatch more chicks with the surname Lin to help them earn more money. Of course, these Lin Feng will not tell anyone, except for a few people such as Wang Meng, will never let anyone know Lin Feng's intentions, otherwise once it spreads out, it will definitely cause an uproar in the UK. Moreover, the British government will never allow a foreigner to deploy such a large intelligence network in the UK. By the way, Mr. Lin, I wonder if you have taken the Standard Chartered Bank equity from Robert Home. Kudiba couldn't help being curious and asked with concern. Originally, if Lin Feng acquired a 7.51% stake in Robert Home, it would logically be notified to the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank, but so far there has been no news, which surprised Kudiba very much. For Kudiba, Lin Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank was just a business for him, and the higher the price was. However, Kudiba is already old, sick, and many children. This makes Kudiba very concerned about Lin Feng's acquisition. His 14.99% of the shares are enough for him to fulfill his last wish in his life. Lin Feng nodded. Lao Ku, I have acquired the equity of Robert Home, but it has not been announced to the public for the time being. Lin Feng did not explain too deeply. Now he and Kudiba are only exchanges of interests, and the two sides have a relationship with each other. There is no close friendship. Lin Feng will naturally not tell Kudiba of all his actions. Kudiba nodded. Although he didn't know how Lin Feng bought it, he just had to take it. Now is the question of the transfer of 14.99% of the equity in his hand. Mr. Lin, regarding the equity transfer in my hand, I think you are determined to get it for me. Although I am a Singaporean, I also have Chinese blood left on me, so I also tend to sell it to a Chinese. Kudiba said very sincerely, but at the end of the speech, his tone changed. Mr. Lin, you also know that I am 86 years old this year. It can be said that it is time to know the destiny. What's more, I am not in good health now. I am afraid that my time is short. The only thing I can't let go of is my 14-year-old child who is not considered a weapon. Kudiba sighed slightly. He has a total of 14 children, 3 sons and 11 daughters. He was born to his 2 wives, and his family relationships can be described as complicated. Although at present, it is still peaceful. But that is that he is still alive and still holds great power in his hands. And many children dare not make a mistake. But what if he died? What would happen to these children? Will it be all over the city to fight for the inheritance, and lose his old face like Kudiba? Kudiba didn't dare to imagine that if it was true in the end, he would definitely die. When a person lives his life, he cares about face. Even though I want to face and suffer, everyone is already 86. The only thing I can care about and cherish is this old face on my body. Therefore, he needs to find someone to look over his property and take care of his children, so that the inheritance he has worked so hard for all his life will not be destroyed by these children. Kudiba has chosen this candidate for 10 years. He has also searched for many candidates, but he was not afraid of the other party's forgotten justice, and finally took the opportunity to devour his own property for his own benefit, leaving his children in a homeless situation in the end. But he was afraid. The opponent's ability is not enough to deter his 14 children, but it makes things more difficult. Finally, after thinking about it, Kudiba was completely desperate. Such a candidate is too difficult to find. In this world, there should not be such a person. In desperation, he was already preparing to auction all the properties that might be auctioned, and then evenly distribute them to these children. The province himself was unstable after his death, and his old face was lost by these children. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng turned out a week ago and proposed to acquire 14.99% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank in his own hands, which made Kudiba see hope. First of all, Lin Feng is rich, much richer than him. His fortune is only about $2 billion, while Lin Feng has about $57 billion, making him the richest man in the world. With Lin Feng's financial resources, he would not risk being pricked by the people of the world to do this kind of thing. It was not worth it. The ambition of a person who can become the world's richest man at the age of 23 cannot be controlled by $2 billion. As for ability, would a person who can become the world's richest man at the age of 23 be incapable? At least driving his 14 children who are not considered tools is more than robbing. Kudiba knows too much about his 14 children. The 3 sons are a bit clever, but they are more than conservative and lack innovation. let alone fighting against Lin Feng, who can play Suleiman. That's a far cry. As for the 11 daughters, Kudiba unceremoniously said that they were just a bunch of rice worms. Of course, this is also related to the customs of Malaysia. Kudiba was a Malaysian in his early years and later became a Singaporean citizen. In short, apart from being lazy and buying brand name clothing, the most important thing for these 11 daughters is to be smart. Therefore, Lin Feng is the best candidate in Kudiba's mind. What's more, Lin Feng now needs 14.99% of the Standard Chartered Bank shares in Kudiba's hands. This is really good news. The only trouble is, what did he use to impress Lin Feng? Let Lin Feng do such thankless things. In short, why does Lin Feng help him? Mr. Lin, 14.99% of the Standard Chartered Bank shares in my hand can be sold to you at the current market price, but you must help me fulfill a wish. Kudiba took out a contract from the side of his handbag. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Selling the stock to himself at the current market price really makes Lin Feng different. Nowadays, Citigroup, Rice Bank, etc. have all made quotations that are at least 20% higher than the market price, and Kudiba will actually sell it to himself at the market price, which is beyond Lin Feng's expectation. But after hearing Kudiba's words, Lin Feng suddenly realized, originally, this market price sale was not unconditional, but I didn't know what Kudiba's wish was. Lin Feng's right hand tapped a few times on Kudiba's contract. After thinking for a moment, he took a breath and opened the contract. Regardless of what this contract is written in, Lin Feng has done so many things now, and Kudiba's 14.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank are determined to be acquired. Of course, once opened, Lin Feng would not be able to retreat, and all that was left was the negotiation of the benefits and the price to be paid. 30 minutes later, Lin Feng closed the contract with a weird look. Old Ku, do you trust me like this? Are you afraid that I will swallow your property? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Hee, if the world's richest man would embezzle my wealth at the expense of fame, I will admit it, Kudiba said indifferently. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He also did not expect that Kudiba's conditions were such that after his death, Lin Feng would help his children take over the power of his listed companies, Goodwood Park Hotel Co., Limited and Maybank, and he would not be allowed to create it carefully. The power of the company is left to others. Kudiba was too relieved of himself. But as Kudiba said, he really can't commit himself to embezzle this property at the cost of breaking the backbone of the world for the property of about $2 billion. If one day, Lin Feng would risk being pricked in the backbone by the people of the world, it would be at least a tens of billions of dollars in industry, not this mere $2 billion. Too little. Too little. However, letting Lin Feng help him take care of his children so that he can successfully take over his subsidiary Goodwood Park Hotel Co., Limited and Maybank, which is not a small trouble. There is no other reason. There are too many things involved and Kudiba's housework is involved. If he agrees, Lin Feng will play the role of a villain. Although the truth will definitely come to light in the end, the negative evaluation that Lin Feng has received during this period cannot be compensated by the 14.99% Standard Chartered stock price difference. Of course, once agreed, this will save Lin Feng about $600,800 million in acquisition funds, which is an extremely lucrative reward. However, Lin Feng is the richest man in the world, and it is not enough for Lin Feng to assume the notoriety of this whale-swallowing Kudiba heritage. What's more, if these descendants of Kudiba are really ineffective in the future, what should I do? I am not a 24-hour nanny. I can always take care of it. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Kudiba naturally understood what Lin Feng was considering, but he was also prepared. Mr. Lin, I also purchased an additional 1.71% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank from the market. As a reward, I will give this 1.71% of the shares to Mr. Lin free of charge as a reward for this matter. Of course, I also hope that my children will be paid in the future. If we encounter any difficulties, if Mr. Lin can, I hope that Mr. Lin can help him. Kudaba took out a free equity transfer agreement from his briefcase. Lin Feng looked slightly surprised. If you count this 1.71% of the shares, plus Kudaba's 14.99% of the shares, Lin Feng will own up to 43.7% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. It can be said that Standard Chartered Bank has been controlled and has absolute say in the board of directors. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's breath became muddy. Of course, what moved Lin Feng even more is that this is probably all the sincerity Kudaba can show. Although 1.71% of the shares are not many, it is probably all the cash Kudaba can mobilize at present. Headache. Lin Feng really had a headache. This is equivalent to saying that Kudaba used a total of 16.7% of Standard Chartered shares to tie himself to his family business. Of course, the return on profits is also huge. Counting before and after, Kudaba paid close to $1 billion of course. Most of the $1 billion was the difference between the purchase price offered by Citigroup and others, and he was very sincere. However, if Lin Feng agreed, it would be really troublesome. Mr. Lin, if these children of mine are really ineffective, there will be a lawyer to announce another will of me. Therefore, Mr. Lin can rest assured that you will never let you take care of my children for the rest of your life. Kudabara with the most general assassin. Kudaba worked hard for his children to have their own face. I just don't know if he will succeed with this painstaking effort. Lin Feng sighed secretly when he heard this. Kudaba is 86 years old this year, and he is still working for his children, and even asks himself with a little shame to ask. Lin Feng is moved by his love for his children alone. Okay, Mr. Ku, I agree. Lin Feng signed his name on the contract. After all, this contract will not take effect until Mr. Ku passes away. Who knows if other changes will happen in the past few years. Besides, Lin Feng really needs the shares of Standard Chartered Bank now. Kudaba was pleased to see Lin Feng signing the name. He finally had no regrets. The next day, when Lin Feng and Kudaba held a press conference announcing that Lin Feng had acquired 14.99% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank from Kudaba, the world was shocked. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 862. On August 26, 2008, when Lam Feng and Kudaba held a press conference in Singapore, they announced that Lam Feng had acquired 14.99% of Standard Chartered Bank in Kudaba's hands at a price of 113 Hong Kong dollars per share and a total capital of $2.718 billion. When the shares were held, all the reporters attending the meeting were shocked unparalleled. Recently, the 14.99% of Standard Chartered Bank shares in Kudaba's hands have been attracting attention from all walks of life. Citigroup, Rice Bank, Goldman Sachs Investment Bank, including Temasek Holdings and other investment groups are all eyeing Kudaba's shares of Standard Chartered Bank. This has also led many media to speculate that the 14.99% of Standard Chartered Bank shares in Kudaba's hands will eventually be held. Who will get it? After all, Kudaba is 86 years old and is not in good health. He has many children and grandchildren and was born to 2 wives, and he has no intention of holding shares in Standard Chartered Bank. Therefore, Kudaba's shares in Standard Chartered Bank are undoubtedly the best. The solution is to sell it. But no one thought that Kudaba would actually transfer 14.99% of his shares to Lin Feng, the world's richest man from China who suddenly smashed out of the sky. You must know that although there are many companies under Lin Feng, they are all in the 3 industries of IT, entertainment, and sports. Not to mention the financial industry. There is not even a traditional industrial company. But just like that, Lin Feng actually acquired 14.99% of the Standard Chartered Bank shares in Kudaba's hands, which is really shocking. What is even more shocking is that Kudiba actually sold it at the market price. Outsiders estimate that Kudiba's 14.99% of the shares will at least exceed 30% of the market price under the rush of many groups, who would have expected Kudiba to sell it at the original price. Global uproar. This acquisition was beyond everyone's expectation. And it was too shocking. Especially those many groups that were determined to win before are even more shocked and unable to believe this fact. What? Kudiba sold the shares of Standard Chartered Bank to Lin Feng at the original price. Is he crazy? Citigroup President Prince was speechless in consternation when he heard the news. This is really incomprehensible. How could Lin Feng buy a bank's shares? It doesn't match his main business at all. And what makes Prince even more incomprehensible is how Kudiba agreed to sell his shares in Standard Chartered Bank to Lin Feng at the market price. This is incredible. Citigroup President Prince didn't understand, and even the British Rice Bank didn't understand. That year 1986, Rice Bank wanted to acquire Standard Chartered Bank, but returned with bitterness because of the actions of Kudiba, Bao Yugang and Robert Home. This time Kudiba was ill, and his age had reached the age of knowing the destiny, and his children and grandchildren were not interested in holding shares in Standard Chartered Bank. So Rice Bank again had the idea of acquiring Standard Chartered Bank and began to actively contact Kudiba. Even a quote that was 30% higher than the market price was released, but Kudiba has not received a positive response. Unexpectedly, just when Rice Bank was about to meet with Kudiba again, it was unexpected that Lin Feng had acquired 14.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in Kudiba's hands, and Rice Bank was dumbfounded on the spot. The 14.99% bank shares held by Kudiba are in the hands of others, and Rice Bank still hopes to obtain it through negotiation or other means. But when it came to Lin Feng's hands, that was the truth that Yuan didn't spit out. As one of the largest banks in the UK, Rice Bank naturally also has information about Lin Feng. After all, it is uncertain when Lin Feng, the world's richest man, will seek financing from Rice Bank. Therefore, Rice Bank has already done some investigation and evaluation of Lin Feng, and it can be said that he knows a lot about him. To put it bluntly, there is no reason why Lin Feng bought something again. Of course, the only time it spit out was when the company Aquantive, which was acquired for $180 million, was sold to Microsoft for $2.75 billion, earning a full $2.57 billion in a year. In addition, there is no precedent for anything that Lin Feng bought. Rice Bank wants to acquire 14.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank just acquired from Lin Feng. According to the analysis of the investment department of Rice Bank, if Lin Feng wants to be moved, at least the purchase price must be too high to 300 Hong Kong dollars per share. Think about it. And 300 Hong Kong dollars per share, this purchase price is far from being able to bear by Rice Bank. Moreover, Lin Feng is not short of money at all. Even if he acquires 14.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, Lin Feng still has $3.85 billion in cash in his hands. What's more, Lin Feng's private game company Second Game still has more than $5 billion in cash. If Lin Feng is short of money, he can allocate funds from Second Game. In a word, Lin Feng is not short of money. For such a person who is not short of money, it is difficult to want him to spit out something. Compared with Citigroup and Rice Bank's incomprehension about Lin Feng's acquisition of Kudiba's Standard Chartered Bank, Goldman Sachs Investment Bank is undoubtedly more vigilant. Abby Cohen, the chief financial analyst of Goldman Sachs Investment Bank, was poached by Lin Feng and became a private investment consultant. And according to the information obtained by some senior members of the Goldman Sachs Investment Bank when chatting with Abby Cohen, Lin Feng has great ambitions. Is this acquisition of 14.99% of Standard Chartered Bank shares really just an investment activity? Although 2/3 of Standard Chartered Bank's business is in Asia, Lin Feng becomes the largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank, which will greatly benefit the expansion of its subsidiaries in Southeast Asia, and will have more convenience and speed in financing. But is Lin Feng's purpose really just like this? Goldman Sachs Investment Bank is skeptical, because Lin Feng is definitely not easy. Suddenly, it spanned from the IT entertainment sports industry to the financial industry. If there was only such a motivation, the Goldman Sachs Investment Bank would instinctively not believe it. But now there is no evidence to prove their suspicions and feelings, and they can only wait and see for the time being. Compared with the unwillingness of Citigroup and Rice Bank and the anxiety of Goldman Sachs, the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank issued a congratulatory message to Lin Feng as soon as possible after obtaining Lin Feng's acquisition of 14.99% of Standard Chartered Bank's shares in Kudaba's hand. Congratulations to Lin Feng for becoming Standard Chartered, the largest shareholder of the bank, and said that he would invite Lin Feng to attend the company's board of directors on September 1st. And promised in the fax that he would give Lin Feng an executive director position. Regarding this statement of Standard Chartered Bank, Lin Feng knew that he was showing his favor. After all, after Kudaba was ill and his children and grandchildren were not interested in holding shares in Standard Chartered Bank, the banking giants of various countries were eyeing Standard Chartered Bank and wanted to acquire Standard Chartered Bank to merge its Asian business. This makes Standard Chartered Bank extremely panic. Once Kudaba's shares are acquired by other banks, it will inevitably trigger a new round of mergers and acquisitions wars. No one knows who is going to die by that time. Now Lin Feng, who has never been involved in the financial industry, has acquired 14.99% of Kudaba's shares, which is definitely the best news for Standard Chartered Bank. In the view of the Standard Chartered Board of Directors, Lin Feng acquired Kudaba's shares in Standard Chartered Bank to facilitate the expansion of his company in Southeast Asia in the future. Regarding this point, Standard Chartered Bank is naturally very welcome, and Lin Feng, the world's richest man, can become the largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank, give him an executive director position and arrange a less important position to stabilize Standard Chartered Bank. That is the most important thing, a bargain. Therefore, Standard Chartered Bank immediately sent a congratulatory message to Lin Feng. Boss, what are you going to do? Abby Cohen looked at the congratulatory message from Standard Chartered Bank playfully. Secretly funny. I am afraid that Standard Chartered Bank does not know at this time. Lin Feng already holds 19.98% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. After counting the 1.71% of the shares that Kudaba will transfer to Lin Feng already owns 21.69% of the shares. Counting the shares held by Bao Pili and Robert Home, I am afraid that the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank will never send this congratulatory message again. Well, go to the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank on September 1st. Lin Feng smiled. Mrs. Bao, I will attend the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank on September 1st. Are you interested in seeing it together? Lin Feng immediately called Bao Pili. Thank you, Lin Dong, I must be there on time. Bao Pili couldn't help feeling joy when she heard the words, and immediately agreed. When Bao Pili's father, Bao Yugang, was in critical condition, he was held hostage by the Standard Chartered Board of Directors and was forced to sign an unequal treaty. The 14.5% of Standard Chartered Bank in his hands could not be sold to outsiders, which made Bao Pili always angry. Unfair, has been thinking about venting evil for his father. This time, Lin Feng asked him to participate in the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank, which is the best opportunity. Bao Pili can imagine what the expression will be when these British directors of Standard Chartered Bank hear that Lin Feng already holds 43.7% of the shares in his hands and has the absolute right to speak. Bao Pili looks forward to it very much. Of course, I am very grateful to Lin Feng for giving him an opportunity to witness the collapse of the directors of Standard Chartered Bank. By the way, Lin Dong, how do you respond to the expectations of domestic buyers? Bao Pili reminded. Abby Cohen also reminded Lin Feng from the side. According to data, Lin Feng's silence has begun to affect the domestic market share of its second world and phantom technology. It is very simple. Although the personal influence of these buyers is limited, they can create a pressure of public opinion that everyone cannot ignore. For those real estate developers, no matter how great the pressure of public opinion is, it will not crush them. After all, the reason for the high housing prices lies in the high land prices. The reason for the high land price lies in the high prices sold by the local municipal government. The reason for the high sales of the local municipal government is that the country needs to develop. It can be said that real estate developers simply do not catch the appeal of these buyers. But Lin Feng is different. Lin Feng has been silent for this period of time. These home buyers have joined forces to create momentum on the internet and have begun to influence the customer base of second world and phantom technology. In particular, many home buyers themselves are customers of second world and phantom technology. Lin Feng thought for a while. To decide everything is to wait for the complete acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank. Now, Lin Feng is very much looking forward to seeing what the British representatives of Standard Chartered Bank will look like on September 9th. Back then, Britain used opium and artillery to blast open the door of China, and now Lin Feng will blast open the door of Britain with money. Courtesy. 3 chapters are over, continue tomorrow. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 863 Woman's Revenge? The aftermath of Lin Feng's acquisition of 14.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank by Kudaba was not over, and the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank invited Lin Feng to participate in the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank on September 1st. This is an irritating thing for all Chinese people. Exciting news. The acquisition of British banks by the Chinese has never happened before, especially since the reform and opening up. In order to attract foreign investment, many domestic enterprises have sought foreign investment mergers in order to seek development under the great wave of reforms. However, for more than 20 years of reform and opening up, for the Chinese people, they only saw that state-owned enterprises were constantly being invaded by foreign capital, and state-owned brands that had developed hard to be acquired by foreign capital were then abandoned. National brands have become victims of foreign-funded enterprises' iron shoes, ideally, with the help of foreign capital. The situation of development and growth is unseen. In the face of this situation, the Chinese people are angry and mourn their misfortune. Although many domestic companies have been thinking about acquiring foreign companies afterwards, they are either just thundering without training, or they are acquiring departments or businesses that foreign companies do not need at a high price. There has never been a precedent for acquiring foreign large-scale multinational companies, especially in the financial industry. Has always been maintained by European and American companies, and there is no place for Chinese companies at all. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng is now saying no to this. He bought 14.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in Kudaba's hands and became the largest shareholder of this 100-year-old British local bank. This is true. Excited all Chinese people. There was a joyous voice from all over the country, believing that this was a milestone for China to truly become prosperous and start anti-invading foreign companies. It is believed that Lin Feng's move will truly kick off the acquisition of overseas companies by state-owned enterprises. Although Lin Feng has only become the largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank, he has not yet joined the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank, becoming a truly powerful executive director. But this is already an improvement for the Chinese people. Many netizens even shouted that Lin Feng would acquire Standard Chartered Bank and become the first Chinese holding bank and owning a private bank. Regarding the expectations and heated discussions of domestic netizens, many so-called domestic experts once again jumped out to analyze. After the final discussion, Many experts concluded that although Lin Fengyi is the richest man in the world and owns 14.99% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, he becomes the largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank. However, in the face of the united British forces of Standard Chartered Bank, he can only bow his head. At most, it is an ordinary executive director who has a spare job and is in charge of some unimportant departments. Because Lin Feng is Chinese after all, and Standard Chartered Bank is a British bank, especially with the right to issue Hong Kong dollars, the British side will never allow him to be supervised by a Chinese. Absolutely not. The reason why the British government handed over Hong Kong so happily back then was that Hong Kong's economy was actually under the control of the British side. Its Hong Kong dollar issuance rights are mainly in Standard Chartered Bank and HSBC, and these two banks are British banks. As long as the Hong Kong dollar is controlled, Hong Kong's financial lifeline will be grasped to a certain extent. What's more, in the eyes of many domestic experts, Lin Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank is also to facilitate the company's financing and fundraising. Although Lin Feng and ICBC have a very good relationship and have jointly developed domestic personal low-value credit cards, all products under dingdang.com, as long as dingdang.com customers reach a certain degree of credit, they can use installment payment for purchases. But Lin Feng's industry has now gone abroad and spread all over Southeast Asia. If you want to raise funds, it will naturally be inconvenient to go through the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Acquiring certain shares of Standard Chartered Bank and becoming a major shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank will be more flexible in financing in the future. In particular, foreign banks will have more freedom in financing and there is no need to worry about some privacy issues. For this extremely rigorous and accurate analysis by many experts, many excited netizens are as if they were thrown cold water on their heads, and suddenly became unhappy. Originally, it was hoped that Lin Feng could own Standard Chartered Bank and regain half of the issuance rights of the Hong Kong dollar, so that Hong Kong truly belongs to China. It seems impossible at present. There was a voice of sorrow across the country for Lin Feng's visit to the Standard Chartered Bank's board of directors on September 1st. He suddenly lost a lot of expectations. At this time, Ma Huang was receiving a distinguished guest at the headquarters of Tencent in Shenzhen. Director Liu, should you think more about it? Ma Huang looked at the jeweled lady in front of her with a frown. This lady is one of the directors of South Africa's MI Group, holding 11.2% of the shares of South Africa's MI Group, while South Africa's MI Group holds 35.71% of the shares of Tencent and is the largest shareholder of Tencent. And because the current director Liu owns shares of South African MI, and because of the Chinese, he became one of the executive directors of South African MI Group in Tencent. It's just that the South African MI Group does not participate in Tencent's administrative management due to an agreement between the two parties. But not participating does not mean that you cannot participate. The contract signed at the beginning was originally a contract of intent, and Ma Huang believed that as long as he did well, the contract would remain effective. After all, MHI in South Africa is not a fool, and will not suddenly intervene in the company's administrative management when the company's performance is booming, disrupting the originally good prospects. But who could have expected that Director Liu suddenly came today, proposed a brand new plan, and asked Ma Huang to implement it as soon as possible? This gave Ma Huang a particularly headache. Of course, this is not to say that this plan is not good or how bad it is. On the contrary, this plan is very operational and has a bright market prospect. But there is one drawback, and only this one, and that is that this plan will completely offend Lin Feng. Yes, it is to offend Lin Feng, to offend today's richest man in the world, and also the owner of 10% of Tencent's equity. Ma Dong, you have to know that you are the chairman of Tencent, the founder of Tencent, and you are responsible for Tencent. I think this plan is very feasible. Given Tencent's current market position in mainland China, As long as this plan is launched, it will definitely be very popular with users. I don't know what you are hesitating. Miss Liu hummed softly. Ma Huang looked helpless. How can he not hesitate? The plan proposed by Miss Liu is to launch PayPay.com and DingDang.com under Lin Feng to snatch C2C customer resources. As the current focus of DingDang.com is on B2C and the review of its merchants' personal data is too rigorous, many individual businesses have complained. Moreover, DingDang.com requires every merchant to pay a certain deposit to prevent individual businesses have committed fraud and other behaviors. The move of DingDang.com was originally to protect the rights and interests of consumers, but there is no doubt that the threshold for individual businesses has been raised, and the capital turnover period of many individual businesses has been extended, which invisibly increased costs. This makes many individual businesses extremely dissatisfied, even a little bit complain. At this time, if Tencent launches PayPay.com, it will undoubtedly cater to the liking of a large number of individual merchants. Coupled with Tencent's market share of instant messaging in the mainland China market, Ma Huang can expect that PayPay.com will be fast rise, and even replace DingDong.com as the largest personal trading platform in the future. DingDong.com has changed from a single C2C person-to-person transaction to a B2C business-to-person transaction. Therefore, DingDong.com can no longer be called a personal online trading platform in the strict sense. However, in this way, Lin Feng is bound to anger. Based on Ma Huang's understanding of Lin Feng will never allow anyone or the company to provoke him. Whether it is for the company's or personal interests, Lin Feng will definitely take action against him, and it will never be a challenge. The act of mercilessly beheading dissidents. Therefore, Ma Huang's heart is full of fear. Although he wants to develop Tencent, he must not offend Lin Feng, otherwise, if Lin Feng retaliates, Ma Huang asks himself that he cannot bear Lin Feng's anger. Ma Dong, do not you always be willing to pressure the forest below it? Tencent instant messaging market in control of the domestic market share of 98%, with a membership of millions, but now with the young people to grow another 10 years. In 20 years, I am afraid that more than half of the people in China will use Tencent in the future. Ma Dong, you are a smart person and you should know what a fortune this is. Are you willing to always be used by Lin Feng and just become a puppet of Lin Feng? Miss Liu's tone was extremely acrid, and she was picking Ma Huang's painful ribs everywhere, making Ma Huang particularly uncomfortable when she heard it, and a little irritability rose in her heart inexplicably. But Ma Huang was still full of hesitation in his heart. He does want to develop Tencent, but he offends Lin Feng to be unwilling, not to mention that the two sides are currently in a sweet period of cooperation. Moreover, Tencent also relied on Second World Games, allowing QQ to gradually go abroad and compete with communication tools such as ICQ abroad. These are the benefits brought about by the cooperation between the two sides. If this relationship is broken, Ma Huang does not know what will happen then. Ma Dong, you should know that if Tencent wants to develop, it must expand into different areas. These areas are now covered by Lin Feng. Unless you don't want to develop Tencent, you will definitely offend Lin Feng. Miss Liu continued to lobby. If you are a man, you should have the courage to swallow the mountains and rivers. What's more, in this matter, Tencent is invincible. There is only one day left for QQ. If domestic netizens are still using QQ, Tencent will not fail. Ma Huang absolutely agrees with Miss Liu on this point. The reason why Tencent is different from other companies and has more advantages than other IT companies including Lin Feng's Second World is that there are 120 million registered users of QQ and QQ. More on this in the future. This is the unique capital owned by Tencent. And unlike the registered player accounts owned by other game companies, players cannot play a game, but it is impossible not to use QQ. If this battle is lost, Tencent still has a way to retreat, continue to be the leader of instant messaging, and slowly accumulate strength to make a comeback. To win, it will ride the wind and waves, expand new profit points for Tencent, and can really squeeze out the mountain that weighs on all domestic IT companies. Lin Feng's second world. Of course, this is just squeezing out, because the second world also has resources that other domestic IT companies, including most IT companies in the world, did not have. AMD and ATI, the most important on personal computers of two accessories. What Ma Huang admired Lin Feng most was AMD and ATI, which had been in a state of serious losses in the mergers and acquisitions. Although the second world spent the past 2 years and used personal influence to bring a large number of domestic orders for AMD and ATI, AMD and ATI barely reached a balance of payments, and the profit ratio was increased. That said, it's not worthwhile. But Ma Huang still admired Lin Feng's move at the time. Just such a move made the second world invincible. After owning AMD and ATI, as Lin Feng Chinese, almost half of the computer orders in the Chinese mainland market have all become Lin Feng's second world possessions. Regarding this obvious local protectionism, Color Intel has repeatedly protested, but it can only protest. Just like every time the United States is about to attack a certain country, the United Nations can only protest, without playing any practical role. Thinking of this, Ma Huang's heart also moved. The same undefeated companies, one with absolute technology and one with absolute network resources. Why can the second world be able to respond to 100 responses and dominate the group, but its own Tencent can only be the second seat? He can become the richest man in the world. Why can't he? Even if you can't become the richest man in the world, it's good to be able to double your wealth several times. People are not for themselves, and the earth will die. Besides, the princes and generals would rather have a kind. There was a throbbing in Ma Huang's heart. Lin Feng's success stimulated all IT giants. Almost all domestic IT talents took Lin Feng as their goal and example. No one wanted to succeed, especially now that there is a chance. The question is, whether Ma Huang is willing to take this step. Miss Liu looked at Ma Huang's face, and didn't say anything. Some things need to be figured out personally. No matter how many others say, it's no use. But this time, regardless of whether Ma Huang agrees or not, she must deal with Lin Feng. Of course, if Ma Huang agrees, then it would be better. The two sides will work together to discuss how to deal with Lin Feng's strength. If Ma Huang does not cooperate, she will directly ask Mi Group to authorize it. The group owns 35.71% of the shares. As long as it is acquired on the market, it can overwhelm the holdings of Ma Huang and others and obtain the right to make a decision. In short, in Miss Liu's mind, this time, Lin Feng must be dealt with anyway, and Lin Feng must pay the price. Who made Lin Feng bully her precious son Xiaqian? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 864 Difficult Choices. Who is this Miss Liu? Why must Lin Feng take revenge? It turns out that Miss Liu is not someone else, but Xiaqian, his mother. After Xiaqian was beaten by Lin Feng in New York last time, out of overall consideration, Xiaqian was forced to change his mouth. However, the US has also made careful arrangements and wanted to punish Lin Feng. As a result, Xiaqian, his change of slogan meant that all the plans were fought. After repeated negotiations with the US FBI, Xiaqian insisted to the death that he was injured by a fall, not by someone else. As for the 4 FBI detectives who were knocked out from behind, Xiaqian also said that he didn't know about it because he didn't see it. In desperation, the furious FBI raided all of Xiaqian his crimes in the United States and sent him to prison. Finally, the dignified son of the deputy mayor of the capital went to jail in the United States for 3 years, which made Xiaqian's mother, Miss Liu, extremely resentful. With her husband Xi as deputy mayor unable to avenge her son, Miss Liu decided to take action on her own and declare war on Lin Feng. The best declaring weapon selected by Miss Liu is Tencent, because at present, only Tencent in China has the qualification to challenge Lin Feng, and no other IT company can challenge Lin Feng. After all, there are 120 million QQ users that no one can ignore. Therefore, The first step for Miss Liu is to let Tencent launch PayPay.com to snatch the personal business resources of DingDang.com. Later, QQ Video, QQ Music and more QQ games will be launched direct to Lin Feng's lifeblood today, the game industry and trading platform, as well as other industries. Of course, Miss Liu also knows that it is impossible to kill Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng has become the climate and the richest man in the world. If she wants to kill him, let alone she does not have this ability, even if she has it, the price will be great, far beyond the price she can bear. But for her, her son was bullied, and even if she couldn't get justice for her son, she would have to bite him. Ma Huang hesitated for a long time, but couldn't make up his mind. After all, this is an unsuccessful and benevolent decision, and in Ma Huang's mind, he believes that this plan is more likely to be benevolent. In particular, the launch of PayPay.com, in Ma Huang's view, is undoubtedly opening a Pandora's box. A Pandora's box that will release the devil in Lin Feng's heart. But Ma Huang had a little expectation in his heart. I hope that if it succeeds, Tencent's profits and market value will double, and it will even become the flagship company of Chinese IT companies. Ma Dong, what are you thinking about? You know, time waits for no one. Now Lin Feng is being dragged by Standard Chartered Bank, and the domestic real estate industry has been paying close attention to him. He can now be said to be a clone. Lack of skills is our best opportunity. You should know that the core character of the Second World game software department is not the programmer, not the leader of the 7-game development team, nor the developer. The Jade of the ergonomic system is not Wu Zhao or Pu, but Lin Feng. Lin Feng is very important to the Second World. Without Lin Feng, I believe that the response speed of the Second World is absolute under our expectations. Miss Liu said confidently. For Miss Liu's analysis, Ma Huang, who has been in friendship with Lin Feng for several years, can't be more clear. Lin Feng has made great contributions to the development of the Second World. It can be said that every takeoff of the Second World is closely related to Lin Feng. Without Lin Feng, Second World is just a second-rate game company. But with Lin Feng, Second World has now become one of the world's top game companies, ranking second only to EA, Nintendo, and Lin Feng's influence is evident from the few game companies such as Ubisoft. Now, for some reason, Lin Feng suddenly became interested in the financial industry. He actually bought the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. He also established the Second Real Estate Co. Limited to enter the real estate industry. The result was not even started. Ma Huang couldn't understand it. Of course, expanding into multiple fields can diversify risks to the greatest extent. But Lin Feng inevitably involves too many fields. This is no longer a field that a company should be involved in, but a group or a consortium. Ma Huang said that he didn't understand, and he didn't understand why Lin Feng was like this. But this is indeed an opportunity, taking advantage of Lin Feng's distraction to rise up. However, there are still many worries in Ma Huang's mind. The longer he gets along with Lin Feng, the more Ma Huang feels that Lin Feng is unfathomable. This person always seems to be able to grasp the rhythm of the market and grasp the future direction, and the precision is frightening. Of course, what is even more frightening is his mentality of revenge. You and him are naturally very happy to be friends. He will never do anything to be sorry for his friends. On the contrary, he will try his best to help wherever he can. But if he is an enemy, Ma Huang knows that the new Wolfnet was being demolished by Lin Feng. The tiles did not remain. The reason why Lin Feng did this was only because New Wolfnet snatched the operation rights of Magic Baby from Lin Feng by relatively despicable means. Now he launches PayPay.com and other websites similar to Second World. Although this is a normal business competition, based on Lin Feng's relationship with him, and Lin Feng's 10% stake in Tencent, Ma Huang's move was regarded as stabbing Lin Feng in the back, and this would undoubtedly completely offend Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's personality and his means of acting, he will definitely not let go of himself and Tencent. I am afraid that Lin Feng will not give up if he doesn't tear down Tencent. In this way, the risk is too great. Although Ma Huang didn't know what Lin Feng had done, He couldn't figure it out. His mind and logic of action are not understandable by ordinary people. Thinking about it this way, Ma Huang felt a wordless fear again. He didn't know what Lin Feng would do if he really stabbed Lin Feng in the back. This heart is too bottomless. Ma Huang really doesn't know how to choose. If you choose Miss Liu's plan, then you will be completely enemy of Lin Feng, and there will only be one in the end. If you choose to cooperate with Lin Feng, even though Ma Huang has lived in the shadow of Lin Feng all his life, he can make money safely. The two companies cooperate so closely. Ma Huang is convinced that Tencent will get better and better. How to choose? Ma Huang pressed his temple with a headache. This was really the most difficult choice. Probably it is also the hardest choice for Ma Huang in this life. Director Liu, in this case, please give me some time to think about it, Ma Huang said helplessly. This matter is too important and will affect Tencent's future. He must be cautious. Okay, Dong Ma, I hope you can consider it carefully. However, there are talents from generation to generation, and they have been leading the way for hundreds of years. In the IT industry, no one can succeed forever. You only have one night to think about it. Miss Liu finished speaking. Leave. Watching Miss Liu's figure go away, Ma Huang shook his head helplessly. This Miss Liu really caused him the biggest trouble, and pointed directly at the desire he desires most in his heart. Human nature agreed. Ma Dong, what's the matter with Director Liu? Asked Zhang Zidong, Tencent's third largest individual shareholder and one of Tencent's founders. After Miss Liu came in just now, Zhang Zidong felt weird. As usual, Miss Liu rarely attends Tencent's board of directors. Except for the year-end dividend board, she rarely appears at Tencent's headquarters the rest of the time. But today, Miss Liu suddenly appeared, which is really a bit surprising. Moreover, the two of them locked the door tightly. After Miss Liu left, Ma Huang looked thoughtful and frowned. Obviously there must be something in it. Ma Huang was taken aback for a moment, and he didn't know how to tell Zhang Zidong about this. Although Zhang Zidong is his partner, it does not mean that Zhang Zidong will be on his side in this matter. In case he told Zhang Zidong, and Zhang Zidong did not agree to challenge Lin Feng, then the matter would definitely be revealed. Don't forget that Lin Feng owns 10% of Tencent and is the second largest individual shareholder of Tencent. The development of Tencent in the past 2 years is inseparable from Lin Feng's original proposal. It can be said that many people within Tencent are also full of admiration and gratitude for Lin Feng. If the news that Miss Liu wants to launch PayPay.com goes out, I am afraid that Lin Feng will take action before Ma Huang and Miss Liu make any moves. Moreover, even if Ma Huang didn't want to do it, he would be forced to face off, pushing himself to the absolute opposite of Lin Feng. It's okay, Zidong, can I be alone? Ma Huang shook his head and said tiredly. Zhang Zidong nodded. Although there are many questions in his mind, it is not the time to ask at this moment. After thinking about it, he closed the door and went out. How to do? Ma Huang sighed heavily. At this moment, he was in a state of confusion, and he really didn't know what to do. Sleepless night. Ma Huang sat alone in the office all night. This night, he thought a lot, and analyzed a lot, from Lin Feng's strengths to weaknesses, as well as Lin Feng's past behavior style, and Lin Feng's methods. Ma Huang sorted out from start to finish. Later, he carefully compared the resources and advantages possessed by Tencent, as well as disadvantages. In comparison, Ma Huang came to the conclusion that Tencent wants to challenge the second world and become a leader in domestic IT companies. 80%. Regardless of the fact that second world is currently the leader of the domestic online game industry, it controls more than 85% of online game resources. The standalone game market also has the strength to challenge the world's best game companies, but only in terms of the domestic market. Tencent owning QQ, the absolute overlord of the instant messaging market, and the related services derived from QQ are enough to challenge and even overthrow any game company. But the problem is that what Miss Liu wants to challenge this time is not the second world, but Lin Feng. This concept is completely different. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 865 The Crazy of Imagination? Challenge Lin Feng. Lin Feng owns many IT companies such as Baidu, Second World, NetEase 19.3% shares, Dingdang.com, Zhongguancun Online, Pacific Computer Network, etc. Miss Liu wants to challenge Lin all of Feng's industries. Although with Tencent's business coverage, these can be tried, but there is a premise. A single challenge can be overwhelmed by Tencent's overall strength, but the problem is that these companies are all owned by Lin Feng. Once Lin Feng integrates them, it will be a huge unmatched force. Can Tencent face it? Maybe Tencent can develop steadily for another 10 years, and it will be able to challenge the IT industry chain of Lin Feng, but for now, it is very difficult. However, the opportunity is not completely absent. As Ma Huang analyzed before, Tencent has a huge QQ user base and is invincible. If Lin Feng did not respond to the move, Tencent would be able to rise. But this is too risky. When the day was about to dawn, Ma Huang left the office. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Miss Liu came to Ma Huang's office again, but at this moment, Ma Huang's office was hollowed out, and only a leave slip was left. I'm sorry, Director Liu, Ma Dong has temporarily taken 1 month of sick leave due to medical reasons. Zhang Zidong said. Sick leave? 1 month? Miss Liu frowned. She didn't expect Ma Huang to use sick leave to escape in the end, which was too ambitious. Who is the company's temporary chief executive officer? Miss Liu asked. Dong Ma didn't say anything. Zhang Zidong also looked helpless. This time Ma Huang left in a rush. No one contacted him. He just left a note, turned off the phone, and cut off all contact tools. I am afraid that within a month, no one can contact Ma Huang. This is undoubtedly an absolute bad news for a listed company with a thriving performance. If this news comes out, I am afraid that Tencent's stock price will immediately experience a sharp drop. Miss Liu frowned slightly, then smiled. This is a letter of authorization from the South African Mi Group. I will handle all Tencent affairs on behalf of the Mi Group. Since Ma Huang is absent and no interim CEO is appointed, the board of directors shall be held immediately to temporarily replace all duties during the absence of Ma Dong. Okay. Miss Liu acted vigorously and immediately convened the board of directors. Within 3 minutes, she nominated herself and recommended herself to become the interim CEO. Zhang Zidong wanted to act as the chief executive officer. After all, he is also the founder of Tencent and is very familiar with Tencent's business. But now according to the equity voting, Miss Liu has a majority of 35.71% of the shares of South Africa's Mi Group, and naturally becomes the CEO. Not good. Absolutely not good. After Miss Liu became the interim CEO of Tencent, Zhang Zidong felt bad instinctively. At this time, Lin Feng was sitting on a special plane heading to London. Regarding Tencent's sudden change, as Tencent's second largest individual shareholder, Tencent also received news about Ma Huang's illness and Miss Liu's appointment as the chief executive officer. In this regard, Lin Feng did not notice anything wrong. After all, the IT industry is an industry with extreme pressure and fierce competition. Especially as a CEO, the pressure that no one else can imagine. It is not weird that Ma Huang announced that he would be on vacation for a month. As for Miss Liu's rush to take office, it is also reasonable. The so-called country cannot be without a monarch in one day. If such a large listed company does not have a chief executive officer, it will be chaotic within 3 days. Therefore, Lin Feng is extremely unfamiliar with this name, but Miss Liu, who seems to be a little familiar, does not take it too seriously. Anyway, I only own 10% of Tencent, and as long as Tencent doesn't do something stupid to stabilize QQ users, Tencent will be like a rock and stay still. On September 1st, Lin Feng arrived in London. Just now by the plane, I rushed to the London headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank to attend the board of directors specially held by Standard Chartered Bank. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Mr. Lin to become a stake in Standard Chartered Bank. I think we will cooperate happily in the future. Standard Chartered CEO Peter gave Lin Feng a warm hug. The other directors also gave a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me so much today. Lin Feng smiled and gave Pete a hug. Mr. Lin, who is this? Pete always felt a little familiar when seeing Bao Pili behind Lin Feng, and asked subconsciously, Mr. Pete, I don't know if the board of directors can start. I am also very looking forward to attending the board of directors of the 3 major banks in the UK. Lin Feng did not explain, and walked in with a smile. Pete looked helpless. Since Lin Feng didn't explain, he wouldn't continue to ask. Maybe this lady is Lin Feng's secretary. Anyway, no matter who it is, since Lin Feng can let her in, it shows that she trusts her, and Pete will naturally not offend Lin Feng. What's more, today's board of directors didn't have any important matters, but after discussing with everyone, Lin Feng was given a position. Later, after some discussion, everyone gave Lin Feng a supervisory position, responsible for supervising all abnormalities up and down the bank, and can monitor any department and give opinions on it. Lin Feng smiled. Supervisor, this position is really good and very knowledgeable. It seems that the power is great, and it can supervise all departments of the bank. The power is second only to the CEO. This is a great honor. However, when a sensible person looks at it, he knows that this so-called supervisor is just a decoration. What can be said to monitor any department, and give opinions on the unreasonable aspects of any department? But remember, only the right to make suggestions, whether to adopt or rectify or not, is not under the supervision of the supervisor. And this so-called supervisor, although a separate department is established, there is only one supervisor in this department. This is obviously a false job. I'm afraid this is the most decent but most powerless position agreed by Standard Chartered Bank after a long time of discussion. Not only must Lin Feng not feel shameless, but also prevent Lin Feng from really interfering in the internal affairs of Standard Chartered Bank. Mr. Lin, I believe you will be very satisfied with this position. We at the bank also hope that Mr. Lin can use your miracle in the IT industry to help the bank and make Standard Chartered the best bank in the world, Pete said in a high-sounding voice. A string of beautiful words. Lin Feng snorted. These words are undoubtedly deceiving ghosts. Mr. Pete, this position is really good, it's really exciting, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. But when Pete and the others were secretly proud, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed and he said coldly, "But you, it's too insulting. As the largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank, I only gave me such a spare job. You are too bullying. Are you really a 3-year-old child?" The sudden change of Lin Feng's face obviously made Pete and others unexpected. They originally thought that Lin Feng's acquisition of 14.99% of Standard Chartered Bank was for financing convenience. Just like Li Ka-shing's acquisition of HSBC shares, it was also for financing convenience. Therefore, because of Lin Feng's face as the world's richest man and the largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank, he was reluctant to give Lin Feng a supervisory position. But he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so disgusted. Mr. Lin, this position was discussed by the board of directors and thought that the position is most suitable for you. If you are not satisfied, we can let all directors vote to decide. Pete smiled coldly in his heart, and then called on all directors present to vote. Unsurprisingly, after a round of voting, in addition to Lin Feng's 14.99% shares, a total of 38% of the shareholders, Bao Pili's 14.5% and Robert Holmes' 7.51% are not included, agreed to this time for Lin Feng appointment. Mr. Lin, most shareholders now think that this appointment is not wrong. If Mr. Lin is not satisfied, I am sorry. But everything must be done in accordance with the company's rules and regulations, and the minority obeys the majority, unless Mr. Lin Feng's equity exceeds the directors present. Pete shrugged and said with a smug look on his face, "This young, richest man in the world from China is very eye-catching to all Westerners. Pete was also quite excited to be able to let Lin Feng deflate here this time. Really? If my equity can exceed that of the directors present, I can change the result. Even re-elect the board of directors and elect the CEO? Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Peter instinctively felt that things seemed a bit bad, but he didn't think Lin Feng would have any way to overturn the board's resolution. Unless he can acquire 14.5% of the late ship king Bao Yugang. But in the early years when Bao Yugang was critically ill, Standard Chartered Bank forced him to sign an agreement not to sell the shares of Standard Chartered Bank to outsiders. Pete was not worried. Without Bao Yugang's 14.5% of the shares, Lin Feng would not be able to turn the sky no matter how rich he was. Lin Feng smiled again. Pete intuitively felt a sudden rush of eyelids, and felt a panic in his heart inexplicably, as if something bad was about to happen. Everyone, please allow me to introduce it to you. The Miss Bao Pei Bao next to me is the third daughter of the late ship king Bao Yugang, and Bao Yugang holds 14.5% of the shares in Miss Bao's hands. Lin the Wind pushed Bao Pili to everyone's eyes. Bao Pili, Bao Yugang's third daughter, holders of 14.5% shares in Standard Chartered Bank today. Pete finally remembered who the woman in front of him was that made him familiar. Cry to death secretly, Lin Feng invited her over. Obviously the purpose is definitely not just to serve as a dispensable supervisor. What does Lin Feng want? Pete got a cold sweat on his forehead. He faintly felt that Lin Feng's acquisition of 14.99% of Standard Chartered Bank shares in Kudaba's hands was not simple. Not simple. Could it be ... Pete thought of a possibility, but this possibility is too crazy, irreversible, absolutely impossible. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 866 One Ring. Lin Feng pushed Bao Yugang's third daughter, Bao Pili, to the crowd. Many directors of the Standard Chartered Bank's board of directors were shocked to hear that this unsurprising-looking middle-aged woman would be the third daughter of the world's ship king Bao Yugang. When they forced Bao Yugang to sign an unequal treaty, Bao Pili was not with Bao Yugang, but lived in seclusion in Shanghai. Therefore, some of the directors in charge of this matter had not seen Bao Pili. As for Pete, it was also because when browsing Bao Yugang's information, he paid a little attention to the photos of Bao Yugang's four daughters, so she had a little impression of Bao Pili. Everyone, our Bao family has always remembered the care you gave to my father in the past. So today the little girl is here to thank all the seniors for their caring for my father. Bao Pili smiled and looked at the few people who were responsible for this. Director of the matter. Although it is summer and the temperature of the air conditioning in the house is not low, everyone still feels a burst of icy coldness, as if returning to the cold winter in an instant. Come here, give Miss Bao a seat. As the chief executive of Standard Chartered Bank, Pete is extremely sleek, and immediately ordered people to move in the chair and ask Bao Pili to take a seat. After all, she owns 14.5% of Standard Chartered Bank and is the second largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank after Lin Feng. She has the right to enter the board of directors. Miss Bao, since you inherited Mr. Bao's shares in Standard Chartered Bank, the board of directors of the company has not been promising. Today, I can come to me to welcome you on behalf of the board of directors of the company, Pete said politely. Bao Pili smiled faintly. These people on the British board of directors do not have a good thing. If it were not for her father Bao Yugang, Kudaba and Robert Home, Standard Chartered would have long belonged to Rice Bank. As a result, after Standard Chartered survived this biggest crisis and gradually developed and expanded, it resorted to various means in order to prevent China-funded forces from controlling Standard Chartered. However, only Bao Yugang was the most affected by the British government at the time and had to sign this unequal treaty. Therefore, Bao Pili has no good feelings for these people on the board of directors. Thank you. Since I inherited the equity of Standard Chartered Bank from my father, I have not come because it is unnecessary. Besides, There is no big difference between my coming and not coming, Bao Pili said sarcastically. The faces of Pete and others blushed slightly. Indeed, although Bao Pili holds 14.5% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank and has become the second largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank, her 14.5% shares are useless in the face of the suppression of the entire board of directors by the British power. In the face of skin and race, the British forces can unite and act in unison. If Bao Pili is British and holds 14.5% of the shares, it would be hard to say. So I waited until today to come, Bao Pili said sharply. Many directors frowned. Hearing Bao Pili's tone, and that she and Lin Feng were present at the same time, it was obvious that the ones who came today were not good, and those who were good did not. Miss Bao, don't forget that the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in your hand are not allowed to be sold. Pete was inexplicably nervous and reminded instinctively. Bao Pili smiled coldly, then took out an agreement from the briefcase beside her, squeezed it tightly with her right hand, looked around the numerous British directors present, and then threw it at the table. I know that the shares in my hand cannot be sold, but the contract did not say that it is not allowed to be authorized to other people. This is the power of attorney for 14.5% of the Standard Chartered Bank shares in my hand. In the next 10 years, Mr. Lin Feng will own 14.5% in my hand. Full right to use the equity of Standard Chartered Bank. Bao Pili said loudly, looking at the many astonished British directors with a look of disdain. They persecuted their father back then, now it's their turn to speak out for their dead father. Bao Pili said silently to Bao Yugang in the sky. When many British directors heard this, their hearts jumped wildly. Bao Pili transfers 14.5% of the rights to use the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the next 10 years to Lin Feng. This is like a thunderbolt for all directors. All the British directors are shocked, with a blank face of panic. Bao Pili's hand is too extreme and too poisonous. Lin Feng's own 14.99% shares and Bao Pili's 14.5% shares. Then Lin Feng will own at least 29.49% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the next 10 years, which is only 8.51% short of the current 38% of the company's board of directors. With Lin Feng's financial resources, he can buy more shares in the stock market that can surpass the board of directors and occupy most of the seats on the board. When Lin Feng proposes to reorganize the board of directors, who can stop it? Thinking of this, many directors cursed in their hearts, cursed Lin Feng's insidiousness, cursed Bao Pili's counterattack, and cursed at the time when this contract was signed. Why not the agreement of not to transfer the right to use equity to others was signed? The result is today's crisis. It is too dangerous to let individuals own more than 29% of the shares. But at the moment, although Lin Feng owns Bao Pili's shares, he still cannot pose a threat to the company's board of directors. Mr. Lin, although you currently own 29.49% of the company's shares, you still cannot exceed the 38% of the board of directors. You still cannot object to any decision of the board of directors. Pete said calmly. Now I can only dismiss Lin Feng first, and then consider how to deal with it, or even decide whether to start the poison pill project to face Lin Feng's strong acquisition. Unexpectedly, when Pete finished speaking, he realized that Lin Feng was not at all frustrated, but instead smiled as if he was confident. This made Pete instinctively feel a trace of horror, as if something worse happened. Everyone. Just then, Lin Feng stood up. Originally, I bought the shares of Standard Chartered Bank just to be able to cooperate with you and jointly develop a bright future. But you are too bully. As the largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank, I actually only gave me a prestigious so-called supervisory position. You are too bad. Bullying. Lin Feng walked slowly around the many directors, and said as he walked, the many British directors who listened to him were frightened and wondered what Lin Feng wanted to say. Does Lin Feng have any other players? Pitt's secretly anxious conjecture in his heart. Lin Feng finally walked behind Pete, played with the chair that symbolizes the CEO, and then took out a power of attorney and threw it on the table. in front of everyone. This is another shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank. The Australian Robert Holm has 7.51% of Standard Chartered Bank shares in the next 10 years of use rights transfer agreement. Lin Feng looked at the crowd and said proudly, Pete was the first to pick up the agreement and open it to see, as expected. As Lin Feng said, Robert Holm transferred the right to use the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the next 10 years to Lin Feng. This means that Lin Feng currently owns 37% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. One person owns so many shares in Standard Chartered Bank, plus Lin Feng's financial resources, is enough to make a world turn in Standard Chartered Bank. But now, it's not enough. Mr. Lin, although you now own 37% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank, you are the well-deserved largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank. But unfortunately, at present, your shares still cannot exceed the 38% of the board of directors. You still cannot change anything. Pete took a deep breath and said slowly, since Mr. Lin is not satisfied with the position we have arranged, we are now going to convene a board of directors, and Mr. Lin can temporarily avoid it. Of course, Mr. Lin can also apply for reorganization. The board. But that's not now. Now you don't have enough shares. Pete made a decisive decision and prepared to blast Lin Feng out immediately, and then called an emergency meeting to try to find out a way to deal with Lin Feng in the shortest possible time. But can things really go as he wants? Pete did not dare to think that since Lin Feng came prepared this time, he would naturally not fail to investigate the shares held by the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank. Although Lin Feng's 37% shares are many, they still can't fight against the 38% shares of the board. Then Lin Feng Xingxi moved the crowd. How could he just go home just like that? Sure enough, Pete's most worried thing happened. Lin Feng didn't feel annoyed when he heard Peter's bombardment, but instead burst into laughter. Everyone, maybe you are eager for me to leave right now, and then prepare to discuss a plan to face my acquisition. But I can tell you that from today onwards, Standard Chartered will no longer be surnamed English and will no longer belong to the British Bank. It's me, Lin Feng's bank. From now on, Standard Chartered Bank will have the last name, Lin. Lin Feng slapped the table with both hands, and the teacup on the shaking table jumped wildly. Afterwards, looking around a circle of the many directors of Standard Chartered Bank with a change of face, Lin Chilling took out an agreement from behind her head tilted. This is the transfer letter of 1.71% of Standard Chartered Bank's shares acquired by Mr. Kudaba from the market. Lin Chilling said softly. However, in the past, Lin Chilling's babbling sound made all men feel heart-stricken and itchy. But today this babble sounded like a demon in front of many directors of Standard Chartered Bank in the United Kingdom. What does this mean that the 1.71% shares of Standard Chartered Bank acquired by Kudaba on the market are transferred to Lam Feng, which means that Lam Feng now holds 38.71% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank, more than 38% of the shares in the board of directors, and will have the right to speak in the board of directors. Now that the reorganization of the board of directors is applied, the directors of the board cannot object. Pete's face was as cold as a glacier. He did not expect that Lin Feng had already acquired 38.71% of the shares and was able to reorganize the board of directors. Moreover, once the board of directors is reorganized, Lin Feng will be able to obtain the position of chairman and chief executive officer of the company. This will be the first non-British chairman and chief executive officer in the history of Standard Chartered Bank for more than 150 years. This will open up Standard Chartered Bank history. Of course, this is not what worries Pitt the most. After all, Lin Feng's shares are only 0.71% more shares than the British directors. With the appeal of the directors of the British Board of Directors, and the attitude of the British government never want Standard Chartered the bank is occupied by outsiders, the Standard Chartered Board of Directors can still fight back. At that time, it was time to compete for financial resources, to see who had stronger financial resources. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 867, Holding Standard Chartered? Of course, as the richest man in the world, Lin Feng holds a huge amount of cash and his financial resources are certainly not a problem. But at least the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank still has the strength to fight against one another. What Pete fears is that Lin Feng's subsequent move is more than that. Really? Pete's worries became a reality again. Lin Feng took another agreement from Lin Shilling. This is the shareholding certificate of 4.99% of Standard Chartered Bank that I acquired on the market. Now I do not own 38.71% of Standard Chartered Bank, but 43.7% of shares. Lin Feng casually threw this shareholding certificate on the table. Seeing the equity book falling to the table lightly, many British directors felt as if their hearts were hit hard by a hammer, and their entire hearts seemed to be broken by Lin Feng's equity book. 43.7%, 43.7%, dash. Pete's face turned pale in an instant. Lin Feng already holds 43.7% of the Standard Chartered Bank. Even if the board members want to fight back, they may not be able to do anything. Although the difference between the two parties is only 5.7% of the shares, this is enough to become a gap. However, for the sake of the tradition of Standard Chartered Bank and for the sake of the British people, what we should fight for is still to fight for. Unless Lin Feng now holds more than 50% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank, the company's board of directors will not give up any efforts. Just as Pete secretly vowed to prevent Lin Feng from acquiring Standard Chartered Bank at all costs, a phone rang. After answering the phone, Lin Feng showed the winner's smile. This smile shocked Pete and the others, wondering what Lin Feng did. At this time, Lin Feng threw the last bargaining chip, a bargaining chip that made Pete and all directors of Standard Chartered despair. When I came to the meeting, I had entrusted a representative to declare the Hong Kong Securities Regulatory Commission and announced the formal acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank shares. In the Hong Kong stock market that just ended, I have successfully acquired a total of 11.39% of Standard Chartered Bank shares. At present, I own 50.1% of Standard Chartered Bank shares, formerly control Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Feng, with his swallowing the mountains and rivers, looked down on the people and looked at Peter and other directors of Standard Chartered Bank, said powerfully, "What?" Now everyone stood up together. Lam Feng has acquired 50.1% of Standard Chartered Bank and formerly controls Standard Chartered Bank. This news is really shocking. Really shocking. Before, when Lin Feng acquired 14.99% of Kudaba's shares, everyone only regarded Lin Feng for the convenience of financing in the future. When Bao Pili supported Lin Feng with 14.5% of the shares, everyone believed that Lin Feng could not shake the overall situation. Then when Robert Holmes' shares came to Lin Feng, everyone was shocked but not afraid. Everything was still under control. When Kudaba secretly acquired 1.71% of the shares to Lin Feng, everyone thought that the winner was still unknown, and they were not afraid of Lin Feng's strong landing. However, when Lin Feng secretly acquired 4.99% afterwards, although everyone was rather frustrated, they were not desperate. When Lin Feng announced that he had formally acquired a 50.1% stake in Standard Chartered Bank, everyone was completely desperate. 50.1%, Lam Feng has fully controlled Standard Chartered Bank, becoming the well-deserved head of Standard Chartered Bank. As Lin Feng said before, Standard Chartered Bank's surname is Lin. At this moment, Secretary Pete staggered in from outside. "President, it's not good." There is news from Hong Kong that Lin Feng has acquired 11.39% of the shares in the Hong Kong stock market. The secretary said breathlessly. "The news is amazing." He just got the news that Lin Feng's representative in Hong Kong bought Standard Chartered Bank at a price of 115 Hong Kong dollars per share 15 minutes before the market closed. In just 10 minutes. Lin Feng acquired Standard Chartered Bank 8,320. 10,000 shares, approximately $1.183 billion US dollars. 6.4% of the shares, After the acquisition of 14.99% of Kudaba's shares, the acquisition of 11.39% of the shares, a total of 26.38% of the shares, became the well-deserved largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank. People from all walks of life in Hong Kong still don't know that Lin Feng owns the rights to use Bao Pili and Robert Holmes shares, otherwise I'm afraid I would be even more surprised. This incident caused a huge response in Hong Kong. At first, everyone was still speculating about what position Lin Feng would get when he went to London to attend the board of directors of Standard Chartered Bank today. However, when the board of directors began, Lin Feng made a big shot in Hong Kong, sweeping 148 million shares. This move puzzled everyone. I don't know what Lin Feng wants to do. It can only be guessed that Lin Feng's move must have its purpose, and I am afraid that there will be greater actions in the next few days. As people from all walks of life in Hong Kong speculated, Peter beat his fist severely on the board of Standard Chartered Bank in London, England. It's no wonder that Lin Feng wants to convene the board of directors at 8:45 in the morning, which happened to coincide with the closing time of the Hong Kong stock market. I am afraid that when Lin Feng attended the board of directors this time, Lin Feng's representative took action in Hong Kong and began to sweep the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. And this happened to be caught off guard by the directors of Standard Chartered Bank. When they were in a meeting, they naturally did not have the ability to sweep the goods, to increase their holdings, and to fight against Lin Feng. At the same time, no one rushed for the goods, and Lin Feng was able to buy shares of Standard Chartered Bank at a relatively cheap price. Damn it, it's too good. Pitt looked at Lin Feng with a look of indignation, but with a look of admiration. This 23-year-old Chinese is too smart and too cunning. It seems that when Lin Feng acquired 14.99% of the shares in Kudaba's hands, I am afraid that Lin Feng had already planned everything, and the remarks just now, that the board of directors deceived people too much, I am afraid it is a cat catching a mouse, playing with everyone, and at the same time procrastinating. Time is up. Damn. Who is bullying whom? Pate's face is angry. This time, he, and the entire board of directors, was completely played by Lin Feng from start to finish, and Lin Feng played it fiercely. Everyone, now I am qualified to reorganize the board of directors. Lin Feng looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone look at me, I look at you, speechless for a while. What else can I say now? Lin Feng already holds 50.1% of the shares, and has a full control of Standard Chartered Bank. What can everyone say? Whatever you say. Does it make sense? Mr. Lin, I strongly protest against your shameless, inferior and insidious acquisition. I announce the launch of the company's board of directors from today. A senior director protested against Lin Feng's acquisition and resigned. I also protest. Another director left. Before long, many British directors announced their withdrawal from the board of directors and no longer hold any directorships. This is also the only way for many British directors to resist Lin Feng. They hope to use this to fight against Lin Feng and force Lin Feng to finally compromise with him. After all, the resignation of so many directors will definitely cause drastic fluctuations in the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank. This is definitely not what Lin Feng wants to see. Unexpectedly, after many directors announced their resignation, they originally hoped that Lin Feng would keep them, so that after some false resignation, after letting Lin Feng make a few oaths, they agreed to stay. In this way, both face and interests can be satisfied. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was indifferent to everyone's resignation, but looked at everyone with a smile. Why? Do you still want me to call a car to take you away? Lin Feng said as he looked at the many British directors who were standing in front of the door, waiting for Lin Feng to retain. The British director was taken aback. They never thought that Lin Feng would not retain them at all. And would not retain them at all. This is incredible. Doesn't Lin Feng care about Standard Chartered Bank's stock price? Don't you care about the future reputation of Standard Chartered Bank? In particular, the resignation of so many directors will surely cause many customers to flee. After all, for a bank, stability is the most fundamental. Now that such a big change has occurred, This is undoubtedly bad news for those who deposit money at Standard Chartered Bank and conduct related financial activities. It will definitely affect their evaluation of Standard Chartered Bank. What's more, many emperors said that they have a little belly in the company. Once they are ruthless, they fight with Lin Feng to break the net and pull away a large number of middle and low-level talents, which will bring a more deadly blow to Standard Chartered Bank. And these are the British directors' reliance, and they are also the biggest bargaining chip for them to dare to push the palace. But who would have expected Lin Feng to drive them away now? This makes their decaying brains unable to turn around for a while. Dong Lin, Bao Pili couldn't help reminding, although witnessing these directors who forced her father to sign an unequal treaty, they were expelled from Standard Chartered Bank like a bereaved dog. Bao Pili felt very happy. But if these people really leave, it will be a big blow to Standard Chartered Bank. Bao Pili didn't want to see this situation, and didn't want to owe Lin Feng such a big favor. Lin Feng shook his head, indifferently. Everyone, I am going to convene the board of directors. If you still don't leave, I'm going to call a security guard. Not only did Lin Feng not stay, but intensified. Lin, let's take a look. You will regret it. Many directors are people with identities, status, and faces. If Lin Feng called the security guard to blast him out, it would be too shameful. After a burst of indignation to a few points, many British directors left indignantly. The employees of Standard Chartered Bank watched the many directors leave in angrily, but they were also shocked, not knowing what happened. But all this must be related to the Chinese who followed the world's richest man, Lin Feng. At this time, there are 5 people left on the board of directors: Lin Feng, Lin Shilling, Bao Pili, Pete and Pate's secretary. Mr. Pete, what about you? What do you intend to do now? I am personally very sure of your workability and attitude. If you are willing to continue to work for Standard Chartered Bank, I will continue to appoint you as the Chief Executive Officer of Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Pete. Lin Feng still admired this Pete very much. Pete has contributed to making Standard Chartered Bank's business in Southeast Asia flourish and becoming the largest international bank in Southeast Asia. Inside the Standard Chartered Bank, the only thing Lin Feng can value is the Pete in front of him. He is also the only talent Lin Feng wants to retain. Pete groaned and tangled in his heart, not knowing what to do. Mr. Lin, this time things are really unexpected. So, can you give me a few days to think about it? After hesitating for a moment, Pete decided not to give Lin Feng a reply. After all, Pete has also worked for Standard Chartered Bank for nearly 20 years. He started from a small staff and has a lot of affection for Standard Chartered Bank. Suddenly he said that he was leaving Standard Chartered Bank, and Pete couldn't bear it. But suddenly he changed his boss and was still a Chinese, and Pete was a bit uncomfortable. Well, Mr. Pete, I will wait for your reply. The position of CEO will always be reserved for you. Lin Feng smiled and sent Pete and his secretary away. By the way, Mr. Lin. Before leaving, Pete thought and couldn't help but look back. Mr. Lin, the group of directors will not give up like this. If you don't want to fix it, you'd better prepare early. They won't just watch you enter Standard Chartered Bank. They will do a lot of action. Pete reminded Say. Pete couldn't understand the personalities of this group of directors. They are the kind of people who absolutely must report. Lin Feng airborne the board of directors this time, controlling Standard Chartered Bank, and driving these directors out. These people will never give up. They would rather die and break the net than make Lin Feng feel better. Pete could imagine what they would do. Out of love for Standard Chartered Bank, Pete had to remind Lin Feng. He absolutely does not want Standard Chartered Bank to be ruined by these directors in this incident. Lin Feng nodded and patted Pete on the shoulder, hinting at ease. When I acquired Standard Chartered Bank this time, I was ready for everything. If I dare to chase away these disgusting British directors, I am not afraid of them making things worse. After bidding farewell to Pete, Lin Feng comfortably took the position of chairman. Boss, congratulations on becoming the first Chinese to own a private bank. Lin Chilling very well behaved handed Lin Feng champagne. Looking at the champagne in his hand, Lin Feng smiled contentedly. Yes, I can actually own a private bank, and it is a private bank with a history of more than 150 years, and a private bank with the right to release Hong Kong dollars. It seems like a dream. Now, I can say that I really have the capital to challenge the giants from all walks of life. Without a bank, Lin Feng's wealth is like duckweed in the water, without much risk resistance. Now, after owning Standard Chartered Bank, everything is different. Lin Feng can borrow tens of billions through Standard Chartered Bank, even hundreds of billions of dollars in funds to face any foreign enemy invasion. The group under its own will no longer be afraid of any individual or company acquisition. Of course, facing those families or consortia with glorious history, such as Rockefeller, Morgan, Mitsui and other consortia and families, Lin Feng is still so small, but Lin Feng has finally embarked on the journey of slowly catching up with these super consortia. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 868, I learn from a Uber bird. By the way, Lin Dong, what are you going to do now? Bao Pili is not so in a good mood as Lin Shilling. What she is worried about at the moment is what action the British Board of Directors will take to deal with Lin Feng. If in the end Standard Chartered Bank becomes a mess, then even if Lin Feng buys it, it will be a waste of purchase. This time, Lin Feng invested a total of $4.805 billion to acquire 26.38% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank, which almost exhausted Lin Feng's personal liquidity. Lin Feng currently holds $1.795 billion in cash. If in the end, Standard Chartered Bank becomes a mess, then not only is Lin Feng's previous use of Standard Chartered Bank for lending, and the idea of combating capital risks cannot be realized, I am afraid that the principle of $4.805 billion will also be wiped out. Don't forget, there are too many banks coveting Standard Chartered's business in Southeast Asia. If Standard Chartered is in a mess, these companies will be very happy. In particular, there are so many directors of Standard Chartered Bank who are making trouble. How to do? Lin Feng smiled upon hearing this. Ziling, help me announce that I am Lin Feng and have successfully controlled the British Standard Chartered Bank. At the same time, I announced that a press conference will be held in 3 days. I will formally declare that Lin Feng is holding Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Fengzi got up triumphantly. Standing by the window, looking at the unobstructed city of London, Lin Feng's ambition burst out in Lin Feng's chest at this moment. The future is mine. At this time, the news of Lin Feng holding Standard Chartered Bank has also begun to spread like wildfire, and it is known to the outside world. When the news was first heard, no one believed it. They absolutely do not believe that Lin Feng will control Standard Chartered Bank. This is incredible. Lin Feng, how can a Chinese take control of the old British bank Standard Chartered Bank? And the action is so fast, so fast. However, the exact information obtained from the directors of Standard Chartered Bank has repeatedly proved that the news is absolutely correct. Lin Feng does control Standard Chartered Bank. Be the first Chinese to own a personal bank. When the news was confirmed, everyone who heard the news was shocked and tender, with an expression of swallowing a duck egg. Originally, the outside world was still analyzing that Lin Feng's acquisition of 14.99% of Standard Chartered Bank shares in Kudaba's hands was just to facilitate future financing. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng completed the holding of Standard Chartered Bank in an instant, within a few days. The United States USA Today made a major report on this matter on the grounds of the Chinese miracle. In the report, it has been continuously explained what a miracle it is for Lin Feng to complete the acquisition. Although it is not known how Lin Feng completed the acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank, the evaluation of Lin Feng by USA Today is no matter how high, up a few steps. In the United States, what has always been important is the operation of capital, and everyone is playing financial skills. Lin Feng's vision and guidance in the game industry in the past is not impressed. Now Lam Feng has acquired Standard Chartered Bank, which is a standard capital operation, which suits the taste of Americans. Naturally, its evaluation has been rising all the way. Moreover, if a Chinese owns a private bank or an international bank, this is a miracle in itself. The Wall Street Journal also reported this incident with China's richest man creates another miracle in the hearts of Americans. Lin Feng is still angry at being the world's richest man, so he is often made China's richest man instead of directly becoming the world's richest man. In the article, in addition to expressing amazement at Lin Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank, it is more about predicting where Lin Feng will develop in the future after Lin Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank. Is it to continue to develop his game entertainment sports business, or to completely enter the high-profit and high-risk financial industry? Compared with the excitement and relatively neutral reports of the American media on this matter, the British side is a bit bitter and tasteful. As the most authoritative newspaper in the UK, the British Times adopted Lin Feng. "What do you intend to do?" is the title. In the article, the Times did not mention Lin Feng's move to acquire Standard Chartered Bank. It only cites that a 150-year-old bank was acquired by foreign investors, and at the same time how Lin Feng was prepared to deal with the departure of major directors. He put forward various hypotheses for this, and finally determined that if Lin Feng can't handle this situation properly, Standard Chartered Bank's more than 150 years of glorious history may end in Lin Feng's hands. In contrast to the neutrality and objectivity of the Times, The Sun, a magazine famous for its three-page girls, also opened several pages to discuss the matter. However, in the article, The Sun criticized Lin Feng and ridiculed Lin Feng's acquisition as the most despicable, shameless and dirty acquisition in history, and criticizing Lin Feng for driving away many company veterans after the acquisition is the most impersonal and cold-blooded behavior. In the article, he appealed to many employees of Standard Chartered Bank to leave Standard Chartered Bank and not to be cold-blooded and ruthless by Lin Feng. The insidious boss works part-time. Boss, you don't need to care about this kind of newspaper. Just treat it as bullshit. Lin Chilling gently massaged Lin Feng's shoulders. Since the two have had a relationship, although they haven't had a relationship again, when there is no one, Lin Chilling and Lin Feng are obviously more intimate and more intimate. Lin Feng gently patted Lin Chilling's jade hand and smiled faintly. Although the Sun had cursed Lin Feng several times before, making Lin Feng irritated, and often had the urge to burn the Sun, but this time, Lin Feng did not care about the comments of the Sun. On the contrary, he praised it greatly, wishing that the words of the Sun were a little bit more pungent. Boss, are you okay? Lin Chilling felt Lin Feng's strange smile, afraid that Lin Feng would be confused by the Sun remarks, and asked with concern. It's okay. I'm just very happy. Lin Feng smiled deeply, then put down the Sun, opened Baidu, and began to search for domestic-related reports. Compared with the mood of the American media watching theater, the British media's frustration and helplessness, the Chinese media was a voice of admiration. He believed that Lin Feng's move was the prestige of the Chengou people and the ambition of the Zhuangou people. Global Times declared that Lin Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank not only means that the Chinese can also show their prominence on the world stage and acquire major companies, but it also means that from now on, the Chinese really have the right to issue Hong Kong dollars. The significance of Lin Feng's move is equivalent to the return of Hong Kong in the financial world. Reference News said Lin Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank is not only a victory for Lin Feng, but also a victory for all Chinese. The British side opened the door of China with guns, and now Lin Feng opened the door of the UK with capital. After 163 years, the Chinese finally truly reported the shame of their ancestors. The euphoria of many media has also made this matter even more hot in the country. On the internet, Many netizens cheered and expressed their congratulations on Lin Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank. The netizen Kayasada fucking expert, he said that Lin Feng can only get a position that is not painful. Now look at Lin Feng holding Standard Chartered Bank and become the chairman. I really don't know these shit experts. What would you think about Lin Feng becoming the chairman of Standard Chartered Bank at this moment? Netizens said broken heart wake up from dream haha. It's so cool. Lam Feng bought Standard Chartered Bank and recovered half of the right to issue Hong Kong dollars, which is great. I hope that Lin Feng can create more miracles for us in the future and let the world know that we Chinese should not be deceived or humiliated. Our Chinese nation is the strongest nation in the world. In contrast to the heated discussions and pursuits of many netizens, some unknown experts jumped out again and appealed that although Lin Feng controls the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, it does not mean that Lin Feng can successfully take over Standard Chartered Bank. Many experts also criticized Lin Feng for expelling many directors of Standard Chartered Bank at the beginning of the acquisition, which is the most unwise act. Many experts even called for Lin Feng to invite these directors back, and put forward UB3 visits to the thatched cottage in the past to inspire Lin Feng. Many netizens sneered at the opinions of many experts. The netizen Zhigong Shin said these British directors who bullied others just left. Let Lin Feng invite them. Isn't it boring for himself? What's the big deal? These old and immortal British directors also accompanied Lin Feng to learn from Liu and visit the cottage. I bother. When Lin Feng heard the speeches of these experts, he only said a few words he learned from Liu. Lin Feng's slightly vulgar speech was undoubtedly supported by most of the netizens, and many netizens even proposed to let Lin Feng learn from Liu experts, and greeted all his maternal relatives with a sullen face. These angry experts almost did not hold a brick to find someone desperately, and in the midst of this uproar, the British directors finally made the move. At the first moment, these British directors announced that as long as Lin Feng stayed at Standard Chartered Bank for one day, they would never return to Standard Chartered Bank. These remarks directly caused the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, which had been steadily high like sesame blossoms, to suffer a severe setback, from the original 121 Hong Kong dollars to 118 Hong Kong dollars. Subsequently, these British directors also used their personal contacts to get many Standard Chartered Bank customers to announce that when Standard Chartered Bank returned to normal, the cooperation with Standard Chartered Bank was suspended. This includes many big-name companies in Asia, such as Hong Kong's Huo family companies and so on. This also directly led to the decline of Standard Chartered Bank's stock price to 108 Hong Kong dollars. However, what really caused the Standard Chartered Bank to suffer a serious setback was that a large number of Standard Chartered Bank staff resigned under the appeal of the British directors and the call of the Sun, which caused a large vacuum in the personnel of Standard Chartered Bank. This is undoubtedly for Standard Chartered Bank deadly. In the end, before Lin Feng held a press conference, Standard Chartered's stock price fell all the way to 89 Hong Kong dollars. In just 2 days, the stock price fell from the highest peak of 121 Hong Kong dollars to 89 Hong Kong dollars, a 27% drop. At this time, all the excited Chinese were speechless. All eyes were on Lin Feng to see how Lin Feng was going to face it. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 869. Standard Chartered Bank's formerly board of directors frequently used methods, high profile announcing that Lin Feng would not leave. They would not return to Standard Chartered, using contacts to make many large companies in Southeast Asia temporarily terminate cooperation with Standard Chartered, using prestige to get a large number of employees to resign. These methods let Standard Chartered. The bank was hit hard, and the entire internal operation of Standard Chartered Bank was almost paralyzed for a while. Except for barely able to maintain the normal storage business, all other businesses were suspended. This civil turmoil at Standard Chartered Bank caused a global uproar. After all, A lot of things like this kind of acquisitions and mergers and acquisitions have occurred in the financial world. Although some mergers and acquisitions also caused some chaos at the beginning, it was only a partial civil disorder, and it soon subsided. Never before has an acquisition case been as chaotic as Standard Chartered this time, and it has caused such a big deal that a multinational listed company has almost collapsed. Moreover, in the United Kingdom, many former employees of Standard Chartered Bank even marched in front of the Standard Chartered Bank under the arrangement of some unsuspecting individuals, urging Lin Fenggun to return to China and hand over the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. Regarding this situation, the world's major media are full of ridicule. In this world, especially after entering the 20th century, Westerners have always dominated the world, controlling the world's finance, energy, and public opinion. However, after the 21st century, a yellow-skinned Chinese suddenly appeared, becoming the richest man in the world, and even purchasing an established British bank. This has made many Western media and experts angry, and has always been prejudiced against Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng's acquisition of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank made such a big move, which is undoubtedly great news for many anti-Lin Feng people in the West. The Washington Times hit the front page headline "Chinese, Go Home." The title in the article criticizes Lin Feng's acquisition of this time as absolutely the most wrong act, and even more Lin Feng's trick to let Lin Feng transfer the stock in his hands and return Standard Chartered Bank to the British. Otherwise it will suffer greater losses, and will destroy this British bank with a history of more than 150 years. The Washington Times remarks were supported by many Western media and experts, and they were reprinted, and they called for Lin Feng to surrender the stock to avoid the bankruptcy of a 150-year-old Standard Chartered Bank due to the acquisition. Although the Chinese media wanted to refute the frenzied criticism from the Western media, they were more than willing to do so. Although many netizens still support Lin Feng and believe that this acquisition is definitely the most correct investment behavior, in the face of today's severe situation, many netizens' support for Lin Feng is not so much a support, as it is a kind of support. Blind trust. At this time, the expert who had been greeted by many netizens with all the matrilineal relatives for 5,000 years, finally returned arrogantly, conducted a detailed and precise analysis of the matter, and believed that Lin Feng should sell part of his stock and return part of it. The equity is given to the original directors of Standard Chartered Bank, and the former directors are invited back in person, so as to avoid the crisis of the bankruptcy of Standard Chartered Bank. You know, when Standard Chartered Bank fell, those Western banks that were eyeing the Asian market clapped their hands. Although the experts' remarks are still so harsh, it sounds much better than the Western media and experts who told Lin Feng to give up the shares in Standard Chartered Bank. After all, even after Lin Feng sold some of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank, he is still the largest shareholder of Standard Chartered Bank and still owns a certain amount. The right to speak. Soon, these remarks became mainstream in China, and many netizens who had blindly trusted Lin Feng began to slowly shake their attitudes, believing that it would be okay for Lin Feng to sell some of his shares appropriately. After all, stability is the foundation now. After the Standard Chartered Bank is stabilized, it will not be too late to regain the controlling stake. All the pressure fell on Lin Feng. It is no exaggeration to say that now Lin Feng is under unprecedented pressure, and public opinion all over the world does not support Lin Feng and calls for him to bow to the British director. This was something Lin Feng had never encountered before. In the past, although Western media's remarks were still pungent, there was domestic support behind Lin Feng. But this time, the domestic media stopped being optimistic about Lin Feng, and instead let Lin Feng compromise with the British forces, and even put forward the remarks that a big man can bend and stretch. Shit, let me compromise with those old guys. I would rather drink up the Pacific Ocean, Lin Feng said disdainfully in the face of the overwhelming pressure of public opinion. Boss. Lin Chilling gently shook Lin Feng's hand. She didn't know what to do with the current situation, nor how to comfort Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and patted Lin Chilling's hand lightly. Relax, Xiling. Although the pressure of public opinion this time is unprecedented, everything is still under control. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the new Tottenham Hotspur under construction in London through the window. White Deer Lane Stadium, said vigorously. Lin Xiling's eyes lit up when she heard the words. The man she loves wants this kind of calmness that is unchanging before the landslide. And he wants to have this kind of vigorous gesture of cold eyebrows pointing at thousands of husbands. This is the man. And this is the man Lin Chilling loves. For this kind of man, she doesn't need everything, as long as she can be by his side. Boss. Lin Chilling murmured, and gently kissed Lin Feng's lips. Now, Lin Chilling doesn't have any ability to help Lin Feng, so she can only do her instinct as a woman to give Lin Feng some happiness and let him relax the pressure. Xiling. Lin Feng groaned softly. Since the last time in the office, the two of them lost their sense of desire and had a relationship. Both of them wisely kept silent about the matter. Although they were more intimate in their actions, they did not have a relationship again. But both of them had the same feeling in their hearts. Kind of desire. Now Lin Chilling kissed Lin Feng and gently stroked Lin Feng with both hands, like a thunder in the sky, immediately igniting the strong desires in the hearts of the two of them. After a sound of undressing, the two lay on the bed in the inner cabin. Boss, don't move, let me serve you. Lin Chilling shook her head gently, stopping Lin Feng's actions, and let Lin Feng lie down without moving anything. Just between Lin Feng's surprise, Lin Chilling's lips slid down Lin Feng's lips, kissed her chin, her chest muscles, her lower abdomen, and finally, in Lin Feng's anticipation and excitement, she bit Xiao Lin Feng. Lin Feng cried out immediately. He never thought that the former top model in Taiwan would do this for himself. Although his movements were extremely strange, he was extremely gentle and extremely hardworking. So cool, Lin Feng yelled in his heart. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly felt cold in his lower body, and then another hot. His lower body was constantly torturing between the cold and the heat. The Xiao Lin Feng he boiled was stronger and more majestic. The refreshing between the fires made Lin Feng feel refreshed. His whole body was too refreshed, and the whole person couldn't help groaning. Ice and fire double heaven. Lin Feng yelled in his heart. The ice and fire double heaven has always been what Lin Feng wanted to try, but neither Li Zu nor Avril Lavigne resolutely refused to do it. They said that this was too much. They could agree to other requirements, but they did not do it. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he didn't know the taste of ice and fire in this life. He didn't expect that Lin Chilling, the noble and sexy former top model in Taiwan, would actually do this for herself, which filled Lin Feng's heart with a sense of conquest and an achievement. The greatest achievement of a man is to conquer a woman, allowing a woman to do anything for herself willingly. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that he was the most successful man. For a long time, when the Huaden first came on, Lin Feng lay on the bed comfortably, recalling the sweetness of the passion just now. Boss, it's dinner. Lin Chilling whispered outside the door. Lin Feng got up and took a look. Everything was set up outside. The red candlelight, the tempting steak, the mellow red wine, and the beauty. Lin Feng suddenly moved his index finger. Moreover, although Lin Feng did not expend any physical effort just now, under Lin Chilling's perfect stimulation, Lin Feng also sprayed continuously. If he hadn't been practicing the unknown tuner technique taught by Wang Meng recently, Lin Feng guessed that he must have been limp on the bed and didn't want to move anything. This exercise is useful. Lin Feng secretly said affirmatively. Lin Feng had thought it was useless to practice these days, because when I was practicing, I didn't feel at all, and I had to practice in the morning, midnight, and evening, and it took about 30 minutes each time, which was extremely time-consuming, which made Lin Feng's heart somewhat shaken. But after the Washan cloud and rain just now, his whole body is still full of vitality, making Lin Feng completely believe in the effectiveness of Wang Meng's set of kung fu, and it has also strengthened Lin Feng's determination to continue to cultivate with perseverance. Boss, come on, I believe you will be able to solve this difficulty. Lin Qiling toasted for Lin Feng. Hee, Xiling, don't worry, this matter has always been under my control. Lin Feng gently clinked his glasses and smiled triumphantly. The reason why I have remained indifferent these past 2 days is to make them cause trouble. The bigger the trouble, the better. This will make it easier for me to act. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of determination and killing. This time, when these people were going to make trouble, Lin Feng waited for them to make trouble. The more they made the trouble, the better. When Lin Feng Qiu settled the ledger. Boss, you have a way. People thought. I thought. Lin Qiling's face turned red when she heard the words, thinking that she just thought Lin Feng was feeling uncomfortable. She tried every way to comfort Lin Feng. As a result, Lin Feng had a solution long ago. Thinking of this, Lin Qiling's face was shy. Lin Feng chuckled slightly. He also did not expect that this time he would unexpectedly gain Lin Qiling's service. Obviously, these British directors gave himself a gift in advance. At this moment, the phone rang. Looking at the number, Lin Feng smiled triumphantly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. What is the purpose of chapter 870? The phone rings. Seeing the phone number, Lin Feng smiled. Hello, Richard Li Zikai. Good evening. Lin Feng said with a smile. CB Chine Zeboy for short, you are still in the mood to laugh, and now you can still laugh in this situation. Compared to Lin Feng's good mood, Li Zikai sighed again and again. Hee. How can I not smile when I receive your call? Also, why are you so depressed? Be more active. Lin Feng joked. Li Zikai was speechless for a while. At this time, Lin Feng actually came to persuade him to be more active. Li Zikai really didn't know whether to say that Lin Feng has a big heart or that Lin Feng is heartless. Well, CB, what do you want now? Is there any way? Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Li Zikai asked worriedly. Although this acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank is a personal action by Lin Feng, the four of Lin Feng, Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziying have become a profitable team. Lin Feng's interests are directly related to the future prospects of their small team. Moreover, as a Chinese, Li Zikai definitely does not want Lin Feng to be teased, tricked, and kicked out of the Standard Chartered Board of Directors. Especially Li Zikai did not want Lin Feng to be teased by the British. It has been too long since Hong Kong fell into the hands of the British government. Although it has now returned, it will always be a pain in the hearts of some people of insight. Especially in those days, Hong Kong residents have always been second-class citizens in the eyes of the British. This is even more disgusting to young and wealthy Li Zikai. This time, Lam Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank is very symbolic to Hong Kong rich men like Li Zikai. It is worth celebrating and remembering forever. In particular, Standard Chartered Bank also has the right to issue general Hong Kong dollars, which is even more remarkable. Therefore, if possible, Li Zikai will definitely support Lin Feng, and support it to the end. Richard, I do have a plan, and it's already being implemented, so don't worry. But right now, I still need some help. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously and suddenly said something insignificant. Richard, it's the 21st century. Your father's generation is already old, and it's our turn in this world. CB. What do you mean? Richard heard his heart beating wildly, not knowing what Lin Feng wanted. Ha, Richard, would you like to ask Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Ziying if they want to have a lot of fun? If so, are you interested in joining my Standard Chartered Bank and becoming a director of Standard Chartered Bank? Lin Feng throws out an unbelievable one. Decoy bait. Become a director of Standard Chartered Bank? Li Zikai was moved when he heard the words. With a slight turn in his mind, he immediately understood Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Are you preparing this time? Li Zikai sweated coldly on his forehead, and Lin Feng was really ready to do it this time. Yes, this time I am going to let Standard Chartered Bank be completely surnamed Chinese China and completely surnamed Lin. Lin Feng slammed the table fiercely. This time these British directors made such trouble, which completely angered Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng bought Standard Chartered Bank as long as these British directors did not cause trouble and were prepared to live in harmony with these British directors, but now these British directors threatened to drive themselves out. Then Lin Feng would not be polite. Since you want to drive me away, I will drive you away first, and Lin Feng is going to drive the British forces out of Standard Chartered Bank. However, if these British forces are to be driven out of Standard Chartered Bank now, it is bound to cause an immeasurably heavy blow to Standard Chartered Bank. After all, these British forces have been operating at Standard Chartered Bank for hundreds of years, and their forces have long been entangled and affected whole body. Just like this time, under the call of these British directors, more than half of the employees of Standard Chartered Bank proposed to resign, almost causing Standard Chartered Bank to collapse instantly. Fortunately, under the intervention of the Hong Kong government, the Hong Kong branch of Standard Chartered Bank, 2/3 of Standard Chartered Bank's business is in Southeast Asia, and Hong Kong is the Asian headquarters is only a small part of the separation. Otherwise, I am afraid that Standard Chartered Bank has already crossed. Under this circumstance, Lin Feng will have to drive out many British forces, which will definitely cause the heaviest blow to Standard Chartered Bank. Therefore, if you want to get rid of these British directors, you must first stabilize Standard Chartered Bank and stabilize the declining popularity and confidence in Standard Chartered Bank in the market. 2/3 of Standard Chartered Bank's business is in Southeast Asia, especially Hong Kong. It is the top priority of Standard Chartered Bank. Therefore, Lin Feng hopes to use the popularity and influence of Hong Kong's wealthy individuals to stabilize Standard Chartered Bank by pulling Hong Kong's richest people into Standard Chartered Bank. After stabilization, Lin Feng will begin to eradicate dissident behavior and let Standard Chartered Bank completely Sinocom. But when pulling Hong Kong tycoons into the game, Lin Feng did not want to find the older generation, such as Li Ka-shing. Of course, looking for them to buy shares in Standard Chartered Bank is of course beneficial to stabilizing the current situation of Standard Chartered Bank, but relatively speaking, these older generations of wealthy people are more utilitarian and conservative. They have a good retreat in everything. This style of behavior is extremely fascinating. Lin Feng was dissatisfied. If everything is thinking of all retreats, you will lose your momentum and you will also lose some opportunities. And this is also the fundamental difference between the older generation's rich and the younger generation's ideas. The older generation of wealthy tycoons do everything in a stable manner. They do not seek merits, but seek no fault. Therefore, the accumulation of wealth is slow but very solid. The younger generation is very radical and very eager to succeed. So sometimes it is unavoidable to act extreme, but they can have the possibility of getting rich overnight. Of course, an unstable foundation is a disadvantage. At the moment, gradual progress has been unable to solve the problem, and leapfrog thinking and means must be used to solve the current crisis. Therefore, Lin Feng hopes to pull the rich second generation like Li Zikai into a stake in Standard Chartered Bank. They are more energetic, more motivated and ambitious, and willing to take risks, very in line with the requirements of Lin Feng. Especially, there are these real rich people behind them, and they can still borrow the influence of these super rich people such as Li Ka-shing and others. And more importantly, Li Zikai and others have enough cash in their hands, and Lin Feng needs these cash now. How about, Richard? Are you interested in being a director of Standard Chartered Bank? Lin Feng asked with a smile. For Li Zikai's answer, Lin Feng is confident. If Lin Feng approached Li Zikai as soon as the Standard Chartered Bank crisis broke out, he might not agree. But now that Li Zikai calls in person, it means that he is willing to help Lin Feng. This is also the reason why Lin Feng did not contact Li Zikai and others in the past 2 days. Lin Feng needs to know who is willing to help him when he is most in distress. Under this circumstance, those who are willing to help themselves will be the ones that Lin Feng will truly rely on in the future. CB. No problem. I believe Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Ziying are also very interested. Li Zikai smiled. He is very interested in taking a stake in Standard Chartered Bank, and it can be a good blow to the arrogance of these British directors. Don't think that if they put Lin Feng together like this, they can drive Lin Feng out. There are people in Britain, and there are people in Lin Feng. Many rich people in Hong Kong are very willing to help Lin Feng. Well, Richard, there are some things I have to say first. I will transfer the equity in my hands to you in an appropriate amount. However, I will have the first right to purchase these equity. Lin Feng said ugly. Although the relationship between everyone is very good and the cooperation is happy, Lin Feng does not help that any other situation will cause the outflow of Standard Chartered Bank's shares in the future. Standard Chartered Bank must belong to itself. CB. No problem. These are not problems. Li Zikai didn't care about it. Anyway, he did not intend to sell these shares. This would be the best link to maintain the relationship between the four of them. For Li Zikai, in order to maintain a relationship between friends, in addition to feelings, it is best to have common interests. Only when the interests are common, this relationship will be unbreakable. Therefore, emotion is the most mysterious thing in this world, and it is also the most uncontrollable thing, especially in business. If you only rely on emotions, according to countless examples in the past, the situation of being stabbed by a friend at the end of the mall is far more than a friend's giving charcoal at a critical moment. After all, people are selfish, and there is nothing in this world that cannot be betrayed or abandoned. The prerequisite is whether the benefits that make you betray or abandon can overwhelm the things you insist on in your heart. After that, Lin Feng and Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Ziying reached an agreement on the transfer of shares in Standard Chartered Bank. The 28.09% of Lin Feng's personally owned shares will be sold to Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Ziying at a price of 89 Hong Kong dollars each for 3% of the shares. This is also a little benefit Lin Feng gave the three people, and it is also a reward for the three people's support this time and the support of the family behind the three people's persuasion, as well as compensation for reaching this unequal treaty. Otherwise, Lin Feng would ask others to support him without giving him benefits. This kind of cooperation will not last long, and it will hurt feelings very much. After the transaction, Lin Feng owns 38.1% of Standard Chartered Bank, including 14.5% in Bao Pili's hands and 7.51% in Robert Holmes' hands. Lin Feng also sold 3% of the shares to another heavyweight, Li Zikai. Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Ziying each own 3% of the shares. At this time, Lin Feng had previously left $1.795 billion in cash. After selling 12% of Standard Chartered Bank shares, Lin Feng held a total of $3.509 billion in cash. Then, Lin Feng allocated $3 billion from the second game. The second game account still has $4.02 billion in cash. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to borrow more, but the second game will invest several. The game hardware production line needs to spend billions of dollars to produce the Dream handheld and subsequent home consoles, plus the liquidity guarantee. Because the second game will not be able to raise more funds for the time being, a total of with $6.509 billion in cash, it is enough to realize Lin Feng's plan. Originally, Lin Feng could borrow funds through Standard Chartered Bank, but now in the situation of Standard Chartered Bank, once Lin Feng borrows funds through Standard Chartered Bank, it will be completely implemented. The outside world will think that Lin Feng bought Standard Chartered Bank only to borrow funds, not to operate a bank. This kind of suspicion and evaluation will push Standard Chartered Bank into the abyss. $6.509 billion is enough for Lin Feng to act. As for the actual shares of Standard Chartered Bank, he owns only 16.09%. Lin Feng doesn't care at the moment. He has follow-up methods to increase his holdings. The 38% of the shares in the hands of those directors has always been thought of by Lin Feng. 16.09% of the shares, plus 38% of the shares, is enough for Lin Feng to completely control Standard Chartered Bank again. By the way, Richard, you and Tang Jiaqing and Zheng Zihing will fly to London immediately. My special plane is already waiting for you at the Hong Kong airport. Lin Feng smiled. Ha, so good. You Lin Feng, I would call you even if I was right. I knew we would buy a stake in Standard Chartered Bank. Li Zikai laughed when he heard it. Although it was calculated by Lin Feng, he was not annoyed. After all, this time the matter is so big, Lin Feng should be cautious. Moreover, Lin Feng also gave them enough benefits. They can imagine that once they join the press conference tomorrow to announce their shareholding in Standard Chartered Bank, what an impact it will have on Standard Chartered's stock price. It is bound to rise across the board. You know, Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zihing are now billionaires, and the families behind the three are all distinguished figures in Hong Kong. It also directly influences the pattern of Hong Kong's financial industry. What's more, the appearance of the three also explains to a certain extent the attitude of Hong Kong's wealthy circles towards Lin Feng. With the support of Hong Kong tycoons, Standard Chartered Bank, which has 2/3 of its business in Southeast Asia, mainly Hong Kong, is a ghost if its stock price does not rise. Of course, this is only temporarily stabilizing people's hearts. What is really important is to see whether Lin Feng can cope with the severe resignation of a large number of Standard Chartered Bank employees. If they cannot cope with it, their presence will only temporarily ease the downward trend of Standard Chartered Bank and give all Standard Chartered Bank customers a little confidence. However, Li Zikai believes that Lin Feng must be able to resolve this crisis. When Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Zihing arrived at the airport, they boarded the Lin Feng plane and accidentally found another person, Zong Qingwu from the Wahaha group. Haha, the three young talents have never had a chance to meet, but I can finally meet this time. Fortunate to meet you. Fortunate to meet. Zong Qingwu said hello to the three with a smile on his face. The three of Li Zikai were surprised. Unexpectedly, Zong Qingwu, president of Wahaha Group, would also be on the Lin Feng special plane. Obviously Zong Qingwu also attended this press conference. The three of Li Zikai guessed right. After Zong Qingwu took the initiative to contact Lin Feng, he was invited by Lin Feng to go to London. And Zong Qingwu, like Li Zikai and others, owns 3% of Standard Chartered Bank. Zong Qingwu was also quite surprised by the investment in Standard Chartered Bank this time. He did not expect that Lin Feng would sell the shares of Standard Chartered Bank to himself, but since this way, the relationship between the two will be closer, and Zong Qingwu's acquisition of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank and the acquisition by Li Zikai and others have completely different meanings. In this regard, Zong Qingwu can only admire Lin Feng. This time he played too much. What does Lin Feng want? Li Zikai and the three secretly guessed. Look forward to. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 871, The Fear of the Bank of East Asia. When Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, Zheng Zihing and Zong Qingwu took the Lin Feng special plane to London, Lin Feng also started to act. Old Ku, how is it? Are you ready to take over the 400 employees from Standard Chartered Bank's UK headquarters? Lin Feng called Kudaba. This time, a total of 380 employees of Standard Chartered Bank in the UK headquarters have resigned, almost completely paralysing all of Standard Chartered Bank's business in the UK. Many British depositors complained and could only choose automatic ATM deposits and withdrawals. This also caused many depositors in the UK to withdraw their deposits. Cash. which is also the main reason for the decline in Standard Chartered's stock price. In order to deal with this talent crisis, Lin Feng thought of Maybank, which had a controlling interest of up to 80% by Kudaba. Malayan banking was founded by Kudaban. It has 334 banks in Malaysia and 34 branches overseas. Although there was a subsequent run that caused Maybank to be taken over by the government, Kudaba still holds a large amount of equity. This time, Lin Feng hoped that Kudaba could help him by finding 400 skilled bank employees to replace the loss of 380 employees in the UK branch of Standard Chartered Bank. And very coincidentally, although Malay is spoken in Malaysia, English is the common language and the language of correspondence. Almost all Maybank staff can speak English, so communication is not a problem at all. For Lin Feng's request, Kudaba was slightly embarrassed. After all, it is not easy to find 400 skilled bank staff in just 3 days. However, as the richest man in Malaysia and now the richest man in Singapore, Kudaba once founded Malayan Bank and has a very high reputation in the banking industry in Southeast Asia. Prestige and authority. For Lin Feng's request, Kudaba hesitated for a while before agreeing. After all, he still has a cooperative relationship with Lin Feng, and he also helps that Lin Feng can take care of his unsuccessful children and grandchildren. This time he helped Lin Feng owed him a great favor, and this favor cannot be repaid with money. Kudaba could imagine that in the future, Lin Feng would definitely help his children and grandchildren in order to repay his favor. Mr. Lin, no problem. These 400 banking talents have already flown to the UK. Before Standard Chartered Bank opens tomorrow morning, these 400 employees will be able to take up their jobs. And they are all the most skilled employees of Malayan banking. If you have experience working in an overseas bank, you can definitely adapt to your current job right away. Kudaba categorically said. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. With these 400 employees taking over from the British headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank, the situation in the UK can be stabilized. As for Hong Kong, it is really important, and Lin Feng has follow-up arrangements. By the way, Mr. Koo, thank you very much this time. I am afraid this time will bring you a lot of trouble. I will always remember this kindness, Lin Feng said gratefully. Kudaba smiled with relief. With Lin Feng's words, he was satisfied. In order to help Lin Feng this time, he did spend a lot of effort and owed a lot of favor. The 400 staff who are proficient in business and who are also proficient in English are really not a small number. Only Kudaba knew the price. But now with Lin Feng's words, everything is worth it. At least, to say something bad, he can smile at Jukwin. By the way, Mr. Lin, I have to remind you of a word. Among the 400 employees, the bottom-level employees account for 95% of the total. There are only more than 20 managers, and they are all basic-level managers. This time Standard Chartered Bank resigned. The grassroots managers account for 20%, the middle managers account for 15%, and the senior managers account for 5%. I can't help you make up for these talent vacancies, Kudaba said helplessly. For the banking industry, these middle-level talents, especially senior management talents, are needed by all walks of life. Kudaba really can't help this kind of talent. Lin Feng nodded, knowing that these talents are hard to find. But let's talk about stabilizing the UK headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank. As for these talents, they can only be found. As long as there is a skeleton here, the bank is fine. When the time comes, go to other places to dig corners. What the headhunting company does, why not do it? Okay, Mr. Koo, thank you. You take care of your health, so don't think about it anymore, and enjoy your life. I believe your children will be blessed, Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Kudaba can be regarded as having no regrets in his life. This is also what Lin Feng promised in disguise, that he would take good care of his children and grandchildren in the future, and would never allow them to fight for the family property and let the kingdom that Kudaba created by his own hands fall apart. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng called the Hong Kong side after some sorting out his thoughts. Hello, is it Li Guobao and Li Dong? I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng called Li Guobao, chairman of the Bank of East Asia in Hong Kong. Hello, Lin Dong. Our bank has discussed your plan the day before yesterday in detail, Li Guobao said solemnly. Lin Feng heard that his palms were slightly sweaty. Li Guobao's answer will be another key to success this time. 2 days ago, in order to solve the talent crisis caused by the Hong Kong directors, Lin Feng actually approached Kudiba, and through him transferred 400 skilled banking personnel from Maybank to London, England. These talents are basically solved the shortage of talents in the Bank of London in the United Kingdom. But in Hong Kong, a total of more than 1,200 employees will resign. It was only under pressure from the Hong Kong government that these employees did not resign for the time being. However, these people have also issued a notice to the company that is, Lin Feng, and must leave within the month. Otherwise, it will be sued to the labor union and to the court to resolve the matter. In order to deal with this crisis, Lin Feng hastily thought about it. After taking a closer look at the banking sector in Hong Kong, he took a fancy to the Bank of East Asia, which was established in Hong Kong in 1918 and is currently the last local family bank in Hong Kong. Over the years, the Bank of East Asia has been operating well and has always been a leader in local banks in Hong Kong. And what makes Lin Feng even more important is that the listed shares of the Bank of East Asia are as high as 62.5% inaccurate. Whoever has the accurate information, who will help me, and its controlling family, the Li family, only owns a total of 15% of the Bank of East Asia. Moreover, its current chairman Li Guobao only owns 3% of the shares, and other members of the Li family collectively own the remaining 12%. This kind of equity structure is undoubtedly very tempting. It is not difficult to successfully acquire the Bank of East Asia. As long as you invest more money, you can successfully control the Bank of East Asia. Therefore, Lam Feng secretly acquired 260 million shares of Bank of East Asia at a price of 32 Hong Kong dollars per share, originally 18 Hong Kong dollars. But due to Lin Feng's acquisition, which caused a premium and caused the Bank of East Asia's share price to rise sharply, at a total cost of $1.03 billion, Lin Feng's personal funds remained at $5.479 billion and became the largest individual shareholder of the Bank of East Asia. But at present, Lin Feng does not want to control the Bank of East Asia. After all, owning Standard Chartered Bank is enough to achieve his goal of using the bank to resist financial risks. Moreover, the influence of Standard Chartered Bank is far beyond the Bank of East Asia. Therefore, Lin Feng's acquisition of 10% of the Bank of East Asia was only to have the capital to show off to Li Guobao and put forward his own plan. Lam Feng's plan is to cooperate with the two banks. The Bank of East Asia will temporarily help Lam Feng's Standard Chartered Bank to tide over the talent crisis. First, it will allocate 800 bank staff to adequately supply the Hong Kong branch of Standard Chartered Bank, and wait for Lam Feng to cultivate a group of new talents. After that, these talents will be returned to the Bank of East Asia. The benefit gained by the Bank of East Asia is that Standard Chartered Bank will give up part of its Southeast Asian business and will develop jointly with the Bank of East Asia. After all, before, the Bank of East Asia's business volume was mainly in Hong Kong and the mainland, and rarely involved in other places. For the mainland, banks such as Industrial and Commercial Bank of China and China Construction Bank occupy absolute market share, while other banks are just eating leftovers. Under this circumstance, Lin Feng took the initiative to split part of the Southeast Asia business to the Bank of East Asia, which is already sincere. Therefore, in Lin Feng's view, Li Guobao should agree. Unexpectedly. Sorry, Mr. Lin, after research and discussion by our board of directors, your plan is very attractive, but at present our bank is not able to digest the Southeast Asian market. We think it is better to do a good job in our own market first, and then venture into other markets. Li, the national treasurer, is extremely tactful. But the meaning is that Li Guobao disagrees with Lin Feng's plan. Lin Feng frowned, unexpectedly, that Li Guobao and others would be like this. This is a win-win situation for both parties. But Li Guobao did not expect to refuse. Li Dong, I think this is a good thing for our two banks. Don't you think about my proposal as the first major shareholder? Lin Feng said slightly threateningly. I'm sorry, Lin Dong, we have considered it very seriously, and your proposal is not suitable for us. After speaking, Li Guobao hung up the phone. Stunned, at a loss, even a little angry, Lin Feng didn't expect that he would be so rejected by others, and he barely showed any affection. And when he is the largest individual shareholder of the Bank of East Asia at this time, the headquarters of the Bank of East Asia in Hong Kong. Brother, you really decided to do this? Li Guobao's younger brother Li Guoshang asked hesitantly. It's decided. Go Jiang, you should understand that Lin Feng is not a fuel-efficient lamp. His secret holding of Standard Chartered Bank should have reminded all of us in the banking industry. This person is too unpredictable, and the means are endless. I am very scared to cooperate with him. You should know the current holding situation of our family. If you cooperate with this kind of person, the Bank of East Asia will no longer be surnamed Li, but Lin. Li Guobao said vigilantly. Li Guoshang nodded. Indeed, Lin Feng's holding of Standard Chartered Bank this time was too unexpected and even a bit crazy. No one would have thought that a young man who was originally only in the IT industry would become the chairman of a listed banking industry and a banker in a blink of an eye. This is crazy. Moreover, Lin Feng's action was too swift and unsparing. Direct holding is a signal to other banks. When working with Lin Feng, we must think twice before acting. Lin Feng will swallow you no matter which day you cooperate. As for Lin Feng's 10% stake in the Bank of East Asia, the Li family still has a way to deal with it. It was a secret acquisition by Lin Feng before, but when they realized that it was too late, Lin Feng already held 10% of the shares. Now that Lin Feng wants to buy through tradable shares, it's not that simple. At that time, they can use Lin Feng's acquisition of Bank of East Asia to raise the stock price, forcing Lin Feng's financial resources to support the acquisition. What's more, Lin Feng's roots are in Standard Chartered Bank, and now Standard Chartered Bank is just a pot of porridge, and Lin Feng does not have the time and energy to consume them. At this moment, Lin Feng was also frowning. The refusal of the Bank of East Asia caused Lin Feng's plan to be ruined. Now how to do? Today's 3 chapters are over. Continue tomorrow. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. To be continued. Chapter 872 The Madness of Women. Lin Feng frowned, and Li Guobao unexpectedly refused. By the way, Li Guobao owns 3% of the Bank of East Asia, and the Li family owns 15% in total. This is a relatively accurate data obtained after comparing multiple search engines. However, a lot of information on Baidu is not true, which surprised Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not expect that in such a situation that he acquired 10% of the Bank of East Asia, became the largest individual shareholder, and was willing to give up part of the Southeast Asian financial business. Li Guobao would actually refuse him. It seems that the ancients do not deceive. Meth plan can't keep up with the changes. Lin Feng sighed slightly. What should we do now? It takes a long time to borrow from other banks, and other banks, such as Hong Kong Hang Seng and HSBC, are already strong enough, no less than Standard Chartered. In this case, it is hoped that Standard Chartered will be in trouble, or even they can only take their place if they fail, and the equity distribution of the other party is not as scattered as the Bank of East Asia, and Lin Feng is not easy to manipulate. This time, after thousands of choices, Lin Feng chose the Bank of East Asia. Who could have expected that the Bank of East Asia did not buy Lin Feng's account at all? How to do? Lin Feng had no idea for a while. If there is no funding from the Bank of East Asia for talents, Lin Feng will not be able to completely stabilize the situation at Standard Chartered this time, and will not be able to turn things around then. Everything else is just icing on the cake. It is the 1,200 employees in the Hong Kong branch who have decided to resign. Only by resolving this talent crisis can the Standard Chartered Bank's crisis be completely resolved. Boss. Lin Chilling hugged Lin Feng gently from behind. Before, Lin Feng was still happy and confident, but now there is a trace of sadness on her brows. Although Lin Chilling doesn't know what happened, she understands that Lin Feng is encountering difficulties. She couldn't do anything. The only thing she could do was give Lin Feng a warm hug. Lin Feng patted Lin Chilling's hands lightly, took a few deep breaths, and changed his feelings of depression caused by Li Guobao's refusal. "Thank you, Xiling. I'm fine." "Since this road is not open, then change the road." There is never only one road in life, and even if there is no road, I can create a road. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said firmly. Lin Feng does not believe that without Li Guobao and without East Asia, this time the talent crisis will not be solved. "Well, boss, I believe you will do it." Lin Chilling hugged tighter. At this moment, the phone rang. A very unfamiliar phone, but the area code is from Hong Kong. Lin Feng frowned slightly, wondering who else would call in Hong Kong at this time, but instinctively felt that this call should be good news. As expected, Lin Feng answered the phone. A very strange female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, is it Mr. Lin Fenglin?" A very strange, but there seems to be a lady who is about 40 years old. Lin Feng was taken aback. "Hello, I am Lin Feng." "Excuse me, Lin Feng," she asked. "Hello. This is Liao Bixin from a Liao Chonghing Bank," the woman said with a smile. Lin Feng took a slight breath. Liao Bixin, the daughter of Liao Guangxing. Liao Chongxing is the founder of the Liao Chongxing Bank and the founder of the Liao family. Why is she looking for herself at the moment? Although Liao Chonghing Bank is also a local bank in Hong Kong, with the strength of Liao Chonghing Bank, it cannot meet Lam Feng's needs. Unless the entire Liao Chonghing Bank can be merged, this is basically an impossible task. Therefore, Lin Feng only gave up after I scanned the background information of Liao Chonghing Bank. The Liao family owns 47.82% of Liao Chongxing Bank's shares, and it is impossible for Lin Feng to acquire it through tradable shares. Now, one of the main directors of Liao Chonghing Bank, Liu Bixin, is looking for himself. "Why, Mr. Lin, I know that you have just approached Li Guobao. I hope the Bank of East Asia can help you solve this talent crisis." But Li Guobao refused, right? Liao Bixin said in a very affirmative tone. Lin Feng secretly took a breath, wondering how Liao Bixin knew about this. "Ha ha, Mr. Lin, don't be surprised. I know this is normal. Do you know what I have to do with Li Guobao?" There was a hint of inexplicable color in Liao Bixin's tone. Lin Feng shook his head. "What is the relationship between the two of them? How do I know?" "Hee, Mr. Lin, how do you say it? I am not afraid of your jokes. According to the common saying, I am Li Guobao's lover. According to your mainland internet saying, it is a small 3. At this point, Liao Bixin's tone suddenly rose, and his tone it was full of resentment. "HMPH, that bastard Li Guobao, I want to pat my butt and leave if I dare to play with my old mother. It's not that easy." On the other end of the phone came Liao Bixin's complaint to Li Guobao. Lin Feng was stunned. She didn't know that the eldest lady of the Liao family suddenly called herself to complain about Li Guobao, isn't it? However, the relationship between the two of them was a bit unexpected by Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, the two of them would have such an affair. "You know, Li Guobao has a wife and children." But now listening to Liao Bixin's tone, it is clear that in the end Li Guobao chose the family and gave up the daughter of Liao Chonghing Bank. After a complaint, Liao Bixin finally stopped complaining to Li Guobao when Lin Feng's mind was dizzy. "Ha ha, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, but I felt emotional for a while and said a lot of nonsense. But it just made you understand that I am full of resentment against Li Guobao." Liao Bixin mentioned Li Guobao, and there was another curse in his words. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Secretly sighed. This is sometimes the case between a man and a woman. The deep the love, the deep the hatred. However, this Liao Bixin is still single so far. But Li Guobao is a person with a family. It must be a promise made to Liao Bixin, and the result is not fulfilled, so that Liao Bixin is so angry. "Mr. Lin, let's get back to business. I know you want to solve the talent crisis in the Hong Kong branch of Standard Chartered Bank. I have a solution, But you must promise me one condition. Liao Bixin said. Temptation. Lin Feng was taken aback, but he didn't expect Liao Bixin to call for this. But is Liao Chonghing Bank capable of helping itself solve difficulties? Mr. Lin, I know your doubts. I think Liao Chonghing Bank is too small to solve the current talent crisis of Standard Chartered Bank. But believe me, I have a way to help you solve it. But the premise is that you must agree to this condition. Liao Bixin said vowedly. Lin Feng was stunned, wondering what confidence Liao Bixin had to help herself solve the crisis. But it's not bad to listen to it now. Mr. Lin, if I can help you solve the Standard Chartered Bank's talent crisis this time, I hope you can complete the acquisition of the Bank of East Asia, and then support me and let me become the chairman of the Bank of East Asia. Liao Bixin said no in his tone. I want to let Li Guobao know that it is the biggest mistake in my life that he offends me. I want the Bank of East Asia to no longer be surnamed Li, but Liao. Lin Feng took a deep breath. And this woman was indeed even more terrifying than a man in revenge. But the premise is that Liu Bixin has any way to solve the talent crisis of his Hong Kong branch of Standard Chartered Bank. We must know that the Bank of East Asia now has a market value of 83.2 billion Hong Kong dollars, while the market value of Liao Chonghing Bank is only a mere 7.65 billion Hong Kong dollars. The difference between the two is far, and even a fraction of the Bank of East Asia is not enough. It is equivalent to one being an elephant and the other an ant. What did Liao Bixin use to repay her promise to her? Mr. Lin, I believe you must be thinking in your heart at this moment, what bargaining chip I will use to ask you. Mr. Lin, I can persuade my brother to sell you all the 47.82% of Liao Chonghing Bank's shares in our hands, and let Liao Chonghing Bank and Liao Chonghing Bank and Standard Chartered Bank merges, so you can solve your talent crisis. Liao Bixin said confidently. Lin Feng was taken aback. Liao Bixin's proposal was too unexpected and too ridiculous. Liao Bixin actually wanted to sell all the shares in Liao Chonghing Bank in his hand and instead retaliate against Li Guobao. This woman was too fierce. You must know that Liao Chonghing Bank is an ancestral enterprise, and Liao Bixin could sell it because of revenge against a man. However, this method can indeed solve the talent crisis of Standard Chartered Bank, and it can increase the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank in an all-round way. Lin Feng couldn't understand. But also, the woman's heart, the needle on the seabed. The man really can't understand. Mr. Lin, with the currently Liao Chonghing Bank stock price of 17 Hong Kong dollars per share, 47.82% of the shares are 3.658 billion Hong Kong dollars. We can complete the handover immediately and reach the transfer agreement, Liao Bixin said firmly. Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. Miss Liao, you must know that only 10% of BEA shares in my hand are worth 1.03 billion US dollars, about 8.24 billion Hong Kong dollars. And your stocks can only buy about 4% of BEA shares. Lin Feng was helpless, said, I know this, but Mr. Lin, I don't expect me to unilaterally control the Bank of East Asia. I just hope that after the two of us share more shares than the Li family in the future, Mr. Lin can support me as the chairman of the company. And I have a piece of evidence in my hand. A piece of information about Li Guobao's alleged use of power for personal gain. Although it is impossible to convict Li Guobao, it is enough to cause the Bank of East Asia's stock to plummet. Speaking of this, Liao Bixin showed a triumphant smile on his face. Since Li Guobao abandoned her, and after denying all the relationship with her and reprimanding her as an nympho, Liao Bixin hated Li Guobao to his bones. After learning that Lin Feng had become the largest shareholder of the Bank of East Asia through an inner ghost who had been inserted into the Bank of East Asia many years ago, and wanted to use the Bank of East Asia to solve the talent crisis in the Hong Kong branch of Standard Chartered Bank, Liao Bixin thought about revenge. Li Guobao's opportunity has come. But for a while, I don't know what to do. Just to learn that Li Guobao rejected Lin Feng's proposal, Liao Bixin suddenly had an idea. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author. and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 873. After hearing that Lin Feng's proposal was rejected by the Bank of East Asia, Liao Bixin immediately thought of a plan to retaliate against Li Guobao. Dang even contacted his two elder brothers, who are also the current chairman of Liao Chongqing Bank, Liao Liuyu, and general manager Liao Lizi. Liao Bixin stated his plan and proposed to sell 47.82% of the shares in Liao Chongqing Bank held by the three people, and instead hold the shareholder Bank of Asia. At first, the two brothers Liao Bixin disagreed with this, thinking that it violated the father's teachings, and this was the sale of the ancestral property. However, under the analysis of Liao Bixin's cries and troubles, the two had no choice but to agree to Liao Bixin's proposal. After all, Liao Bixin is right. The fierce competition in the banking industry in Hong Kong is unprecedented. Moreover, Lin Feng's high-profile and strong acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank and his entry into the banking financial industry will have an immeasurable impact on the banking industry in Hong Kong. No one knows what the future Hong Kong banking industry will be like, but know one thing, that is, competition will become fiercer. Under such circumstances, the declining Liao Chongqing Bank wants to gain a foothold in the banking sector in Hong Kong, and its future is very slim. But now, Lin Feng's Standard Chartered Bank is the most difficult time. If the Liao family can sell Liao Chongqing Bank to Lin Feng and use the talent pool of Liao Chongqing Bank to help Lin Feng through the current difficulties, this kindness will be like a snow in the snow. Based on Liao Bixin's understanding of Lin Feng has always been extremely generous to friends who give charcoal in the snow, and is never stingy. Today they give a piece of carbon, and tomorrow Lin Feng will reward them with a diamond. What's more, replacing the dying chairman of Liao Chongqing Bank for the position of chairman of the Bank of East Asia, apart from abandoning the title of Liao Chongqing Bank, a family bank, the Bank of East Asia is better in terms of influence and economic strength. No, it should be said, far better than Liao Chongqing Bank. What's more, Liao Bixin was bullied by Li Guobao in this way. As the daughter of the Liao family, she was bullied in this way. If Liao Liuyu and Liao Lizi did not stand up for Liao Bixin, the entire Liao family would become the laughingstock of Regal Street in Hong Kong. It's just that the Li family has completely overwhelmed the Liao family in terms of status, power, and economy, leaving Liao Liuyu and Liao Lizi unable to stand up for the younger sister. This time I was able to use Lin Feng's power to deal with Li Guobao and speak out for his sister Liao Bixin. Think about Li Guobao's face when his sister Liao Bixin became the chairman of the Bank of East Asia and appeared in front of Li Guobao. Liao Liuyu and Liao Lizi thought laugh. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, I found that apart from losing the title of family bank, there was no loss at all, but a lot of benefits. In this case, if they disagree, it would be foolish. Of course, the only prerequisite now is whether Lin Feng will agree to buy the shares of Liao Chongqing Bank in their hands, and is willing to support them to become the chairman of the Bank of East Asia in the future. Liao Bixin was on the phone, holding his breath, waiting for Lin Feng's answer. Promise or not? For Lin Feng, this issue hardly needs any consideration. The talent crisis in the Hong Kong branch of Standard Chartered Bank must be resolved, and it is the most urgent matter to be resolved. At this time, Liao Bixin proposed to let Lin Feng acquire Liao Chongqing Bank to solve this crisis. For Lin Feng, this was a perfect plan, and this can also help Lin Feng think of another method. A method of diluting 38% of the shares of the former British director of Standard Chartered Bank. Through the merger of the two banks, Lin Feng will be able to dilute the shares of the two banks, and Lin Feng will be able to own the largest equity. What's more, the price that Lin Feng needs to pay in this case is only to help Liao Bixin become a director of the Bank of East Asia. Leaving aside the old rotten sesame incidents between Liao Bixin and Li Guobao, only this time Li Guobao failed to save him, Lin Feng has a reason to take the opportunity to acquire the Bank of East Asia, and expand the strength of Standard Chartered Bank. By the way, let his own Standard Chartered banks have stronger risk resistance. And you can also make friends with the Liao family. Although the Liao family is not too prominent in Hong Kong, after all, it has been operating in Hong Kong for so many years, has a wide network of contacts, and has been operating in the banking industry for a long time. This will greatly help Lam Feng's Standard Chartered Bank's business promotion in Hong Kong in the future. Benefit. After several trade-offs, it can be said that this time Liao Bixin took the initiative to transfer all shares of Liao Chonghing Bank, which can be described as a win-win situation. Lam Feng was able to solve the talent crisis of Standard Chartered Bank, befriend the Liao family, and even join the shareholder ADB. And Liao Bixin can not only change shotguns for cannons. Chairman Liao Chonghing Bank becomes chairman of BEA, sees the opportunity to be strong with the world's richest man, and in the end, he can spit out bad anger for herself and humiliate Li Guobao. There is almost no reason for the two parties not to cooperate. Miss Liao, I am very willing to buy the shares of Liao Chonghing Bank in the hands of you and Brother Ling. But I need to get as many shares as possible. The more the better. Lin Feng wanted to dilute the shares of the former British director of Standard Chartered Bank. So Lin Feng must have more shares in Liao Chonghing Bank, the better. Yes, Mr. Lin. We at Liao Chonghing Bank, in addition to our Liao family holding 47.82% of the shares, Tokyo Mitsubishi UFJ Bank of Japan holds 9.66% of the shares, and the Hong Kong Mortgage Corporation holds 20% of the shares. If Mr. Lin, if necessary, I can help you negotiate with them. As long as you use such a little method, I believe they will agree. Although Liao Bixin does not understand why Lin Feng wants so many shares in Liao Chonghing Bank, now that the two sides are cooperating, and Liao Bixin also eagerly hopes that Lin Feng's shareholding will help herself avenge Li Guobao, and at the same time let the Liao family rejuvenate again. Naturally, she will do her best to help Lin Feng. For Liao Bixin, helping Lin Feng now means helping herself. Then Miss Liao can help me more in this regard. Regarding the Bank of East Asia, I can promise that as long as we can control the Bank of East Asia, Miss Liao will be the chairman of the Bank of East Asia in the future. This is my Lin Feng's promise to Miss Liao, Lin Feng said decisively. When Liao Bixin heard this, he clenched a fist and smiled. Mr. Lin, then I will arrange for 200 employees to report to Standard Chartered Bank tomorrow. As for the remaining 1,000 employees, they will all be able to go to Standard Chartered Bank for services within 1 month. Liao Bixin is already a little impatient and hopes to launch this targeting. Liao Bixin jumped for joy when he thought of becoming the chairman of the Bank of East Asia and appeared in front of Li Guobao in the sniper operation of the Bank of East Asia. Damn Li Guobao! Let's take a look this time. Liao Bixin's eyes showed a bloodthirsty light. At this time, at the Bank of East Asia headquarters, Li Guobao suddenly sneezed several times. It is now September. Although it has already started autumn and the sky is getting colder, Hong Kong is still hot and it makes you feel like you are in a sauna. However, Li Guobao suddenly felt chills, and it was not cold enough. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng put on a confident smile again on his face. Although there is no help from the Bank of East Asia, but getting a Liao Chonghing Bank, and may also control the Bank of East Asia, this is simply a double happiness. Boss. Lin Xiling secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the confident smile on Lin Feng's face again that intoxicated her. No matter how Lin Feng resolved this crisis, for her, it would be good if Lin Feng could win. Tuke, tuke, tuke. Lin Feng kept tapping the desktop with his fingers. There are still 9 hours before the press conference tomorrow. For these 9 hours, Lin Feng doesn't want to waste it. There are still many things to do. Li Rui, do you know where Pete is? Lin Feng called Li Rui. Boss, I know, it's on the outskirts of London, and it only takes 26 minutes and 30 seconds to drive. Li Rui still accurate time to the second said. Well, let's go. Let's visit him. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Although Lin Feng now has absolute certainty, he can turn things around and bring Standard Chartered Bank back to life. But this time the outside world looked down on himself so much, Then Lin Feng would do a full set of the show, and he would have to return the stock of Standard Chartered Bank to the highest market price overnight. In the past 2 days, due to frequent negative news, and the stock price plummeted from 113 Hong Kong dollars to 89 Hong Kong dollars. A large number of shareholders began to sell the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Feng has absorbed all the Standard Chartered Bank stocks on the market, and almost wiped out all the outstanding Standard Chartered Bank stocks on the market. Although it did not prevent the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank from falling, it once again increased Lin Feng's holdings. Originally, after Lin Feng, Xiang Li Zikai, Zong Qingwu and other 4 people sold 3% of Standard Chartered Bank shares, Lin Feng personally owns 19.09 shares of Standard Chartered Bank. This time, after almost all the circulating shares on the market were wiped out, Lin Feng finally held the Standard Chartered Bank shares 29.09%. For Lin Feng, asking Pete back is undoubtedly a very wonderful method, and it is also a very critical link. Pete can come back and he can restore his popularity in the market. Coupled with Lam Feng's subsequent methods, Lam Feng is fully confident that the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank will be dropped to 200 Hong Kong dollars. Of course, Lin Feng had thought about asking Pete back before, but Lin Feng was not sure that he would be able to get Pete back. After all, Lin Feng did not have the corresponding means to deal with the troubles of these British directors. Everything is in place now. As long as Pete comes back, everything can be restored. After all, Pete has been in this industry for 20 years and has rich experience, and only he has the ability to integrate multiple banks. Of course, Lin Feng can also dig others, but it can't save the near fire. And outsiders are definitely not as familiar with Standard Chartered Bank as Pete. As long as Pete comes back, Lam Feng acquires Liao Chonghing Bank and merges it with Standard Chartered Bank. Only then can Lam Feng obtain the maximum interest and achieve his goal of diluting the original directors of Standard Chartered Bank to the greatest extent. Lin Feng drove to Pete's house. At this time, several former Standard Chartered Bank directors had just come out of Pete's house. Seeing Lin Feng, he glared at Lin Feng fiercely, and one of the directors of Standard Chartered Bank also spit on Lin Feng's car fiercely. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 874 I am a British Jazz? Pete had just bid farewell to the former director of Standard Chartered Bank, but unexpectedly found Lin Feng's car. Mr. Lin, welcome to the humble house. I didn't expect you to come today. Pete couldn't tell whether he was happy or worried about Lin Feng's arrival. At this time, when a former Standard Chartered Bank director walked by Lin Feng's car, he sipped at Lin Feng's Rover sedan, spitting on Lin Feng's car. As Lin Feng's bodyguard, Li Rui frowned suddenly. This behavior was naked and provocative. On the spot, he grabbed the director of Standard Chartered Bank, who was about 50 years old, with his backhand, and almost lifted the tall Hans with one hand and asked him to wipe it clean. What are you doing? The director of Standard Chartered Bank named Hans was caught by Li Ru immediately. He had difficulty breathing, his face turned pale. His hands kept slapping Li Rui's arm with a look of horror. When other directors around saw this scene, they were shocked, but Lin Feng's bodyguard would be so hot-tempered. Quickly let go, this is the UK. Otherwise we will call the police. Several directors threatened. Li Ru ignored it at all, just looking at Lin Feng. Everyone, you said you want to call the police. That's right. When the police arrive, I want to comment. He spit on my Rover. Is he humiliating me, or is he humiliating the old British brand Rover car, or are you dissatisfied with the British royal family? The Rover sedan has always been the Queen's car, Lin Feng said sarcastically. Lin Feng said this. On the spot, the directors of Standard Chartered Bank were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Hans was accused of so many crimes by Lin Feng just by spitting on the stars. First, he accused Hans of humiliating him, then accused Hans of insulting the old British cars, and finally pulled the Queen in and accused Hans of insulting the Queen. This hat was buttoned off, but it was quite heavy. This is going to be spread, and Hans' reputation is completely ruined as long as the caring people have a little bit of change. Some words are easy to say and not sound, and many things have changed after others have said. Who knows what will happen in the end? And this matter is useless even if the police come. Don't forget, Lin Feng has a knighthood of the Lord Commander of the Order of the British Empire. He uses this as a reason to accuse Hans of insulting the Queen of England. Hans has almost no possibility of quibbling. Many British directors looked at Hans and then at Lin Feng, secretly doing bad luck for Hans. Who knows that this time Lin Feng's car is Rover, and Rover is the Queen's car. Mr. Lin, don't you think that you bully an old man like this is too unmannered? Another director, Brooke, said angrily because he couldn't see it. Lin Feng glanced at him contemptuously. Demeanor? Demeanor is for a gentleman, and for this kind of villain, it is necessary to learn from Comrade Lin Feng, to sweep away the fallen leaves like the autumn wind. At this moment, Pete spoke. Mr. Lin, you are a guest from afar. You and Mr. Hans and others are all my guests. Why don't you take a step back for my face? Pete reconciled. Lin Feng tapped his finger on his Rover car slightly, scanned Hans, whose face was already pale, smiled slightly, and gestured for Leroy to put down Hans. After all, this is at the door of Pete's house. You don't need to look at the monk's face, but also at the Buddha's face. So you have to give Pete some face. Mr. Hans, this time I look at Mr. Pete's face. Forget it. If you insult the Queen like this next time, I, as the Lord Commander of the Order of the British Empire, will definitely defend the image of the British royal family and the dignity of the Queen to the death. Lin the Wind looked at Hans and said righteously. Many British directors were speechless. Now they can only suffer from a dumb loss. Who made Lin Feng the commander of the British Empire, and they, the out-and-out British, have never won any knighthood. Unfair, absolutely unfair. Many British directors sighed that God had left unfairly. Mr. Lin, please come in. At this moment, Pete smiled and greeted Lin Feng in. Lin Feng readily agreed. Along the way, Lin Feng quietly observed Pete's expression, but Pete's face was indifferent, as if what happened just now had no effect on him at all. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but he didn't expect that Pete was so old and hot. The basic element of getting along with people, observing words and colors. But facing the old rivers and lakes of Pete, Lin Feng couldn't get any information from his face at all. After sitting down, Pete freshly ground coffee for everyone. Lin Feng cut into the subject with coffee. Mr. Pete, the coffee will last for a long time, but the coffee ground from the new coffee beans is fresher. Lin Feng said something. Pete naturally heard the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng meant that his entry into Standard Chartered Bank will bring new vitality to Standard Chartered Bank, instead of sticking to the rules like those old directors. Mr. Lin, although the new coffee beans are very exciting, many people love or are used to old brands of coffee, and it is difficult for these people to change their tastes for a while. Pete is also talking about it. This means that for the banking industry, customers don't want a sudden change of ownership in the bank. Although Pete's words meant that he did not agree with Lin Feng's strong acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank this time, Lin Feng heard one of the mysteries. Pete used the word temporary, which fully revealed the idea hidden in Pete's mind. That is, he was not completely opposed to Lin Feng's entry into Standard Chartered Bank, but he just couldn't adapt. After hearing this meaning in Pete's heart, Lin Feng was sure of it. Mr. Pete, we do not speak secretly. In the current situation of Standard Chartered Bank, if these directors are allowed to make trouble, there will only be one ending. Standard Chartered Bank will eventually go bankrupt due to a credibility crisis, a talent crisis, and management disputes! Lin Feng said bluntly. Hearing this, Peter nodded again and again. Indeed, he knows the state of Standard Chartered Bank now best. Now Lin Feng has just moved into Standard Chartered Bank and has a controlling stake in Standard Chartered. However, the former directors of Standard Chartered Bank are reluctant to let go. The two sides entangled like this. As Lin Feng said, Standard Chartered has only one ending: bankruptcy. The failure of Standard Chartered Bank is definitely a situation that Pete does not want to see. He has worked for Standard Chartered Bank for more than 20 years. From a young man to a middle-aged uncle, Standard Chartered Bank is like home to him. No one hopes that his home will go bankrupt. Thinking of this, Pete sighed. Mr. Lin, I believe you don't want to see this situation in Standard Chartered Bank now. Before and after you invested in Standard Chartered Bank, you also spent more than $4 billion US. You don't want your investment to go to nothing. If you believe me, Standard Chartered Bank feelings, as well as my ability, I have a suggestion here. Pete pondered for a moment, and said carefully, if possible, I hope Mr. Lin will have a good talk with them, referring to the British directors. How about everyone taking a step back? This will also prevent Standard Chartered Bank from falling into a bigger crisis. Pete had to worry. The British directors just came to discuss with him how to take more resolute action to deal with Lin Feng and force Lin Feng to leave Standard Chartered. Although these directors are no longer able to fight against Lin Feng in terms of equity, they can fight against Lin Feng in other ways. They believe that they are fully capable of driving Lin Feng out of Standard Chartered and letting him surrender his equity. Even if not all of the equity, Lin Feng can no longer fully control Standard Chartered. Of course, these are not what really worried Pete. What Pete is worried about is the attitude of these Standard Chartered directors. From what these directors talked, Pete got a message. If these directors cannot take back the control of Standard Chartered Bank, then they would rather destroy Standard Chartered than take advantage of Lin Feng. This is a kind of paranoia and arrogance inherent in the British. They will never allow their own things to be tainted by others. Pete's suggestion was originally kind. After all, these British directors do not want to really bankrupt Standard Chartered Bank. However, Lin Feng's high profile and strong investment in Standard Chartered Bank really made these face-saving British directors uncomfortable. After all, no one likes the sudden change of ownership of things that originally belonged to them, let alone these British people who have always been arrogant. Now, as long as Lin Feng is willing to be a little low profile, and negotiate with those British directors, Pete believes that the two sides still have a great chance to negotiate. Of course, the premise is that Lin Feng must surrender part of the equity. British directors absolutely do not want an established bank with a history of more than 150 years to be completely named Lin from now on. But obviously, Pete underestimated Lin Feng's desire and determination for Standard Chartered Bank. Mr. Pete, your suggestion is very pertinent and very consistent with the current status of Standard Chartered Bank. But I must declare 2 points. First, I am determined to win Standard Chartered Bank. This is the most bird-producing part of all my future plans. I will never give up Standard Chartered Bank. Second, there is an old saying in our country, those who degrade people must be humiliated. These directors look down on me in this way. I am a Chinese man. Is it necessary to be like a group of arrogant British old antiques? Lin the Wind said coldly. Pete was embarrassed when he heard the words. Lin Feng's remarks can be regarded as scolding him, but this group of directors is indeed too arrogant. He knows this point better than anyone else. However, in this situation, the two sides continue to stalemate in this way, and in the end they will only lose one loser. When Peter thought of this, he sighed and frowned. He could already predict the future of Standard Chartered Bank. The veteran of the past is serious, and there is no such thing as he is worried about the tragic fate of Standard Chartered Bank in the future. At this moment, Pete is not like a stalwart CEO of Standard Chartered Bank, but like a lonely man who is afraid of family destruction. Looking at Pete's face that seemed to be 10 years old in an instant, Lin Feng smiled. The more Peter is like this, the more sure Lin Feng's plan is. Mr. Lin, what are you laughing at? Pete asked instinctively. Mr. Pete, I came today to solve the problem. Although I will not apologize to those British directors, I have another solution. Lin Feng said confidently. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 875. I want 5% shares. Another solution? Pete was stunned. In this situation, in Pete's view, Lin Feng only needs to bow his head slightly to those British directors and give up part of the equity to resolve the crisis. How could Lin Feng have another plan? Under Pete's doubts, Lin Feng shook his plan to Pete. After hearing about Lin Feng's plan, Pete felt like a huge wave in his heart. He did not expect that Lin Feng would arrange so many follow-ups in just a few days. Lin Feng could actually borrow from Maybank, and once borrowed 400 people. He was able to complete the acquisition of Liu Chonghing Bank, which completely compensated for the talent crisis in the Hong Kong branch of Standard Chartered Bank, and could also bring in several major families in Hong Kong. Investing in shares can not only completely offset the previous methods of the directors of Standard Chartered Bank, but also push Standard Chartered Bank to a new level. In particular, Lin Feng, a domestic beverage giant, and Zong King Wu of Wahaha Group, took a stake and launched a brand new business, which is even more magical. Pete couldn't help feeling a bit of sigh for those British directors. This time, these directors lost all their faces, and at the expense of the interests of customers, just to drive Lin Feng out of Standard Chartered Bank. But Lin Feng frequently made coups. Lin Feng hasn't announced all of this yet. Once tomorrow's press conference is announced, Pete can imagine how ugly the faces of those British directors will be. With this incident, Lin Feng will truly gain popular support and be accepted by many customers of Standard Chartered Bank. After all, one is harming the interests of Standard Chartered Bank customers, while the other is saving. Comparing the two, it is clear who is better and who is inferior. The world's richest man is the world's richest man, far from being comparable to those British directors who live in the UK all day long and are always "I'm number one in the world." Pete sighed again and again. Mr. Pete, I now want to invite you to become the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank again. I don't know what you think. Lin Feng formally invited Pete. When Peter heard the words, his heart moved. Through Lin Feng's methods, Pete can predict that Standard Chartered Bank's future performance will flourish, and with Lin Feng as the world's richest man as the back office boss, in the future Standard Chartered Bank will be able to compete with banks such as HSBC in the United Kingdom, Citigroup in the United States, and UBS Bank, industry giants. If you can witness such a legend happen with your own eyes, become a witness and participate in it personally, it would be alive. Pete says he is not tempted. Mr. Pete, I came with sincerity, and I hope you can answer me sincerely. Lin Feng added with a smile. He didn't want Pete to sway around here again, maintaining neutrality between himself and those British directors. Either become your own friend, or become your own enemy. Pete knew that this was Lin Feng's ultimatum to himself, and his answer would directly affect his future life. If his choice runs counter to Lin Feng's expectations, Pete can guess that Lin Feng will integrate himself with those British directors. Mr. Lin, can I think about the time for a cup of coffee? This is an extremely important decision, and Pete doesn't want to be hasty. Lin Feng readily agreed. After a cup of coffee, Pete finally made a decision. However, his decision would definitely exceed Lin Feng's imagination. Mr. Lin. Pete looked at Lin Feng very seriously. Lin Feng took a breath. Pete is also very important to his plan. With Pete, Standard Chartered can get back on track in the shortest possible time and become its own treasury. I will no longer face financial difficulties. As long as the amount of acquisitions or mergers and acquisitions is about tens of billions of dollars, Lin Feng can immediately complete fund lending through Standard Chartered Bank. Mr. Lin, I am not going to agree to your plan, nor will I agree to the plans of those directors. Lin Feng was taken aback by Peter's words. Mr. Pete, are you planning to travel the world? Lin Feng frowned. If Pete chooses to stay away from this circle of right and wrong in the end, Lin Feng would be a bit regretful. The departure of such talents is a loss to Standard Chartered Bank. Pete shook his head. This made Lin Feng even more confused. Mr. Lin, I have a brand new plan here, A very bold plan. This plan can help you fully control Standard Chartered Bank and solve the embarrassment of insufficient shares in Standard Chartered Bank in your hands. Pete's eyes shone slightly. Lin Feng's heart jumped when he heard it. He didn't know what Pete thought of a solution, but from Pete's serious expression and the trembling in his tone, Lin Feng guessed that Pete's plan must be amazing. But I have a condition. If it's done, I want a brand new 5% of Standard Chartered Bank. Pete looked at Lin Feng with piercing eyes. Lin Feng frowned. 5% shares, according to the current market value of Standard Chartered Bank, 89 Hong Kong dollars. This 5% share is $714 million. Pete's appetite is not small. Pete watched Lin Feng closely. He knows that his request is very outrageous, but he has his own reasons for requesting. If my plan is implemented, my own 5% share requirement is completely reasonable. What Pete is looking at now is whether Lin Feng has such a mind and spirit. Mr. Pete, I'm doing business. If your plan allows me to take full control of Standard Chartered Bank, I can give you the 5% of the shares. Lin Feng nodded after thinking for a moment. 5% shares are indeed a lot, but if he can completely control Standard Chartered Bank, Lin Feng does not mind giving Pete 5%. Moreover, according to Lin Feng's secret speculation, the source of this 5% shares may also come from the British directors holding 38% of the shares. After all, after the last frantic selling and being swept away by Lin Feng, there are only 0.9% of the outstanding shares of Standard Chartered Bank on the market. When Peter heard Lin Feng's reply, his heart was moved. With 5% shares, he didn't expect Lin Feng to agree to him so quickly. We must know that once his plan is implemented, the market value of the new Standard Chartered Bank will exceed $100 billion, and this 5% stake is worth at least $5 billion. Pete couldn't imagine that he could become a billionaire in his lifetime. $5 billion. This is a wealth that Pete had never thought of before. Although he is the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank, his salary for a year is only £2 million. To make $5 billion, he needs to work without food or drink for 2,500 years. Mr. Lin, first of all let me toast to your mind, to your courage, and to your trust in me. Pete toasted Lin Feng with coffee instead of wine. Lin Feng smiled and finished drinking, and waited for Pete's answer later. After drinking the coffee in his hand and calming his excitement a bit, Pete slowly revealed his plan. Mr. Lin, these plans of yours are perfect and can be said to be able to turn things around. But there is a fatal weakness, that is, you cannot take the opportunity to recover 38% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank from those British directors. Wait until your plan is fully announced. Later, when these directors witness the rise in the value of stocks, they will temporarily die. After all, no one will have trouble with money, but this leaves a hidden danger. Once you have any differences in the future, they will take the opportunity to make a living. Standard Chartered Bank is always peaceful, so you must bring the shares in these directors' hands. There was a sharp cut from the corner of Pete's eyes. Although Peter and these British directors had been quite happy before, in the face of the absolute interests of the company and the absolute interests of the individual, Pete abandoned them without hesitation. Good birds choose wood and live thee, and he has no reason to accompany these lunatics to fool around. But in this way, he was completely opposed to these old British antiques, and even stabbed them deeply behind them. Pete knows the power and influence of these old antiques very well. It is not too much to ask for a 5% stake at the expense of yourself. Lin Feng nodded. This is indeed what Lin Feng has been worried about. If 38% of the shares in these old antiques are not pried over, Lin Feng is not at ease in sleeping. And when Lin Feng played financial games in the future, he was afraid that these old antiques would spoil him. Therefore, I suggest that Mr. Lin will not announce all the news tomorrow, and do not let the 600 employees, 400 in Malaya and 200 in Liao Chonghing Bank, go to Standard Chartered Bank to take over their jobs. At the same time, Do not announce that Li Zikai and other Hong Kong tycoons will become a stake in Standard Chartered. Don't even announce the acquisition of Liao Chonghing Bank. On the contrary, I also hope that Mr. Lin can continue to spread some unfavorable rumors," Pete said in a deep voice. Lin Feng took a deep breath after hearing it, and he had already guessed what Pete wanted to do. This plan is really crazy, but once it succeeds, I can indeed control Standard Chartered completely and truly own more than half of the absolute equity of Standard Chartered Bank. "Pete, tell me your detailed plan." Lin Feng controlled his rapid breathing, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Lin, no, Chairman, we must first suppress the Standard Chartered Bank stock to the lowest point. And then," Pete showed a sly smile. The night passed like this. When Lin Feng came out of Pete's room, the sky was already bright. "Lin Feng, your terms are too insulting. I will never cooperate with a selfish and narrow-minded person like you. I will definitely cooperate with the directors to drive you out of the board of directors. Chinese, go back to China." Just as Lin Feng walked out of Pete's villa, Pete's roar was heard, and Pete slammed the door shut. "Pete, you have to know, now I am the chairman of Standard Chartered Bank, and you are just a part-time worker. If you want to get me out of the board of directors, it depends on whether you have this ability," Lin Feng said angrily outside the door. Afterwards, Lin Feng violently got in the car, closed the door, and drove away. Soon after Lin Feng left, the directors of Standard Chartered Bank drove over from a distance, and then entered Pete Villa. Unexpectedly, at this time, Feng Jun, one of Lin Feng's bodyguards, had a panoramic view of all this and immediately reported to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled triumphantly after listening. "It seems that this trick is always so effective. Great show. It really started." To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 876. I only use Chinese. After leaving Pete's house, Lin Feng went to the airport. Meet Li Zikai, Zong Qingwu and others who came by their own special plane. "Hey, brother Lin, your special plane is really luxurious." DSK. Tusk. It's the first time for me to fly on such a luxurious plane. It's so comfortable. I think even the Air Force One of the President of the United States is not enough. So, Zong Qingwu sighed after getting off the plane. Li Zikai and others did not sigh like Zong Qingwu. After all, it was not the first time they took the Lin Feng special plane. However, even though they have taken it many times, they are still impressed by the luxury and comfort of Lin Feng's Windwings special plane. This special plane is not something ordinary super-rich people can have. Don't even think about it if you don't have a net worth of tens of billions of dollars. By the way, brother Feng, we are all ready, and we will wait to teach those old British antiques this time, Tang Jiaqing said enthusiastically. Tang Jiaqing was thrilled to think that these arrogant Britons could be crippled this time. Although he was extremely young and had not experienced the pain of the Hong Kong people during the early colonial period, it did not hinder his rejection of the British. He is a Chinese. But why should he become a second-class citizen of Britain in Chinese territory? Lin Feng smiled. "Everyone, thank you very much for coming to support me, but things have changed a little now." Lin Feng smiled and said with a pretentious expression of helplessness and shrugged his shoulders. The four were taken aback. "Brother Lin, are there any difficulties? If necessary, I can think of a way to get some domestic private companies to join your plan to open up the domestic market," Zong Qingwu suggested. Lin Feng shook his head. "No, there is no difficulty now, but things have changed a little." Then, Lin Feng greeted everyone to the hotel. "Tell everyone in detail about the countermeasures discussed with Pete." After listening, everyone was stunned. After a long time, all four exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you are so bold. If it were me, I would definitely not dare to take such a risk." Zong Qingwu couldn't help sighing that Lin Feng's newborn calf was not afraid of tigers, but Lin Feng dared to play this kind of tightrope walking game with Pete. It also lies in the strong capital of Lin Feng, Have confidence. It's like playing mahjong. One person brings 1,000 yuan and one person brings 10,000 yuan. With the same technique, those with 10,000 yuan usually have a higher chance of winning aside from the outrageous luck. This is the confidence. Like Zong King, he definitely doesn't have the confidence to play this kind of game. Brother Feng, you are really my idol. This trick is amazing. You are so talented. Tang Jiaqing stared at Lin Feng with a look of admiration. Li Zikai and Zheng Ziheng sighed again and again. They are also known as the best of the younger generation. They have family support behind them, but they are far less than Lin Feng in terms of career and personal influence. This person is more annoying than a person. However, my plan also needs your help. Lin Fengchao smiled mysteriously. What's up? We made a deal. Tang Jiaqing yelled first. It's very simple. After a while, fly back immediately, Lin Feng said. The four were stunned. This is just over 10 hours on the plane, and I have to fly back immediately. This is good. The four of them have participated in a Hong Kong Europe one-day tour. Also, I still need you to do something for me. Lin Feng whispered in the ears of the four people. Okay, brother Lin. I'll give you the body of your old brother. Why not take another 12-hour flight? Anyway, your plane is so luxurious. I just went up to watch the high-altitude night view. Lin Feng's plane can open the skylight, above inlaid with the high-strength fiberglass used in the space shuttle. Zong King said indifferently. Lin Feng shook his head. This time, you have to fly back by yourself. This is a plane ticket. Lin Feng punched the four of them with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, this time I trouble you, and when it's done, we will open champagne together again. Celebrate. The four were completely speechless. It's uncomfortable to fly for a long time, especially when you just get off the plane and sit back without jet lag. People feel even more uncomfortable. But what can be done now? They all say that they are bothering their friends, and now they are just taking an extra flight for Lin Feng. Okay, let's say so, Zong King said helplessly. Who made him get acquainted with Lin Feng? And this time it was indeed very important to Lin Feng, and he couldn't be sloppy. Now that he promised to help Lin Feng do the show, he would make a full set. What's more, he really needs Lin Feng's help. But it's not yet the time. His Wahaha group has always had a hidden danger. No one else could help with this hidden danger, and only Lin Feng might be able to help. This time, he helped Lin Feng in this way, and naturally hoped that Lin Feng could help him in the future. Congratulations, business partners, you help me, I help you, reach an unbreakable alliance. Brother Feng, I'm fine. As for the stock price of Liao Chonghing Bank, don't worry. Leave it to me. I will definitely help you to fry him above 70 Hong Kong dollars. Tang Jiaqing said confidently. In Lin Feng, the Liao family, and one of his colleagues, Li Zikai, and others, it is not difficult to fetch a stock with a market value of less than 7 billion Hong Kong dollars from 17 Hong Kong dollars to 70 Hong Kong dollars in a short period of time. Thank you so much. Lin Fengchong bowed deeply. He was really grateful that the four of them were able to help him this way. Okay, Brother Feng, you can go to work. When the time is up, we will act according to the plan. Tang Jiaqing waved goodbye to Lin Feng. The four of them were hungry just after they got off the plane. Although there were various delicacies on the Lin Feng special plane, the four of them were speculating on Lin Feng's plan and the future prospects of Standard Chartered Bank, so they were drinking red wine all the way and didn't eat anything at all. Now I heard that I was going to sit back again, so I didn't find a place to sit back after a good meal. Lin Feng looked at his watch, and it was almost time for the press conference. At 9 o'clock in the morning, London time, Lin Feng held a press conference on time. At this press conference, many reporters gathered, and all well-known media around the world sent reporters. The news of the world's richest man's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank is definitely the hottest news in recent times, especially after the acquisition by Lin Feng. The directors of Standard Chartered Bank have resigned and threatened to drive Lin Feng out of the declaration of Standard Chartered Bank, making this acquisition even more important, attracting attention regarding whether Standard Chartered Bank changed its surname to Lin or English in the end. There have been constant disputes in the outside world. Experts from all walks of life are racking their brains to analyze the prospects of Standard Chartered Bank. However, at present, more than 80% of public opinion and experts believe that Lin Feng will not be able to hold it this time. If Lin Feng does not want Standard Chartered Bank to go bankrupt, he will definitely bow his head. But according to Lin Feng's past personality, he would never bow his head. So what kind of breaking news will Lin Feng announce at today's press conference? Everyone will wait and see. Lin Feng smiled when he looked at the dark press in the audience, with all kinds of skin tones. Everyone, thank you very much for coming to today's press conference. I have reporters from all over the world under the stand. In this way, I specially prepared a breakfast for you at my Starting Point fast food restaurant. It is better to wait for everyone to finish eating. Let's start again. Lin Feng ordered the breakfast of the Starting Point fast food restaurant to be distributed to every reporter present. Today, reporters from all over the world gather here. If Lin Feng didn't take the opportunity to promote his Starting Point fast food restaurant, he would have missed a good opportunity. Once a few reporters think it tastes good, they can casually advertise that the Qianji fast food restaurant will gain a lot of benefits. You know, here are the reporters of the most famous media in various countries, and they are the most well-known newspapers or TV stations in various countries. Their casual transmission is undoubtedly the most effective advertisement. Everyone was slightly taken aback. For these foreign reporters, it was the first time that they still had something to eat at the press conference. They looked at each other, wondering if Lin Feng delivered this breakfast or not. But the venue has several Chinese reporters. If calm, the wind Lin told reporters this treatment, they may already learning to normally. Amidst the same stunned expression in foreign countries, several Chinese journalists happily ate the foreign reporters who were accustomed to the big scene and ate them. Many foreign journalists looked at each other and were scolded by a Chinese reporter. For the first time in their lives, there was silence in the venue. Everyone looked at the hearty food that these Chinese reporters ate. Especially the set meal delivered by Lin Feng contains Western and Chinese, as well as Korean breakfast. It is delicious and delicious. At the Starting Point fast food restaurant, a single serving costs 9.8 yuan. The nutritious and delicious set meal costs 19.8 yuan. Now that you can taste it for free, several Chinese journalists will not be polite. After hesitating for a while, many foreign reporters also ignored their image and immediately started to move. While eating, praise the deliciousness, especially the Chinese breakfast and Korean breakfast. I ate a lot of it. I should be smiling. Even such authentic Chinese and Korean dishes are not available in some foreign restaurants. Looking at the food in the audience, Lin Feng knew that the breakfast delivered today was very satisfying. Lin Feng has reason to believe that the performance of Starting Point fast food restaurant will increase substantially. After all, McDonald's and KFC do not have nutritious Chinese set meals, nor Korean set meals that taste good. After everyone had finished their breakfast, Lin Feng officially announced the start of the press conference. But at the beginning, Lin Feng made a decision that shocked everyone. First of all, I would like to make a point here. This series of actions by the British directors is unreasonable, and I even think they are racial discrimination. Here, I strongly protest their actions. I decided to make this news today. The press conference will be all in Chinese, and I will not speak a word of English. I will answer all questions in Chinese, Lin Feng said coldly. The audience was shocked. Although many people have attended press conferences in China, they did encounter language barriers, as they all speak Chinese. But here is the United Kingdom, London, the world's financial center. Lin Feng held a press conference and actually spoke Chinese. Isn't this tossing people? Many reporters protested, but Lin Feng ignored it and insisted on using Chinese. In desperation, many reporters could only accept the fact that Lin Feng answered all questions in Chinese. However, those interested can see from this that Lin Feng and the British directors are determined to be incompatible. Today's press conference is really exciting. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 877, Earn the Difference. Lin Feng only used Chinese, but most reporters didn't understand Chinese. And more importantly, Lin Feng did not hire an interpreter. All reporters can ask questions, and they can ask questions, but what Lin Feng is talking about, everyone will be caught up in the dark. Everyone, I strongly protest against the behavior of the original directors of Standard Chartered Bank. Their selfish behavior, which does not care about the interests of customers, is extremely shameless. Lin Feng came up to reprimand the former directors of Standard Chartered Bank. Anyway, it was in Chinese, and few people could understand it. Lin Feng scolded that heartily. Although Lin Feng's English level is good enough to be an English lecturer at the highest institution in China, Lin Feng still feels it is cool to scold someone in Mandarin. The breadth and depth of Chinese is beyond comparison with languages such as English. In such a curse, Lin Feng not only scolded the 18th generations of the original directors of Standard Chartered Bank in front of the global media, but also did not have a dirty word. These British directors had no way to sue Lin Feng. Many Chinese journalists listened with gusto and dared to scold foreigners like this at the press conference. Lin Feng was the first. Looking at the clouds and mists of the big-name European and American reporters next to him, the expressions of Lin Feng who are not knowing what Lin Feng was talking about made the domestic reporters happy. Let's see, I told you not to learn Chinese. In the future, you still can't learn Chinese. Domestic reporters think proudly. English is the world's first language, but with China's current development and Lin Feng's high profile, it may be that Chinese will become the world's first language because of this. Humphrey, when we Chinese go, we don't need to learn any bird language anymore, as long as we can speak Chinese. Some Chinese reporters think far-reaching. After a burst of joyous curses, Lin Feng cut to the point. Everyone, I am here to announce a good news. I have reached a friendly agreement with Mr. Pete, the former CEO of Standard Chartered Bank. Mr. Pete will serve as the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank again. Lin Feng's announcement attracted the audience. There was an exclamation. Of course, all this exclamation came from Chinese reporters. Foreign reporters are still staring at me. Look at me and I look at you, hoping to know what Lin Feng said. So these Chinese journalists exclaimed like that. But among the many reporters present, none of them understood Chinese. But I heard that Pete in Lin Feng's mouth. Pete obviously has something to do with Pete. Hello, Chinese colleague, what exactly is Mr. Lin talking about? A reporter rolled his eyes and quickly asked a Chinese reporter next to him. The Chinese reporter wanted to tell the foreign media next to him, but Lin Feng swept away from the corner of his eye, and suddenly woke up. Lin Feng has announced that English will not be spoken in today's press conference, and as a compatriot, he will naturally stand up to Lin Feng. But looking at this foreign colleague so pitiful, you can't be too cold. China has been a country of etiquette since ancient times, and you can't neglect the other party in this way. This colleague, Mr. Lin, said that he would reappoint Mr. Pete to become the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank. The Chinese reporter told the foreign reporter 150 times, but in Chinese. Hearing the answer from this Chinese counterpart, this foreign counterpart almost fainted. If I understand Chinese, why should I ask you? It would be nice for you to understand English but answer in Chinese. At this time, Lin Feng announced the second news. I have reached an agreement with the wealthy Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, Zheng Zihing from Hong Kong, and Mr. Zhong Qingwu from mainland China. The four will each hold 3% of Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Feng's news once again attracted the audience. Exclamation. Of course, the exclamation still came from Chinese reporters. Although foreign reporters did not understand what Lin Feng said, from the exaggerated exclamations of the Chinese reporters, they knew how amazing the news that Lin Feng said was. These many foreign reporters are even more anxious, but no matter how anxious they are, Lin Feng just doesn't speak English, only Chinese. Fortunately, the only relief to these journalists is that everyone brought tape recorders and recorded all Lin Feng's speeches. They can wait for the press conference to end before looking for someone to translate. But at this moment, An Englishman who was not fluent in Chinese stood up. "Mr. Lin, hello. I am a reporter from the Times. May I ask you to say that it is true that Hong Kong's rich man Li Zikai and others have invested in Standard Chartered Bank?" The Times reporter stood up and said. The audience was surprised. I didn't expect the reporters of the Times to understand Chinese. This is so jealous, the foreign media. Now everyone can't understand what Lin Feng said, but the reporters of the Times can understand and talk. This is too jealous. Unfair. This is absolutely unfair. Many reporters protested. The Times reporter was disdainful. The Times reporter who originally attended today's press conference also didn't understand Chinese, but after hearing that Lin Feng answered questions in Chinese only, he had the idea to call back to the headquarters immediately. Because of Lin Feng's relationship, the Times has really hired several reporters who understand Chinese. After all, Lin Feng is not only the richest man in the world, but now he is also the boss of the Premier League powerhouse Tottenham Hotspur, and he is also the Lord Commander of the British Empire. The Times believes that investing such a small amount of money in Lin Feng is worthwhile. Today, it really paid off. Lin Feng was also quite surprised, but the Times has always been relatively neutral. Since the other party asked questions in Chinese, Lin Feng would naturally not fail to answer. Yes, I did invite Li Zikai and others to join Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Feng replied briefly. This time it was the Times reporter's turn to exclaim. Compared with other foreign counterparts, this Times reporter, who covers Chinese news all the year round, knows many rich people in Hong Kong very well. He knows well the strengths of Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng, as well as the family's financial support in Hong Kong. Besides, there is also Zhong Qingwu, the boss of Wahaha Group, a domestic brand that is one of the best in the beverage industry in mainland China. The joining of these people will surely increase the confidence of the outside world in Standard Chartered Bank to the greatest extent. This trick is really good. Although both are British, this Times reporter can't help but praise Lin Feng for this wonderful move. Compared with the destructive power caused by the wind and noise of those directors, the joining of Li Zikai and others completely offset it. Also, I have reached an agreement with Maybank that Maybank will temporarily assign 200 staff. Lin Feng deliberately only said 200 to fill the vacancies in the London headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank, and at the same time with the Bank of East Asia in Hong Kong, reaching a memorandum of understanding. The Bank of East Asia will transfer some skilled employees to fill the vacancies in the Hong Kong branch in the shortest period of time. Lin Feng continued. These words completely ignited the enthusiasm of the Chinese reporters and Times reporters at the scene, and they couldn't help standing up, exclaiming, "The core crisis of the Standard Chartered crisis is the talent crisis." But now Lin Feng has seconded talents to other banks to fill the vacancies. This is unparalleled, and it can be regarded as completely plugging the biggest hole made by the British directors of Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Dong, bull, really bullish. Chinese reporters applauded Lin Feng's ability to turn things around. The Times reporter rushed back as soon as possible. He has got all the news today, and he doesn't need to stay here. The only thing he needs to do is to take advantage of these other colleagues. Feng's speech when Monk Chang-er was puzzled. He released the news as soon as possible. With Lin Feng's artificial language barrier, the news in the Times is like first-hand information. What's the matter? What's the matter? Many foreign reporters witnessed the Times reporter leaving in a hurry, not knowing what happened, and anxiously not knowing what to do. However, looking at the excited expression of the reporter of the Times, many foreign colleagues knew that there must be important news, but they did not know. Lin Feng only held a press conference in damn Chinese, which made them seem deaf. Anxious. Many foreign colleagues who have not received any news at this moment are like ants on a hot pot, pitifully looking at Lin Feng, hoping to get news from Lin Feng's mouth. And Lin Feng can speak again in English. But Lin Feng didn't bother them at all, and didn't even look at them. After the Chinese reporter left, Lin Feng got up and left, and the press conference ended. How to do? The many foreign journalists who have not received any news are completely dumbfounded. There was no news from such a hot press conference today, so why not everyone is in a hurry? It's all right now. Even Lin Feng has left, so this news conference is naturally over. Looking at the empty press station, many foreign reporters, after looking at each other, did not know who started, and rushed out one after another. Since I can't get any news from Lin Feng, I can quickly translate Lin Feng's speech recorded in the voice recorder. As for those reporters who happen to forget to bring a recorder, they can only wait to go back and be trained by the editor-in-chief. Time. Many reporters now fight for time. However, the headache for most foreign journalists is that in the opening paragraph of the press conference, Lin Feng's speech was translated by the translators they hired. It can be said that Lin Feng's speech has almost no usable information. The whole article is full of jerky and incomprehensible words. A simple translation is some cursing words, but these cursing words seem to be so philosophical. Headache. This has caused a great headache for many foreign journalists. But I still have to translate this passage. Who knows if there is any information hidden in it? And just as many foreign journalists translated the nonsense that Lin Feng opened for a quarter of an hour, the Times had already published the results announced at today's Lin Feng press conference for the first time. Lam Feng reappoints Pete, the former CEO of Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Feng has invited Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, Zheng Ziheng, and Zong Qingwu to take a stake in Standard Chartered Bank, each holding a 3% stake in Standard Chartered Bank. Lam Feng has reached an agreement with Maybank and Bank of East Asia, and the two banks will do their best to help Standard Chartered Bank through this crisis. As soon as these three amazing news were released, the entire market immediately moved. The stock price of Standard Chartered Bank rose from the closing price of 89 Hong Kong dollars the previous trading day to 103 Hong Kong dollars in an instant, and it continues to soar. There are buying orders in the market, but almost all the outstanding shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the market are in Lin Feng's hands, and there is no selling order at all, which makes the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank rise steadily. Crazy. In just 1 hour, the Standard Chartered Bank's stock price has risen from 89 Hong Kong dollars to 125 Hong Kong dollars. And it continues to soar. We must know that the outside world's unstable confidence in Standard Chartered Bank also stems from its lack of leaders and no helm. Major cooperative companies have suspended cooperation with Standard Chartered Bank before. There is also a serious talent crisis. As for these three crises, Lin Feng has resolved all of them. In just a few days, Lin Feng came up with a full set of solutions, and the outside world's confidence in Standard Chartered Bank has naturally fully recovered. Even if you don't have confidence in Standard Chartered Bank, you should have confidence in Lin Feng. Damn it, what's the matter? Hans, director of Standard Chartered Bank, has a gloomy look on his face. They originally thought that Lin Feng would be desperate this time and fled with his tail sandwiched between them. They didn't expect Lin Feng to turn things around. If this situation continues for a while, I am afraid that Lin Feng Holdings Standard Chartered Bank will completely become a reality. By the way, didn't that Pete fall out with Lin Feng? Hans suddenly remembered the scene in the morning and shouted, "Yes, we all saw Pete and Lin Feng fall out with our own eyes. What's the matter?" Another director Brooke frowned. "I'll call and ask." Hans called Pete immediately after the phone call. "What? Lin Feng actually said that?" This cunning Chinese dare to spread false news. "Don't worry, I have never reached any agreement with Lin Feng. This is Lin Feng spreading false news, and I hope to use this to stabilize Standard Chartered. The bank's stock price stabilizes market confidence." When Peter heard it, he cursed on the phone. "I will contact the newspaper immediately and announce that I will never agree to Lin Feng's reappointment as the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank." Well, yes, that should be the case. Forget it. Let's hold a press conference together. Hans thought for a while and decided to hold a press conference like Lin Feng. The audio of Lin Feng's scolding them, Some good news reporters put it on the internet. The power of the internet is enormous. With the cracking of many online games, the cursing video that Lin Feng opened was quickly deciphered. When Hans and the others were curious, they clicked and watched with low hands. After reading the English translation, they were so angry that they barely rushed to Lin Feng and strangled him alive. Originally, Lin Feng's curse was a collection of the essence of Chinese language. The 5,000 years of Chinese language and culture are best reflected in Lin Feng's 15-minute audio. From the perspective of English grammar, it is difficult to fully translate. But if there is something good, I added a narration below the translated text, explaining in detail the source of every sentence that Lin Feng scolded without dirty words, and explained in detail the relevant allusions. It can be said that if Lin Feng's 15-minute audio is translated into English, plus these narrations, it is enough to turn into an hour-long audio file. With such a detailed explanation, even the pigs, Hans and others, knew that Lin Feng was scolding them. That being the case, if they didn't scold them and went back, they would not be able to clean up if they jumped into the Thames. Okay, no problem. I'll meet you right away. Pete smiled and hung up, then called Lin Feng. Chairman, the stock price is about to end. It's time to sell. I can't stand it anymore. Pete reminded Lin Feng. Originally, Pete hoped that Lin Feng would directly announce a series of bad news, but Lin Feng had an idea and decided to use this to make some quick money. Raise the stocks first, and then sell the outstanding shares. Once these false news are pierced by others, Standard Chartered's stock price will definitely fall sharply, and it will fall more severely than before. Then Lin Feng will buy the bottom. To fully acquire the outstanding shares of Standard Chartered Bank, make a difference in the middle, why not? In this regard, Pete can only admire Lin Feng's wit, and he is extremely cooperative with Lin Feng in this play. Well, alright. Don't worry. Lin Feng smiled. At this time, the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank has risen to 135 Hong Kong dollars, and Lin Feng did not hesitate to sell all the outstanding shares of Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Feng held a total of 24.1% of Standard Chartered Bank's outstanding shares at a price of 135 Hong Kong dollars per share. This 24.1% of the shares, totaling 313 million shares, was swept away under the current market enthusiasm for Standard Chartered Bank. Lin Feng also took the opportunity to cash out a full $5.21 billion. Counting Lin Feng's previous capital holdings of $5.028 billion originally with $5.479 billion in cash. The acquisition of 47.82% of the Liao Chongqing Bank shares in the Liao family's hands cost $451 million. Lin Feng now holds a full $10.238 billion. Although the market is secretly alarmed by the sudden emergence of so many outstanding shares, Standard Chartered Bank is all-round positive at this moment. If you don't buy it, you will be a fool. Among them, those Standard Chartered Bank employees who are about to leave their jobs buy the most aggressively, and they have almost become the main buying force. They were originally promised by the directors of Standard Chartered Bank to take the act of forcing the palace to drive Lin Feng out of Standard Chartered Bank. After that, they will return to the Standard Chartered Bank. Not only will they have all the benefits, but their wages will rise by 20%. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng is now cooperating with the Bank of East Asia and Maybank to transfer personnel from these two banks to fill their vacancies, which undoubtedly cuts off their future. They didn't even know what to do when they left Standard Chartered Bank, especially this time they offered to resign, and in order to resign, they don't need any severance pay, as long as they can leave Standard Chartered Bank as soon as possible. This is a good one. They can be regarded as stealing the chicken without losing the rice. In this case, if you don't take the opportunity to pursue the shares of Standard Chartered Bank and make some money, then I am too sorry for myself. Due to the pursuit of these former employees of Standard Chartered Bank, the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank, instead of falling because of Lin Feng's sale of Standard Chartered Bank, continued to rise, rising all the way to 152 Hong Kong dollars. an increase of 170%. All the former employees of Standard Chartered Bank smiled. This is much easier than they work hard, and between talking and laughing, they can start with hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. But at this moment, the first bad news came on the market. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8 Miscalculation. Just when the industry was ecstatic about the soaring stock price of Standard Chartered Bank, the first bad news came. Peter and the directors of Standard Chartered Bank strongly criticized Lin Feng's previous false remarks, claiming that he had never agreed to Lin Feng's return to Standard Chartered Bank as CEO, and claimed that Lin Feng was fooling the public. At the press conference, Pete also called for everyone to be cautious in buying Standard Chartered stocks, and not to blindly pursue them, so as to avoid heavy losses. These remarks directly led to the abrupt cessation of the trend of the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank. However, whether or not Pete is in charge does not seem to matter in the market. The important thing is that Lin Feng can pull Li Zikai and others into the Standard Chartered Bank, and at the same time solve the talent crisis. 152 Hong Kong dollars. Standard Chartered Bank's share price remained at 152 Hong Kong dollars. But at this moment, the second bad news came again. The British Sun published a set of pictures. The picture shows the four richest people Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, Zheng Ziheng, and Zhong Qingwu, who have announced their stake in Standard Chartered Bank, in London, respectively, boarding flights back to Hong Kong and Shanghai. The news came out, which immediately triggered a wild imagination in the industry. The four of them suddenly appeared in London, logically speaking, to attend a press conference held by Lin Feng, announcing their stake in Standard Chartered Bank. But now, just as Lin Feng is about to hold a press conference, the four have left London. Especially the Sun did not know where to get the news, saying that the four of them originally rushed from Hong Kong to London by Lin Feng's special plane Wind Wings. Now going back, the four of them took a flight, but Lin Feng's special plane stopped at the airport motionless. There is a problem here. There is definitely a problem. Later, the Sun did not know where to get the news, saying that there was no news of Lin Feng transferring 12% of the stock to the four people within the Hong Kong Securities Regulatory Commission and Standard Chartered Bank. This is a complete bombing. This shows that the four people originally went to London to attend Lin Feng's press conference and announce their stake in Standard Chartered Bank. But for some unknown reason, the talk collapsed, and the four returned home angrily. Standard Chartered Bank's stock price plummeted all the way. The original market sentiment has recovered and it can rise from 89 Hong Kong dollars to 152 Hong Kong dollars. The most important thing is the shareholding of Li Zikai and others and Lin Feng's solution to the talent crisis. At present, Li Zikai and others have not invested in shares, which shows that Hong Kong's wealthy circles will not support Lin Feng. Without the support of Hong Kong's wealthy circles, coupled with the obstruction of former Standard Chartered Bank directors, Standard Chartered's future business in Southeast Asia will inevitably shrink severely. Under such circumstances, a slight collapse of the stock price is also expected. How could this be? Looking at the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank, which has fallen sharply all the way, those Standard Chartered Bank employees who have left their jobs to speculate on the shares of Standard Chartered Bank have no tears. Now the stock price has plummeted from the highest peak of 152 Hong Kong dollars to 108 Hong Kong dollars. Most of them took over at around 135 Hong Kong dollars. Now they have lost a full 44 Hong Kong dollars per share. One share loses 44 Hong Kong dollars. 1,000 shares lose 44,000 Hong Kong dollars. And most of the former Standard Chartered Bank employees bought hundreds of lots, tens of thousands of shares, and the average loss per person was as high as 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. Oh my! How so? The resigned Standard Chartered Bank employees are desperate for Lin Feng to announce another news at this time. For example, such and such a rich man's investment in Standard Chartered Bank can restore the stocks of Standard Chartered Bank that have fallen sharply. However, before these resigned Standard Chartered Bank employees could relax, the third wave of bad news followed. Li Guobao, chairman of the Bank of East Asia, announced that it has never reached any agreement with Standard Chartered Bank. Although Lin Feng had previously issued a similar request to the Bank of East Asia, it has been rejected by the Bank of East Asia and repeatedly emphasized that the Bank of East Asia will never help Standard Chartered Bank at the expense of shareholders. This declaration is to completely push Standard Chartered Bank into the abyss. Without the talent assistance from the Bank of East Asia, Lin Feng would not be able to solve this precarious talent crisis. Although the 200 employees of Maybank promised by Lin Feng are indeed all present today, however, 200 employees are far from enough compared to the 380 employees in the London headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank. It was only able to barely maintain operation for the time being, even if Lin Feng temporarily announced that all employees would cancel their vacations and extend working hours. It would only be temporarily delayed, but it would not be able to save the decline of Standard Chartered Bank. 99 Hong Kong dollars, 89 Hong Kong dollars. The stock price of Standard Chartered Bank plummeted all the way, and finally settled at 37 Hong Kong dollars when the market closed. In one day, the market value of Standard Chartered Bank has shrunk by more than half. The reason why the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank has fallen so sharply is that apart from the fact that the three pieces of news announced by Lin Feng's press conference became false news, the more important thing is that everyone has lost confidence in Lin Feng. Originally, the outside world still had hope for Lin Feng's magic, thinking that Lin Feng might be able to create a miracle and turn things around. Now it seems that Lin Feng has failed. Although Lin Feng once turned things around, in the end Lin Feng failed. People can't beat the sky. Even if Lin Feng is the richest man in the world, even if Lin Feng has performed countless miracles, he is still just a person, not a god. The external disillusionment of Lin Feng's magical halo is also the reason why Standard Chartered Bank's stock price has dropped to a freezing point today. Affected by the sharp drop in the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank, Hong Kong bank stocks generally fell today. The most obvious is the Liao Chonghing Bank, which dropped from the original 17 Hong Kong dollars to 10 Hong Kong dollars. The second is the Bank of East Asia. It was originally raised to 35 Hong Kong dollars due to Lin Feng's secret acquisition, but today Li Guobao's announcement is tantamount to sentence of death for Lin Feng's cooperation with the Bank of East Asia. Originally, the outside world thought that if Lin Feng and the Bank of East Asia cooperated, it would be a win-win situation. Now it seems that it is very likely to be a lose-lose situation. Of course, the decline of the Bank of East Asia is only temporary. As long as the report data is good enough, it will rise back sooner or later. Boss Lin Shilling looked worried. Originally, the situation was very good today, and Lin Shilling also thought that Lin Feng had really turned things around, but unexpectedly, it was this situation in the end. Not only did Standard Chartered Bank fail to make any progress, it was even more deeply mired in the quagmire. Seeing Lin Shilling's worried look, Lin Feng instinctively couldn't bear it. He wanted to tell Lin Shilling the truth that all this was acting. But then I thought about it. This matter is related to tens of billions of dollars in funds, and it is a turning point in his career. Lin Feng can't take risks. What's more, his secretary is so worried, and he can give the outside world a false signal even more. After hesitating for a while, Lin Feng decided not to tell Lin Shilling for the time being. As for Lin Shilling's dissatisfaction afterwards, Lin Feng could only make up for it by other means. Xiling, I'm going out for a walk alone, so you don't need to come with me. Li Rui will follow me, Lin Feng ordered, and Lin Shilling looked worried, and walked out of the Standard Chartered Bank headquarters, with Li Rui and a few people wandering in the street. Kaka and Kaka, a flash of flashes flashed. The Standard Chartered Bank headquarters has long been guarded by reporters. Seeing Lin Feng coming out, how could I let it go? Immediately surrounded by Lin Feng. However, under the strong protection of Li Rui and others, Lin Feng fluttered away, leaving everyone with a lonely figure. Many reporters looked at each other and their eyes lit up. Although no valuable news was interviewed this time, Lin Feng didn't even say a word. However, Lin Feng's expression and back figure had already betrayed him. Looking at the photos in his hands, Lin Feng was so frowning, and his back was so lonely. With these two photos, they were already able to look at the pictures and talk. Thinking of this, many reporters didn't bother Lin Feng. After all, Li Ru and others around Lin Feng are not vegetarians. They sometimes get too close to Lin Feng and often eat the black hands of Li Ru and others. Now that there is news, let Lin Feng move freely. Anyway, they can just look at the picture tomorrow and talk. After many reporters left, Lin Feng smiled secretly. To come out by myself today is to give the outside world a feeling that I am out of luck. If there is no alternative, then the shares of Standard Chartered Bank will continue to fall sharply, falling to the ideal price of 15 Hong Kong dollars set by Lin Feng and Pete. Boss, no one is following us anymore. After walking another distance, after the corner, taking advantage of the lack of people, Li Rui pulled Lin Feng into a car that had already been prepared. After hurried all the way, the car parked outside the door of an ordinary villa on the outskirts of London. "Hi, Pete, did you act well?" Lin Feng walked into the house and greeted Pete enthusiastically, who was grinding coffee in the house. "Ha, Chairman, the coffee has just been ground. Let's taste my new coffee beans." Pete poured Lin Feng a cup of coffee. "Well, yes, let me just say, the newly bought coffee beans taste good." Lin Feng alluded to the coffee discussion with Pete before. Ha ha. The two laughed. After a while, Pete solemnly took out a stack of documents from a briefcase. "Chairman, this is a financial company that has just been registered. The company is registered in New Guinea. The representative is a rich man in Russia. Due to political asylum, he came to the UK and wanted to acquire a bank to take root in the UK. Pass the information to Lin Feng." The company called Commercial Bank of New Guinea was registered by Pete for Lin Feng. The purpose is to use this company to acquire the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in the hands of those British directors. Otherwise, buying them in the name of Lin Feng will definitely not sell these face-saving antiques. They would rather bring in the coffin than sell it. As for this representative's information, it was completely fabricated by Abramovich. Anyway, to the British, Russia can hardly be regarded as Europe or Asia, but a separate state. In addition, it is the transition from socialism to capitalism. I don't know how many rich Russians have embezzled state-owned assets and turned away. There is no way to find out. Lin Feng nodded heavily. Then everything goes according to plan. After Lin Feng took the information, and after discussing the relevant details with Pete in detail, he quietly left. Then, Pete waited again, and then drove away alone. After that, he took a Russian to the homes of these British directors. "What, want to buy the shares of Standard Chartered Bank in our hands?" "No, we will definitely not sell." Hans and others heard what this strange Russian came from, and suddenly jumped 3 feet high. They quarreled with Lin Feng this time just to take back the control of Standard Chartered Bank. Now it is like this. There is no reason to let them let go. Director Hans, I didn't want to bring this Mr. Abramovich here. However, the current prospects for Standard Chartered Bank are not good. Lin Feng is afraid that he wants to have a dead fish. He holds 50.1% of his shares and will fight again. Going down, I'm afraid it will eventually fall apart. It happened that this super rich from Russia found me and offered to buy shares in Standard Chartered Bank. So I brought him to see you, Pete explained. Yes, the current situation of Standard Chartered Bank, I don't need to say anything, everyone is clear. If we continue to do this, I am afraid that Standard Chartered Bank will have no second way except bankruptcy. Therefore, you might as well sell me the stock. I am confident and Lin fight against the wind, the Abramovich said swearingly. Many directors frowned. Well, today is only my first visit. I will leave first. This is my purchase contract. You can take a look and think about it. But I want to remind you that the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank may fall again at any time. If it falls again, the purchase price will not be so high. Abramovich finished speaking. and walked away. At this time, many directors opened the contract and found that the purchase price shown above was 45 Hong Kong dollars per share, which was a full 10 Hong Kong dollars higher than the closing price. But everyone is not at all happy. You must know that in the morning, Standard Chartered Bank was worth 152 Hong Kong dollars per share. Now it is only 45 Hong Kong dollars for the purchase price, which is not even a fraction. How can everyone be happy? No, I will never sell it, Hans said fiercely. He was humiliated by Lin Feng in public, and he was almost choked to death by Li Rui. He would never give up his shares in Standard Chartered Bank so easily. Well, we don't sell either. Many directors nodded after you look at me and I look at you. Hearing this, Pete was not in a hurry, just smiled. Now is only the first day, and tomorrow will be more exciting. When watching the stocks plummet all the way, it's up to you to sell or not. The next day, when Lin Feng's frowning expression and pictures of his lonely back were published on the front pages of major newspapers, Standard Chartered's stock price continued to fall. When the market closed, only 17 Hong Kong dollars remained. Between 2 days, Standard Chartered Bank dropped from the highest of 152 Hong Kong dollars to today's 17 Hong Kong dollars. The gap is too great. Taking advantage of this price difference, Lin Feng also took the opportunity to start buying a lot of goods. These tradable stocks are the best bargaining chips for making money. Now it is buying on dips, and when Standard Chartered Bank rises in the future, Lin Feng will take the opportunity to sell. That's another huge amount of wealth. Things like the tens of billions in the Japanese financial struggle will never happen again, and now such a good opportunity cannot be let go. Seeing this stock price, the directors of Standard Chartered Bank have a sad face. At this time, that Abakramovich came to everyone again. However, the proposed purchase price dropped to 37 Hong Kong dollars. He also threatened that if the fall continues, he will consider not buying shares in Standard Chartered Bank. Damn it. The director of Standard Chartered Bank gritted his teeth. They didn't expect things to get to this point. Lin Feng actually watched the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank plummet all the way to 17 Hong Kong dollars and refused to compromise, which was completely beyond their expectation. Miscalculation. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 879 The Support of Friends? The purchase price of Abakramovich dropped again and again, and the hearts of the directors of Standard Chartered Bank jumped with it. Finally, under Pete's persuasion, the directors of Standard Chartered Bank sold the shares of Standard Chartered Bank to Mr. Abakramovich, and sold all of them to Abakramovich at a price of 37 Hong Kong dollars per share. However, the stubborn Hans and Brooke chose to give up, and each of them owns 7% of Standard Chartered Bank. Although Pete was slightly surprised by this result, he did not expect that Hans and Brooke chose to continue to hold the shares of Standard Chartered, but Pete has helped Lin Feng acquire 24% of the shares in these directors, which is enough. Of course, the total of 14% of the shares in Hans and Brooke is also a problem. But this is why Lin Feng needs Tang Jiaqing and others to push the stock price of Liao Chongqing Bank higher. When Liao Chongqing's share price far exceeded the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, he chose two banks for mergers and acquisitions. Lin Feng, who owns the largest shares of the two banks, will undoubtedly become the largest shareholder, and it can also dilute the shares in Hans and Brooke. After Abakramovich acquired 24% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, he immediately held a press conference the next day to announce the matter, threatened to take over the shares of Standard Chartered Bank, and vowed to expel Lin Feng from the board of directors. Global uproar. Originally, Standard Chartered Bank was already in trouble because of the equity dispute between Lin Feng and the original Standard Chartered Bank directors. It turned a well-run listed company into what it is now. As a result, things have not yet settled here, and another one has emerged over there. Abakramovich, this is really a wave of unrest, one wave after another. This Standard Chartered Bank does not know what evil it has committed. and will suffer this sin. And because Abaklamavic made such a horizontal stroke and declared war on Linfeng, the outside world is even less optimistic about Standard Chartered Bank. If they continue to toss like this, I'm afraid that Standard Chartered Bank will not be far from going bankrupt when they finish. The stock price fell again in response. Watching Standard Chartered's stock price continue to fall, Linfeng secretly applauded. "Chairman, it's time to act," Pete called in due course. "It's time to act now, otherwise it will be difficult to recover if Standard Chartered's stock price drops below 10 Hong Kong dollars. Well, it's time to close the net." Linfeng nodded. Subsequently, Linfeng began to acquire the outstanding shares of Standard Chartered Bank at a price of 13 Hong Kong dollars per share. But when Linfeng quietly continued to purchase in small batches, suddenly the market was useful to pay for it. Linfeng frowned. "What's the matter?" Linfeng frowned and asked. "I don't know, Lin. I don't know where such a big bill came from, and it's how much you can buy at one time." Abby Cohen was also confused. The plan was so long that someone came to destroy it when the net was closed, or it was too cheap to take the opportunity to ride a ride. "Continue to receive," Linfeng ordered. "Now I can only snap up with each other." Abby Cohen nodded. Subsequently, a buy order was placed and this unidentified force snapped up shares of Standard Chartered Bank, and at the same time, it began to investigate who the buyer of this unidentified force was. When the market closed in the afternoon, 20% of the outstanding shares of Standard Chartered Bank on the market had been acquired by the two companies. Linfeng had acquired 12%, and the other party had acquired 8%. "Abby, who is it?" Linfeng said angrily. Originally, according to plan, Linfeng planned to spend 3 to 5 days to slowly acquire and achieve the goal of acquiring at least 20% of the outstanding shares, total 25% of the outstanding shares. However, the unknown buyer was struck by the side. Not only did the goal fail to be achieved, and the stock price was also hyped up by the two. Although the increase is not large, it is very annoying. Boss, we found out. But, Abby Cohen said in a strange tone. "Who is it?" Linfeng faintly noticed a trace in Abby Cohen's tone. "Boss, the one who snapped up your shares in Standard Chartered Bank. Miss Avril," Abby Cohen said helplessly. "Avril?" Linfeng was taken aback, but he didn't expect that Avril would be the one who snapped up with him. But Avril Lavigne suddenly rushed to buy Standard Chartered Bank with herself. What on earth did she plan to do? Linfeng was puzzled by Avril Lavigne's sudden act. Just as Linfeng was about to call Avril Lavigne, news of Avril Lavigne came from Shanghai. In an interview with reporters today, Avril Lavigne made a high-profile claim that she would fully support Linfeng, and stated that she had spent all her net worth $150 million in buying shares in Standard Chartered Bank, and expressed her confidence that Linfeng would revitalize Standard Chartered Bank. Knowing that Avril Lavigne supported herself so much, Linfeng was moved by waves. With such a confidant, in this case, he is still willing to devote all of his fortune to him, and Linfeng was moved besides being moved. But apparently, Avril Lavigne was bet right again this time. She spent $150 million to purchase 8% of the shares of Standard Chartered Bank. In the future, it will bring very rich returns to Avril Lavigne. At this moment, Linfeng received a call from Lizu. "Brother Lin, I have already made your favorite borscht for you. When do you come back? You can drink it anytime." Lizu was affectionate, and said no with tenderness and caring on the phone. Hearing Lizu's words, Linfeng's heart was warm. After reluctantly saying goodbye, when Linfeng was too late to lament the happiness he possessed, it was another phone call. This time it was from home. Linfeng sighed slightly. It seemed that no matter who he became or what status he had, his parents always cared about him. Linfeng answered the phone, but there was no sound on the phone for a long time. Just when Linfeng was surprised to suspect that the phone was broken, he suddenly heard two soft words coming from the phone. "Father." Linfeng was stunned when he heard it, and then ecstatic after a long period of stunned. At this time, Huang Meix's voice came from the microphone. "Brother Lin, Did you hear what Yui said just now? Huang Meixi's voice was indescribably shy. Well, I heard it. I heard Yui calling my father. Lin Feng's tone was indescribable with excitement. This is the first time Lin Feng heard Lin Yui call his father. Before, Lin Yui would only call his mother. Unexpectedly, he would call his father now. This feeling made Lin Feng feel unspeakable excitement and excitement. This feeling is really good. Husband, my baby and I will always support you. I love you. Huang Meixi hung up the phone immediately after he said suddenly and briskly. Lin Feng smiled after listening. I didn't expect Huang Meixi to be so shy, but this was the first time that Lin Feng was called her husband. This feeling was really happy. Family, this is family. Only family members will unconditionally support themselves no matter what. Lin Feng sighed, clenched his fists in both hands, and vowed to sing a play well this time to support the health of his family unconditionally. And it's not just his family, but also many friends who support Lin Feng. The magic bird Maurino also took out all the deposits in his home from the Swiss bank in a very high-profile manner, depositing about $3.25 million in a high-profile bank account at Standard Chartered, and declared that all his future income would be deposited into it. To the Standard Chartered bank account. And most of the Tottenham Hotspur players who responded to Mourinho, Beckham, Messi, Fabregas, Kaka, etc. have all learned Mourinho and deposited all their salaries. Standard Chartered Bank, and insisted that Standard Chartered Bank, under the leadership of Lin Feng, will step out of the siege and rebuild its glory. What moved Lin Feng in particular was that Tottenham Hotspur fans also put up banners in front of the Tottenham Hotspur club to express their support for Lin Feng. And many fans also transferred all their deposits to Standard Chartered Bank, expressing their support for Lin Feng and Standard Chartered Bank. American Jessica Alba, Beyoncé, Algra, Italy, French Sophie Marceau, Hong Kong Andy Law and other stars. These friends of Lin Feng transferred all or part of their deposits to Standard Chartered Bank. Although these funds are just a drop in the bucket compared to the billions of dollars in deposits of other large consortiums, they still spurred Standard Chartered due to their reputation. The slight increase in bank stock prices also slightly increased outsiders' confidence in Standard Chartered to a certain extent. The British Times witnessed this situation and cited multiple friends and multiple paths, regardless of whether Lin Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank was finally successful. But the help of so many friends in times of crisis is enough to prove Lin Feng's this people are successful. The Times' admiration of Lin Feng undoubtedly aroused the dissatisfaction of many media who hated Lin Feng. The Sun declared that help of so many friends. I wonder if Lin Feng is worthy of the help of these friends. Don't turn the money of these stars and football stars into bubbles and throw them all into the sea. Under the vicious curse of the Sun, Lin Feng finally made a move. For the first time, Lam Feng announced that Maybank once again deployed 200 bank staff to assist the talent vacancies in the London headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank. Regarding this news, the outside world is non-committal. Now the talent crisis of Standard Chartered Bank is mainly in Hong Kong. Solving the London talent crisis is nothing but solving one of the most inconspicuous problems. The real problem cannot be solved by the 200 Maybank employees in this area. But this is finally a rare piece of good news. Standard Chartered's stock price rose to 17 Hong Kong dollars. Later, after the industry had just digested the news, Lin Feng announced the second good news: reached a friendly agreement with Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, Zheng Ziheng, and Zhong Qingwu. Lin Feng personally transferred 12% of his shares out. Each of the four people holds a 3% stake in Standard Chartered Bank. This news completely surprised the market. Originally, the four of them departed from London on separate flights, thinking that Lin Feng and the four had fallen apart. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, Lin Feng reached an agreement with the four again, and also officially signed the share transfer contract. Li Zikai and Zhong Qingwu each formally own a 3% stake in Standard Chartered Bank. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 880. The Second Bank. When Li Zikai and Zhong Qingwu took a stake in Standard Chartered Bank and each held a 3% stake in Standard Chartered Bank, the industry was shocked and speechless. It was hard to guess how Lin Feng turned things around in a few days. The most depressed reporter was the Sun reporter. Yesterday they also photographed Lin Feng's lonely look, walking alone on the streets of London at dusk. The back view could be as desolate as it is. Looking at Lin Feng at that time, it was like the end of the world. But whoever thought that things would change so much after one day? No matter how depressed the Sun reporters, Li Zikai and Zhong Qingwu's participation in Standard Chartered directly pushed up the stock price of Standard Chartered. At the same time, the family behind Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziheng also announced that they would consider in-depth business cooperation with Standard Chartered Bank after Standard Chartered Bank stabilizes. This declaration, with the status of the three families in Hong Kong, also indirectly represents the attitude of Hong Kong's wealthy circles towards Lam Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank. Standard Chartered's stock price rose again exponentially, from 15 Hong Kong dollars to 57 Hong Kong dollars in just 1 hour. Looking at the stock price of Standard Chartered Bank, the former directors of Standard Chartered Bank who sold the shares looked black. Looking at this posture, even if the stock price doubles again, it will not be a problem. They have lost hundreds of millions of dollars invisibly. In just such a day, their losses amounted to hundreds of millions of dollars, which is really unacceptable. Hans and Brooke, the only two shareholders who did not sell, were also unhappy. Although the stock price rose and their wealth also rose, their original intention was to drive away Lin Feng. Now it seems that Lin Feng is full of means, and it seems impossible for them to drive away Lin Feng. Moreover, the two of them sensed a hint of conspiracy under the abnormal fluctuation of this stock price. Taking advantage of Hong Kong's rich community's support for Standard Chartered Bank, Lin Feng throws out his tricks. The high-profile announcement is that Standard Chartered Bank will annex Liao Chonghing Bank, a local bank in Hong Kong. After the annexation, the name of the bank will be changed to the new Second Bank. Its business will be mainly in Southeast Asia and will open up the mainland market in the future. This declaration is undoubtedly a Tokyo earthquake in Southeast Asian banking. No one expected that Standard Chartered Bank would suddenly annex Liao Chonghing Bank. Prior to this, Liao Chonghing Bank had been coveted by other institutions due to its limited capital and wanted to acquire it. However, because the Liao family owns 47.82% of the shares in Liao Chonghing Bank, the Liao family will not sell it, and foreign forces cannot buy Liao Chonghing Bank at all. Now that Standard Chartered Bank has annexed Liao Chonghing Bank and renamed it Second Bank, it is clear that the Liao family will sell all of their equity. The outside world exclaimed on the subsequent announcement of the shareholding. Before the annexation, Liao Chonghing Bank, the Liao family held 47.82%, Japan's Mitsubishi Tokyo UFJ Bank held 9.66% of the shares, and Hong Kong Mortgage Corporation Limited held 20% of the shares. Now Lam Feng personally holds 70% of Liao Chonghing Bank. The Liao family holds 7.48%. Two minority shareholders, Bank of Tokyo Mitsubishi UFJ and Hong Kong Mortgage Corporation Limited, sold at rallies when the stock price of Liao Chonghing Bank rose abnormally and chose to make quick money. After all, the stock price of a local bank suddenly exceeded 70 Hong Kong dollars in an instant, which is not normal enough. The two companies hold Liao Chonghing Bank for the purpose of making money, not to develop Liao Chonghing Bank. Now that the price is so high, it is strange not to take the opportunity to sell. The next home is naturally Lin Feng. Although the acquisition of Liao Chonghing Bank, a total of 29.66% in the hands of the two companies, at a price of up to 70 Hong Kong dollars, it was a bit loss. However, compared to the new Standard Chartered Bank in the future, the purchase price of 70 Hong Kong dollars is quite a bargain. And when this news came out, The outside world was even more horrified. No one expected that Lin Feng would actually do so many things in the past few days. He actually acquired Liao Chonghing Bank in a quiet manner and obtained absolute controlling rights. Vaguely, some smart people began to notice the weirdness in this. At the time of the final annexation, Liao Chongqing's share price was 70 Hong Kong dollars per share, with a market value of 34.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Standard Chartered Bank 60 Hong Kong dollars per share, and a market value of 78 billion Hong Kong dollars. After the merger, Lam Feng originally owned 70% of the shares in Liao Chonghing Bank, and Standard Chartered Bank Lam Feng actually owned 17.99% shares. After the merger, Lin Feng owns 33.93% of the shares of Second Bank. The shares of Standard Chartered Bank owned by Li Zikai and Zhong Qingwu were converted into the Second Bank and the shares changed from 3% to 2.08%. The Liao family held 2.29% of the Second Bank. As for the two former directors of Standard Chartered Bank, Hans and Brooke, they hold 4.85% of the shares of Second Bank respectively. As for the so-called Abakramovich, it holds 16.64% of the Second Bank. Bao Pili holds 10.05% of the Second Bank. Robert Home holds the Second Bank 5.2% shares. Standard Chartered Bank became the Second Bank after annexing Liao Chonghing Bank. To the outside world, it is almost like a fantasy. At first, everyone thought that Standard Chartered Bank was going to fail. Under the toss of Lin Feng, the former director of Standard Chartered Bank and the rich Russian Abakramovich, Standard Chartered Bank is likely to go bankrupt. Who would have expected that in just a few days, the Standard Chartered Bank was indeed gone? But an additional Second Bank came out, and it perfectly solved the talent crisis in the Hong Kong branch of Standard Chartered Bank. Of course, the more important point is that Lin Feng's shareholding is not absolutely dominant. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that, except for Hans and Brooke, and the rich Russian Abakramovich, the rest of the equity supports Lin Feng. Counting the shares of Bao Pili, Robert Home, and Li Zikai and Zhong Qingwu, Lin Feng owns 57.5% of the shares and still occupies the absolute dominance of the Second Bank. In the Second Bank, Lin Feng still said one thing. Seeing this result, although Hans and Brooke were uncomfortable, their equity was too small to have any effect at all. Moreover, after the merger, the shares of the two were still weakened to a certain extent, which made them even more uncomfortable. Now, the two can say that they have no position in the Second Bank. Of course, their only expectation lies in the Russian billionaire Abakramovich. He also owns 16.64% of the Second Bank. Counting the shares of the two of them, the three have a total of 26.34% of the new Second Bank. Although it is lower than the 33.93% of the shares actually held by Lin Feng, it is not far off. In case these allies of Lin Feng and Lin Feng broke out for some reason, they might be able to take advantage of the vacancy. The beautiful imagination of Hans and Bruce. When the Second Bank was temporarily suspended and submitted to the Hong Kong Securities Regulatory Commission for review, although the outside world admired Lin Feng's method, it was unexpectedly able to turn things around in such a difficult and dangerous situation. This is not what ordinary people did. But he still raised an objection, believing that although the prospects of this brand new Second Bank are good, there is no one at the helm so far. Although Liao Liu and Liao Lizi of the former Liao Chongqing Bank can serve as the chief executives of the Second Bank, they can barely maintain even a small Liao Chongqing Bank. Such a complex Second Bank can be achieved by their abilities. Can't handle it at all. Unless Lin Feng invites Pete, the original CEO of Standard Chartered Bank, and only Pete, who has worked at Standard Chartered Bank for more than 20 years, can reorganize the Second Bank and get the Second Bank back on track as soon as possible. Operation. You must know that although Hong Kong's rich have expressed their willingness to cooperate with the Second Bank at a deeper level, It refers to the normal second bank rather than the second bank in chaos and struggle. But can Pete return to the second bank as CEO? The outside world is not optimistic. Before that, Pete had a nostril with the former director of Standard Chartered Bank, standing on the opposite side of Lin Feng. How could he return to the second bank and work under Lin Feng? The Sun declared, unless the sun hits the west, Pete will never return to the second bank. And this is also the dependence of Hans and Brooke. As long as Pete does not come back, Lin Feng could not find a suitable president candidate in a short time. At that time, the brand new second bank added 2 more people without a leader. The banks have just merged and will be chaotic. That is the time for them to make trouble again. But to everyone's surprise, while everyone was still speculating on how Lin Feng would lobby Pete, Lin Feng had already held a press conference with Pete and announced in a high-profile manner that Pete would return to the second bank as the chief executive officer, an official position. And Pete will own a 5% stake in the second bank. The company will increase its holdings of 68 million shares, which will be used as a reward when Pete integrates the resources of the 2 banks in the future to put the second bank on track. After this increase in holdings, all of your shareholdings have weakened slightly by 5%, and Lin Feng owns 32.23% of the shares. Although it seems that Lin Feng's shares have been further diluted, in fact Lin Feng's control over the second bank has been further strengthened. With the unspoken and ambiguous size of Pete and Lin Feng at the press conference, if the outside world does not know that the 2 of them were actually acting at this moment, it would seem too stupid. From now on, it seems that everything that happened before was a bureau for calculating the original Standard Chartered Bank's directors, and a bureau for calculating the Standard Chartered Bank. After this arrangement, Lin Feng not only had full control over the second bank, but also made the second world completely surnamed Lin. Before that, although Lin Feng acquired Standard Chartered Bank, because the former directors of Standard Chartered Bank left too deep a mark on Standard Chartered Bank, they have their own cronies in various departments. It can be said that Lin Feng, although apparently controlling Standard Chartered Bank, but in fact the control over Standard Chartered Bank is by no means as strong as it seems. It can be said that the following can completely violate Lin Feng's decision. But now, the resignation of these thousands of employees just gave Lin Feng the opportunity to put his confidant in. Now Lin Feng has completely firmly controlled the second bank in terms of equity and actual personnel, and branded it as his own private bank. Witnessing this situation, Hans and Brooke, who still hold the second bank, had their eyes bursting with anger. They never thought that Pete would wear a pair of trousers with Lin Feng, especially thinking that Pete had sworn to them before, threatening to make Lin Feng look good and let Lin Feng know how powerful it is. As a result, they now stood completely beside Lin Feng, which was a naked betrayal to them. Of course, Pete's betrayal is also reasonable. 5% of the shares of the second bank, what a fortune. It would be strange if Pete didn't betray them. Damn it. Hans and Brooke can only secretly curse Lin Feng's insidiousness and viciousness, and they have offered such generous terms in order to make Pete rebel. Pete's arrival greatly stabilized the floating hearts of the second chanting. After all, there was no one who really took the lead before. The employees of the 2 banks have been secretly competing, hoping that the people on their side can be assigned to a better department. Although Lin Feng is magical, although there are countless magical auras on his head, it is not a panacea. Lin Feng can be said to be powerless with meticulous management in this area. Fortunately, as soon as Pete took office, he successively introduced various measures, emphasizing that everyone is equal before opportunities. As long as you have the ability, you will never be buried by the company. The second bank also returned to calm in the shortest time. However, the outside world still holds a certain degree of skepticism. What will the British side think about Lin Feng's steal? The outside world believes that Lin Feng completely stole this old bank with more than 150 years and Standard Chartered Bank. Although the second bank is listed in Hong Kong, it is undeniable that the United Kingdom still has a certain influence on it. Just when the outside world was skeptical, Lin Feng once again announced an amazing news that the most popular prince in the United Kingdom, Prince William, will assume an important position in the second bank during the holiday. Although Lin Feng did not announce that Prince William will take up any other duties, Prince William's going to the second bank itself represents a signal, which shows that the British side does not pursue Lin Feng's theft. For all investors, this is undoubtedly exciting news. The British royal family also admitted this point later, frankly, that Prince William would go to the second bank during the holidays to increase social experience. The British royal family is rather helpless about this. Earlier, Prince William told Queen Elizabeth II that when he was going to work at Standard Chartered Bank, Queen Elizabeth II was very happy. But who could have expected that there would be so many incidents in Standard Chartered Bank afterwards, and it would be stolen by Lin Feng in the end. But it has been promised to Prince William that as the British royal family, he cannot go back. What's more, this acquisition of Lin Feng is also a normal capital operation and is supervised by the Hong Kong Securities Regulatory Commission. In this regard, the British royal family is also not good at preventing Prince William, who has a rather tough attitude, from working in the second bank. What's more, don't forget that Lin Feng has the title of Lord Commander of the British Empire, which was conferred by the British royal family. If you object, this is undoubtedly a shame. When the news that Prince William is about to work in the second bank was heated by the outside world, the second bank was opened. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8, 100 billion expectations? After a week of approval by the Hong Kong Securities Council, the second bank relisted on the Hong Kong stock market. Affected by the news that Pitt regained control of the second bank and the news that Prince William was about to work at the second bank, the stock price of the second bank was as high as 78 Hong Kong dollars at the opening of the market. The outside world is obviously confident in the second bank. After all, this bank has gathered the world's richest man, many rich people in Hong Kong, and the bank that even the British princes are supporting. It has experienced so many ups and downs, although there are hidden dangers. However, the outside world believes that under the premise that Lin Feng has absolute controlling rights and control rights, the prospects of the second bank will be bright. Under the premise that the market is generally optimistic, the share price of second bank has risen steadily, and soon rose from 78 Hong Kong dollars at the opening to 95 Hong Kong dollars. Not far from the previous normal market price of Standard Chartered Bank of 113 Hong Kong dollars. The major media and experts praised this. After all, being able to truly control a British bank and turn it into its own private bank is absolutely man-made. And Lin Feng was able to transform the Standard Chartered Bank into his own second bank. And I really want to thank those former directors of Standard Chartered Bank. Without their tossing, Lin Feng would not have the opportunity to completely control the second bank, nor would he have the opportunity to take the opportunity to drive away all of these directors' henchmen and insert his own people. This is definitely thanks to the original directors of Standard Chartered Bank. The British Times commented in this way: this batch of 1,600 former Standard Chartered Bank employees, I am afraid that the final situation will turn out to be like this. They not only lost their enviable jobs and bonuses, but also because of the hype Standard Chartered the bank's stocks are in a mess. These people are in such a state that, in addition to the original directors of Standard Chartered Bank, they are more to blame for their own greed. The Times comment is very pertinent. These 1,600 employees are now almost ruined and owed a debt. This can only be blamed on their own greed. It is also in response to an old Chinese saying, the human heart is not enough to swallow the elephant. Just when the outside world turned Standard Chartered Bank into his own second bank with Lin Feng's series of measures, Lin Feng made a new move. And this move was beyond everyone's expectation. No one thought of it. Lin Feng would suddenly take this move. Lam Feng announced the establishment of the second insurance company, which will cooperate with the second bank to develop insurance business in Southeast Asia, with the mainland market being the focus. When this news came out, everyone was shocked. and Thunder S. No one thought that Lin Feng would suddenly open an insurance company, which was beyond everyone's expectations. However, what is even more unexpected is that Zhong Qingwu, chairman of Wahaha Group, announced that more than 30 beverage production plants under his company will sign contracts with the second insurance company to ensure accidental injury, medical care, unemployment, etc., and life insurance. At the same time, Lin Feng declared that all of his companies will be insured by the second insurance company to purchase accidental injury, medical, unemployment, and life insurance for all employees. Once the news was announced, the outside world was speechless. Now everyone was shocked and numb by Lin Feng's news, and they didn't know what to say. However, the stock price of Second Bank shows the attitude of the people very accurately. The stock price of Second Bank has soared all the way under the good news. Opening up the domestic market has always been what foreign banks look forward to most. Although the Second Bank is a foreign bank in name, its chairman and the highest shareholder is Lin Feng, an authentic Chinese. If you say it is a Chinese bank, it's all right. Under this level of identity, it is not uncommon for the second bank to open the mainland market. Envy. Many foreign banks can only use envy and jealousy to describe their views on the second bank entering the mainland. While they were still wondering how to enter the mainland market, Lin Feng came from behind and ate the crab first. And with Lin Feng's domestic contacts, I am afraid that this prospect in the future is very much anticipated. What's more, most domestic insurance companies have their own shortcomings, and there are various difficulties and compensation. Lin Feng's strong entry will undoubtedly bring vitality to the domestic lifeless insurance market. In the end, after Lin Feng announced the absolute good news of entering the insurance industry, the second bank share price broke through the 100 Hong Kong dollar mark in one fell swoop and stabilized at around 103 Hong Kong dollars. When the second bank is reorganized and the insurance business is on track, the second bank will usher in a true peak period of steady growth. In the envy of the second bank from the outside world, Lin Feng took Lin Shilling back to Shanghai triumphantly from London. After the acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank, Lin Feng's wealth did not drop at all, but rose sharply. Before the acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank, Lin Feng's personal assets reached $57 billion and he held $6.6 billion in cash. Now, after acquiring Standard Chartered Bank, Lin Feng made a fortune through the price difference. He originally held $10.238 billion in his hand. He acquired 12% of the original Standard Chartered Bank's market shares and spent $270 million in Lin Feng's acquisition of Bank of Tokyo Mitsubishi UFJ. Hong Kong Mortgage Securities Co. Limited has a total of 29.66% of the shares, spent $1.153 billion in Lam Feng, and acquired 24% of the shares in the former director of Standard Chartered Bank, spent $1.43 billion in Lam Feng's hands. In the end, Lam Feng had a remaining $7.385 billion in cash. After deducting the $3 billion of cash drawn from the second game, Lin Feng finally left $4.385 billion in his hands. With $1.615 billion in cash in hand, Lin Feng owns an additional 32.23% of the second bank shares, and these 32.23% bank shares are calculated at the current market value of 103 Hong Kong dollars per share. Lin Feng holds second bank 32.23% shares worth $5.327 billion. Lin Feng's assets also exceeded the $60 billion mark in one fell swoop. This is still not counting the 16.64% of the shares owned by the so-called Russian richest man Abakramovich. Otherwise Lin Feng's assets will be more than $2 billion. But just the present wealth of Lin Feng's hands has already surprised the outside world. After Lin Feng acquired Standard Chartered Bank, it turned it into a second bank and became his own private bank. The outside world thought that Lin Feng would suffer a small loss and his property would shrink slightly. Who expected Lin Feng to make a fortune instead? And as the second bank will continue to grow in performance in the future, Lin Feng's wealth will continue to rise. If you include the listing of companies such as Baidu and Phantom Technology owned by Lin Feng, the myth of personal wealth of hundreds of billions of dollars will reappear after Bill Gates. Neutral media at home and abroad believe that Lin Feng will definitely achieve this goal. The only difference is, when will Lin Feng complete the accumulation of his personal wealth of hundreds of billions of dollars? 3 years or 5 years? At this time, Lin Feng had just left the Shanghai International Airport. Unexpectedly, although he took the VIP channel, he was still blocked by many reporters. This is not to blame for the poor security of Shanghai International Airport, but to blame these reporters for their supernatural powers, posing as VIP customers waiting for the flight, to get a real look at where Lin Feng exited, and then inform his colleagues outside to block Lin Feng. Looking at the darkened crowd around him, Lin Feng was really helpless. But we can't blame these reporters for being so enthusiastic. After all, Lin Feng is the first Chinese to own a private bank, and this acquisition is too legendary. Lin Feng has transformed a British-owned Standard Chartered Bank into a living. It's really admirable to become a private bank that is completely in charge of itself. Of course, for ordinary people, they don't care how Lin Feng bought Standard Chartered Bank and turned it into his own Standard Chartered Bank. What ordinary people care about is what Lin Feng would use the bank for. Of course, for these reporters, there is another issue. From the gaming entertainment sports industry, Lin Feng suddenly set foot in other industries, such as finance, real estate, and insurance. He established Second Real Estate Co., Limited, Second Bank, and Second Insurance Company. What exactly does Lin Feng want to do? Lin Feng smiled slightly when he asked questions from many reporters and looked at the date, 9.10. Everyone, regarding this issue, I think everyone will understand it in the near future. Lin Feng specifically sold it off. Many reporters were speechless for a while. Lin Feng has always been like this. At critical moments, he always loves to sell it, so that many reporters are not in a hurry. Fortunately, looking at the look between Lin Feng's eyebrows, this juncture should be revealed soon, and many reporters only need to survive this period of time. After leaving many reporters aside, Lin Feng returned to the villa. During this time in the UK, although things were basically under control, Lin Feng felt relieved and happy to receive Lisa, Avril Lavigne, and Huang Max's encouragement and blessings. Now that I am back, I have to retaliate to my confidant as soon as possible. In an urgent yearning for his home, Lin Feng hurried back to the villa. My dear, I'm back. Lin Feng shouted. Big brother Lin, you are finally back. Lisa dressed in a chef's outfit and ran out of the kitchen happily after hearing the sound. Lin, you finally came back. Upon hearing this, Avril also jumped up from the sofa and ran towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was embarrassed. Originally there was only one Lisa in the villa, but now it is different. Now Avril Lavigne is also there. Lin Feng was also excited for a while and forgot this. It's better now. The two girls are going to jump over. Who should Lin Feng hug? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 882, Office Romance. Lisa on the left and Avril Lavigne on the right. The two girls want to hold Lin Feng's arms first. Who should Lin Feng hold at this time? Baby, I'm so happy to see you too. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and didn't call them by nicknames. Otherwise, it would be a problem to call anyone first. This woman is prudent. Don't look like she's usually nice. She's really stingy. That's pretty stingy. Lin Feng stepped forward, hugged the two of them, hugged left and right. Looking at the room, Lin Ziyui and others rolled their eyes. After a sweet dinner, while chatting, Lin Feng suddenly thought of Avril's shares. Avril Lavigne, you bought 8% of the tradable shares of Standard Chartered Bank before, and now you should have 5.26% of the shares of Second Bank, which can be regarded as a minority shareholder of our bank. If you are not short of money, you can continue to hold it in the future. The Second Bank will continue to rise," Lin Feng said. Avril Lavigne grimaced at Lin Feng triumphantly when she heard the words. At the beginning, she was purely to support Lin Feng, but she did not expect to make a fortune in the end. According to the current market price of second chanting, 103 Hong Kong dollars per share, the 5.26% shares in Avril Lavigne's hands are worth 7.38 billion Hong Kong dollars, or approximately $910 million US. At the beginning, Avril Lavigne invested only $150 million US. In just a few days, Avril Lavigne became a wealthy woman with nearly $1 billion in assets. The outside world sighed repeatedly for Avril Lavigne's good luck. "Yui, your soup has improved again, and it tastes really delicious," Lin Feng said with unsatisfactory thoughts. There are two confidants by his side. Li Zu showed a relieved smile. Afterwards, Lin Feng took the time to call Huang Meixi, said he was safe, and promised to pick up their mother and daughter soon. Otherwise, it would be bad for Huang Meixi's mother and daughter to live in two places like this. Before that, Huang Meixi was going to confinement, and Lin Yui was still young and could not suffer from bumps. Now he is more than half a year old and can take a plane. And for Lin Feng, it is also very happy to be able to see his daughter, Lin Yui, every day. At this point, after making the phone call and taking a shower, it was time to turn off the lights and go to bed. "Two dear darlings, let's sleep." Looking at the different styles of pajamas by Avril Lavigne and Li Zu, Lin Feng's index finger moved. A sexy, wild, full of temptation, a pure, conservative, but with amorous feelings, which makes Lin Feng shun rippling. Thinking of the last time, the only double flight in his life, Lin Feng felt as if 10,000 ants were crawling in his heart. "HMPH, I sleep by myself." But Avril flicked her hair and walked to the room beside her. "Brother Lin, I sleep here." Although Lisa longed for Lin Feng's embrace, she was a bit shy because of Avril's presence. Lin Feng saw that he was anxious at the moment. How can this work? It requires the two of them to go back to their rooms, and they must be alone in their empty boudoir tonight. I didn't think too much, and I pulled the two of them into my arms with a pull with both hands. "I can't go anywhere tonight. Sleep together," Lin Feng said arrogantly. "Huh." Avril snorted and struggled a few times. Seeing that she didn't break free, she didn't move anymore. Instead, she hugged Lin Feng and leaned against Lin Feng. She didn't want to give this embrace to anyone. Lisa lowered his head shyly, leaning on Lin Feng's shoulder lightly, indescribably shy and lovely. With a creak, Lin Feng carried the two women into the room and closed the door. An innocence sounded first, followed by complicated, and then another girlfriend. When he woke up the next day, Lin Feng was still alive and well, but Avril Lavigne and Lisa were still dreaming sweet dreams on the bed. Friends can't make breakfast today. Everyone is going out to eat." Lin Feng looked at Lin Zui, Yuan Xianglai and others who were sitting at the table waiting for dinner, explaining a little embarrassingly. "What's the matter?" Lin Zui sniffed, looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, and then rushed upstairs. Lin Feng sighed, seeing Lin Zui rushing upstairs. Khan came down immediately. A minute later, Lin Zui walked down with a flushed face. When she went in just now, she ran into Avril Lavigne and Lisa lying naked on Lin Feng's bed and sleeping. Although Lin Zui has no love experience, he can tell what the three of them did last night at a glance. At the moment, Lin Zui's face flushed. "Okay, all go out to eat. I invite you." Lin Feng was also embarrassed. He also didn't expect Lin Zui to rush upstairs. It was really embarrassing to be bumped into this. However, Lin Feng was slightly proud that the last time he flew, Lin Feng was exhausted by Avril Lavigne and Li Zu, and it took several days to recover. However, during the battle yesterday, Lin Feng still felt energetic at the moment, thanks to the set of spitting skills taught by Wang Meng. Now that Lin Feng has practiced, the more he feels. Although there is no qi flowing in his body as Wang Meng said, It is undeniable that this exercise has indeed strengthened his ability in this area. Yesterday, after a double flight, the two girls were tired and still couldn't get up. But Lin Feng's face was red, which fully proved the value of this set of vomiting skills. After asking Lin Zhui, Yuan Xianglai and others to eat a hearty breakfast, Lin Feng went to the second world. "Boss, congratulations," Wu Zhaopu said in amazement. He did not expect that Lin Feng would acquire Standard Chartered Bank, and use Dalworld methods to turn it into his own private bank. "Mr. Wu, you look pretty good recently. Have you had a girlfriend?" Lin Feng joked with a smile. "I haven't seen him during this time," but Wu Zhaopu's face is red. A man with a red face, in addition to the smooth sailing in his career, the most likely thing is in love. In terms of career, the second world has been going well recently. There is nothing to be so excited about. Then there is only one possibility: Wu Zhaopu is in love. This is big news for Lin Feng. Wu Zhaopu is the fifth and most famous Diamond King in Shanghai, especially since the second world went on sale. Wu Zhaopu has been surrounded by beauties every day. According to rumors, Simon in Meteor Garden has a famous saying: a tea's shelf life is only 1 week. But Wu Zhaopu is good, up to 3 days, usually in 1 day. Whether it is a model, an actor, or a few singers, Wu Zhaopu has played for many years, but now he is able to fall in love, which really surprised Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng's jokes, Wu Zhaopu's face was slightly embarrassed. "Boss, back." At this moment, Cheng Xiaoai, the head of the company's public relations department, came over. Lin Feng nodded. "By the way, Mr. Wu, this is the document you need for today's meeting." Cheng Xiaoai handed Wu Zhaopu a document. When she turned and left, she suddenly said, "Be at your table early and remember to eat. You have stomach problems, but eat on time." When Lin Feng heard this, his eyes lit up and he pointed at Wu Zhaopu with a smirk on his face. "Boss, this ... this." Wu Zhaopu's face blushed slightly. He also did not expect that Chen Xiaoai would be so inattentive to the occasion and would say these private words in front of Lin Feng. "Well, Mr. Wu, don't be shy. You have experienced so many pink battles in your life, but you have never seen you shy." Lin Feng patted Wu Zhaopu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Hush." Wu Zhaopu was anxious when he heard the words, and quickly asked Lin Feng to keep quiet. But obviously, it was too late. "Humphrey." Chen Xiaoai hummed softly from a distance. Wu Zhaopu's face was dark at the time. "Boss, in the future, you still shouldn't talk about my old love affairs, otherwise I will be unlucky after get off work." Wu Zhaopu hurriedly exhorted. Lin Feng laughed blankly. "I didn't expect Wu Zhaopu to be so scared. No, I should say that I care about Cheng Xiaoai. But this is not a bad thing. After all, it looks very beautiful when he spends all day in women's pile and changes girlfriends every day, but in fact, Wu Zhaopu is also very lonely in his heart. Those women were with Wu Zhaopu not to talk about feelings, but to pay him. Obviously men don't really like this kind of woman. Okay, I won't mention it in the future." Lin Feng smiled and patted Wu Zhaopu on the shoulder. "By the way, boss, this kind of relationship between Chen Xiaoai and I may violate the company system. We will discuss as soon as possible and leave one automatically." Wu Zhaopu thought for a while and said after hesitating for a long time. Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. The company does have this system. After all, office romances usually affect work very much. After all, there are few lovers who don't quarrel. Once a quarrel, if two people are in the same company again, it will definitely affect the work. This is also the reason why all companies formulate this rule and system. But now, Wu Zhaopu can be said to be Lin Feng's right-hand man. Almost the second world administration is completely managed by Wu Zhaopu, and Lin Feng doesn't have to worry about this at all. As for Chen Xiaoai, in terms of public relations, since she used to be a TV host, she has a very good set of public relations announcements. Lin Feng regretted losing either of these two. Besides, when Lin Feng thought of the relationship between himself and Lin Shilling, it could be regarded as an office romance. As the chairman of the board, if you can't lead by example, what will happen next? Therefore, the rules and regulations must be slightly revised. In this way, this issue will be discussed at the meeting later. Lin Feng thought for a while and decided to be more democratic. After all, the Second World is a listed company. Regardless of whether Lin Feng holds a controlling stake, he must try his best to show democracy and generosity. Wu Zhaopu thought for a while and nodded. Now it can only be so. Later, after officially going to work, Lin Feng held the first board meeting in September. Leader Kui, how about it? What's the situation of virtual life now? Lin Feng asked with concern. Virtual life is the main game of the Second World and will become a very important source of financial income for the Second World in the next few years. Donglin, virtual life currently has nearly 400 million registered players worldwide, and the highest online number has approached 50 million. Kui Ming, the leader of the first game development team, said excitedly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8 Infinite Horror is coming. Virtual life is one of the main games of the Second World in the next few years, and it is also one of the most important sources of financial income for the Second World. Donglin, since the construction of the virtual city in virtual life, many players have moved into the city to experience various different lives in the game, and they can become friends with strangers with similar interests, and their huge game system. Now more and more players have gradually regarded virtual life as an indispensable entertainment in their daily life. Like our company's name, it has gradually become the Second World, and all players' Second World. Kui Ming introduced excitedly. Boss, this is a data from our survey. The above shows that the average virtual life player now spends 2.2 hours a day playing virtual life to 2.9 hours. Wu Zhaopu handed it from the side. Lin Feng a datasheet. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he saw it. Don't look at the time, this increase is only 0.7 hours, but you must know that the number of registered players in virtual life is as high as 400 million. If you count this data, the total number of players playing virtual life in a day will be close to 280 million hours. It is approximately equal to 11.66 million days, which is approximately equal to 32,000 years. There are 32,000 years of total game time in one day. Even if it's just an ad every day, this can also bring an extra $50,000 a day to the Second World, which is $18.25 million a year. Well, by the way, the interaction between the stars or celebrities in the game and the players can be organized appropriately, such as a 4 or more party. Lin Feng thought about it and suggested. Everyone nodded. This is a good proposal. It just so happens that these celebrities can increase the player's sense of identity with the game. And by playing games, you can have the opportunity to meet your idol, which is a big temptation for anyone. Anyway, there is no money for the game. Everyone is just fine with a little more advertising. By the way, Mr. Wu, how is the virtual bar going on now? This is also an important source of income. Lin Feng suddenly remembered virtual bar. The construction of virtual bar can not only continue to expand the influence of virtual life in major cities, but also become a real-life dating platform for the majority of virtual life players. And virtual bar can also bring additional financial income for the company. Although in virtual bar, all kinds of drinks are sold at extremely low prices, as long as the profits are small and the sales are high, it is just as profitable. Moreover, Lin Feng also launched the scented tea from the scented tea processing factory in the early stage of his own business in the virtual bar. The profit of this scented tea is extremely high. Boss, now there are a total of 528 virtual bars in China, which can bring net profit to the company more than 50 million yuan RMB every month. Wu Zhaopu said excitedly. According to common sense, a bar chain with such a large scale has a monthly net profit of only more than 50 million. This is really not a huge profit, and it is not worth the excitement of Wu Zhaopu. After all, in an ordinary second-tier city, a bar with a slightly better business has a profit of hundreds of thousands in 1 month. What's more, Virtual Bar has opened 528 bars with a monthly net profit of more than 50 million yuan. On average, a bar has a monthly net profit of less than 10,000 yuan. Compared to other bars, it is really low. A virtual bar spends more than 1 million yuan on the facade, land, decoration, and labor on average, and each bar has an investment of more than 1 million yuan. In some prime locations in big cities, the investment in the bar can be tens of millions. The Second World smashed a total of nearly 1.5 billion yuan for this. At the current rate of making money, it will take at least 2 years to pay back. 2 years later, the decoration style of the bar has almost changed again. It can be said that it is impossible to make a lot of money with virtual bar. However, as Lin Feng expected, virtual bar is only an aid, a place to increase the popularity of virtual life. The company does not expect to make money from this. What I really hope is that virtual bar can make virtual life more deeply rooted in people's hearts and become a must-play game for all young people. Just like Tencent QQ. Almost all Chinese have won. Lin Feng also hopes that virtual life will do the same. Moreover, Lin Feng is also consciously enclosing the company. In the future, China's real estate will gradually rise, and the current low prices are still very low. At this time, we will wait for more time. This is why virtual bar cost the company a total of RMB 1.5 billion. Half of the money was used to buy land. Although it also consumes a lot of funds for the Second World, in the long run, the Second World will lead to rich returns in the future. By the way, Leader Ku, how did the mid-autumn full moon night, Huashan Lunjian proceed? Lin Feng looked at his watch, and it happened to be the mid-autumn full moon today. Hey, boss, you are going to wait for a good show tonight. Remember, all CSPN TV stations, as well as major local stations, and the internet will be live broadcast. Kuxin specifically sold it. Lin Feng smiled. Unexpectedly, Kuxin was still selling off. But tonight, the Mid-Autumn Festival, I also happened to enjoy the moon and eat moon cakes, watching Huashan Lunjian. Subsequently, other game development teams successively reported the recent work progress. The most anticipated fourth game development team World War, the progress has exceeded 50%. The maps of major cities around the world have been produced, and the production of small historical and civilized cities not major cities today in various countries is being stepped up. Of course, the Second World has therefore invested more than $1 billion in funds. However, for the real 3D maps of major cities, Cheng Xiaoi has begun to negotiate with the local governments of various countries for cooperation. The Second World provides three-dimensional city maps for local governments to browse, maintain and update. Local governments pay corresponding service fees. Although this negotiation is very difficult, it is also proceeding in an orderly manner. If all the negotiations are successful, it will bring a total of nearly tens of millions of dollars in revenue to the company every year, and within 10 years, all the investment will be recovered. Even in the end, the development costs of World War will be borne by local governments. The opening time of World War has also been determined January 1, 2005. As for the hardware development department, currently relying on the Chinese market, AMD and ATI are slowly regaining their foothold, beginning to take advantage of the low-end market to slowly cannibalize the markets of the main competitors Intel and Nvidia. Lin Feng also has a plan, but it is still immature. When Lam Feng considers it mature, it will be launched. Well, today's debriefing meeting is here for the time being. Let's discuss a few issues. Lin Feng coughed and ordered someone to serve coffee. First of all, on October 1st, our company's headquarters building will be officially completed. You should now start to clean up slowly and prepare to relocate. But don't have the ribbon cutting at that time. It's still in a hurry. Also, once you move after entering, the space is big, and I will never be crowded in this small office building anymore. Lin Feng gazed at the Second World headquarters building in the distance with satisfaction. Everyone sighed. After such a long wait, the Second World headquarters building is finally about to be completed. and the world's tallest skyscraper so far is finally about to be completed. Everyone no longer has to nest in this small office building. Think about it, the dignified second world with a market value of nearly $90 billion US. Its headquarters is actually just a patchwork of small buildings, which is really useless, and it's really inconvenient. Often when one department speaks, other departments can hear it. This not only affects the work of other departments, but also easily leaks secrets. What's more, the safety of several real core departments of the second world cannot be guaranteed in this small building. As for the second point, it's about office romances. As soon as Lin Feng spoke out, everyone laughed ambiguously and winked at Wu Xiaopu. It was Wu Xiaopu who was accustomed to seeing all kinds of scenes. When everyone was making fun of him, he couldn't help but quickly picked up the teacup and drank tea. Lin Feng secretly said a fluke. Fortunately, Wu Xiaopu was in front of him. Otherwise, if his relationship with Lin Chilling was exposed, then everyone's laughter would be even more ambiguous. Regardless of whether you are the boss, these people are usually used to making jokes. He doesn't care whether you are the boss or not. You should be jokes as much as you can. What do you think about the office romance? Lin Feng coughed and said. After hearing the words, everyone fell into contemplation. Although everyone was making fun of Wu Xiaopu just now, this incident is indeed something that should not be underestimated and should not be sloppy. Everyone didn't dare to underestimate this matter. Donglin, I think there is nothing wrong as long as it does not affect the work. If you are afraid of affecting your work, you can transfer it to two completely different departments. Kuxin said first. He has a relatively good relationship with Wu Xiaopu, and he also knows the abilities of Chen Xiao and Wu Xiaopu. If the two of them really leave one, it will definitely be a loss to the company. I object, Kui Ming said with a serious face. Although two people can be transferred from different departments, they are in the same company after all, and in contrast to the company's principle of meritocracy, transfer one talent to him in a position that is not good at, it is undoubtedly a waste of resources. Kui Ming's point of view is indeed good. After all, the two of them did well in one department, but because they were in love, they were transferred to another department that they were not good at. How can they give full play to their abilities? For a long time, it will not benefit the company for its business. What's more, the question of who should be transferred will also be involved. Suddenly, opinions were divided. It can be said that everyone has their own reasons, and the meeting rooms are as lively as a vegetable market. And as the discussion escalated, it has gradually turned into a quarrel, and it is slowly evolving into a confrontation between China and the West. Most of the people who support Wu Xiaopu are Chinese, and most of them want adult beauty. Most of the opponents are foreigners like Kui Ming's and Gable, formerly the president of Valve, now the vice president of the game department of the Second World, and the leader of the fifth game development team. It's going to get out of control. Everyone. Wu Xiaopu felt anxious when he witnessed the original harmonious company almost turned into opposition because of his love. At the moment, I took a few shots on the table and managed to calm down the quarreling crowd. Everyone, I feel very guilty about this incident that caused such a big turmoil in the company. I think it's better to follow the company's rules and regulations. Wu Xiaopu bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Boss, I hope to resign. Wu Xiaopu sincerely submitted his resignation to Lin Feng. Now this situation can be said to be caused by him. Moreover, the debate among the directors just now must have been heard from the outside, and it must be spread throughout the company. If he and Chen Xiao stay, it will have a bad effect, and many lower-level employees will question the company's policy of only the state officials are allowed to set fires, and the people are not allowed to light the lights. Therefore, Wu Xiaopu decided to resign to maintain the company's rules and regulations. Lin Feng frowned. Now Wu Xiaopu has a very high status in the company. It is by no means a wise choice to resign from the second world. Even if you want to resign, from the point of interest, it should be Chen Xiao's resignation, not Wu Xiaopu. Could it be? Although Lin Feng didn't want to think more, Wu Zappa's sudden resignation made Lin Feng have to think more. Boss, I don't have a job now. I'm a jobless person. I wonder if there is any company under my boss that can accommodate me as a jobless person. Wu Zappa is also a Ling Long person. When I look at Lin Feng's look, I know that Lin Feng might think too much. This is not to blame Lin Feng. After all, he resigned so suddenly. It really makes people have to think about it. At the moment, quickly explained. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Wu, I almost blamed you just now. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be offended. Lin Feng was also extremely free and easy, apologizing in public to reduce the disparity between the two. Wu Zappa breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He also didn't want to be misunderstood by Lin Feng, otherwise he would really die unjustly. As for office romance, I think it's okay as long as it doesn't affect work. As for whether you need to transfer to a different department, we will give the person the right to choose. If the person needs it, we will transfer it. No need, just wait for the change. Lin Feng finally issued a decision and said. When everyone saw that Lin Feng had spoken, they stopped arguing. Besides, this method is also good. Moreover, office romances can greatly improve work efficiency when the two are not quarreling. After all, everything has advantages and disadvantages. Well, about the last point, I am going to launch a brand new game. Lin Feng looked at everyone with a smile. This game is Infinite Horror. Lin Feng held the table with both hands and stood up. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8 Excitement. Excited? Infinite Horror. When Lin Feng said the name, everyone was at a loss. They had never heard of this thing before, and they didn't know what it was. But listen to the name. There is the word horror. It should be a horror game. This is an upset. Although there are horror games, and there are many masterpieces, such as Resident Evil, such as Zero, such as Haunted Mansion and so on. They are all horror games, and they sell well. But that is a standalone game. The bold players can fully experience the immersive experience of horror games at home and close the door. But if it becomes an online game, it will inevitably have some problems. After all, most players are not so courageous. It is difficult to accept horror games from their hearts. Moreover, in places like internet cafes, there is no atmosphere for horror games. And the most critical point is that horror games are difficult to accept by female players. If a game lacks female players, in terms of the current online game environment, the popularity will be reduced by half. Everyone frowned, and they really didn't understand why Lin Feng suddenly wanted to make a horror online game. Seeing the looks of everyone, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Knowing that everyone did not understand Infinite Horror, I did change to Lin Feng himself. When I read the book Infinite Horror before Rebirth, I never thought that there would be such a unique book that created a genre. Not only Lin Feng could not think of it, but I am afraid that all the fans before watching Infinite Horror did not expect this book, such a sacred book, to appear. And if this book of God is adapted into a game, it must be very attractive. This is also another flagship game of the second world that Lin Feng has been planning. Virtual Life focuses on leisure and entertainment, and World War focuses on first-person shooting. Infinite Horror is positioned as a large-scale online role-playing category. Lin Feng believes that Infinite Horror can kill any role-playing online game in seconds. Whether it is the second world-owned Swordsman Love Online, or other domestic companies' Swordsman Online, or Europe's Endless Mission, or the upcoming World of Warcraft. Although these games have their own characteristics, especially World of Warcraft is the pinnacle of a unified global online game in the future, but compared with Infinite Horror, it is insignificant. In Infinite Horror, players have absolute freedom, and can download various copies, especially this kind of copy, like the name of the game, can be said to be almost unlimited. You can add any copy at any time according to the hotspots on the market. Unlike World of Warcraft, the copy is always fixed, and even the newly added copy will soon be tired. For the player, in addition to continuing to play, equipment, the copy almost loses other meaning. As for the moves in the game, Lin Feng was trembling with excitement. There are too many. I am afraid that there will never be any game that can surpass Infinite Horror, absolutely none. But in the past, now, or in the future, the moves of Infinite Horror are absolutely number one. And there will never be any games that surpass Infinite Horror. Of course, no company was able to develop Infinite Terror before the Rebirth. That was the company's lack of capabilities. In order to develop Infinite Horror, in addition to a strong game development team, the company also needs to have sufficient public relations capabilities. Why do you say this? Infinite Horror involves too many scenes. Although the main map of the game is not large, there are more than tens of thousands of copies. To develop so many copies, it is absolutely impossible to develop so many copies without a strong enough team. As for why we need a strong enough public relations ability, it is because the copy scenes involved in Infinite Horror are mostly well-known movies, animations, and other scenes, which are familiar to everyone, and the NPCs inside are exactly the same, which involves to a copyright issue. If there is not enough public relations ability, it is impossible to win so many copyrights. These 2 points also restrict the world before the Rebirth. No company can turn Infinite Horror into an online game. Otherwise, it is not World of Warcraft that dominates the world, but Infinite Horror dominates the world. But now, the second world has the absolute ability to turn Infinite Horror into the most popular online game in history. Because the second world has the strongest online game development team on the planet, has absolutely mature experience, and has absolutely abundant funds. Maybe not before, but now Lin Feng has a second bank. There will never be any problems with the second world wanting to get loans. As for the public relations ability, Lin Feng's friends have gradually spread all over the world. The most difficult thing to win is undoubtedly the copyright of those movies. However, Lin Feng has now established a relationship with the famous Hollywood director Spielberg and others. And he is also well known in Hollywood. The writer of Prison Break is Lin Feng, who has been widely circulated in Hollywood. To obtain the copyright, Lin Feng believes that there is no problem. As for other similar animations, etc., it is even more easy. The more I thought about it, the more excited Lin Feng became. His face flushed, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Boss, Wu Zhaopu reminded him helplessly, patted Lin Feng, who was a little distracted. Cough. Lin Feng's face was slightly embarrassed. Well, let me first introduce what kind of game Infinite Horror is. Lin Feng handed over the brief outline of Infinite Horror to everyone. Looking at the people who were looking at the information, Lin Feng was so excited that he could no longer do it, and stood up. Everyone, Infinite Horror is the first book. The content is mainly about people living in different countries and different places. One day a line of words suddenly appeared on the computer screen. Are you desperate for life? If you choose eyes, these people will enter a place called the main god space. Then the main god will arrange them to complete various tasks, and then by completing the tasks, these people will get various points, and then they will return after the task is over main god space. And these air points can be used to redeem various rewards, such as various superpowers, or food, or some high-tech products. Then continue to complete the task until you get the chance to return to reality. Lin Wind slowly introduced Infinite Horror. When Lin Feng finished his introduction, everyone had read the information Lin Feng gave. Boss, where is this book? I want to see it. Wu Zhaopu yelled first. Just reading this outline just now, he was full of desire to browse the whole book. This book is really exciting. Think about people evolving themselves by completing tasks and getting rewards. This is an exciting thing for all men. Just think about it. Thinking about the light on Lin Feng's face when he was absent, and his own mood at the moment, Wu Zhaopu finally understood why Lin Feng was so excited. Yeah, boss, where is this book? It's so exciting. I want to see it too. Kuxin and others also had a bright face. Lin Feng looked at other people again, and most of them were the same, which was funny. Guys, what we are discussing now is games. Games. No. Lin Feng was speechless and had to remind them many times. Everyone smiled awkwardly. but they didn't blame them. But the book was so new and interesting. This is completely different from the style and layout of the martial arts such as Ginyong and Gelong. It would be strange if Kuksin and others were not excited. Even Gable, Min Woo Lee, the main person in charge of World War, have a look of expectation. One can imagine how attractive Infinite Horror is. Boss, it's not that we don't want to conceive, but that we really don't know much about this Infinite Horror and don't know what its content is. If we want to discuss the idea of this book, we have no way to talk about it. Kui Ming, who has always been the most triggerous, also showed a longing expression on his face at this moment. Yes, Lin, you have to show it to us, regardless of how we know. Gable also agreed. Yes, boss. If you don't give it to us, we won't be able to discuss it, let alone design. Everyone began to shame. You are shameless. Lin Feng snorted, pointing at everyone. Everyone ignored Lin Feng, just showing a posture of not showing, not discussing, not designing, and not developing. Lin Feng was also speechless by the public. But think about it, this Infinite Horror has only been read by myself, and no one has read it. However, the content of Infinite Horror is too extensive. If everyone does not read it, it is indeed a bit difficult to design it. After thinking about it, Lin Feng could only agree to this rogue request from everyone. Come on, this is the entire version of Infinite Horror, take a look. Lin Feng sent the ebook version of Infinite Horror to everyone via email. Boss, this signature is actually you. You wrote it? The most curious person was Kuksin. He opened the mailbox for the first time and was taken aback when he saw the signature second. This second everyone didn't know who it was at first, but after accidentally knowing that it was Lin Feng, they exclaimed, "You know, the 3 new songs of Avril Lavigne, Beyoncé, and Mariah Carey are all written by this person who signed the second," but he did not expect to be the boss. At that time, everyone began to pester Lin Feng for several meals. Now this Infinite Horror is actually written by Lin Feng again, but Lin Feng completely left everyone speechless. Okay, remember, I must finish reading it within 3 days, and then give me a design outline. Lin Feng finished speaking, making a face, and walking away. After watching Infinite Horror in 3 days, this is terrible. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8 Mid-Autumn Festival Gifts? When many managers of the Second World were busy going home to watch Infinite Horror, Lin Feng leisurely soaked a few cups of tea in his villa, then put some mooncakes, and then customized the world's largest in his home. I moved my 57-inch LCD TV outdoors, sat around with Lizzo, Avril Lavigne, and Lee Ru and others, eating mooncakes, admiring the bright moon, and chatting about the homework, waiting for the Huashan Lungian of swordsman love to be held. Lin, this is mooncake. This is the first time that Avril Lavigne has eaten mooncakes. After tasting it carefully, she feels that So-style mooncakes are more suitable for her. Others such as Beijing-style mooncakes, Cantonese-style mooncakes, Taiwanese mooncakes, etc. Avril Lavigne not very interested but so tired. Avril Lavigne slapped her lips. Lin Feng smiled and handed a cup of tea to Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne, people who eat mooncakes need to drink tea. One can relieve greasiness and help digestion, and second, chew slowly, adding flavor and arousing pleasure. Lin Feng said with a smile. Avril Lavigne took a sip of the soaked chrysanthemum tea, and she was so aftertaste in her mouth. Her brows stretched, she praised her after drinking, and she sighed that this is much better than that burger. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when she heard Avril Lavigne's words. Although his own starting point fast food restaurant is mainly engaged in fast food business, there is no reason to only operate fast food. Now the starting point fast food restaurant already has Chinese fast food, Western fast food, and Korean fast food. There can be more festive occasions. For example, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you can send 1 mooncake and tea for each said meal. During the Dragon Boat Festival, you can send 1 zongtsai and salt egg. During the Lantern Festival, You can send 2 glutinous rice balls, etc. And now the Starting Point fast food restaurant has successfully landed in Europe and the United States, and can also launch corresponding holiday foods according to different customs in various places. This can definitely be more popular than McDonald's and KFC. Moreover, for Lin Feng, Qianji fast food restaurant is by no means Lin Feng's main business, but a tool to attract popularity and expand influence. Qianji fast food restaurant will do as long as it can balance expenditures and have a slight surplus. This is undoubtedly an extremely advantageous method against McDonald's and KFC. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately called Su Xiaomai, the president of Starting Point fast food restaurant, and talked about this idea. When Su Xiaomai heard this, she also praised it. In Su Xiaomai's view, the primary purpose of the current Starting fast food restaurant is to enclose the land without losing money, and to seize the market with McDonald's and KFC, and use Lin Feng's funds and resources as much as possible. Seize the market. Lin Feng's idea of launching festive food for occasions is undoubtedly great. After much discussion, Lin Feng hung up the phone, and Su Xiaomai began to get busy with all this. After all, Lin Feng only formulated one plan and one policy. However, it is up to Su Xiaomai to formulate the specific implementation, and also to examine the cost and how to make it delicious, etc., which need to be implemented one by one. It's very leisurely. A word will make the family feel uneasy during the holidays. Avril Lavigne and Li Ru and others are unfamiliar, and Li Zhu and others have a little bit of a relationship. Lin Feng is on the phone again. It is really boring. See Lin Feng after the phone call. I couldn't help but ridicule Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed blankly. Well, the game has started. Lin Feng pointed to the screen. At this time, at 21 o'clock in the evening on September 11th, the Huashan on the Sword of Swordsman Love officially began. In this Huashan discussion on the sword, Kuxin personally set the stage on the top of the Huashan mountain in order to highlight the grandness and grandeur of his Huashan discussion on the sword event. In addition, elite players who have been screened by various servers were invited to Huashan, and some commentators obsessed with martial arts were invited to compare the players' actions in the game. At the same time, they also compared with CSPN, major local channels, and the live broadcast on the internet. This time the online martial arts battle, everyone watching is heartily. For all martial arts game players, this battle can be described as wonderful, and many players who watched it were very addictive. In the last Second World Players Annual Meeting in Huashan Lunjian, players were all at the same level and only had a fixed number of points to choose their moves. It was compared to the players' on-spot reaction and understanding of various martial arts collocations, and this time Huashan on the Sword uses real data from players' games. Some players are both Yi Jin Jing, Washing Marrow Sutra, Lingbo Weibu, Six Meridian Sword, plus Duga 9 Swords, and some players are both 9 Yang Magic Skills, 9 Yin Magic Skills, and Jiang Long 18 Palms, etc. Watching all kinds of unique skills appear on the screen, and the fights are indistinguishable, which is extremely pleasing to all martial arts players. For those critics, commenting on this kind of martial arts game competition is also the first time. However, on the night of the full moon, eating mooncakes and admiring the moon on the top of the Huashan mountain, watching the various martial arts fighters in the game compete for the first place in the virtual world, it is not a joy in life. At the moment, various critics, especially the famous storytelling artist Yuan Qiuqing, are even taking out their total solutions to explain this game martial arts competition as if a group of martial arts masters are on the top of Mount Hua, vying for the best in the world. Game players are happy to play, critics are happy to explain, and as a TV viewer, it is also enjoyable. This kind of game, for most TV viewers, is also the first time they have seen it. Although many viewers could not understand what was on this screen, they could understand that it was two people fighting. After hearing the comments of many critics, and then comparing the moves on the screen, they realized that this is indeed a martial arts feast. Nowadays, many TV viewers are watching it with gusto. After all, influenced by famous artists such as Jin Yong and Gelong, there are few people in China who do not love martial arts culture. Everyone is familiar with the martial arts, such as the 18 Palms of the Dragon and the 6 Medicine Excalibur. Although they know that these are all fictional, they still can't help but have illusions in their hearts. Now, the Second World reproduces it virtually through games, which is undoubtedly a grand event for most martial arts fans. What's more, at night of the full moon, the top of Huashan, the sword asks the world, who is it? Thinking about this slogan, it's exciting. And this Huashan on the sword, which took a full 3 hours, ended in ecstasy. In the end, the player named Shuang Taniu won the first place in the world. And he got the world's #1 reliance, as the name suggests, using Niu Dang's internal skills as a base, plus Tai Kai Jin, after learning Niu Dang's Tunzong and Lingbo Weibuan 18 falling in the clothes, and finally, supplemented by the hidden weapon of Tang sect feeding poison, consumed many masters alive. Although the Shuang Taniu player's victory was a bit uncomfortable, in the end this Huashan Lungian ended in joy. According to post-event investigations, the Second World Huashan Lungian had a national ratings of 27% that night, surpassing all the programs in the same period, whether it was CCTV's Same Song or the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Huashan Lungian is comparable, although the Second World cost a full tens of millions of yuan for this Huashan on the sword. In Lin Feng's view, it was worth it. This time, it was completely in front of a national audience to show the fun of the game. As long as it can attract more people to become Second World players, Lin Feng believes that all the investment is worthwhile. Although I pay a little now, it will be beneficial in the long run. This tens of millions of RMB is worth it. The next day, Lin Feng came to the company. Kook Sin, this Huashan Lungian is not bad. Keep working hard. Before Infinite Horror comes out, our campaign's role-playing online games will be supported by your swordsman love. Lin Feng encouraged. But Kook Sin looked tired, with 2 dark circles hanging high. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and was about to ask Kook Sin what he was doing last night. Unexpectedly, he saw that the other executives of the company had dark circles under the eyes, wistful eyes, and came to the company with a blank expression. I said, you guys are. Lin Feng frowned and asked, these people, as the top of the company, actually go to work in this image. This is detrimental to the image of the campaign's management and will give the employees below a bad head. Everyone glanced at each other, then pointed at each other and laughed. Ha! Did you watch it all night? Kook Sin asked Wu Zhaopu. Hey, you are not the same. Wu Zhaopu snorted softly. Listening to everyone joking with each other, Lin Feng patted his forehead to understand. Dare to love, these high-level people have watched Infinite Horror all night. But yes, this book is a sacred book, and its conception and worldview are very novel, and I have never seen it before. For people like Wu Zhaopu who have read only famous books such as Jin Yong and Gelong, Infinite Horror is like a fairy tale, or equivalent to in the 19th century. It is incredible that you can talk to anyone from anywhere. Well, everyone, remember, there are still 2 days left. After 2 days, you must come up with your idea for the idea of adapting this book into a game. Since everyone stayed up late for work, Lin Feng would naturally not blame it. Yes, boss. Everyone nodded. They stayed up late to watch this book, and only read less than an F-fifth. Of course, this is not because they read books slowly, but because they are not just reading books this time. They have to think about how to adapt this book into a game while reading. This is not an easy task. Not only do you need to read books, analyze, but also take notes and write reports, which is really terrible for everyone. 2 days later, when everyone almost turned into a panda, they finally finished watching Infinite Horror. At the same time, they made their own comments on the content of Infinite Horror and made suggestions for adapting it into a game. Until this time, Everyone understood why Lin Feng valued Infinite Horror so much and believed that it would sweep all role-playing online games and become one of the world's most popular online games in the future. Of course, it is one of them because there are two other online games that are equally popular: Virtual Life and World War. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8. Infinite Horror is very infinite. In the morning of September 13th, Lin Feng agreed to meet with everyone to discuss the modification of Infinite Horror into a game. Everyone also arrived early, sitting in their seats, and enthusiastically discussing each other's views on Infinite Horror. In these 3 days, everyone has experienced a spiritually strange journey. For almost these 3 days, in addition to the necessary work, I have been immersed in the study, which is considered to be the end of the book Infinite Horror. After watching, everyone sighed for a long time. This is really fucking bad enough. Of course, what everyone said was bad enough, referring to his writing. People usually read books. In addition to reading various reference books, most of them read world-famous books, such as Shakespeare's and Tolstoy's. Even if they are more popular, they are also Jin Yongs and Gelongs. Compared to these famous artists, the writing of this Infinite Horror is really average. But think about the author of this book as their boss Lin Feng, the world's richest man. Everyone was relieved again. Compared to them, Lin Feng has far surpassed others in writing such long stories. Apart from the writing style, everyone can only use one word to describe this book: absolutely. Both the architecture and the background are absolutely perfect. For example, in the background, although the characters in it seem to fight for survival, they actually involve the composition of the entire world and the origin of the entire world. This kind of macroscopic and innovative worldview is amazing. As for those structures, such as the formation of various scenes and various rewards, everyone has to applaud for Lin Feng. In short, if this book is adapted into a game, it is definitely a milestone-like game. It is comparable to Virtual Life and World War. Of course, this book wants to be adapted into a game, and there are many problems, and this is what everyone needs to discuss in detail today. At this time, Lin Feng pinched to the meeting room. Boss, we've all finished reading. Wu Xiaopu proudly said, in his hands the project case that he drove out all night for today's meeting. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. Everyone worked so hard and stayed up late to rush to work. As the boss, this is undoubtedly the best news. His subordinates are so desperate. Which boss doesn't like it? Okay, we have a meeting now. But before the meeting, let's go to sleep. Lin Feng's words made everyone stunned. Hee, go and rest for a while. Look at what you are now, and say that you are hanged ghosts. I am afraid some people believe. Okay, let's go to sleep first, and we will discuss in the afternoon. Let's rest first, and then we will have the spirit to have a meeting! This is not a game that can be decided for a while. Lin Feng explained with a smile. Everyone thought slightly, and it was indeed the case. This game can't be decided simply by holding a meeting. Its structure is too big, and I am afraid it will take several discussions to finalize the adaptation plan. Thinking of this, everyone immediately opened a room nearby and took a group nap. While waiting for everyone to take a nap, Lin Feng received a call from Abby Cohen. Lin, now the second bank is running well. Pete is indeed a talent in the banking industry. He was a bit wronged when he worked at Standard Chartered Bank. Now, according to the information I have received, he has already transferred the original Standard Chartered Bank. The integration of Liao Chonghing Bank has been completed, and many of the former directors of Standard Chartered Bank have been eliminated. I believe that in 3 months, the second bank will be completely yours. Abby Cohen revealed in his tone, admire. Lin Feng was also overjoyed when he heard this. This Pete has worked for Standard Chartered Bank for more than 20 years and knows the basics of Standard Chartered Bank. The Liao Chonghing Bank was founded by the Liao family. Lin Feng specially let the Liao family still hold 2.29% of the second bank shares in the hands of them. can do everything possible to help Pete restructure the two banks. It seems that the effect is good. By the way, Lin, regarding the acquisition of the Bank of East Asia, the acquisition is in the process of close acquisition. Pixin Liao has already announced that Li Guobao was involved in insider trading in Dow Jones, and now the share price of Bank of East Asia has plummeted, and Li Guobao has also been requested by the Commercial Investigation Division. Go and coffee. Now is the best time to acquire the Bank of East Asia. And after the acquisition of the Bank of East Asia, we can combine the strengths of the two banks to acquire South African Standard Chartered. Abby Cohen said. Well, okay, Abby, you just let it go. I give you all the power to do this. Lin Feng authorized Abby Cohen to use all the funds in his account. By the way, Lin, I received a message that it is said that Tencent will introduce a series of new measures, which may conflict with the second world. Abby Cohen said hesitantly. Lin Feng was stunned, but he did not receive the news. After hanging up the phone, I wanted to call Ma Huan, but after the call, I remembered that Ma Huan was on vacation and could not be contacted. Reluctantly shook his head, and I don't know whether Abby Cohen's news is accurate. However, Tencent has been a little too calm recently, which is somewhat abnormal, but now is not the time for Lin Feng to consider this. It is now as soon as possible to confirm the outline and guidelines for the adaptation of Infinite Horror into the game. Then began to invest money in development. And Lin Feng also wants to use his personal charm to go to major companies around the world to sign copyright agreements. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone just woke up from their dreams. With this sleep, everyone who slept was comfortable. It's been 3 days, and everyone has barely slept for 3 full days. All of them are studying this Infinite Horror. Now that everyone can relax and sleep for a few hours, it feels really cool. After washing, everyone rushed back to the company in vigor. Come on, this is the nutritious fast food of my company. I believe everyone hasn't eaten yet. Come on, eat something first. Lin Feng pointed to the Chinese, Western, and Korean fast food on the table, and said with some kindness, although, flattering has always been done by subordinates flattering to their superiors. But in order to please subordinates, bosses occasionally offer courtesy. After all, make these subordinates happy, feel that they are respected by the boss, and work harder, and the boss will undoubtedly get the most benefits. Really, when everyone saw the sumptuous fast food on their respective tables, they felt their stomachs and felt really hungry. At the moment everyone was not polite, and immediately let go of their stomachs, eating and drinking. Under Lin Feng's smiling gaze, everyone was full and started to get into the topic. Donglin, I think this book is indeed very innovative. If it can be adapted into a game, it will definitely become our company's flagship game and become a national-level game. Not to mention the current online games, even if they are similar to standalone games. Japan's Final Fantasy series and the Dragon Quest series cannot be compared with them. However, there is a premise that this book involves too many copyrights. I am afraid. Kui Ming said Infinite Horror the most difficult problem. Lin Feng smiled and shook his finger. Regarding the copyright issue, I will solve it. You only need to worry about one thing, and that is how to adapt it into a game for fun. Lin Feng said. Boss, since copyright is not a problem, then I'll just say it. Kuxin thought for a while and sorted out the logic. This book wants to be adapted into a game. There is a very big problem, that is, we follow the book. The main line, that is, the Central Continent team play the game, or let the players become their respective teams and compete. But anyway, what is the ultimate goal? Or, what is the final outcome of the game? Everyone nodded. The ultimate goal of Infinite Horror is to escape from the main god space. But the main god space is a box. If you want to escape, you must break the box. And if you break the box, you will be caught by another box. If you don't understand, please refer to Infinite Horror, otherwise it's too much to explain, so as not to be said that I am dragging the word count. The creator found that as a character in the book, if you want to escape from the main god space, you must have the ability to fight against the power of forces outside the box. So adapted into a game, then what is the ultimate challenge for the player? Although generally speaking, online games have no ending, but there is always a direction for players to work hard. Of course, it can also be fully developed into a pure park game. But in that case, it also loses the excitement of this book. A game, whether it is a standalone game or an online game, has a game background that can be studied, which will undoubtedly add a lot of points to the game. And Infinite Horror itself has this memorable background story, and it would be a pity to give up. This is also the biggest headache for everyone when watching Infinite Horror and thinking about adapting it into a game. If it is a standalone game, you can start the game with the protagonist Zhengzi, let the player act as Zhengzi, choose teammates in the game, and help teammates choose various enhanced attributes. But this is an online game. Naturally, all players cannot be used as Zhengzi. You can give up and let the players act as the members of each squad directly, and then go to compete, so that the original background is completely abandoned, and everyone is unwilling. Everyone rushed to discuss this issue. For example, Kui Ming's, Gable and others support abandoning the entire story background, only extracting the world structure and strengthening attribute points in it, and developing it into an online game. It is relatively easy to develop in this way, and it can be played at will. However, Kuxin and others support the retention of the background story, believing that this background story will add points to the whole. Although the development is relatively difficult, it is not uncoordinated. I think we should give up the background. I think the background should be preserved. Lin Feng was dizzy by the noise, especially when everyone just woke up and had a beautiful meal. It can be said that he was full of energy. When his voice was loud, the quarrel between the two sides would rise, and Lin Feng felt that he had come to the vegetable market. And it's the busiest time in the morning. Quiet, quiet. Enough. Lin Feng tried to make everyone quieter at first, and finally saw that everyone was completely unaware of themselves. He was angry at the moment, slammed the table and shouted, and the world was finally quiet now. Although everyone was under the pressure of Lin Feng and was no longer crooked, they were all cross-brows and coldly opposed, and there was a big disagreement, and they would fight for another 300 rounds. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. In fact, this quarrel is also a difference between Chinese and Western cultures. In the eyes of Gable and others, this background is completely removed and the game can be played freely. But Kuxin and others think that this background is too good and should not be given up. That being the case, everyone, I think it's time to completely separate the Beijing story, but it can appear in the form of the main dungeon mission. Lin Feng thought for a long time, but also felt that this issue was more complicated, so he finally decided to temporarily abandon the background and appear in a dungeon form. In this way, as long as the copy is designed well, there is no problem. Everyone nodded, and for now, it can only be so. Boss, what about the type of game? Wu Zhaopu asked a more critical question. Although Infinite Horror is definitely positioned in the role-playing category, which one to adopt is also worth pondering. What do you suggest? Lin Feng threw the question to everyone. Action category. The same type as my Swordsman Love Online. Kuxin said first. Well, it's as good as Swordsman Love Online. Only in this way can we give full play to the various enhanced attributes and moves that players have learned in the game. Wu Gang also agreed. The crowd seconded for a while. Of course, Nishiyama Takashi has also proposed fighting, but that is too complicated. Not as complicated as action. There is no such complicated moves as fighting, but it still allows players to have the thrill of fighting. There are these enhanced attributes. Boss, here, there are probably tens of thousands of these enhanced attributes, as well as various props. We all copy them one by one. Min Wooly raised his own question. When he was designing World War, he was so busy considering the attributes of various weapons, and Infinite Horror undoubtedly includes more attributes. If you have to design it, you must also consider the balance. I am afraid it will be even more troublesome. Yes, and from the inside, it is difficult to judge the difference between the various strengthening attributes in the later stage. If you want to design all of them, The balance between the various strengthening attributes is also a headache. In particular, there are genetic locks. Should genetic locks be turned on? How to turn them on? Wu Gang designed the system of Sports Empire, which is similar to Infinite Horror. Of course, it is far less complicated than Infinite Horror. He has a certain degree of professionalism and voice in matters. Lin Feng nodded, which is also a headache in Infinite Horror. Lin Feng didn't make a decision on his own, and once again left all the questions to everyone for discussion. After a long discussion, everyone decided to copy the various strengthening attributes completely. In this way, the entire game has unlimited freedom and expandability. For players, they will be able to create their own enhanced attributes exclusively owned by game characters according to their favorites. However, in this way, I am afraid that the amount of engineering in the future will be too large, and the development cycle will be no less than that of World War. After all, considering the diversity and rationality of these enhanced attributes, this project is no less than calculating a solar storm. Also, boss, regarding the game copy, there are too many scenes involved. If these are all made into a copy. Higyu Oyen, the head of the ATI hardware development department, frowned. Although he doesn't know much about games, he understands cost. This is simple. We can first develop the scenes that players are most familiar with as a copy, and then we can launch other related copies in the future, which can not only reduce the cost per unit time, but also continue to extend the life of the game. Lin Feng said. Point, already confident, said without hesitation. Everyone nodded. This is a good way. However, in that case, it is true that the development difficulty of this game is increasing overall. Subsequently, everyone discussed other related problems one after another. When the first Infinite Horror adaptation game meeting ended, the sky was slightly bright. By the way, boss, I have a suggestion. This Infinite Horror can be adapted into a TV or movie. Don't you happen to have a Skand Entertainment? You just invest in filming. Anyway, you are going to sign the copyright this time. I signed it all at once, Wu Zhaopu reminded him. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, since the copyright is to be signed, it must be signed all at once. Sign the game copyright and the film and TV copyrights. If the province's companies see Infinite Horror sells well, they will take the opportunity to raise the price. Okay, everyone, we have a whole night of discussion. Everyone has worked hard. How about, let's have morning tea together? Lin Feng suggested. Ha, boss. We are all waiting for you. You have just become a member of the 60 Billionaires Club. If you have a lot of money, you can throw it into the sea. If you don't treat guests, you can't do it. Wu Zhaopu joked. Everyone laughed. After drinking morning tea with everyone and taking a short break at home, he rushed to the company immediately. There are so many things now, and Lin Feng doesn't have much time to rest. It's not that Lin Feng himself has a compulsive work disorder. On the contrary, Lin Feng is a standard slacker. But thinking that Infinite Horror became popular all over the world after it was adapted into a game, Lin Feng was very excited, so there is no time to sleep. Helpfully, the sooner it is developed, the better. However, as soon as Lin Feng arrived at the company, he found Kook Sin, Kui Mings, Wu Gang, Minitsu Li, Nishiyama Takashi, Gable, Joan Kanheim and other 7 game development team leaders Chi-Chi were waiting in Lin Feng's office. Inside, he looked tired, but everyone's eyes revealed a glimmer of expectation and anxiety. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked. Boss, in fact, we discussed for one night yesterday, and there is still a key issue that we didn't discuss. Kook Sin asked nervously. What's the matter? Lin Feng was taken aback. I don't know what is so important that everyone can find themselves without sleeping. Boss, that is about which game development team developed Infinite Horror, Kook Sin said after hesitating for a long time. When Lin Feng heard it, he patted his head. As expected, he had forgotten about it. Lin Feng swept the crowd around, and everyone was suddenly panicked. This game is the backbone of the future company. Which game development team can get it? And that team will become the backbone of the future company. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8. I have the final say. Infinite Horror is definitely the pillar game of Second World in the future. With the current reward system of Second World, which team gets the right to develop Infinite Horror will surely gain the other 6 in the future the prize money and fame that the game development team envied. Infinite Horror, a game with an infinite future that will create a terrifying record. 7 game development teams. No one wants to let this opportunity pass. Lin Feng slowly swept the 7 development team leaders and smiled coldly in his heart. It stands to reason that these 7 people should all be resting now, but they suddenly appear here, and they are all there, which is interesting, and looking at the look of the 7 people, it is obvious that they collided by coincidence. However, Lin Feng had a certain number in mind for the candidates for this development team. Leader Wu, last time you gave the developed Empire of Sports system to Team Leader Kui, this time Infinite Horror was developed by you. Lin Feng handed Wu Gang a victory cigar. Old boss, really let my team develop Infinite Horror? Wu Gang clenched his fists in excitement. His eyes shone, and his feet trembled. For a long time, his position as the 3rd game development team has been very embarrassing. Now, with the exception of a Kaka Racer which barely made a profit, the other sports games developed are purely at a loss. Of course, although it has brought a lot of popularity to the entire company of the Second World and brought a lot of customers to the games developed by other game development teams, it is of no benefit to the 3rd game development team itself. If there is no income, there will be no bonus. Thinking about the generous bonuses of other game development teams every year, Wu Gang and his team members have always been deeply envious of them. But envy is envy, and others cannot be blamed for not developing a good game by oneself. This time, Lin Feng actually handed over the development rights of Infinite Horror to his team, which made Wu Gang flattered. Lin Feng glanced at the leaders of the other game development teams, all of which were distracted. None of these game development team leaders thought that Lin Feng would hand over the development rights of Infinite Horror to the 3rd game development team that had not made any outstanding achievements. In terms of strength, the 1st game development team Legend, Audition, Virtual Life and the 4th game development team Counter-Strike Online, World War are the strongest. In terms of popularity, the 2nd game the development team Swordsman Love Online and the 7th game development team The Strongest on Earth were the highest, but they were actually handed over to Wu Gang in the end. Lin Feng smiled, ignored everyone, and looked straight at Wu Gang. Leader Wu, when you donated Empire of Sports to Team Leader Kui for free, I said that I will definitely return you a game. Infinite Horror is what I will return to you, and this is what the company owes you. Lin Feng heavily pated Wu Gang, not to worry too much. When Wu Gang was willing to contribute Empire of Sports to Kui Ming's for free, Lin Feng made up his mind to repay Wu Gang for a good game. The first is to fill in the games that the 3rd game development team did not have any shots. The second is to take the opportunity to tell everyone that the company is fair to all employees and will not favor anyone. Third, it can only be given to Wu Gang, otherwise any other team will make other development teams dissatisfied. Fourth, it is also to tell everyone that in the Second World, it is only after you say it. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Kuxin and others stopped arguing at the moment. This was indeed what the company owed Wu Gang. Lin Feng repaid the development rights of Infinite Terror to Wu Gang, and everyone had nothing to say. Although slightly complained, Lin Feng had decided, and everyone would not, and did not dare to say anything more. Second World, although it is a listed company, it has always been Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng said nothing, and Lin Feng hasn't missed it yet. He is full of prestige in the company, and everyone dare not provoke Lin Feng. For the Second World, there can be none of their game development team leaders, but Lin Feng can't be without. With Lin Feng, there is a Second World, and with them, at most a family is 90%. Looking at the crowd, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seems that I still have full prestige in the company. Okay, Mr. Wu. Hurry up and discuss with the members of your development team. But before designing, you must first show me Infinite Horror 3 times. Also, You give me a development plan, how many people are needed, how much funds are needed, and how long it takes to complete. You give me a plan. Lin Feng then ordered. Also, although Infinite Horror was developed by the third game development team, if you need help, or if you have any good suggestions, I also hope that you can help as much as possible. At the same time, I hope you can give me any suggestions. Lin Feng said to the other 6 development team leaders. Kuxin and others nodded repeatedly. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, and then entered his office. Minister Chen, I'm sorry, I made you wait a long time. Lin Feng looked at Chen Xiaoai, who had been sitting in the office for half an hour, and said sorry. Chen Xiaoai shook her head. Chairman, if I take the liberty to say, is it really appropriate for you to hand over Infinite Horror to Team Leader Wu? Chen Xiaoai asked suddenly. Lin Feng glanced at Chen Xiaoai in surprise, wondering how Chen Xiaoai knew. Chairman, this is my speculation. After all, Team Leader Wu previously contributed to Sports Empire free of charge, and you said that you would compensate him. With the current relationship between the development teams, I guess you will give it to Team Leader Wu. Chen Xiaoai slowly explained. Lin Feng was slightly startled when he heard the words, and he secretly praised the talent. Through these little things, I can guess my intention. This former beauty president is really not easy. Minister Chen, I know what you are worried about. But I believe in the ability of Team Leader Wu, and I want to tell everyone through this matter. Second world, I have the final say. Lin Feng. Lin Feng Lian showed domineering. For a long time, everyone was used to joking with Lin Feng, and he felt a little bit of his nose on his face. Of course, I usually joke. Lin Feng doesn't care how do you like to play, how to play. But when it comes to work, you must not rely on relationships or other things to play your temper. Today everyone came to ask for the right to develop Infinite Horror, and all 7 of them were there, which made Lin Feng quite dissatisfied. Whoever develops it, everyone can fight for it fairly, but it is definitely not such an act. Chen Xiaoai was stunned secretly, and even slightly frightened by Lin Feng's domineering. She has stayed in 90% and knows that in 90%, the main person in charge of the game development team is coaxing 1 or 2 people. Apart from giving herself and the boss Zijun a little bit of face, she doesn't give up other people at all. Moreover, there are usually a lot of requirements, and if you are not satisfied, there is a posture of lousy not doing it. Chen Xiaoai was extremely dissatisfied, but she did not dare to offend. After all, the number of good game developers is limited. It is a big deal for him to switch to a game company, but you can't without him. But in the second world, all of this is completely opposite. In the past few months in the second world, Chen Xiaoai has felt Lin Feng's influence on the entire company every day. No matter what, once it is said that Lin Feng allows, Lin Feng agrees, everything is green, no one dares to say anything. In short, in the second world, Lin Feng is the only one. Perhaps this is why the second world can be so powerful. Chen Xiaoai sighed. Well, Minister Chen, let's discuss the development and promotion of Infinite Horror. I definitely don't just want to make Infinite Horror an online game, I want to develop it into a series of products. Lin Feng's eyes showed blazing ambition. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8 is in trouble. Lin Feng wants to develop Infinite Horror into a series of products, which is not surprising to Chen Xiaoai. In the past few days, because of her relationship with Wu Zhaopu, she also finished watching Infinite Horror. Of course, Wu Zhaopu also sought Lin Feng's opinion on this matter, and only after Lin Feng agreed, did he pass on the manuscript of Infinite Horror to Chen Xiaoai for viewing. After all, Infinite Terror is still classified as an absolute secret. If it is spread out, it will have incalculable destructive power for the future plans of the second world. If any company makes its pirated version of a different game, whether it is a standalone or networked one, it will undoubtedly ruin the game. Besides, it's useless to fight a lawsuit like that kind of pirated company. If you win, you won't be able to lose much. The money you lose is not enough to stuff your teeth in the second world. Director Chen, what do you think? Lin Feng looked at Chen Xiaoai expectantly. Although Chen Xiaoai once did not succeed as a beautiful president and ended up sadly dismissing Get Out of Class, it is undeniable that Chen Xiaoai still put forward many good ideas in the 90%. But the opponent is too strong, who made her bad life and met her second world. Chen Xiaoai groaned slightly, thought for a moment, and after straightening out the thoughts in her heart, she said slowly, "Boss, I think Infinite Horror is definitely very suitable to be changed into an online game. The structure and enhanced attributes in it can be said to give players unlimited possibilities to create characters, and they can create characters that will never be the same. This is currently, I am afraid it will not be possible in any future game." Chen Xiaoai sighed. After watching Infinite Horror, Chen Xiaoai really admired Lin Feng completely. Lin Feng was able to set such a novel idea, and she was amazed. Of course, there is indeed a lack of writing. Of course, the selling point of this book is the idea, not the writing. Donglin, I think Infinite Horror can not only be adapted into an online game, but also into a standalone game at the same time. An online game is to copy copies with other players, cooperate through various threat scenarios, and then fight with other players of other teams. As for the standalone game, you can start the adventure game with the protagonist as the point of view. I believe anyone who reads the original will very much hope to play this game. And even if it is a standalone game, the degree of freedom is quite high. Players can freely choose to strengthen attributes, freely choose teammates, and even try to change all the plots that can be changed, constantly challenge scores, and challenge themselves. Chen Xiaoai said cheerfully. Infinite Horror is so exciting whether it is an online game or a standalone game. Think about it. There are so many familiar scenes that can be changed according to the player's will, which is exciting to think about. For example, to change the death of the mercenaries in Resident Evil the movie, such as to change the self-death of the heroine of Alien 3 Inches, such as to change the death of everyone in Reaper is Coming 1 Inch, etc. These are all very worthy of players. Challenging. With just these challenges and changes, as long as the game is set, a score ranking list is finally set, and it can be uploaded through the computer and ranked on the official website. Chen Xiaoai dare to assert that the game time of the standalone version of Infinite Horror is absolutely it will not be less than 1,000 hours. And when the player is playing, he will never get bored. What's more, if the player clears the level, the game can provide players with other team members to choose. The player can play the captain, or not play the captain, just act as an ordinary player, and play the game from different angles. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoai couldn't help trembling all over. Infinite Horror has unlimited possibilities. Donglin, and it can also be developed into tabletop games, card games, etc. Chen Xiaoai said faster and faster. For example, tabletop games can be set up as tower defense games like Plants vs. Zombies. Characters defend against the attacks of monsters in various scenes. There are also card games, where you can completely make all kinds of cards into the characters, just like the battle style in Yu-Gi-Oh! Hearing these suggestions from Chen Xiaoai, Lin Feng's mind was also active. Indeed, due to the diversity of Infinite Horror, if it is only developed into a single online game or a standalone game, it will not be able to make the best use of it. It can be developed to cover it as Chen Xiaoai said, games in various fields. Anyway, the background is large enough, and there is no element. Besides, Lin Feng is more than that. Lin Feng believes that it can be derived and developed into movies, TV series, comics, animations, and even a theme park based on it. This is definitely a national-level game. No, it can no longer be said to be a game. It should be said that it is a national-level phenomenon. And this can be promoted globally, because there is everything in it, and every country and nation can find the elements of their own country and nation in it. And different from other games, animations, and theme parks, Infinite Horror has unlimited possibilities. Any movie, TV, or animation of any subject can be added to the Infinite Horror series in the future. It can be said that to a certain extent, Infinite Horror has an infinite future. In this way, Minister Chen, you make a detailed publicity plan, and you also help to think about how to obtain the copyright. After all, the copyright issue involved is indeed a trouble. Lin Feng thought for a while. The tricky problem is handed over to Chen Xiaoai. After all, Chen Xiaoai had served as a host before, and knew some people in all aspects, and was quite capable. Lin Feng believed that she would be able to give herself a good suggestion. Yes, Lin Dong. Chen Xiaoai nodded, and then left. Chen Xiaoai walked on the front foot, and Wu Gang came on the hind foot. Donglin, there is a problem. Wu Gang looked sad. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Boss, there is a problem. According to the fact, players can change the scenes, which is the process of the dungeon in our game. Then if the same is true in the game, I am afraid that the difficulty is not small. There are so many players. Each player what you will do in the scene is unknown. When setting the game, you must consider all aspects and possibilities, otherwise it is extremely easy to cause bugs. Wu Gang said worriedly. He was responsible for the development of Bloodline that was once a sensation, but there are also common problems with domestic games and many bugs. And for an all-encompassing game like Infinite Horror, Wu Gang is definitely the only one in his life. He is under pressure. Although he was also very eager to fight for the development rights of Infinite Horror, but now he got it, and after a little pondering, he had no idea. Can he develop such an excellent game? Moreover, this time Lin Feng rejected the crowd and allowed the third game development team, the least powerful and popular, to develop, which also brought too much pressure on Wu Gang invisibly. He was afraid of letting people down, letting Lin Feng down, letting down the players of this game. When Lin Feng heard it, he knew that Wu Gang was a little timid. But also, such a huge game, no one will have a bottom in his heart. The content of Infinite Horror is too extensive and too profound. Leader Wu, don't worry so much. You first list me a plan, then we will discuss it together. If there are no talents, I will add talents to you. In short, this time, since I will Infinite Horror now that you have the right to develop the online version, don't let me down, and make a result for everyone to see. Lin Feng cheered Wu Gang. Wu Gang nodded heavily. Lin Feng values his game development team so much. If he is still so timid, then I'm so sorry to Lin Feng. Donglin, don't worry, I will definitely give you a detailed plan in a week. Wu Gang finished speaking and left firmly. Watching Wu Gang leave, Lin Feng nodded slightly. For a long time, this third game development team is the company's most lifeless game development team. From top to bottom, there is no vitality of other teams, but its strength is not weak. It can design running kart and sports empire. The game proved that it is not weak in conception and innovation. It's just bad luck. This time, Lin Feng also hoped to give them confidence. Of course, confidence belongs to confidence. But Infinite Horror is indeed all-encompassing. It cannot be completed independently by the third game development team. At present, other game development teams also have their own tasks. We must continue to dig people and dig out the best game talents. Come to the second world. Thinking of this, Lin Feng began to collect various information on Baidu. However, under investigation, Lin Feng found very helplessly that Baidu's collection scope was still very limited. On the contrary, using Google, Lin Feng can indeed collect a lot of information, and it is very detailed. It seems that the search engine algorithm for Baidu must speed up the progress. For a search engine, the most important thing is the search equation, which determines how you can search for the most desired results in the fastest way and in the shortest time. Of course, to a certain extent, this equation also determines the position of a website or company on the internet. In a disguised form, Google can kidnap any company's position on the internet. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that this equation is related to the future of a search engine. Nowadays, the best formula is in Google. Lin Feng also tried to dig people, but after a little trial, Lin Feng gave up after being rejected. After all, Lin Feng still holds 5% of Google shares, and there are some places where Google needs to be used temporarily, and Lin Feng doesn't want to get too stiff with him. But now it seems that it does need a little bit of thought. Also, the process of Baidu Earth really needs to be accelerated. At this moment, Wu Xiaopu, who should have been sleeping, hurried to the company suddenly and went straight to Lin Feng's office. "Boss, there is a problem." Wu Xiaopu looked anxious. "To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading." Chapter 8 Tencent out of the sheath. Lin Feng looked at Wu Xiaopu with a look of anxious face, and was slightly taken aback. "I'm in trouble." "What's the trouble?" "Boss, something went wrong. Tencent is preparing to launch 2 online games, one called Dungeon and Warrior, which is similar in style to our Strongest on Earth, and another Crossfire which is similar to our Counter-Strike Online. And I heard that Tencent will also launch Papai.com C2C trading platform and KK Network TV at the same time. Wu Xiaopu looked anxious. Lin Feng frowned. This is not good news. Now the Second World and Tencent are in the honeymoon period. At this time, Tencent suddenly launched 2 games and 2 new projects. But it was quite intriguing. "Are you sure?" Lin Feng's tone became cold unconsciously. "Boss, I'm sure. This is news from inside Tencent." Wu Xiaopu nodded. Wu Xiaopu is 100% sure of the accuracy of this news. This is why he rushed over when he received this call when he was sleeping. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. Tencent quietly launched 2 games of the same genre as Second World, and also launched Papai.com and QQ Network TV. Obviously, this is not good for the people who are targeting their own company. No, it should be said. It's against yourself. Of course, Lin Feng didn't say that he had done these projects, so others were not allowed to do it. Lin Feng is not so overbearing, nor is he afraid of competition. The problem is that the other party launches at the same time without any warning, which is a problem. Moreover, he is also the second largest individual shareholder of Tencent anyhow, and he should have the right to know about this matter. But now, Lin Feng did not receive any wind. This is even more abnormal. Subconsciously, Lin Feng picked up the phone and called Tencent chairman Ma Huang. However, Ma Huang's call was still transferred to the voicemail box, and no connection was made. Lin Feng suddenly felt a burst of clarity in his mind. No wonder Ma Huang suddenly asked for leave at this time. It seemed that there was a problem. "By the way, Mr. Wu, do you know who is in charge of Tencent now?" Lin Feng grasped the most critical point. The cooperation between the 2 parties has been very pleasant before, and there has never been such a thing. Now this kind of tit-for-tat situation has suddenly appeared, which is obviously related to the temporary person in charge after Ma Huang left. "Boss, I only know that this person's surname is Liu and she is a representative of South Africa's Mi Group." Wu Xiaopu's information is also extremely limited, and he doesn't know much about this strange interim female president woman. Lin Feng frowned. "Well, when will they hold a press conference?" Lin Feng thought for a while and asked. "Boss, 3 o'clock this afternoon," Wu Xiaopu said, looking at his watch. "Okay, Mr. Wu, you will also help arrange a press conference, and the time will be set at 4 o'clock. Lin Feng ordered. Wu Xiaopu nodded, knowing that Lin Feng was about to fight back. "But also, if you don't fight back at this time, if you wait for these Tencent games and Papai.com to grow, then things will be tricky. After all, the other party has the absolute domestic hegemon of QQ, and it is absolutely impossible to sit back and watch its growth." After waiting for Wu Xiaopu to arrange the press conference, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Lin Feng didn't know whether Ma Huang meant this matter. But now that Ma Huang is not in China, and is vacationing abroad, Lin Feng can tell what Ma Huang's idea is. But no matter what Ma Huang's idea is, it is certain that Ma Huang should be aware of this matter, and perhaps going on vacation abroad is also related to this matter. However, regardless of whether Ma Huang knew about this matter, since it has been, there is only one result. No matter what Ma Huang thinks, knowing it or not, since he went on vacation, he took the opportunity to acquire Tencent. Lin Feng decided in his heart. Lin Feng has always had a strong desire for Tencent. If it wasn't for Ma Huang's face, and the two parties have been cooperating more happily, Lin Feng had already initiated the acquisition of Tencent. It was only because of his affection that Lin Feng had been unable to do it for a long time. After all, people live in the world and can't be too self-conscious. Now, it's like saying that God gave Lin Feng a chance. If you can acquire Tencent, you will own QQ, an instant messaging tool with more than 120 million registered users, and in the future, almost even street sweepers in China will have QQ, a place of defeat. Then Lin Feng called Abby Cohen. "Abby, how much cash do I still have?" Lin Feng asked. "Boss, in the past 2 days, we took advantage of Li Guo about to be busy with the Dow Jones bribery incident and did not have time to take care of the Bank of East Asia. A total of 5% of the shares of Bank of East Asia were secretly acquired, with a total of $320 million, and there were still $4.06 billion in cash in hand. The $3 billion in cash that second game can draw at any time. Then the amount available for deployment is $7.06 billion. Of course, in another month, when Pete integrates the second bank and puts its business on track, he will be able to through the second bank borrowing funds. It is conservatively estimated that at least about $20 billion of funds can be used. Abby Cohen analyzed carefully. Lin Feng nodded. There are still $7.06 billion in funds in hand, which is enough for my own use. Abby, help me buy Tencent's outstanding shares. How many purchases there are? Lin Feng ordered. Abby Cohen was taken aback. Tencent's chairman Ma Huang and Lin Feng have always had a good relationship, and their cooperation has been extremely harmonious. I don't know what Lin Feng's move meant. Immediately, Lin Feng briefed Abby Cohen about the matter, and Abby Cohen nodded repeatedly. Boss, this is a good thing in my opinion. Abby Cohen looked excited when he heard it. Although Second World currently occupies most of the domestic game industry, I have always felt that these games lack a root. Tencent's QQ is this root. After all, games are absolutely not necessary for anyone. Players can play or not. But as a person, you have to contact friends, family, colleagues. If the Second World controls Tencent, then for the Second World, it is like having a root and a firm foundation. Grab the root of all players. Even if the future Second World game loses novelty for a while, these players will not easily defect. After all, when you turn on the computer and log into QQ, what you see is the game of the Second World. From the mentality of a normal person, you will subconsciously look at it. Boss, the current market shares of Tencent Holdings are 30%. And the stock price is 62 Hong Kong dollars. It is a bit troublesome to acquire Tencent at present, and we must use some means. Abby Cohen adjusted Tencent's stock and analyzed it slightly. Said with a flying look. What way? Lin Feng asked directly. Boss, due to the cooperation with the Second World, Tencent's performance is booming. QQ has also started to go abroad with the Second World game, and its future is optimistic by all walks of life. Therefore, currently, most of them are in pursuit, very few willing to sell. If you want to buy the circulating shares on the market, you must let those retail investors throw them out. Then you must publish some news. But just in time, Tencent is preparing to hold a press conference. Boss, you just take the opportunity to announce the suspension of cooperation with Tencent relations. Later, when Tencent fell, it began to acquire. However, Tencent currently has 4 major shareholders: Ma Huang's 11.34%, Bosu 10%, Zhang Zidong's 5.26%, and South Africa's Mi Group's 35.4%. Among others. A total of 8% of the shares in the hands of 10 minority shareholders. Abby Cohen analyzed. To acquire Tencent, Zhang Zidong's 5.26% of the shares and a total of 8% of the shares in the hands of 10 minority shareholders are the key. If we can acquire a total of 13.26% of the shares of the two, plus Lin Feng's 10% of the shares, there will be 23.26% of the shares. The market only needs to acquire 12.15% to exceed the 35.4% of the South African ME Group and become Tencent's largest shareholder. If you want to be on the safe side, Lin Feng's acquisition of 26.75% in the market can fully control Tencent. Therefore, if you want to control Tencent, Zhang Zidong and the total of 13.26% of the shares in the 10 minority shareholders are the key. And if you want to acquire the original shares from them, you must create a harbinger of the market prospects. Otherwise no one will sell the shares on the premise of knowing that the stocks are making money. Well, I see, Abby, you have to buy the stocks in the circulation market. As for the stocks in Zhang Zidong's hands, I will solve it. Lin Feng thought for a while and ordered. Abby Cohen nodded. Only Lin Feng can buy the original shares in these people's hands. She can only provide reference opinions. She is far worse than Lin Feng in actual operation. Later, when Lin Feng ordered people to investigate Tencent's current acting president, Tencent held a press conference, announced the launch of 2 games, Dungeon & Warrior and Crossfire, as well as PayPay.com and QQ Network TV. When Tencent announced the news, all reporters at the conference were surprised. Tencent quietly launched 2 main games in a row, and they are so similar to the Second World games, which is really intriguing. In addition, PayPay.com and QQ Network TV are directly competing with Lin Feng's DingDong.com and Tomato.com under Second World. Agent Liu, may I ask, Tencent's sudden launch of Dungeon & Warriors and Crossfire, which are similar to the strongest on Earth and Counter-Strike Online under the Second World brand, does this mean that the cooperation between the 2 parties has been interrupted? I don't know where Chairman Ma is at the moment. Does he agree to do this? A reporter asked. Miss Liu smiled faintly. This is just our company's normal business actions. As for the similarity with the game under the Second World, I can only say that it is a coincidence. Also, although our 2 companies have been happily working together, they are 2 companies after all, not 1 company. For Tencent's development, I naturally have to make a choice that is beneficial to Tencent. If the Second World is not happy, I can't do anything. But the 2 sides can compete. As for Chairman Ma, he is currently on vacation. And this it is the decision of the company's board of directors. It doesn't matter whether Chairman Ma is present or not, Miss Liu said. At the end, Miss Liu added, if Mr. Lin feels that our 2 games are infringing, you can sue us. Many reporters were surprised that this was a naked provocation. It takes a lot of courage to challenge the legend of the game industry, the creator of the Chinese dream, and the richest man in the world. However, with the current position of Tencent in China, it does have the strength to challenge Lin Feng. Only Tencent has the strength to challenge Lin Feng. If you change to any other IT company, you can only bow down to Lin Feng. A big battle will be inevitable. But what many reporters look forward to is how Lin Feng will fight. Faced with such a dominant overlord as Tencent in the instant messaging market, how will Lin Feng fight? At this time, Lin Feng just got Miss Liu's information. After reading it, I sneered in my heart. It turned out that it was her Xieki on his mother. No wonder you suddenly made these moves, provoking yourself so openly. Mr. Wu, let's go. Ready to hold a press conference. Lin Feng got up. Since the other party has called out openly, then he will not back down. If you want to fight, then fight. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, many reporters rushed to the Shanghai Second World Press Conference Hall. Before 4 o'clock, the press conference hall was already overcrowded. Although the air conditioner in the hall was blowing vigorously, sweat was still flowing on the faces of many reporters. This has the effect of temperature and the excitement of everyone. An hour ago, Tencent announced the launch of 2 games in Shenzhen, a new video website, a trading website, and a public declaration of war against Lin Feng. 1 hour later, Lin Feng held a press conference, the content of which can be imagined, and it must be related to this press conference of Tencent. According to Lin Feng's personality, this press conference is definitely not simple. But what will Lin Feng do? Everyone is looking forward to it. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu attended the press conference on time. There was a commotion in the audience. Everyone, I think everyone should have guessed what the content of today's press conference is. Lin Feng went uncharacteristically today and did not sit down at the press conference site. Many reporters nodded subconsciously about Tencent's launch of Dungeon & Warriors and Crossfire 2 games. Although they are similar to our companies The Strongest on Earth and Counter-Strike Online, I believe Tencent will not make it. Piracy and infringement are coming. I also welcome Tencent to join the big family of online games. As for PayPay.com and KK Network TV, although they conflict with my subordinate DingDong.com and Tomato. Also welcome to competition. Lin Feng applauded. Many reporters were slightly surprised, not knowing what Lin Feng meant. What does Lin Feng want to say? To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. Chapter 890 The Living QQ? Just when many reporters were surprised by it, Lin Feng changed his mind. However, starting today, our company and Tencent are no longer a purely cooperative relationship, but a competitive relationship. For the competitor, I just want to say one thing: good luck to him. Lin Feng finished speaking, no longer say more and leave straight away. Many reporters are in an uproar. It was the first time that Lin Feng had such a brief press conference, but the more it was, the more people felt a kind of piercing coldness. Everyone has been dealing with Lin Feng for a long time and knows a little about Lin Feng. The more Lin Feng understates, the more it represents the anger in his heart. It now appears that Lin Feng is extremely angry about Tencent's actions this time. But everyone still couldn't figure out how Lin Feng was going to deal with Tencent. Tencent has the Overlord tool QQ. These two brand new games and two new projects are based on the absolute dominance of QQ. With QQ, Tencent has everything. How does Lin Feng fight back? Suddenly, the wind is surging. All media at home and abroad are reporting this matter. The domestic reference news claimed that Tencent's move clearly pointed to the second world. However, now that the domestic second world is the dominant one, Tencent's move can be regarded as breaking the second world monopoly on the domestic online game industry. At the same time, the launch of PayPay.com and QQ Network TV also broke Lin Feng's DingDong.com and Tomato.com monopolize the C2C platform and Internet TV. This is a good thing for the domestic IT industry. Compared with the amiableness of the domestic media, the foreign media are related. For a long time, Lin Feng's second world has been pressing on the head of the global online game industry like a big mountain. But for the second world's success in the online game industry, neither EA nor Ubisoft and other companies can shake the second world's success in the online game industry. Although games are divided into online games and standalone games, such as EA and Ubisoft can create a world in the standalone game market, but if you can't open a channel in the online game market, let the second world dominate. Let second world be based on online games and wait for the opportunity to covet the standalone market, which is undoubtedly the most terrifying enemy for companies such as EA. Especially when Lin Feng launched Virtual Life, EA once wanted to use their signature game The Sims to fight the second world Virtual Life, but in the end it failed miserably. So far The Sims Online is still dead. Now, Tencent's challenge of second world is tantamount to stabbing behind the second world. This is great news for companies such as EA. Of course, it is not only EA and other game companies that are happy. Other companies, such as Phantom Technology competitors Apple, Nokia and other companies are also secretly happy. With such a trouble with Tencent, Lin Feng temporarily did not have the energy to focus on his other companies. In this way, other companies can breathe a sigh of relief. Lam Feng's continuous success and the title of the world's richest man have put too much pressure on many companies. Many companies have been conscientious and cautious, afraid of making mistakes, to be seized by Lin Feng. Now, many companies can finally take a breath there. But the most happy ones are those media, especially the British media. Lam Feng had previously bought Standard Chartered Bank in a very domineering way, and made the Standard Chartered Bank, a century-old bank, change its surname. Although the British government was forced by financial rules and the royal family's face, after all, Lam Feng was the British Empire. Sir Commander of the Order could not openly object to this matter. However, the British media was very unhappy. This time I heard that Tencent openly called Lin Feng, stabbed the Second World behind the scenes, stabbed Lin Feng, and the United Kingdom was very happy. The Sun, the wicked will have their rewards. Lin Feng's consistent arrogant behavior finally got a bad retribution today. The former partner stabbed Lin Feng in the back today, which means that Lin Feng's good fortune has come to an end. With Tencent's market share in mainland China, this time the Second World is in trouble, and Lin Feng is in trouble. The title of the world's richest man, perhaps this time Lin Feng should abdicate to the virtuous. The Sun's remarks have been recognized by most Western media. For Lin Feng, the yellow-skinned richest man in the world, the West has always been uncomfortable. However, Lin Feng has always made amazing moves, and he can always turn danger into a breeze, firmly occupying the title of the world's richest man, leaving everyone helpless. In particular, this acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank and Liao Chonghing Bank and merged them into the second bank. This acquisition is tantamount to insurance for Lin Feng's financial capital, leaving everyone helpless. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would be more smooth from now on, but never thought that this news came out at this time. This is really great news for the Western media. For a while, the Sun report was reprinted by major media. The richest man in the world is about to change, become a crazy report from all walks of life. However, compared with the craziness of the media, the stock industry has a completely different result. Although the relationship between Tencent and the Second World has broken down, the prospect of the Second World is still bright for investors. Although there is no cooperation with Tencent, in the eyes of investors, Second World can launch another chat tool similar to QQ to replace QQ in China. After all, at present, the Second World has a very high popularity in mainland China, which no company has ever had. And more importantly, the chairman of the Second World is Lin Feng, the creator of the Chinese dream, the pride of China, the richest man in the world, and the idol and hero in the hearts of netizens. If the Second World and Tencent compete in the instant messaging market, the outside world believes that the Second World can definitely grab it. Of course, a big battle is inevitable, but all investors believe that the Second World will have the last laugh. On the contrary, Tencent's bid for the Second World, its stock price fell directly from 62 Hong Kong dollars. Although the loss of the Second World partner will not have much impact on Tencent itself, what investors fear is that Lin Feng will subsequently retaliate against him. Especially Lin Feng's sentence "good luck." Even more, all investors who listened to it were heartbroken, and I don't know how Lin Feng would deal with Tencent. The completely different attitudes of the public opinion and investment circles also reflect the different perspectives of the two sides. But for netizens who really decide everything, they are a bit at a loss. It has always been the most comfortable thing for many netizens to play Second World games on QQ. Through QQ, players can chat with other players while playing, and even discuss countermeasures against monsters, which is a very pleasant thing. But now the two companies have a sudden dispute, which really makes many netizens unable to adapt for a while. Afraid that the two companies will suddenly oppose each other, then it will be their players who are injured, and they will make jokes for foreign companies. All of a sudden, netizens began to condemn it. The object of the condemnation is Tencent, which blatantly provoked the Second World. After all, this matter was provoked by Tencent, and the Second World was forced to fight. From the perspective of the people, the Second World has a certain advantage. Moreover, Lin Feng does have an influence that cannot be replaced by other companies or individuals in the hearts of domestic netizens. A man who became the world's richest man at the age of 23 is really admired by all young people. At present, more than 80% of Chinese netizens are young people. Mr. Wu, look, I said, netizens will definitely be on our side, Lin Feng said with a smile. Wu Zhaopu nodded. Since Tencent declared war, Wu Xiaopu is really afraid that Tencent will use the influence of QQ to influence players' opinions, in order to vilify and slander the second world, but now it seems that the second world still has something in the hearts of players, a position that other companies cannot replace. After all, the annual Second World Players Annual Meeting is not for nothing, and the monthly various player activities are not for nothing. Of course, what is more important is the existence of Lin Feng. With Lin Feng, the second world is equivalent to having a living QQ in real life. By the way, Mr. Wu announced that second world is about to launch TT. Lin Feng said suddenly. TT? Wu Xiaopu was taken aback. What is this? Lin Feng smiled. TT is a chat tool similar to QQ, but it will always be free, eliminate all advertisements, and have all the functions that QQ members have. Lin Feng said with a smile. After listening to Wu Xiaopu, he still couldn't figure it out. He had never heard of the existence of TT. When was the chat tool TT developed? Boss, which company under your control developed it? Wu Xiaopu couldn't help but ask. No company develops it. This is just what I said casually. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Wu Xiaopu was taken aback. He really didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. Mr. Wu, just announce it to the outside world. Don't worry, our company will have its own chat tool by then. Lin Feng said with a smile. Wu Xiaopu nodded blankly. Although he didn't understand what Lin Feng was going to do for the time being, he still implemented it faithfully. Anyway, Lin Feng will definitely come up with an answer that satisfies him. At this time, the Hawaiian island of the United States. A Chinese man in his 30s walks on a beautiful beach wearing beach pants, looking at the beautiful women in bikinis, holding a phone in his hand, and answering something. This person is no one else but Ma Huang, chairman of Tencent. He has been on vacation in Hawaii for half a month. Although he has not been in contact with the outside world, it does not mean that he does not know the news. Ma Huang was helpless when Ms. Liu finally challenged the second world. Moreover, after hearing Lin Feng's sentence good luck, Ma Huang sighed helplessly. Perhaps, after this incident, Tencent no longer belongs to itself. Ma Huang suddenly had this idea. But he didn't want to stand out at this time, otherwise there would be no room for relaxation. What's more, perhaps this event is not bad, and Lin Feng may be able to take the opportunity to get back Tencent's equity. Although this still makes Ma Huang a little uncomfortable, it is better than in the hands of Mihrup. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 891, Terrifying Enemy? When Wu Xiaopu announced that Second World launched TT Instant Chat Tool, the market was in an uproar. Although Tencent used to challenge the Second World, many Chinese netizens still hold certain doubts and expectations. It is hoped that the two current domestic IT companies are only temporarily disagreeing, but now the Second World announced the upcoming launch of TT with similar functions to QQ, which represents the official war between the two companies. Judging from the current situation, I am afraid this will be an endless situation. Tencent is determined to challenge the Second World, and the absolute hegemon in the second world will not allow others to provoke it. Many netizens are embarrassed about this. For a long time, Tencent and Second World have cooperated very harmoniously, and both parties are also jointly exploring the international market. This is a very proud thing for many netizens. At least in the IT industry, there are companies in China that are well known internationally. But who could have expected that the two companies are now in conflict? Which really makes many netizens regret. Of course, what makes many netizens even more headache is that the TT of Second World will be launched soon, so which chat tool do they choose? Suddenly, whether to choose the TT of the Second World as a chat tool became the most popular topic. On the internet, many netizens no longer say "Have you eaten?" and "How are you?" when they meet on the internet. This is too out of the way. The first sentence of everyone knew, "Will you use TT?" Although the reaction of the Second World was within Miss Liu's expectation, it was so quick and took a direct approach to Huang Long, which surprised Miss Liu. There was a powerful cry in his heart. and he immediately took out the means he had prepared. Immediately, Miss Liu announced that Tencent's QQ will be upgraded. All users can temporarily enjoy the QQ membership service for 3 months. At the same time, it will cooperate with China Telecom to launch Feishan, which can be performed by downloading the Feishan software. Completely free chat. Mobile phone users can perfectly and seamlessly connect through mobile phones and QQ. Once the news was released, it immediately caused heated discussions among many netizens. Obviously this is an action taken by Tencent against the TT of the second world, hoping to stabilize its existing customer base. After all, for now, the users of QQ are mainly young people, and most of the young people are second world players. Now that second world has launched TT, if Tencent does not respond, I am afraid these customers will become second world customers. Once Tencent loses the absolute trump card of QQ, it will be no different from other domestic IT companies. In addition to announcing that QQ users can enjoy the March membership service for free, Miss Liu also announced that the 2 games launched will adopt a free mode, and players will not be charged any fees for normal games. At the same time, it was also announced that PayPay.com will not require sellers to provide a deposit. DingDong.com requires sellers to provide a deposit. QQ Network TV will be completely free to log in and broadcast, as long as QQ members can watch for free. Tomato.com requires that you must be a senior member to watch all TV. Ordinary members can only watch a few programs and some free videos. These measures of Tencent are undoubtedly aimed at the second world. There was heated discussion from the outside world. First, second world released TT to dig out the roots of Tencent, and then Tencent immediately fought back. Not only did QQ be free for March for the time being, it also pierced the weakness of second world. The 2 companies come and go with each other, each with its own unique tricks. It is a joy to play. Whether Tencent relied on QQ to overthrow the second world mountain or second world suppressing the rebellion of Tencent, this has become the most ardent matter for all media and experts at present. But for those domestic IT companies, it can be described as complicated. To be honest, they hope that the second world mountain will soon collapse, so that they can catch their breath, beg for food, and hope to develop. But at the moment, what is really scary is not the second world with a market value of $89 billion, but Linfeng. The reason why the second world makes other domestic IT companies breathless is not because the second world has a market value of $89 billion. It is the company with the highest market value of Chinese private companies, nor is it because the second world dominates the global network. In the game field, it is not because the second world has AMD and ATI. The fundamental reason is that its chairman is Linfeng, which is the most critical. In addition to owning the second world, Linfeng now owns one of the 4 major portals, and is also the absolute dominance of Chinese search engines. Baidu 55% equity, and also owns one of the 4 major portals. NetEase 19.3% equity, also owns Phantom Technology, which now holds the largest share of mobile phones in the domestic market, and owns the current IT website with the largest traffic. Zhongguancun Online and Pacific Computer Net also has the largest online trading platform in the United States and Europe, the second largest in the world. DingDong.com, Amazon, and the domestic competition of McDonald's and KFC. Starting Point fast food restaurant. These are only the resources that Linfeng possesses in China. As for foreign countries, Linfeng also owns the most popular and favorite football fan in China today, Tottenham Hotspur, and the most popular basketball fan, Houston Rockets. The 2 teams add up, Linfeng has nearly 700 million fans. Moreover, Lam Feng also owns a national television station, Fsniston, a nationally distributed newspaper, Houston Chronicle. Linfeng also owns the world's largest retail giant Walmart, 2% of the shares, while also holding it as a 5% share of Google, and also owns the most popular video sharing website in the United States today, YouTube. 90% equity. These companies, websites, and owning one can already be regarded as successful people. But now they are all gathered in the hands of one person, and this person is the richest man in the world today, Lin Feng. Thinking of this, many IT company bosses are a bit discouraged. Tencent only has a QQ, which may change the dominance of the second world, but can it bring down Lin Feng? Will Lin Feng, with so many resources, make Tencent rebel? Many IT company CEOs pondered carefully and shook his head. Unless Lin Feng is stupid, Tencent cannot rebel and will definitely be brutally suppressed by Lin Feng. However, if Tencent is suppressed by Lin Feng, then in the future, once the TT launched by the second world dominates the domestic instant messaging market, many IT company CEOs think of this possibility, and they feel dark. Once Tencent loses, China's IT companies will never have their days ahead. Thinking of this, many IT company CEOs sent letters of encouragement to Miss Liu, expressing support for her daring to break the monopoly in the letters, and she said a lot of nonsense. The simple meaning is that they support Tencent in spirit and support Miss Liu's great revolution against Lin Feng's tyranny. Everyone, have you seen these letters? These are all letters sent by the CEOs of many domestic IT companies. What does this mean? Miss Liu held these letters in her hand at the board meeting of Tencent headquarters, looking at the people present with a force of force. Numerous minority shareholders. This shows that the industry hates the second world and hates Lin Feng, and I wish Lin Feng would step down in my heart. Miss Liu said with high spirits. Now, Tencent is about to overthrow Lin Feng, the big mountain. No, become a follower in the back. The 11 shareholders in the meeting room look at me and I look at you with a sad expression on their faces. Indeed, public opinion now supports Tencent's rebellion, but people with a discerning eye will know that these so-called letters are actually useless, and it is the netizens who really decide everything. And these bosses' letters of encouragement, just look at them. If you are serious, then you will be out. But now, this Miss Liu takes it seriously, but she has the support of South Africa's Mi Group. Everyone's shares can't fight Miss Liu at all. Besides, everyone is not so united, so Miss Liu has the final say. Well, everyone, don't be afraid of the second world and Lin Feng. I believe that with Tencent's absolute dominance we can challenge Lin Feng. Miss Liu vowed. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. But Miss Liu is right. Once Tencent overthrows the second world and can open up new ground in online games, online trading platforms, and online video networks, then Tencent will be able to achieve rapid development and at least double its profits. But can it succeed? The 11 directors have no bottom in their hearts. At this time, in Hong Kong, Abby Cohen, based in Hong Kong, has begun to secretly help Lin Feng acquire shares in Tencent. At a price of 60 Hong Kong dollars per share, he began to quietly and slowly acquire Tencent's outstanding shares, and at the same time continue to purchase holding East Asia shares. Although it is now a till-in battle, it is not that difficult for Abby Cohen. Lin Feng has sufficient funds, and the two companies he wants to acquire are both in trouble. For a while, he will simply ignore the stock market. By the time they noticed it, the acquisition would have already been completed. At the same time, Shanghai. Lin Feng ordered all the companies under his control to join forces to completely block Tencent on the internet, while Lin Feng secretly rushed to Shenzhen. When I went to Shenzhen this time, Lin Feng flew directly to Hong Kong by special plane. He called it to inspect the Hong Kong branch of the second bank, but in fact he drove from Hong Kong to Shenzhen in secret. Lin Feng met with Tencent's 11 minority shareholders now headed by Zhang Zidong in a private high-end clubhouse. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 892, We Are All Chinese? Inside a private high-end clubhouse in Shenzhen. Everyone, it's been a long time. I haven't seen it for a long time. Everyone seems a bit uncomfortable. Lin Feng looked at the 11 stern-faced Tencent shareholders and chuckled. The 11 shareholders looked at each other with helpless expressions. During this period of time, Lin Feng launched a full-scale suppression of Tencent. First of all, when playing second world games, the use of QQ chat will have a certain delay, But this is not the case for all QQs. Only some QQ users are affected. Subsequently, the dominant domestic search engine Baidu could not search for any information about Tencent, and Tencent's web pages would not be displayed on Baidu at all. Secondly, regarding PayPay.com does not require a deposit. Dingdong.com once again emphasized the guarantee of the guarantee deposit to the buyer's interests on the home page. In particular, Lin Feng used his own network media power to return to Baidu and NetEase. There are Zhongguancun Online and Pacific Computer Network extensively analyzing the benefits of the Dingdong.com requirement of margin. At the same time, Lin Feng took advantage of the curiosity of Chinese people about Tottenham Hotspur and the Houston Rockets, and used his identity as the owner of the two teams to publish a large number of the latest and most insider news and pictures on the Baidu portal. In one fell swoop, it robbed a large number of clicks from other portals, and the number of daily page views became the top 4 portals. Lin Feng's fierce artillery fire attack put great pressure on Tencent. The envisioned strategy of building a strong market from the original Second World banner did not succeed at all. Not only did these fail, but because of the use of QQ. When playing games, the call is unstable, and netizens have criticized that QQ is unstable. When QQ is playing games, the call is unstable, which is obviously caused by the Second World. Lin Feng did not block QQ in the games under the Second World and allowed players to continue using QQ, which in itself demonstrates Lin Feng's generosity and tolerance. As a result, at this time, QQ had unstable calls, and players would naturally not blame the Second World, but only blame Tencent's server for trash. Zhang Zidong, Tencent's third largest individual shareholder, was side by Lin Feng's move. This hand is really so beautiful to play, allowing players to aim everything at Tencent, while the Second World sits behind to enjoy the benefits of the fisherman. Although Tencent knows Lin Feng's despicable method, there is no evidence to prove it, and this phenomenon is unavoidable. This kind of technical problem cannot be solved by Tencent, only the Second World can solve it. Therefore, now Tencent is dumb eating cactus, and knows the suffering. Under this circumstance, these Tencent directors would be a ghost if they look good. Hello, Lin Dong. Everyone reluctantly greeted Lin Feng. In terms of equity, Lin Feng and Zhong Ren are each other's directors and colleagues. But in terms of actual relationship, everyone is rivals, competitors, and it is very likely that they are endless competitors. Under this circumstance, Lin Feng suddenly asked them to meet in secret, and everyone felt really complicated. I want to refuse, but I don't know what Lin Feng's intention is. Don't refuse. It feels awkward to meet again. Under this complicated psychology, all the talents come. Of course, everyone here has a vague idea of not wanting to offend Lin Feng completely. They are just small shareholders. The war between Tencent and the Second World is a war between Tencent's two major shareholders. In everyone's minds, although Lin Feng only has 10% of the shares and South Africa's Mi Group owns up to 35.4% of the shares, everyone still believes that Lin Feng has the strength to compete with South Africa's Mi Group. Equity is sometimes not everything. Just like Lin Feng's acquisition of Standard Chartered Bank, before the firing of the 1,200 Standard Chartered Bank employees, Standard Chartered Bank can only be said to belong to Lin Feng in name, but it does not actually belong to Lin Feng. After that, it became the second bank and it belonged to Lin Feng. Everyone, I invite you to come today. Apart from the gathering, I have one more thing I want to ask you for help. Lin Feng poured a glass of red wine for everyone. Everyone was flattered for a while. The richest man in the world pours them personally. They can't afford it. The so-called non-professional courtesy, whoever commits crimes or steals. Lin Feng poured wine for them, so Lin Feng's subsequent request was really terrible. Everyone, it's the first cup. I wish you all good health. Lin Feng respected him first. Everyone looked at each other. Lin Feng drank it. Can they not drink it? Lin Feng poured another glass for everyone. Second cup. I wish you all the best fortune. Lin Feng once again worked first and respected. Everyone was helpless. Yin drank the third cup. This third cup is up to you. I decided to buy 95% of the shares in your hands at 80 Hong Kong dollars per share, Lin Feng said with a slight smile. Everyone was surprised, looking at Lin Feng dumbfounded, with a look of fear on his face. Since Tencent declared war on Lin Feng's active challenge from various aspects has always made everyone think that Lin Feng wants to completely defeat Tencent from the front, but they never thought that Lin Feng actually wanted to acquire Tencent and wanted to take the opportunity to annex Tencent. At this time, their acting chairman Miss Liu is still planning various plans, hoping to use this to deal with Lin Feng's all-round suppression. As a result, Lin Feng went straight to Huanglong and bought your shares directly. Once Lin Feng took control of Tencent, all plans were in vain. I am afraid that in the end, Miss Liu ended up doing a wedding dress for others. Thinking of this, everyone only feels that they feel refreshed in their hearts. Lin Feng's trick is too powerful. Everyone, how are you thinking? 80 Hong Kong dollars per share. I will buy 95% of your shares. Each of you can still retain 5% of your shares, Lin Feng said with a smile. Everyone frowned upon hearing it. The acquisition of 95% of the shares in their respective hands, and let everyone keep 5%. Lin Feng's acquisition plan is really novel enough. Everyone suddenly realized whether they and others are really old and will be eliminated by this society. Otherwise, how come there are so many new words and new things appearing? Acquisitions have always been all acquisitions. How can there be such acquisitions? As for the price, 80 Hong Kong dollars is indeed good, but let everyone give up Tencent. Really reluctant to give up. Tencent's future has always been optimistic about the industry. According to everyone's speculation, it can break at least 100 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Feng only gave 80 Hong Kong dollars too little. What's more, Tencent is so profitable, and it is good to hold pains on to paid dividends every year. Lin Feng glanced at everyone, knowing everyone's thoughts very well, with a cold smile in his heart. Everyone, maybe you still want to hold Tencent's equal dividends. After all, Tencent controls the communication tool, and the future is bright. But I must remind you that Tencent and Lin Feng are now enemies. I have nothing to do. It's not an exaggeration to say Tencent has no future. Lin Feng said that, standing up, looking down at the people sitting like an emperor. His face showed panic and domineering. I can tell you directly, if you want to keep holding Tencent stocks in your hands today, yes. But from the moment you walk out of the club, I will spare no effort to attack Tencent. The only reason Tencent dares to challenge me is because QQ. But don't forget that Tencent's opponent in this declaration of war is not one company or two companies, but I, who owns more than 10 companies. Lin Feng slapped his hands on the table heavily. 11 shareholders were taken aback. If you do not agree, I will immediately launch the chat tool, which can not only be used directly in the game, but also seamlessly integrate with all the games of my second world, and it will also be integrated with Baidu and NetEase. Wait for the two major portal sites to share an account. And at the same time I can use the same account as my starting point Chinese network. And it will always be free, and no membership fees will be charged. Lin Feng's mouth showed a sneered smile. The TT mentioned by Lin Feng has not yet taken place, but this kind of instant messaging software technology is no longer a secret. With the technical power of the second world, if you want, you can make one at any time. The real difficulty is market share. A new communication software wants to occupy the market, unless the old communication software makes mistakes, otherwise it is difficult. However, Lin Feng's own resources are sufficient to forcefully promote the so-called TT, but Lin Feng does not want this. This is far from the convenience and speed of acquiring Tencent. However, if these shareholders refuse to transfer their shares, then Lin Feng will not be polite. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not impossible. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. If this TT is true, then QQ is dangerous. You can use TT directly in the game, and share an account with Baidu and NetEase, which is very convenient. Coupled with Lin Feng's financial resources and appeal, if this is to compete with the charged QQ, QQ will be really choking. Everyone, think about it. The price of 80 Hong Kong dollars is very good. If I want to suppress, I can make Tencent's share price drop to 30 Hong Kong dollars within a month. Then I will buy again, but it will not be 80 Hong Kong dollars. Also, everyone, don't you worry about letting the Chairman Liu continue to toss like this. Even if Tencent wins in the end, I'm afraid it will be badly injured and give other companies a chance. And don't forget, everybody, no matter what we have in disagreement, they are all Chinese. And Miss Liu represents South Africa's MI Group, which is foreign capital, not Chinese capital. Would you like South Africa's MI Group to collect a large amount of RMB from China every year and bring it to South Africa? Lin Feng's tone also eased at this moment and began to move. It is with affection, and it is known with reason. Everyone's brows moved slightly. What Lin Feng said is reasonable, especially the last point. Miss Liu represents the South African MI Group, while Lin Feng represents Chinese capital. From an emotional point of view, everyone is also biased towards Lin Feng. Everyone, I can also assure you that in the future, I will leave you with 5% of the shares in your current hands. It will definitely bring more profit than the 95% of the shares you sold to me. Lin Feng finally threw out an imaginative hope. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you. My heart is a little itchy. This is the guarantee of the world's richest man, Lin Feng, and this guarantee is absolutely credible. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8 Acquisition of Tencent. Everyone is still hesitating. Human nature is greedy, suspicious, and fickle. Although these shareholders coveted Lin Feng's promises and guarantees, they are also hoping for Miss Liu's strength and miracles. If Tencent can create miracles, then Lin Feng's 80 Hong Kong dollar purchase price and promise will not be worth the same. But can Miss Liu succeed? At this moment, everyone's hearts are all over and over, and it's really hard to make a decision. Lin Feng was even more disdainful. These people, that's it, eating what is in the bowl and watching what is in the pot. They may be eager to have it ruin future TV, to see what benefits their choice will bring to them in the future, then choose. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with everyone, and gave a wink at Zhang Zidong, the largest shareholder among the small shareholders at the scene. Zhang Zidong understood. Everyone, Lin Dong is right. We are all Chinese. We should not fight in a nest to make foreigners cheap. Besides, if we fight like this, I don't think that Chairman Liu Dai can bring Tencent to a new level. On the contrary, I think if you continue to fight like this, Tencent is more likely to lose. I agree to sell 95% of my shares to Lin Dong. Zhang Zidong was the first to express his opinion and drank the red wine in his hand. The remaining 10 minority shareholders were taken aback. Zhang Zidong holds 5.26% of the shares, which is the third largest individual shareholder of Tencent. The 10 of them add up to only 8%. The 10 people's shares are only 2.74% more than Zhang Zidong. Now Zhang Zidong has sold them. 10 people can be passive. Deputy Dong Zhang, what are you? A director yelled anxiously. Zhang Zidong shook his head. Everyone, hurry up and make a decision. You can't hesitate for this kind of thing, and you won't have this shop after you pass the village. The meaning of Zhang Zidong's words began to obviously lean towards Lin Feng. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, sighing helplessly, and sighing several times. That's it, that's all. Afterwards, everyone drank the red wine in their hands one after another. Thank you for your care. Lin Feng drank the red wine in his hand with a smile on his face. Then, everyone, please sign the equity transfer contract first, and then we will go and have a drink with confidence. This time I specially bought double-headed abalone. Lin Feng ordered Lin Chilling to come up with 11 contracts. Now that everyone had made up their minds at this time, they no longer hesitated, and happily signed the contract, agreeing to sell 95% of their shares to Lin Feng. Zhang Zidong and other 11 shareholders hold a total of 13.26% of the shares, 95% of which is 12.597% of the shares, and 10% of Lin Feng's own shares, which is 22.597%. They have become Tencent's largest individual shareholder, leaving South Africa's MIH, the group's 35.4%, only 12.803% of the shares. Then, after having a drink with everyone, Lin Feng dialed Abby Cohen's phone. Abby, I have acquired 12.597% of the shares, including my own, a total of 22.597% of the shares. How many have you acquired now in the market? Lin Feng asked expectantly. Abby Cohen was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to move so fast. Lin, I have now secretly absorbed 8.5% of Tencent, which is only 4.303% of the shares of South Africa's MIH Group. By the way, boss, why are you moving so fast? Abby Cohen asked in surprise. Abby Cohen never thought that Lin Feng's acquisition would be so fast, and she expected Lin Feng to take a few days to do it. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng made a single strike and acquired 12.597% of the shares in Zhang Zidong and others so quickly. Of course, another thing that makes Abby Cohen strange is why Lin Feng only acquired 95% of the shares in everyone's hands. This really makes Abby Cohen strange. Lin Feng smiled lightly for Abby Cohen's doubts. Before this acquisition, Lin Feng secretly contacted Zhang Zidong, Tencent's third largest individual shareholder, and asked Zhang Zidong to take the lead in nodding and agree to sell his shares during the negotiation. Zhang Zidong is willing to do this. Besides, his vision is a little higher than others. What is more important is that Lin Feng promised to give him a purchase price of 100 Hong Kong dollars per share, which is a full 20 Hong Kong dollars higher than other directors. For this price, Zhang Zidong couldn't help but be tempted. What's more, in his mind, he always believed that in the battle between Lin Feng and Chairman Liu Dai, Lin Feng would definitely win in the end. As for why Lin Feng only bought 95% of the shares in everyone's hands, that is to let everyone have a thought, but also to save face to everyone. At least everyone is a Tencent director. Moreover, Lin Feng is also preparing for future dialogue with Ma Huang. Ma Huang's effect on Tencent is no less than Lin Feng's second world. Without Ma Huang, Tencent would not be what it is today. And Lin Feng also believes that Tencent will get better and better under the leadership of Ma Huang. Of course, the premise is that Tencent must belong to itself. Lin, let me speed up. I will definitely give your second consortium and second world headquarters building a great gift. After hearing this, Abby Cohen expressed admiration for Lin Feng. In the past, Lin Feng liked extremes in doing things, and he was easy to do things without leaving room. Now Lin Feng has begun to understand what it means to stay on the front line of everything, which is a good thing. Don't do everything without exception. There must be great evil in doing it. Lin Feng can wake up to this point now, and Abby Cohen is still very pleased. Especially this way, there is still room for meeting and discussing with Ma Huang, which is very good. After that, Abby Cohen continued to acquire 7% of Tencent's shares in just one day, and acquired a total of 15.5% of Tencent's shares on the market. At this time, Lin Feng currently holds 38.097% of Tencent shares, surpassing 35.4% of South Africa's MIH Group, becoming the largest shareholder. Lin, you can hold a press conference to announce the full acquisition of Tencent. Abby Cohen called Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was waiting for news in Shanghai at the moment, made a fist and smiled. Boss, what's the matter? What's the good news? Wu Zhaopu saw Lin Feng's expression with joy. He instinctively felt that this matter should have something to do with Tencent, and subconsciously asked nervously. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Wu, there is good news. My share of Tencent has just reached 38.097%, surpassing South Africa's Mi Group and becoming Tencent's largest shareholder. Now I will hold a press conference to announce the full acquisition of Tencent. Lin Feng Chong Wu Xiaopu made a proud gesture. Wu Xiaopu was startled. His eyes widened, his mouth opened wide and his face looked incredible. He really did not expect that Lin Feng would buy so many shares of Tencent in silence and become the largest shareholder of Tencent. This is simply unexpected. But for the second world, it could not be better news. Although this is Lin Feng's personal acquisition, since it belongs to Lin Feng, the two parties will be able to cooperate again. And this cooperation will be more harmonious and seamless than before. After all, before the cooperation between the two sides, there were secretly guarding and avoiding. If Lin Feng can control Tencent, then everything will no longer be a problem. Boss, why are you so mysterious these days? Turns out to buy Tencent shares. Hey, ask for. You are a great trick. Haha, Wu Xiaopu thought if the chairman Liu knew this news, I don't know what expressions will be on the face. Thinking of this, Wu Xiaopu felt excited. Well, Mr. Wu, wait for a good show. Lin Feng held a press conference after leaving Wu Xiaopu. Many reporters gathered again. This time, since the last time Lin Feng held a press conference, after wishing Tencent good luck, only 10 days have passed. These 10 days can be said to be the most lively days in China's IT industry. Almost every day there are various new activities and measures to stimulate netizens, which is even more lively than the Chinese New Year. But the excitement returns to the excitement, and everyone always feels heavy and depressed. Because although Lin Feng made frequent movements, he was always a little tepid, which was different from Lin Feng's previous style. According to everyone's guess, Lin Feng should have desperately suppressed Tencent, but now it feels to everyone that Lin Feng just responded to Tencent's call in a symbolic way, and there was no real war against Tencent for 300 rounds. Someone once questioned that this was because Tencent held QQ, a communications tool with 120 million customers, so Lin Feng was a little bit unable to start. But most people do not agree with this view. With the resources that Lin Feng possesses, it is enough to counter the QQ of this 120 million customer base. But everyone only asked about thunder, but no rain. Although Second World announced that it will launch the TT chat tool, it has never revealed its true face. In terms of the planned content of communication software, this is by no means difficult for the Second World. However, Second World has not launched TT for a long time, which is really confusing. Just when everyone was suspicious, Lin Feng held a press conference. Looking at Lin Feng, who was full of energy on the stage, he knew that something good had happened. Many reporters in the audience felt that their chests were thumping and jumping wildly. These reporters who often interview Lin Feng have a kind of sixth sense that are useful to Lin Feng. They feel that something is about to happen, and it must be a major event, and it must be related to Tencent. What will it be? Many reporters did not guess, because their excited brain stopped functioning at this moment, stopped thinking, stopped everything, just waiting for Lin Feng to announce the final answer. Everyone, let everyone come here today, I just want to announce one thing. Lin Feng coughed slightly, and everyone's hearts beat violently. First of all, I announced the successful acquisition of a total of 12.597% of Tencent's shareholder Zhang Zidong and others. At the same time, through the Hong Kong stock market, I acquired 15.5% of Tencent's outstanding shares, including my previous 10% of shares. Now I own Tencent. With a total of 38.097 shares, it surpassed South Africa's Mi Group and became Tencent's largest shareholder. Lin Feng's voice was sonorous and loud. Quiet. Hearing the news of Lin Feng, many reporters in the audience were stunned on the spot. The entire venue was silent for 3 minutes, and only a thumping and thumping heartbeat was heard. Many reporters were stunned by Lin Feng's news, and dumbfounded. In just 10 days, Lin Feng actually acquired 38.097% of Tencent's shares and became Tencent's largest shareholder. which is incredible. No wonder everyone felt that Lin Feng's response to Tencent was a bit tepid and muddy during this period. That's why it turned out that Lin Feng had been conspiring to acquire Tencent. That's a terrible trick. A reporter couldn't help his excitement, stood up and roared, "It's terrible, it's awesome." The other reporters also echoed this reporter and shouted, "They are not so," unable to express the excitement in their hearts. Think about it. Originally, the two companies were fighting each other. You made one move, and I made another move. The competition was business strategy. As a result, Lin Feng suddenly came to draw a salary from the bottom of the pan and bought the company directly. How funny this scene is. Think about it, when you are still thinking about how to break the other's company, your own company belongs to the other party. How funny this feeling is. With this roar, the scene suddenly became a vegetable market, and many reporters had no regard for the rules at this moment. They stood up and raised their hands high, hoping that Lin Feng would let them ask questions. This is the hottest news at the moment. Lin Feng has become Tencent's largest shareholder. This news is too hot, especially when the two companies were fighting against each other, but suddenly one company was acquired, which is really awesome. Lin Feng looked at the many excited reporters in the audience and pressed his hands slightly to signal everyone to be quiet. Many reporters also somehow seemed to be shocked by the news that Lin Feng had just become Tencent's largest shareholder. Shocked, Lin Feng's method unknowingly quieted down and sat down. Lin Feng smiled. "Everyone, I would like to announce here that I will launch a complete acquisition of Tencent. From now on, I want to make Tencent belong to the Chinese forever, and make it the world's #1 instant messaging tool. Yes, where there are people, there is QQ." Lin Feng stood up a little sensationalistically at the end, holding the microphone and shouting, "QQ is the where there are people." Many reporters blinked a few times. This goal is too ambitious. You know, in the current international market, Microsoft's MSN and ICQ dominate. Tencent's QQ only has a market in China, but it has no market even in Hong Kong. But Lin Feng actually threatened to let people have QQ. This goal is too ambitious. But many reporters like it. They like people like Lin Feng, who are bold and have personality. Only then can they have news to write. Of course, the difference between Lin Feng and other people who like to put satellites is that Lin Feng can do what Lin Feng usually says. Many reporters look forward to this day very much. Compared with the excitement of the reporters, at this moment, Chairman Liu Dai of the Tencent headquarters is distracted. Hearing the news, she was almost stunned. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 894, Let the Sun Be Good. Lin Feng became Tencent's largest shareholder and announced the acquisition of Tencent. When this news reached the ears of Chairman Liu Dai, who was busy making various plans at Tencent headquarters, Miss Liu was stunned on the spot. Is this news true? Chairman Liu Dai looked unbelievable. The news came too suddenly, and it was too unprepared, leaving her unprepared, let alone preparation. I didn't even think about it. Acting Chairman, this news is true. Lin Feng has just held a press conference to announce that he will become Tencent's largest shareholder and at the same time launch a full-scale acquisition of Tencent. Deputy Chairman Liu's secretary affirmed. After listening to Chairman Liu Dai, he only noticed that his eyes were dark, his figure swayed, and he fell slumped on the chair, and the documents in his hand were scattered all over the floor. Acting Chairman, the secretary beside him exclaimed, "Go down." Miss Liu waved her hand sullenly, motioning for the secretary to go down. She wants to be alone. This time, she targeted Lin Feng to avenge her son who was in prison in the United States. The reason why her son Xiaoqian was framed by the US FBI was all because of Lin Feng. At present, it is temporarily impossible to use other methods to attack Lin Feng, not to mention that she is beyond reach, and can only use commercial means to attack Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng is no longer the richest man in the world and the company is no longer a leader in the industry, then Lin Feng will not have much capital worthy of her scruples. At that time, She could also use her husband's official power to deal with Lin Feng. But who would have thought that she tried her best to deal with Lin Feng? As a result, Lin Feng quietly completed the acquisition of Tencent's stock, became the largest shareholder, and launched a full-scale acquisition of Tencent. Thinking of this, Miss Liu felt bitter in her heart. It's ironic to have worked hard for yourself, but it seems to be making wedding dresses for others. Yes, Acting Chairman. There is another news to inform you. This is a letter from Lin Feng. He requests a general meeting of shareholders tomorrow to reorganize the company's board of directors. The secretary whispered a piece of news that made Miss Liu almost desperate. Reorganize the board of directors. Miss Liu stood up abruptly. Lin Feng wanted to reorganize the board of directors. Obviously he wanted to kick her out, and even wanted to kick out the South African Mi group behind her. Thinking of this, Miss Liu gritted her teeth. This Lin Feng is too cruel and absolutely no, I must not just give up. If you want to reorganize the board of directors, it depends on who has more shares. Miss Liu gritted her teeth fiercely and began to call the headquarters of South Africa's Mi group. Faced with Lin Feng's acquisition, if she wants to keep Tencent's position as the largest shareholder, she must launch a reverse takeover action. She does not have so much funds in her hands to start a reverse takeover with Lin Feng, so she can only ask South Africa's Mi group for help. As for the poison pill plan formulated by the industry for acquisitions, it cannot be implemented. Lin Feng has become the first shareholder, and everyone's votes simply cannot promote the implementation of the poison pill plan. While Miss Liu turned to South Africa's Mi group for help, Abby Cohen also launched a massive acquisition of Tencent's stock. Although Tencent's share price rose sharply due to Lin Feng's comprehensive acquisition, from 60 Hong Kong dollars to 80 Hong Kong dollars soon, with Lin Feng's abundant funds, Abby Cohen was listed at a price of 90 Hong Kong dollars per share. It continued to acquire 12% of the shares on the market and completed the acquisition of Tencent. At this time, the funds of South Africa's Mi group have just arrived. But at this time, only 2.5% of Tencent shares available for purchase on the market, including 35.4% of South Africa's Mi group, is only 37.9%, while Lin Feng already owns 50.097% of the shares at this time and formally controls Tencent. Immediately, Lin Feng held a press conference to announce that it will formally take control of Tencent, and will hold a general meeting of shareholders the next day to reorganize the company's board of directors. Hearing this news, the industry was shocked. No one ever thought that, although this was originally thought to be not evenly matched, but Shang Zhanhui, who was a hit, would end without it. And it ended so unexpectedly. In the eyes of many domestic IT company bosses, even if Tencent cannot withstand Lin Feng's offensive, it can at least delay a period of time, and even make Lin Feng's companies suffer from the injury, so that they can take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, this war was over in less than half a month, and it ended with Lin Feng's strong acquisition of Tencent. This is too disappointing. No, it should be desperate. For many domestic IT companies, Lin Feng's acquisition of Tencent is like extinguishing the last light of many IT companies. For them, from now on, the domestic IT industry will be shrouded in the shadow of Lin Feng, and they will never the day in the early days. It is not only the domestic IT company bosses who are disappointed. They have been in the mood to watch the theater before, and many foreign media who hope that Lin Feng will fall down are also disappointed. The Sun Tencent failed, Lin Feng once again won with a despicable means. Considering the absolute advantage of funds, it is a bandit to beat the strong with the weak. Rogue behavior. Although he is a winner, we despise him. Washington Times. Shameless Chinese used shameless means to win a shameless battle. He is as shameless as ever. This kind of person will sooner or later be defeated by the same shameless means. We will wait and see. Compared with these two media that have always hated Lin Feng, the British Times remains as neutral as ever. Lin Feng used the power of capital to win. This is an extremely beautiful commercial operation. And after the acquisition of Tencent, Lin Feng's IT empire will be further consolidated. From now on, in China, No IT company can challenge Lin Feng. In the future, will Lin Feng's IT empire radiate the world like Microsoft? This is worth looking forward to all of us. As analyzed by the Times, after Lin Feng acquired Tencent, the stocks of its listed companies rose sharply. As the flagship company of Lin Feng, Second World has seen its share price soar. The acquisition of Tencent by Lam Feng not only means the end of this business war, and that Second World can continue to develop steadily without any worries, but also means that Second World Games will be able to further expand with the help of Tencent. The two companies will be able to cooperate more perfectly, and cooperation without any worries. The stock price also soared from the original $127 to $135, and the total market value reached a staggering $94.5 billion, which is only $5.5 billion away from the $100 billion club. As for the starting point fast food restaurant that has little involvement with IT, the stock price rose slightly due to Lin Feng's relationship, and it also rose to $21. This is undoubtedly the best news for those netizens who have been in dilemma and spent the past few days in panic. People are inert and dependent. Everyone has long been used to playing Second World games and using QQ. If you change a tool rashly, it's not impossible, but you have to adapt to some extent. If it cannot be changed, it is undoubtedly the best. Now that Lin Feng has acquired Tencent, there is no need to change it. Everyone can continue to play with QQ and enjoy endless fun. Of course, there is another topic worthy of attention for many reporters, and that is what Lin Feng will do for the board of directors tomorrow. After Lin Feng acquired the equity of Xinlang.com last time, he did not leave the tiles of Xinlang.com. What about this time? What will Lin Feng do at the board meeting tomorrow? It is worth looking forward to. In the anticipation of everyone, this much-watched Tencent board of directors was held as scheduled. Early in the morning, the headquarters of Tencent Shenzhen was full of voices. For many ordinary employees, everything Tencent has experienced over the past 10 days is like a roller coaster journey, which is too exciting. First, without any preparation, Tencent declared war on the Second World, and then the Second World counterattacked, and Tencent counterattacked. Under the raging enthusiasm, Lin Feng suddenly announced that he would become Tencent's largest shareholder, and then announced the formal statement in the evening, holding Tencent. All this happened so quickly, and it was so fast that it was dizzying. However, for many Tencent employees, it is a good thing that Lin Feng can enter Tencent. At least Tencent has such a big boss as the world's richest man, so there will never be a shortage of funds in the future. And everyone still remembers that when the year-end awards were issued during the Chinese New Year, the companies under Lin Feng treated them equally. The generous red envelope made all ordinary employees happy. Lin Feng now has a stake in Tencent, so this year's year-end bonus can be expected for many ordinary employees. Therefore, many Tencent employees spontaneously welcome Lin Feng's arrival in their respective jobs. When Lin Feng walked into Tencent's Shenzhen headquarters with his sexy and charming secretary Lin Qiling, there were overwhelming applause. Lin Feng was slightly surprised, but he didn't expect that he would be so popular. "Boss, it seems that you are really popular with these employees," Lin Qiling exclaimed. It is rare to see a boss who can be welcomed by employees spontaneously. This clearly illustrates Lin Feng's personal charm. "Thank you for your support. I believe that as long as we work hard, Tencent will become the world's best network service provider." Lin Feng waved to the applauding employees on both sides to express his gratitude, and promised. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's applause was even louder. Prior to this, both Ma Huang and Chairman Liu Dai positioned Tencent in the country, with the goal of firmly occupying the domestic communications market. All business plans were developed around the domestic market, and then it was determined whether there was a chance to enter the overseas market. But Lin Feng pointed directly at the world, and this kind of courage is very human. He does not serve as chairman of Tencent. Who will serve? At this time, Chairman Liu Dai, who was sitting on the chair of the board of directors in the conference room, had a pale face upon hearing the applause. She never expected that Tencent employees would support Lin Feng in this way. With a creak, Lin Feng pushed open the door of the meeting room and walked in with a face full of spring breeze. Lin Feng swept around, and the first sentence made Miss Liu half angry. "Aunt Liu, Brother Qian is fine now." Lin Feng greeted him playfully. "To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading." To be continued. Chapter 895 Overbearing. "Aunt Liu, Brother Qian is well?" Lin Feng asked Miss Liu with chest pain. "Xia Qian is still staying in a Los Angeles prison in the United States. Every time she thinks of Xia Qian his suffering in the United States, Miss Liu's anger burns uncontrollably, and she wants to find Lin Feng to settle accounts. But think about it and know that this is impossible. Lin Feng's identity will ask her to ask her guilt face to face. Besides, what reason did she use to ask guilt? In the unlikely event that a big mess will directly affect her husband's political future, she cannot afford this risk. So she used her status as a major shareholder of South Africa's Mi Group to manipulate Tencent to attack Lin Feng. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng was so difficult to deal with, and in the end he was taken advantage of by Lin Feng and took control of Tencent. This had already made Miss Liu furious, but now Lin Feng's sentence "Brother Qian is well?" almost made Miss Liu jump in anger, and went up to fight with Lin Feng regardless of her identity and image, to avenge her son. "I hate it." "Don't worry about Leilin. Inutsi Qian has passed very well." Miss Liu said this in a tone as calm as possible, almost gritted her teeth. Everyone in the meeting room was taken aback for a moment, and they didn't expect Lin Feng and Miss Liu to be friends. But it seems that this old friendship may not be so friendly. "Well, guys, it's not the first time we met. We can say that we are old acquaintances. Don't be so restrained." Lin Feng smiled. "By the way, Xiling, bring me a bottle of Raphael 1982 from the cabinet in the corner. Remember, in that dark grid, our Ma Dong will enjoy it, but he always likes to hide wine. Today is so. On a festive day, you can't live without red wine," Lin Feng ordered. Lin Feng had already used Ma Huang's idea of Raphael in 1982, but unfortunately he has never had a chance. Now that Ma Huang is not there, it's time to start. Unexpectedly, just when Lin Chilling was about to fetch the wine, she walked in alone. "Who wants to steal my red wine again?" Ma Huang walked in first, without looking at everyone, and went straight over, took out the bottle of Raphael that had been hidden for a long time from the dark, and he held it like a baby in the arms. "Hi, Dong Ma. Your vacation is finally over." Lin Feng greeted with a smile. "Ma Dong, you can count us coming back." Zhang Zidong and the others also greeted again and again, but seeing Ma Huang, their faces were a little embarrassed. At the beginning, they had a gentleman's agreement that the shares in their hands were not allowed to be sold to others, but they sold all of them to Lin Feng. This time, seeing Ma Huang was really embarrassed. "Dong Ma, you are back. It just happens to be able to preside over today's board meeting." Miss Liu saw Ma Huang, and she was slightly taken aback. At this time, Ma Huang's return has different meanings, but it is obviously related to Lin Feng Holdings Tencent. Just now, Miss Liu was still worried that all Tencent employees would support Lin Feng. Now that Ma Huang can offset Lin Feng's appeal to Tencent employees. After all, Tencent was created by Ma Huang himself, and Ma Huang has an unshakable position in the hearts of Tencent employees. This is definitely not something that Lin Feng can change, and Miss Liu believes that Ma Huang's coming this time should be in response to Lin Feng's acquisition of Tencent. After all, Tencent was created by Ma Huang himself, and Ma Huang will never allow others to fully control Tencent. Although South Africa's Mi Group previously owned 35.4% of Tencent's shares, it was Tencent's largest shareholder. But at that time, Chinese forces could still fight South Africa's Rebirth. Now that Lin Feng has become the dominant family, that is by no means good news. Ma Huateng Chongliu nodded slightly and smiled faintly. Since I am still the chairman of Tencent, I will convene today's board of directors. Ma Huang took his seat as chairman again. Miss Liu sat on Ma Huang's left hand, and Lin Feng sat on his right. The rest of Zhang Zidong and others were seated one by one in the usual order. First of all, I congratulate Mr. Lin once again on becoming the largest shareholder of Tencent. Ma Huang applauded and congratulated Lin Feng, but the corner of his eyes looked towards Lin Feng with a weird smile that no one could detect. Lin Feng didn't speak much, and smiled equally. When Zhang Zidong and others witnessed this situation, their intuition was a little blocked. If Lin Feng and Ma Huang have a conflict, and one party has complete control and the other party has absolute appeal in the company, if the two fight against each other, it will bring absolute destructive power to Tencent. And it's deadly. Miss Liu snickered in her heart. If Ma Huang and Lin Feng clashed, she must support Ma Huang on behalf of South Africa's Rebirth, regardless of Lin Feng holding Tencent. But in fact, it is not always certain who wins and who loses in a fight. As for whether Tencent will be devastated, she doesn't care. What she cares about is whether she can take the opportunity to teach Lin Feng and vent her anger for her son Xiaqian. Everyone, Mr. Lin has now become the company's largest shareholder and proposed to reorganize the board of directors. According to the rules of the board of directors, we first elect the chairman of the company. This is still a vote to decide, Ma Huang said. Everyone was slightly stunned. If you press the vote, Lin Feng owns 50.097% of Tencent's shares. He must be the chairman of the board. Does it still need to vote? At this moment, Lin Feng spoke suddenly. I think that the chairman of Tencent is not Ma Dong. Tencent was built by himself. If Ma Dong does not sit in this position, no one else is qualified to sit. Lin Fenyu was shocked. Zhang Zidong and others were stunned. Miss Liu is stupid. Lin Feng took the initiative to surrender the position of chairman. This. What idea did Lin Feng make? Mr. Lin owns 50.097 shares in the company. Since Mr. Lin agrees, then the next director appointment will be made. Ma Huang announced the appointment of the next position in a very flat manner. Something's wrong. Miss Liu felt wrong instinctively. Ma Huang was too calm, and Lin Feng was too helpless to pursue. This is by no means normal. Amidst Miss Liu's frown, Ma Huang immediately announced all the company's directorship appointments, and Lin Feng voted for each director appointment. In other words, every director appointment was passed smoothly. This is incredible. It's abnormal, and Lin Feng just got the title of a special consultant, which is too abnormal compared to Lin Feng's move to acquire Tencent shares so much and gain control of Tencent. What happened? What exactly is going on? Miss Liu feels that things are getting more and more wrong. This thing is too abnormal. Could it be? Miss Liu thought of a possibility, but then she shook her head. If so, why Ma Huang had to leave Tencent for more than a month? But only this possibility can explain why the two people have such a tacit understanding. And if this could come true, then Miss Liu felt a pain in her chest and cramping when she thought of this possibility. At this time, after Ma Huang announced the appointment of all directors, Lin Feng spoke. As a special advisor, I believe that Tencent lacks liquidity to deal with the increasingly competitive IT market. I propose to increase its holdings of 100 million shares in order to enrich the company's liquidity. Lin Feng said this, astonished. 4 seats. Increased holdings of 200 million shares, with the current share price of Tencent at 85 Hong Kong dollars. It is 17 billion Hong Kong dollars, about $3 billion US dollars, which can indeed greatly improve Tencent's liquidity. From the perspective of many international IT companies, the current liquidity of more than 2 billion Hong Kong dollars in Tencent's hands is indeed too small. If you have 3 billion US dollars in working capital, it will undoubtedly lay the foundation for Tencent's future development. But Zhang Zidong and others have a bitter expression. If they increase their holdings, they will have even fewer shares in their hands. and they can really be regarded as honorary directors. But compared to the bitterness of Jiang Zedong and others, it is Miss Liu who is really angry. Lam Feng's move is not aimed at others, but South Africa's MI Group. If it increases its holdings, then South Africa's MI Group's equity will be weakened, which will reduce the threat of South Africa's MI Group to Tencent's equity. After all, South Africa's MI Group owns 35.4% of Tencent, which is really a threat. But will Ma Huang agree to this move? Such increase in holdings will further weaken Ma Huang's 11.02% equity. Yes, I also very much agree with Lin Feng's proposal. I think that in order to cope with the severe international competition pressure in the future, we should make ample of the company's liquidity in advance to meet the challenges from all aspects. Ma Huang agreed with Lin Feng's smile. Proposal. Conspiracy. Conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy. Miss Liu stood up angrily, pointed at Lin Feng and Ma Huang, speechless. At this moment, she could see it. From Ma Huang's sudden return to the company to now agreeing to Lin Feng's increase in holdings in Tencent, it can be said that the two had planned for a while. The target is undoubtedly her, or the South African MI Group behind her. I think the company's current liquidity is sufficient and there is no need to increase its shareholding, Miss Liu said angrily. However, the South African MI Group she represents only owns 35.4% of Tencent, and Lin Feng and Ma Huang together own 61.117% of Tencent, far exceeding the shares of South African MI Group. Miss Liu, there is no right to object at all. Okay, let's wait and see. Miss Liu left the table angrily. Lin Feng and Ma Huang smiled at each other. This matter, as Miss Liu guessed, was acting from the beginning, and Lin Feng and Ma Huang had reached an agreement long ago. Since Ma Huang left Tencent, he chose to take a vacation. So he began to analyze the battle between Lin Feng and Miss Liu carefully. No matter how Ma Huang analyzed, he believed that Lin Feng would eventually win. Even if you are in Tencent, it is the same. It's just that Lin Feng may not be able to acquire Tencent, but it will completely destroy Tencent. Ma Huang is convinced that if Lin Feng can no longer obtain an absolute controlling stake in Tencent, then Tencent will be completely destroyed. This is by no means what Ma Huang wants to see. Tencent was created by him alone. It has gone through too many winds and rains in the middle, and finally got here today. Therefore, after weighing it repeatedly, Ma Huang decided to cooperate with Lin Feng. So, there is today's play. This is why Lin Feng is so certain that he can acquire Tencent. Of course, originally Lin Feng didn't have to buy Tencent's 50.097 shares at all, but this was just in case. When Miss Liu complained to the South African board of directors of Lin Feng and Ma Huang's shareholding increase, Tencent increased its holdings of 200 million shares in an uproar, and Tencent's total share capital became 2 billion shares. Lin Feng's original 50.097% shares rose slightly. Lin Feng acquired part of the tradable shares on the market and eventually kept holding 50.1% of Tencent's shares. As for Ma Huang's 11.02% of the shares, it became 9.92%. And the 35.4% of the shares in South Africa's MI Group weakened to 31.86%. As for the shares held by Jiang Zedong and others, they are almost negligible. However, this is definitely not the purpose of Lin Feng and Ma Huang. The purpose of the two is to reduce the shares in the South African MI Group to less than 25%. 31.86% of the shares are still too threatening. Although Lin Feng currently owns 50.1% of Tencent and completely controls Tencent, no one knows what will happen in the future. It is the most insurable to weaken the holdings of South African MI Group as much as possible. What's more, Tencent is a Chinese company that makes money from Chinese netizens. So why let a South African company earn hundreds of millions of yuan from China every year? Moreover, after Tencent completely belongs to Lin Feng this time, Lin Feng believes that the future of Tencent will be brighter. There is no reason why South Africa's MI Group has been holding a large number of shares. This is too unsafe. Subsequently, Ma Huang, on behalf of the company's board of directors, proposed to South African Mi Group his intention to buy 7% of the shares in South African Mi Group. For Ma Huang's request, South Africa's Mi Group was naturally furious. This is simply bullying. It has just increased the shareholding and weakened the shares in the South African Mi Group. Now they are blatantly attacking the shares in their hands. This is really a bit too deceitful. South Africa's Mi Group stated that it would never sell its shares in Tencent and will continue to hold Tencent. He also declared that he would rather be jade fragments than tiles. Lin Feng sneered at this statement of South Africa's Mi Group. Immediately wrote to Cus Baker, president of Mi Group in South Africa. Mr. Baker, it is your South African Mi Group who is the first to provoke me this time. This is what I call the way to treat the person by his own way. Lin Feng's tone was not at all polite. Since the South African Mi Group authorized Miss Liu to attack herself, that would represent the attitude of the South African Mi Group. So I would never be polite. To deal with this kind of person is to be killed in one stroke. In some places, it is necessary to be forgiving and forgiving, but in some places, we must cut the grass and remove the roots. He and Xiaoqian are already mortal enemies, and his mother provokes him in order to avenge his son. Lin Feng is equivalent to saying that he and Xia's family have forged a deep feud. It is inevitable that this kind of person will entangle himself like a ghost in the future, and Lin Feng must kill them all without leaving any future troubles. Mr. Lin, you are too overbearing. What's more, what if we don't agree? Is it because you still want to make a strong purchase? Cus Baker said with a cold snort. Lin Feng smiled. Forcing it to buy is definitely not good. It's against the law, but now Tencent has the final say on its own. There is still a chapter, early in the morning. If it doesn't change, make it up tomorrow. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. To be continued. Chapter 896 is more money? South Africa's Mi Group President Cus Baker is extremely dissatisfied with Lin Feng's robbery behavior. At the beginning, South Africa's Mi Group had the foresight to invest in Tencent. Now that Tencent has developed, the company wants to reclaim its equity. How can it be so cheap? What's more, now that Lin Feng holds Tencent, all fools know that Tencent's share price will soar in the future. Who will sell Tencent at this time? Mr. Baker, you have to understand that we are not malicious towards South Africa's Mi Group and welcome you to hold shares in Tencent. However, for the long-term and stable development of Tencent in the future, we do not hope that a certain shareholder holds enough to affect Tencent's equity structure. Stable shares, Lin Feng said with a smile. Cus Baker laughed at the words. If Tencent's single shareholder holds the most shares, Lin Feng is actually saying that he is afraid that a certain shareholder holds shares that can affect Tencent's equity structure, and hopes to weaken. This is too ridiculous. This is not. Typically, only the state officials are allowed to set fires, and the people are not allowed to light the lights. Mr. Baker, if you are willing to sell 7% of Tencent shares in your hand, I am willing to buy it at 110 Hong Kong dollars per share, currently 87 Hong Kong dollars per share. I wonder what Mr. Baker wants? Lin Feng asked. Mr. Lin, don't waste your words. We will not sell any shares in Tencent. Cus Baker sneered. Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Baker, it is your right to refuse. But if you refuse, then I can only take the method of continuing to increase holdings to weaken the Tencent shares held by your group. Lin Feng did not hide his plan. Mr. Lin, don't forget, we will also increase our holdings through the stock market. Cus Baker sneered. If Tencent continues to increase its holdings, then South Africa's Mi Group will continue to buy and maintain sufficient shares. South Africa's Mi Group has been optimistic about Tencent's future prospects from the very beginning, and now that Lin Feng has settled in, the future is bound to be even more limitless. He will never give up any Tencent shares in his hands. What's more, Baker also hopes that one day he can hold a controlling stake in Tencent. Lin Feng was not surprised by Baker's choice. Unfortunately, this plan to increase stock holdings is something South African Me Group cannot refuse. Lin Feng has checked that the cash held by South African Me Group does not exceed $300 million. As long as Lin Feng increases its holdings by 400 million shares, South African Me Group's cash will be in a hurry. And after Lin Feng holds a 50.1% stake in Tencent, although he only has $200 million in cash in his hands, he can withdraw $3 billion in cash from the second game at any time. At the same time, Lin Feng can also borrow through the second bank. It can be said that South Africa's Me Group is far from Lin Feng's opponent in playing this capital game. Although South African Me Group can also borrow funds through banks, it needs interest to borrow money, and the interest rate on borrowing large amounts of funds from banks is definitely not low. On the contrary, the second bank belongs to Lam Fung, and it is undoubtedly far lower than South Africa's Me Group in terms of interest. Baker looked gloomy. If Lin Feng really plays this kind of capital game with him, South Africa's Me Group is definitely not an opponent. On the contrary, it may even cause the entire group company to fall into danger because all the liquidity is invested in Tencent stocks. Mr. Baker, if you are willing to sell 7% of Tencent's shares in your group, then your company will have an executive director seat in Tencent, and at the same time, my company will consider more and deeper cooperation with your company, for example, TV broadcast, the internet and other aspects of cooperation. Lin Feng will naturally not just blindly be strong, but also give people a little benefit when appropriate. Otherwise, there is no good thing at all, and no one will do it unless it is forced to do nothing. Baker's heart moved upon hearing this. If we can cooperate with Lin Feng, it will be of great benefit to the development of South Africa's Me Group in mainland China. What's more, Lin Feng's tentacles have begun to spread all over the world. If you have a good relationship with Lin Feng, this will be beneficial to the development of South Africa's Me Group in the world. Mr. Baker, you think about it. I hope Mr. Baker can finally make a decision that will make both parties happy. Lin Feng finished speaking and hung up the phone. Lin Feng is not absolutely sure of whether Baker will agree to cooperate. However, if you don't cooperate, Tencent will take tough measures. And if you cooperate, both parties will be happy. It depends on whether Baker will fight for a moment. Lin Feng was relaxed for a while. Baker has a terrible headache. The current market value of South Africa's Me Group is only more than $4 billion, which is not as good as Tencent's. Apart from the commendable holding of 35.4% of Tencent's shares, the company's other businesses are relatively insignificant. Therefore, Baker is unwilling to give up Tencent shares in his heart. But now Lin Feng's strength makes Baker a little helpless. If he did not give up, Lin Feng continued to increase his holdings and expand Tencent's liquidity. If the South African Me Group does not sell, the shares in its hands will continue to weaken, knowing that it will be weakened to 25% in Lin Feng's mind. And in this way, the two sides are completely guilty. After thinking for a long time, Baker shook his head helplessly. Now the situation is better than others, and he has to compromise. This time facing the richest man in the world, with billions of dollars in his hands, Lin Feng, he has no confidence to contend with Lin Feng. What's more, Lin Feng just bought the Standard Chartered Bank and turned it into a private second bank, which can be borrowed through the second bank. This kind of capital game is not a small South African Me Group. It's better to follow Lin Feng's wishes and sell 7% of his shares for everyone's joy. At the same time, I can make friends with Lin Feng and lay the foundation for the multifaceted cooperation between the two parties in the future. No way. Who makes Lin Feng more money? What's more, Baker is also afraid that Lin Feng will attack South African Me Group in the stock market because of the non-cooperation of South African Me Group. At that time, if Lin Feng really sniped South Africa's Me Group on the Nasdaq in the United States, then Baker would really have no place to cry. Now it's time to have enough cash for South Africa's Me Group. Subsequently, Baker held a board of directors. After analyzing the cause and effect, Many directors did not resent Lin Feng's hegemony, but in the end they could only agree. As for Miss Liu's understanding of the situation through online video conferences, she made an absolute protest statement, but her 11.6% of the shares are simply not enough to affect the overall situation. In the end, the South African ME Group's board of directors passed a proposal and decided to sell 7% of Tencent shares held by Xiang Linfeng at a price of 110 Hong Kong dollars per share. When Linfeng received the call from Cus Baker, he smiled satisfied. Obviously, Cus Baker chose a decision that everyone liked. Mr. Baker, thank you for your wise decision. I think we should have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Lin Feng finished speaking and hung up the phone. Later, Lin Feng withdrew $3 billion in cash from the second game and completed the transaction with South Africa's ME Group. Lam Feng acquired 7% of Tencent shares in South Africa's ME Group at a price of 110 Hong Kong dollars per share for a total of $1.91 billion. But holding so many shares in your hands is not a good thing, Lin. If we acquire another 7% of the shares in the South African ME Group, we will hold a total of 57.1% of Tencent. This is too high for a listed company, and the amount of capital is too large. Learned from Capital say, it's not wise. Abby Cohen said. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, owning 57.1% of a listed company is indeed too much. At the current Tencent price of 89 Hong Kong dollars. This accounted for almost $12.55 billion in Lin Feng's funds and consumed almost all of Lin Feng's cash. Counting the $3 billion in cash drawn from the second game, Lin Feng only holds $1.23 billion in cash in his hands, and also complete the acquisition of the Bank of East Asia. At present, Lam Feng has a total of 20% of the shares of the Bank of East Asia. Liao Bixin acquired 3.66 billion Hong Kong dollars through the sale of shares of Liao Chonghing Bank, and bought a total of 8.2% of the shares of the Bank of East Asia. Counting the 20% of the shares held by Lin Feng, the two parties together hold 28.2% of the Bank of East Asia and are already the largest shareholder of the Bank of East Asia. But if you want to support Liao Bixin's wish to become the chairman of the Bank of East Asia, that share is not enough. Lin Feng also needs to continue to acquire. This requires funding. Although Lin Feng can borrow funds through the second bank is still being integrated, and it is not a last resort. Lin Feng does not want to borrow funds through the second bank to achieve success. Well, Abby, at a suitable price, I will sell part of Tencent's shares in my hand, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Abby Cohen nodded. This could not be better. Otherwise Lin Feng's backlog of Tencent's shares would be a waste of resources. This is like storing money in the bank without having to use it. No matter how much money is stored in the bank, it is just a bunch of meaningless numbers. Only use it makes sense. Later, when Tencent officially announced that South Africa's ME Group would reduce its holdings of 7% of Tencent's shares, and Lin Feng personally held 57.1% of Tencent's shares, the dispute between Tencent and Lin Feng was completely settled. The outside world can only describe this matter silently. Now Lin Feng holds 57.1% of Tencent's shares, and he deserves to become Tencent's largest shareholder. South Africa's ME Group has also reduced its shareholding in Tencent to 24.86%, which poses no threat to Lin Feng anymore. Moreover, the imaginary dispute between Lin Feng and Ma Huang ended with Lin Feng voluntarily surrendering the position of chairman and only serving as a special advisor. It can be said that although Tencent has passed a crazy and chaotic stage, it finally embarked on a more brilliant road. This road will go straight to Rome. As for Lin Feng, after taking this opportunity to annex Tencent, he has become a well-deserved IT hegemon in China, and his IT empire is ready to emerge. However, the last brick that contributed to Lin Feng's IT empire, or Lin Feng's business empire, was the Bank of East Asia. Lin Feng, who had completely freed his hands, aimed at the Bank of East Asia. Lin Feng wants to give his empire the last gift on October 1st, when the second world headquarters skyscraper is completed. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 897 Acquisition of the Bank of East Asia. Bank of East Asia. Li Guobao has been so unlucky lately. The original secret date with Liao Bixin in Paris was exposed by the media. For the sake of family image and personal honor, Li Guobao still denied all relations with Liao Bixin and severed any contact. Although on the bright side, the faces of Li Guobao and the Li family have been preserved. However, there were few people pointing at him secretly, especially Liao Bixin's big mouth. It was even more so that he hated his parents for giving birth to him a few years earlier, and met Liao Bixin, the 18-in-law. Later, I encountered Lin Feng secretly purchasing 10% of the shares of Bank of East Asia, and proposed to supplement Standard Chartered Bank's talent assistance plan. Although Li Guobao refused, Li Guobao was secretly worried and feared that Lin Feng would retaliate. Due to the fact that the shares of BEA were too dispersed, a total of 15% of the equity in the hands of the Li family is in the hands of many family members, and the Bank of East Asia has been coveted by all walks of life. With great difficulty, Lin Feng did not take any action against the Bank of East Asia, and as a result, the Dow Jones insider trading problem broke out, and he was also implicated. After some investigation, although Li Guobao was fine in the end, he caused a fishy suit, which bored Li Guobao. After finally recovering from this incident, it was discovered that Lin Feng's shares in the Bank of East Asia were as high as 20%, and the shares in the Bank of East Asia in the hands of the Liao family were as high as 8.2%. Don't you pay attention to the shares of the Bank of East Asia? Li Guobao angrily rebuked several of his tribesmen. Everyone is a member of the Li family, although they are usually not in harmony. This matter is related to the honor and disgrace of the Li family and the ownership of the Bank of East Asia. In the face of foreign invasion, everyone should unite. Unexpectedly, these people waited and watched Lin Feng's acquisition of the shares of the Bank of East Asia and ignored them. This made Li Guobao furious. You look at me and I look at you. The members of the Li family who hold shares in the Bank of East Asia. They all shifted the responsibility to the other party and accused the other party of negligence, sitting by and watching the family property being invaded by outsiders. Faced with this situation, Li Guobao was speechless with a headache. I smiled bitterly in my heart. If the members of the Li family are united enough, the shares of the Bank of East Asia in their hands will not be only a mere 15%. In recent years, some unconvincing members of the family have sold their shares in the Bank of East Asia for their own temporary interests. Otherwise, how could the Bank of East Asia created by the Li family end up holding only 15% of the total shares of the Bank of East Asia? Of course, although Lin Feng now holds 20% of the Bank of East Asia, including the 8.2% of the shares in the hands of the Liao family, the total of 28.2% of the shares is far more than the 15% of the shares in the hands of the Li family. But the Li family and Spain, the consortium, has signed a gentleman's agreement. If a third party wants to maliciously acquire the Bank of East Asia, the Spanish consortium can absorb no more than 20% of the shares of the Bank of East Asia. But at present, even if the Spanish consortium absorbs 20% of the equity, it will only be 35% if the 15% of the shares in the Li family are included, which is only 6.8% more than the 28.2% of Lin Feng and the Liao family. In terms of Lin Feng's financial resources, this 6.8% stake is not a problem at all. How to do? Li Guobao looked embarrassed. The available funds in the hands of the Li family are extremely limited, and it is really difficult to start a reverse takeover with Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Li Guobao decided to send news to the market temporarily, in order to temporarily increase the share price of BEA, make it more difficult for Lin Feng to increase the share of BEA, and force him to pay a higher price. Hoping to eventually deter Lin with this, Feng acquired East Asia. Of course, Li Guobao didn't hold much help for this. As for the poison pill project, It is a pity that now Lin Feng and the Liao family already own 28.2% of the shares, and they have the right to veto this proposal. Besides, among the existing shareholders of the Bank of East Asia, apart from the Spanish consortium and the Li family, which are relatively close, the remaining shareholders, such as the Malaysian consortium Guoco Group holds 8% of the shares of BEA, and Bank of China Hong Kong holds 5% of the shares. The Li family's shareholding status has always been coveted. Thinking of this, Li Guobao hated the inaction of his tribesmen during this period, otherwise he would worry that the Li family would lose the controlling stake in the Bank of East Asia. Of course, it is Liao Bixin who is even more annoyed, not this woman, and he would not have the situation he is today. Under Li Guobao's embarrassment and anger, Abby Cohen continued to substantially buy shares of the Bank of East Asia under the authorization of Lin Feng, and the Spanish consortium also started to take the opportunity to absorb shares in Dongkol Bank because of the gentleman agreement of the Li family. After a battle, Lin Feng held 29% of the shares of the Bank of East Asia, while the Liao family still held 8.2% of the shares, and the two held a total of 37.2% of the shares of the Bank of East Asia. After the Spanish consortium lavishly absorbed, the Li family also took the opportunity to take in some stocks, temporarily increasing their holdings in Middle East Asia Bank, and finally held a total of 43% of the shares in the Spanish consortium, which is close to the controlling stake. On the market, there are less than 6% of the remaining outstanding shares at the moment. Even if Lin Feng completes the acquisition, it will not be able to complete the holding. Li Guobao finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. However, in order to resist the acquisition of Lin Feng, the Li family suffered heavy losses. Although their family's financial resources are relatively strong, they are far from comparable to Lin Feng. Moreover, wealth is scattered in the hands of many tribesmen, and this anti-takeover action in order to resist the acquisition of Lin Feng can be described as painful. At this time, the Bank of East Asia's stock price was up to 58 Hong Kong dollars. The market value of the Bank of East Asia has doubled in a few days. There are not enough circulating shares on the market at this moment, and we may not be able to control the Bank of East Asia, Abby Cohen said with great annoyance. She did not expect that the Li family and the Spanish consortium would have this gentleman agreement. The Spanish consortium used this gentleman agreement to take advantage of the opportunity to absorb shares. This did not lead to a substantial overflow of the Bank of East Asia's stock price, which caused the cost of Lin Feng's acquisition to rise, and it also caused the market. The tradable shares fell sharply, which eventually led to Lin Feng's failure to reach the planned acquisition target. However, Lin Feng was not disappointed in this situation. Abby, well, don't buy the tradable shares on the market. Li Guobao probably forgot the most important link this time. Lin Feng smiled confidently. The Bank of East Asia now has two major shareholders, Malaysia's Guoco Group and Hong Kong's Bank of China Group, in their hands. I have 13% of the shares. As long as they take them, Lin Feng will be able to complete the holding. At this moment, Lin Feng received a call from Peter, the president of Second Bank. Boss, Miss Liu Bixin wants to use the Liao family's real estate and law firm in Hong Kong for a mortgage of $1 billion. Pate's tone on the phone is extremely strange. Lin Feng was a bit stunned when he heard it. I don't know what Liao Bixin did. Wait a minute, he'll be right there. Lin Feng hung up the phone and hurried to the Hong Kong headquarters of the Second Bank. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked when he arrived. Boss, this is Miss Liao Bixin's mortgage real estate. But the total value of these real estate is estimated to be about $400 million. But she has to borrow $1 billion, and it is used to invest in stocks. I think the risk is too great, and now the second during the transitional period. I don't think the bank should approve this kind of loan. But Miss Liao Bixin said that I want to see you, so I have to call you. Pete analyzed it carefully. Lin Feng frowned. Where is she now? Lin Feng asked. It's inside, Pete said, pointing to a VIP room. Lin Feng looked at the file in his hand, thought about it, and pushed the door in. Hey, Miss Liao, I haven't seen you for a few days, and I still have the same style. Lin Feng said politely. Liao Bixin smiled slightly, and then went straight to the subject. Mr. Lin, I know that my existing assets are not enough to borrow $1 billion, but with this $1 billion, I can acquire 5% of the East Asia shares in the Bank of China Group. If Mr. Lin buys 8% of the Malaysian Guoco Group with shares, we will be able to complete the holding of the Bank of East Asia. Liao Bixin's eyes beamed, with a face of persistence. Lin Feng was speechless after listening. He really did not expect that Liao Bixin's grievance against Li Guobao was so great that he would not hesitate to mortgage his ancestral property to retaliate against Li Guobao. Regarding this, Lin Feng can only sigh for offending anyone, and don't offend a woman, especially the kind of woman who is strong in revenge, but also capable of revenge. Mr. Lin, help me. Liao Bixin looked at Lin Feng with a trace of pity. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. Liao Bixin's persistence is indeed a bit shocking, but in this matter, even if Liao Bixin does not purchase, Lin Feng will also buy 5% of the shares of the Bank of China. After all, things have developed to this point, and there is no room for relaxation. Now that Liao Bixin is willing to come forward, Lin Feng naturally has no hesitation. Subsequently, Lin Feng personally approved the transaction, and the guarantor was Lin Feng himself. For this transaction, Lin Feng does not think it will lose money. Once controlling the Bank of East Asia, Liu Bixin's efforts will surely reap huge returns. When Liu Bixin got the loan and started contacting the Bank of China Group and completing the acquisition, Lin Feng also contacted Malaysia's Guoco Group through Kudaba, the richest man in Singapore and the richest man in Malaysia. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, Guoco Group rejected Lin Feng's acquisition, but automatically proposed that it would fully support Lin Feng. Of course, the only condition was that Guoco Group would get it from the Bank of East Asia in the future. One executive director seat. It turned out that Malaysia's Guoco Group had always wanted to take control of the Bank of East Asia, but several actions were blocked by the Li family and the Spanish consortium, and took the opportunity to pull the stock price, which caused Guoco Group's acquisitions to be stranded several times and even compensated. I have a lot of grievances towards the Li family. Under these circumstances, Guoco Group couldn't be more pleased with the acquisition of Bank of East Asia by Lin Feng this time. Therefore, they want to take the opportunity to obtain the position of executive director of the Bank of East Asia by supporting Lin Feng, and take revenge on the Li family. In this regard, Lin Feng was a little bit dumbfounded. However, it just so happened that the province itself once again used additional funds to acquire the Bank of East Asia. Now Lin Feng has almost run out of funds. If it can save a little, it's best to save a little. Subsequently, Lin Feng and Guoco Group signed a gentleman agreement. As long as Lin Feng is the largest shareholder of Bank of East Asia, Guoco Group will unconditionally support Lin Feng with the shares of Bank of East Asia. At this moment, many media in Hong Kong are still speculating when this sudden acquisition war will end, and who will have the last laugh when the Bank of East Asia held a board of directors. Unexpectedly, the uninvited guest broke in. Chairman, they broke in by themselves. An assistant director explained with an anxious and scared expression. Li Guobao and others convened a board meeting in the conference room, but unexpected guests broke in, and they were to blame as assistants. Chairman, should I call the security guard? The assistant asked subconsciously. Li Guobao looked up at the crowd, frowning. The people who came were not others, but Lin Feng and Liao Bixin and his party. Forget it. Go down. Li Guobao waved. Hey, Chairman Li, good meeting. Good meeting. But when the board of directors is held, why don't you notify me? The largest shareholder of the Bank of East Asia. Lin Feng humorously scanned the crowd. Many directors frowned. Most of the directors present are members of the Li family. Although they are not united enough with each other, they can still be united in the face of foreign enemies. At least for the time being, we can unite together. I said, Lin Feng is right. You want to be on the board of directors? Yes. Wait until your shares exceed ours, referring to the Li family and the Spanish consortium. Otherwise, You are not qualified to speak here, a nephew of Li Guobao proudly said. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he heard it, but he didn't get angry. With such a small role, Lin Feng really didn't feel angry. Alan, how do you say it? After all, they are the largest shareholder of the Bank of East Asia, so be polite. Li Guobao was overjoyed when he heard this. This time, Lin Feng was dissatisfied with such insidious acquisition of shares of the Bank of East Asia. This time, it was good to be able to scold Lin Feng with his nephew's mouth. Mr. Lin, good meeting, good meeting. My nephew said that it is not very good. But it is true that if Mr. Lin wants to be in the board of directors, we can hold a board of directors next time for election. But let me make a statement first. The Bank of East Asia is created by the Li family. We will not allow outsiders to enter the board of directors. If you want to come in, you can. Wait until you have more than half of the shares. Li Guobao was already rude to the end and spoke sharply. Originally, when Lin Feng came, he wouldn't be so angry, but when he came with Liao Bixin, it was different. Now Li Guobao can be regarded as aftertaste. This time the inside story of Dow Jones was revealed. In all likelihood, it was Liao Bixin's ghost. Therefore, Li Guobao hated Liao Bixin. Lin Feng and Liao Bixin were another group, so naturally they wouldn't give Lin Feng any good looks. Yes, you are the richest man in the world. But at the Bank of East Asia, you are nothing. It is me who is in charge. Li Guobao. Li Guobao proudly stood up, looking at Lin Feng and Liao Bixin's group with contempt. Lin Feng smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Liao Bixin stood up. Li Dong, it's been a long time. Liao Bixin walked out with a hint of sarcasm and a hint of joking, looking at Li Guobao with a look of contempt. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 8 Conversion of Men and Women. Liao Bixin's demeanor surprised Li Guobao. The understanding of this woman is the same as her understanding of herself. Both of them can be said to know the roots and the bottom line. Liao Bixin will come here today and will never aimlessly. If there is no certainty, she will not be humiliated by herself. But Li Guobao couldn't figure out what bargaining chips Liao Bixin and Lin Feng had in their hands. Last night, he had a phone conversation with the presidents of Bank of China Group and Guoco Group. Both presidents pledged that they would never sell their shares in the Bank of East Asia. If these two major shareholders do not sell their shares, Lin Feng and Liao Bixin's equity will never exceed the 43% of the Li family and the Spanish consortium. Thinking of this, Li Guobao felt confident in his heart. Lin Feng and Liao Bixin didn't have enough shares in their hands, so they challenged him. Miss Liao, it's been a long time since I saw you. Thank you for your caring for me. Li Guobao gritted his teeth. Now Li Guobao has figured it out. If it weren't for Liao Bixin's behinthescence, how could he be invited to drink coffee by the Commercial Investigation Department? If he was not invited to drink coffee by the Commercial Investigation Department, how could he sit back and watch Lin Feng acquire the Bank of East Asia so much shares? If it weren't for Lin Feng's acquisition of so many shares, how could he be forced to use his family wealth to counter-take over and fight against Lin Feng's acquisitions? If not, thinking of this, Li Guobao hated it in his heart. The source of all this was caused by Liao Bixin, and he still appeared in front of him today, which is really hateful. Welcome, Dong Li. Today, Mr. Lin and I are here for one purpose only: to reorganize the board of directors of the Bank of East Asia. Liao Bixin said unceremoniously. The muscles on Li Guobao's face throbbed, and his heart was furious. Actually want to reorganize the board of directors? She is who she is. The Liao family is just a small family of the last in Hong Kong, and they dare to speak so loudly. Even if she said this, it would not be her turn to speak, Liao Bixin, and it should be Lin Feng, who holds the most shares in the Bank of East Asia. Although the two are one, they actually have different meanings, at least for Li Guobao. Thinking of this, Li Guobao wanted to ridicule. Unexpectedly, He was interrupted by Lin Feng. I also ask the Bank of East Asia to reorganize the board of directors. Lin Feng will not give Li Guobao a chance to humiliate Liao Bixin. Now the two are partners, and Li Guobao humiliating Liao Bixin is also humiliating him. Lin Feng. Li Guobao frowned. Lin Feng currently holds 29% of the shares of the Bank of East Asia. As the largest shareholder of the Bank of East Asia, since he requested the reorganization of the board of directors, the board of directors must be reorganized. Of course, the final result depends on the voting result. It depends on who has more votes. Mr. Lin, since you have asked for the reorganization of the board of directors, then we shall vote now. Li Guobao spit in disdain. Although Lin Feng is the largest shareholder of the Bank of East Asia, he wants to take control of the Bank of East Asia, but it is a delusion. Many members of the Li family sneered at this, mocking Lin Feng and Liao Bixin's irresponsibility. First, let's select the candidate for the chairman of the Bank of East Asia. As soon as Li Guobao's voice came, a member of the Li family suggested that Li Guobao continue to be the chairman of the Bank of East Asia. Then there was a raised hand. Mr. Lin, now the number of votes that agree with me to continue to serve as the chairman of the Bank of East Asia reaches 43%. If you want to oppose it, or if you want to act on your own, you must exceed this number, Li Guobao said sarcastically. Now Lin Feng and Liao Bixin have only a mere 37.2% of the shares in his hands. If he wants to exceed the total of 43% of his shares, it is undoubtedly crazy. He will see how Lin Feng will step down when he arrives. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng shrugged relaxedly, looked at his watch, and sat aside gracefully. Wait a moment. I have to wait for someone, Lin Feng said lightly. Li Guobao frowned. I faintly felt that something was wrong. At this time, a lawyer hurried over. Miss Liao, the 5% equity transfer agreement of Bank of East Asia reached by you and the Bank of China at this time has now officially come into effect. Now, this 5% equity belongs to you. The lawyer handed the equity transfer agreement to Liao Bixin. Liao Bixin looked at the equity transfer agreement in his hand, smiled triumphantly, and took a provocative glance at Li Guobao. Damn it, Li Guobao scolded in his heart. He did not expect that the Bank of China Group, which had promised not to sell its shares yesterday, would actually transfer its shares to Liao Bixin today. This is simply playing him. However, this 5% equity does not play a critical role. Counting this 5% equity, Liao Bixin and Lin Feng have only 42.2% equity in their hands. It is too early to want to hold a share. Humphrey, you are now acquiring a 5% stake in the Bank of China Group. I think how to lose you. Paying interest will pay you to death. Li Guobao thinks viciously. He couldn't clear Liao Bixin's family background. The Bank of China Group is willing to sell, which shows that Liao Bixin's price is high enough. With the foundation of the Liao family, he must have pressure on the property. He wants to see how the Liao family died in the end. Unfortunately, Li Guobao forgot that this time Liao Bixin's partner was Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had just owned his own bank's second bank. In terms of interest, Pete gave Liao Bixin the best price. Congratulations, Miss Liao. But I'm afraid this share is not enough, Li Guobao said teasingly. Lin Feng smiled on the side. Li Dong, no hurry, no hurry, wait. One more person is coming, Lin Feng said. Li Guobao's heart jumped. Could it be that Lin Feng also took the opportunity to purchase another 0.9% in the stock market, overwhelming his own shares? Li Guobao thinks about it. It feels a bit wrong again. He has not received any news in this regard. Lam Feng did not purchase any BEA shares in the stock market, and has maintained a 29% stake. Is it Malaysia's Guoco Group? Li Guobao thought subconsciously in his heart. But it is impossible. Guoco Group has been eyeing the Bank of East Asia, and it is impossible to sell its shares to Lin Feng. In that way, they would completely lose the possibility of controlling the Bank of East Asia. Li Guobao never believed that Guoco Group would be like this. After all, if that is the case, the Bank of East Asia will no longer be able to restrain Lin Feng. This is definitely not in line with the original intention of Gyuoko Group. Just between Li Guobao's anxiety, a man came in profusely. Sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm late. A middle-aged man said with an apologetic expression. No later, just right. Lin Feng smiled when he saw the visitor. Li Guobao frowned. Excuse me, who are you? This gentleman. We are holding a board of directors. If you are not a director, please leave. Li Guobao issued an eviction order. The visitor smiled and took out a power of attorney from his arms. I am the agent of Malaysia Gyuoko Group. I have a share authorization here. I will vote for today's board of directors on behalf of Gyuoko Group. The visitor handed the share authorization letter to Li Guobao. Li Guobao took a closer look and froze. It is unusual for this person to appear at this time. I am afraid, just as Li Guobao guessed, Lei Iren had already expressed his stance. On behalf of Gyuoko Group's 8% equity, I absolutely agree to any proposal made by Mr. Lin. The words came out and everyone was shocked. Li Guobao stood up on the spot. What did you say? Li Guobao jumped up like a wolf dog stepped on its tail. If all the 8% of Gyuoko Group's shares are invested in Lin Feng, then Lin Feng and Liao Bixin together own 50.2% of the Bank of East Asia and will completely control the Bank of East Asia. When the time comes, let alone the election of the board of directors, almost two of them can decide all affairs of the Bank of East Asia. Li Dong, the Gyuoko Group representative, said that Gyuoko Group will fully support all my decisions. Lin Feng stood up at the moment. Impossible. Never possible. Li Guobao shook his head again and again like a rattle. He absolutely did not believe that such a dramatic scene would happen in the end. Gyuoko Group, the foreign force that has always wanted to join the shareholder ADB, will actually compromise with Lin Feng. Well, now I am opposed to Mr. Li Guobao continuing to serve as a director of the Bank of East Asia. I wonder if you have any comments. Lin Feng looked at the many Li members and announced his decision. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you. They are all stupid. Now Lin Feng, Liao Bixin, and Gyuoko Group hold a total of 50.2% of the Bank of East Asia and have successfully controlled the Bank of East Asia. What else can they say and what qualifications do they have to say? Li Guobao slumped down on his seat. He never thought that an outsider would become the chairman of the Bank of East Asia, and that the Bank of East Asia would no longer be named Li. Thinking of this, Li Guobao cast a resentful look at the representative of Gyuoko Group. If it weren't for their counterattack, and the Bank of China Group's forgotten gains, how could he lose his controlling stake in the Bank of East Asia? The representative of Gyuoko Group turned a blind eye to Li Guobao's resentful eyes. This resentful look is a small case, and it's not as good as the casual glance of Aunt City. At this time, Lin Feng spoke again. As for the chairman of the board, I suggest that. Lin Feng paused when he said, and smiled mysteriously at Li Guobao. Li Guobao sneered several times in his heart. Isn't it just suggesting you become chairman of the board? What's to show off? Li Guobao also recovered at this time. The key to Lin Feng's control of the Bank of East Asia lies in the support of Gyuoko Group's 8% shares. Since Gyuoko Group can support Lin Feng, it is bound to support him. Of course, the premise is that he paid a higher price than Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Feng revealed a candidate that Li Guobao could never imagine. I propose that the candidate for the chairman of the Bank of East Asia is Liao Bixin. Lin Feng finished speaking, and everyone on the scene was dumbfounded, and then all looked at Li Guobao. Lin Feng proposed to let Liao Bixin serve as the chairman of the Bank of East Asia, which was completely directed against Li Guobao. Everyone in the court knew nothing more about the matter between Li Guobao and Liao Bixin. Liao Bixin is now the chairman of the Bank of East Asia, which is really ironic for Li Guobao. I protest that Liao Bixin will be the chairman of the Bank of East Asia. She is not qualified. Li Guobao jumped 3 feet high as if being caught by someone with painful feet. Originally, Lin Feng served as the chairman of the Bank of East Asia, which Li Guobao could accept. But if Liao Bixin was appointed, he couldn't accept it. The bank that my family has worked so hard to set up, let the Liao family be in charge, that's nothing. Moreover, with the previous relationship between the two of them, Li Guobao would never tolerate this happening. He would never allow such a woman to bully him and make shit and pee. Former Chairman Li, I have one thing to remind you. If you want to object, then you must exceed the 50.2% stake in the Bank of East Asia that we hold. But now it seems that you have no chance. Liao Bixin's words are enough to anger the dead. As for Li Guobao, he was even more angry with an old face, from white to red, red to black, and black to green. It is as ugly as it is. Liao Bixin, don't ruin our Bank of East Asia. Li Guobao gritted his teeth. Lin Feng saw Li Guobao jumping in such a way, and he felt very happy. When I first acquired Standard Chartered Bank, I almost fell into a desperate situation because of the talent crisis in the Hong Kong branch. As a result, Li Guobao forcibly rejected his proposal, and arbitrarily refused when he was the largest individual shareholder of the Bank of East Asia. Now it's finally time for retribution. Dong Li, you must know that Miss Liao Bixin is not only proficient in law, but also once one of the executive directors of Liao Chonghing Bank. Liao Chonghing Bank, like the Bank of East Asia, is a family bank. I believe Miss Liao will be qualified for this position. Lin the Wind ridiculed. Li Guobao's angry eyes were black, which was so annoying. However, the more angry is still to come. Former Chairman Li, I now appoint you to continue to serve as the president of the Bank of East Asia. Liao Bixin said irresponsibly. What? Li Guobao yelled upon hearing this. Although he originally expected to be able to get this position, he would still have the opportunity to counterattack and regain the position of chairman of the Bank of East Asia. But that was under the premise that Lin Feng was the chairman. As a result, the chairman has now become Liao Bixin. Then let him serve as the president and serve Liao Bixin. For Li Guobao, it is undoubtedly worse than death. Liao Bixin will definitely think about it. Way to humiliate him. How could his old face make Liao Bixin humiliate? I reject this proposal. I will never work under a woman. Li Guobao got up angrily. Liao Bixin smiled cheerfully. If you do not take the post of president, then I can tell you very responsibly, and I will announce that the Bank of East Asia will be renamed Liao Chonghing Bank later. Liao Bixin looked at Li Guobao provocatively. What? Li Guobao stopped when he heard the words. If the Bank of East Asia changes its name to Liao Chonghing Bank, what face will he have to face his ancestors in the future? Dare you? Li Guobao shouted. Do you think I dare? Liao Bixin was not afraid of Li Guobao's threat. Li Guobao's expression changed. He can be sure that this woman is a lunatic, and she will do what she says. If he really leaves, this woman will definitely do it. Damn it. Li Guobao cursed secretly and reluctantly sat down. He really couldn't figure out how Lin Feng could be as crazy as this female lunatic, using billions of dollars to go crazy. Regarding this situation, Lin Feng is confident. Liao Bixin's move seemed to humiliate Li Guobao, but it was a tactic to slow down. At this time, if Li Guobao is not allowed to be the president, it will inevitably cause instability in the Bank of East Asia. This is by no means Lin Feng, nor is it what Liao Bixin wanted to see. Although Liao Bixin wanted to retaliate against Li Guobao, he would not really take his family's life to die with Li Guobao. This is just an opportunity for Li Guobao to serve the Bank of East Asia for a period of time. When he is free, he will slowly weaken the control of the Bank of East Asia by the Li family. Finally, let the Bank of East Asia completely change its surname. After the final appointment of personnel, Lin Feng once again got the post of a special advisor. Guoco Group has also gotten the position of executive director they want. As for the Li family, except for Li Guobao as the president and holding real power, the rest of the Li family have been suppressed. This is also within the expectations of both parties. How the Bank of East Asia will move in the future will depend on how the two parties will fight each other in the future. Regarding the internal personnel changes of the Bank of East Asia, the outside world is just as unbelievable as Li Guobao had heard the news. This is too exaggerated. For the first time in the 100-year history of the Bank of East Asia, a non-Li member was appointed as the chairman of the board. Moreover, Liu Bixin, who had a relationship with Li Guobao, has now completely fallen out. This is too much to see. The major media in Hong Kong also reported the matter frantically, publicizing the previous relationship between the two people, guessing the current relationship between the two, and looking forward to the relationship between the two in the future. In particular, many Hong Kong media and citizens have a great interest in how the two will work together in the future. When the two people got along before, the Liao family and the Li family could not be compared at all. Li Guobao dumped Liao Bixin, and the Liao family could not support Liao Bixin at all. But now Liu Bixin has become a director of the Bank of East Asia, but Li Guobao wants to listen to Liu Bixin, which is really hilarious. Due to the violent speculation about the relationship between Liao Bixin and Li Guobao, many media in Hong Kong temporarily forgot about Lam Feng and the real promoter of the acquisition of the Bank of East Asia. At the same time, it also forgot that Lam Feng now owns the Bank of East Asia, and the Bank of East Asia Second Bank has a controlling stake in two banks, and the main businesses of these two banks are in Hong Kong. It can be said that before he knew it, Lin Feng had already had enough influence to bring a huge shock to Hong Kong's financial sector. Only an inconspicuous financial magazine mentioned in an inconspicuous corner that Lin Feng already has a controlling stake in two banks with absolute influence in Hong Kong. But obviously, no one cares. It wasn't until many years later that everyone accidentally flipped through the magazine again and saw the news, only to realize that Hong Kong's actions had already been fixed. The wings of the butterfly have been flapped long ago, but everyone didn't care about it. And when all walks of life in Hong Kong were enthusiastic about the relationship between Li Guobao and Liao Bixin, Lin Feng fluttered back to Shanghai. On October 1st, the Second World Headquarters building will finally be officially opened. This is a thing that keeps all the employees in the Second World waiting for a long time. And it is also a day for the entire Shanghai and even the entire Chinese people to wait for a long time. From October 1st, China officially owns the world's first skyscraper, and the ownership of this skyscraper belongs to the Second World and Lin Feng. But when it comes to the completion of the Second World Headquarters building, it is natural to cut the ribbon, and the ribbon-cutting guests are naturally the most important thing. This is not sloppy. Since it is the world's largest skyscraper, it is bound to have enough weight to cut the ribbon. So who should be invited to cut the ribbon? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 899 is intended for MGM. Which distinguished guests should be invited to cut the ribbon at the Second World Headquarters building? This is not a matter of sloppy. In addition to Lin Feng's business partners, there are also dignitaries in government departments, and these are indispensable. In addition to enhancing the popularity of the Second World Headquarters building, the number of VIPs that can come this time is to highlight Lin Feng's contacts. The more big people come, the more Lin Feng's interpersonal relationship will appear, which is also a deterrent invisibly, deterring some Xiao followers. Of course, since I have invited it, then Lin Feng's friends or some people will all be invited. Otherwise, it would be a trouble to miss someone. When that happens, people will inevitably think that Lin Feng does not treat each other as a friend, and even think that Lin Feng looks down on each other. Of course, the invitation can't be invited all at once. In case there is any disparity between the guests, it is also a headache. If one is not handled well, then a good thing will turn into a bad thing, and then it will be bad. Just as Lin Feng carefully considered the candidates for the guests, Chen Xiaoi came in. Donglin, this is my performance invitation before the ribbon cutting of the Second World Headquarters building. You also need to finally confirm the candidates of the performers. As the head of the Public Relations and Publicity Department of the Second World, Chen Xiaoi is mainly responsible for this. The ribbon cutting performance. She selected many candidates, but most of them were domestic stars. Regarding international superstars, although Chen Xiaoi knew Lin Feng knew a lot, she didn't dare to fill in it. She could only write some short lists for Lin Feng to confirm. Lin Feng took the list casually and looked at it. It was mostly stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan, such as Andy Lau, Jackie Chung and others. Okay, I will confirm these lists, and I will give you a copy of the list of performers who will be there. Then you will come to plan together. Lin Feng thought for a while and said. Chen Xiaoi nodded. After a little consideration, Lin Feng swiped his pen. This time I cut the ribbon at my headquarters. As the richest man in the world, the guests who came to the show would naturally be world-class. Only Andy Lau and others are not enough to demonstrate the global nature of the second world. Lin Feng quickly filled in the names of Michael Jackson, Beyoncé, Mariah Carey and others on the list. At the same time, I didn't forget to add my own forbidding Avril Lavigne at the end. This little rich woman with a worth of $1 billion, is one of the most shining pop music circles nowadays, and is her own confidant. Of course she will play. Of course. Other than that, Lin Feng felt that it was not enough. After thinking about it, Lin Feng called NBA Commissioner Stern. Hello David, this is Lin Feng. I am calling today to inquire about the NBA preseason game. I wonder if it is possible to arrange my Houston Rockets and other NBA balls in October. Does the team play 2 NBA preseason games in China? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Stern is currently thinking about how to open up the Asian market. If you want to open up the Asian market, the Chinese market is naturally the top priority. It just so happens that the NBA now has a Chinese owner, and at the same time the richest man in the world, Lin Feng, is also a topical figure in his own right. Recently, there has been a lot of business and it is the best time to promote the NBA. Stern was about to contact Lin Feng, but Lin Feng called. This is really a sleepy pillow. Mr. Lin, no problem, no problem. So, how about I arrange for the Seattle Supersonics to play 2 preseason games with your Houston Rockets? Stern replied after considering it for a long time. Lin Feng's words are naturally unreasonable. Although Lin Feng hopes to be the Los Angeles Lakers, that is enough to be a gimmick. But the Los Angeles Lakers may not go there, and those big-name players may not buy it. This kind of thing must be approved by the team. What's more, such a wonderful matchup. F4 horrible lineup, a perfect lineup in the future. If you meet early in the preseason, it would be a bit of a pity. The 2 teams face off. It's best in the regular season, such as the Christmas game, so that there is enough gimmick, just enough to make the fans crazy. After confirming that the Houston Rockets are heading to Shanghai, Lin Fengban also wanted his Tottenham Hotspur to come. But now that the Premier League has started, Mourinho will definitely not allow the team to come over to participate in this ribbon-cutting event. Mourinho now has an annual salary of tens of millions of dollars, and Lin Feng and Suleiman and Abramovic bet again. Who is ranked high at the end of the season, he can choose any player from the opposing team. Such a bet, although it is not a bet between Mourinho and others, it is related to his team. And Lam Feng burned $348 million to buy people in summer. If Mourinho does not come up with results, it would be really shameless. Later, after Lin Feng carefully sketched a few candidates, Rao raised her head and found that Chen Xiaoi was still sitting in her office, sitting tightly, without squinting. Miss Chen, what else is going on? Lin Feng asked subconsciously. Chen Xiaoi nodded. Donglin, it's almost October 1st now. Some things should be said after the ribbon cutting, but I really can't bear it in my heart and want to tell you now. Chen Xiaoi kept rubbing her hands with a look of excitement. Lin Feng was surprised. He rarely saw Chen Xiaoi so excited. Let's talk. Everyone is moving now anyway, and the busy things are all done. I have nothing to do. Let's talk. Lin Feng put away his pen and ordered Lin Xiling to pour Chen Xiaoi a cup of coffee. At this moment, the second world has already suspended all daily work, and all employees are doing the final cleaning, preparing to officially move into their new home on October 1st. After Chen Xiaoi pondered for a moment, her face couldn't restrain her excitement. Donglin, I have been thinking about the promotion of Infinite Horror during this period of time. During this time, I rewatched Infinite Horror 5 times. Based on my experience in the game industry, I want to develop Infinite Horror. Terror Online takes at least 3 years. Chen Xiaoi said word by word. Lin Feng nodded. According to the setting of Infinite Horror Online, 3 years is still a conservative estimate. After all, in all copies, players have the possibility of changing the game process, which is full of variables. Fortunately, standalone games, online games are troublesome. In the same plot, different people have different ways to break the game and change the plot. After the change, how the plot will develop so that it is not too abrupt and more reasonable. These all require a lot of time to design. In particular, if several people break a game at the same time, how will the game change? This is even more troublesome. In short, this is an extremely troublesome thing. To minimize the bugs in the game and reduce the unreasonable places in the game, this requires Wu Gang and his third game development team to design. 3 years is really only a conservative estimate. Lin Dong, if we calculate in 3 years, then we will have 3 years of blank space. I think we can completely promote Infinite Horror step by step from easy to difficult, until finally withdraw from Infinite Horror Online and let it become China a national game. Chen Xiaoi said with bright eyes. For a long time, Japan's national games include Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy and other series, which is also something that the Japanese game industry is proud of. Whenever I talked about this with Japanese game talents, the other side always offered these two games to promote Japanese game culture and at the same time to suppress China's game industry. This made Chen Xiaoi uneasy. However, it is true that there are not enough excellent works in China to challenge the Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy series, but the emergence of Infinite Horror made Chen Xiaoi see the light. This is definitely a stunning masterpiece that can shock the entire gaming industry. As long as it works properly, the Infinite Horror series will usher in a new era of gaming. Donglin, this is how I conceived. We can start with Infinite Horror and take the lead in attracting popularity through Infinite Horror. After the formation of Infinite Horror Fever on the market, we can launch the simplest Infinite Horror card games, or tabletop games. At the same time, make Infinite Horror movies or TV series, then launch the Infinite Horror standalone game, and finally launch Infinite Horror Online. This process will make Infinite Horror hype at the top. It can also collect more feedback information from players' expectations of Infinite Horror. Chen Xiaoi took out her plan and talked. Lin Feng praised it. In this way, when the Infinite Horror Online is finally launched, it can be said that players have been looking forward to the Infinite Horror for a long time. It can be said that they are looking forward to the stars and the moon, just waiting for the Infinite Horror Online to go public. Okay, this plan is good. After 11, we will discuss it in detail on the company's board of directors. You will be affected these days. Make the plan as detailed as possible. Lin Feng encouraged. Yes, Lin Dong. Chen Xiaoi nodded heavily. She has always been in an awkward position in the second world. Apart from holding a press conference to temporarily serve as Lin Feng's substitute, she seems to have become an idle person shouting slogans and holding banners at the company. Although everyone respected her, it was out of respect for her boyfriend Wu Zhaopu. This made Chen Xiaoi always have a knot in her heart, wanting to make some achievements for everyone to see, to prove herself. This time the Infinite Horror plot is her opportunity. By the way, Lin Dong, I thought of a solution regarding the copyright issue. Chen Xiaoi said suddenly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and looked at Chen Xiaoi expectantly, wondering what she thought of. Infinite Horror involves too many copyrights, and Lin Feng is also extremely troubled. I am afraid that just talking about copyright issues will consume a lot of manpower and material resources, and this does not count as the cost of buying copyright. And when the time came, he had to negotiate again. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a headache. Boss, I think, since you are not short of money now, you might as well come to recruit a salary from the bottom. Chen Xiaoi showed a trace of determination on her face. After Lin Feng's mind turned, he faintly understood what Chen Xiaoi meant. Go on. Lin Feng breathed slightly. Donglin, I think it is better to directly acquire these companies. In Infinite Horror, most of the movie scenes appear, because this is familiar to most readers or players, and there will be a strong sense of substitution. Therefore, I think it is better not to negotiating with the companies that own these film rights, but directly acquiring the companies. It is simpler and more direct, and it can solve this problem once and for all. Chen Xiaoi excitedly said her plan. This acquisition plan is indeed the simplest, most direct, and most perfect method. The only trouble is money. If you don't have money, you can't buy it naturally. But it just so happens that Lin Feng is not short of money. Although the second world is not sufficiently funded at present, Lin Feng's personal funds are still relatively abundant. His second entertainment can completely become the protagonist of this acquisition. If the second entertainment funds are insufficient, it is entirely possible to borrow funds from Lin Feng's second bank for acquisitions. Chen Xiaoi had to admire Lin Feng's foresight. After spending a lot of money to acquire Standard Chartered Bank, Lin Feng now has a super cash machine. This has an inestimable effect on Lin Feng's career development. The second bank will contribute to Lin Feng's career. Lin Feng was heartened by Chen Xiao's proposal. This proposal is very good. Before that, Lin Feng had been thinking about how to sign the copyright without letting the other party sit down and raise the price. After all, after signing so many copyrights, if the other party doesn't have any doubts and doesn't sit down and raise the price, it would be too stupid. Now it would be perfect to buy the other party's company directly. Donglin, now I have news that one of the 5 largest film companies in the United States, MGM Films, due to its huge investment in The Wind Whisperer last year, is about to be auctioned. Boss, you can go to the auction and put MGM. The film company bought it. MGM's current brand has a long-lasting screen classic 007, as well as immortal cartoon images Cats and Mice, etc. These will have a role in the launch of future copy scenes of Infinite Horror. Great benefit, Chen Xiaoi said. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. I have the ambition to develop in film entertainment. My own film company under Second Entertainment is currently very weak and does not have enough technical talents and sufficient experience and popularity. If we can acquire MGM Films, it will undoubtedly it is a win-win situation. It can not only solve the copyright issue of Infinite Horror to a certain extent, but also expand its strength for its second entertainment. Well, I see, Minister Chen, thank you for your reminder. I will handle this matter later, but I hope you keep it secret about this matter. Lin Feng exhorted. Chen Xiaoi nodded. She naturally understands this. It can be regarded as a high degree of commercial secrets. Once it is leaked out, Lin Feng intends to acquire MGM Films. I am afraid the acquisition will be more difficult. And if the news of Infinite Terror spreads, I am afraid that Lin Feng's acquisition will be more difficult in the future. Boss, then I think that the plans for filming movies and TV series of Infinite Horror will be delayed a little bit. And the release, it is better to sell it on your own starting point Chinese network, leaving aside the relationship with the second world for the time being so as not to be seen through. We have to spend a lot of money to build the Infinite Horror plan, Chen Xiaoi reminded. Lin Feng nodded. Then, after the name of the current owner of MGM Films was added to their name of the invited guest, it finally arrived on October 1, 2003. This is destined to be an eye-catching day. Today's chapters are all uploaded. I hope everyone is happy. Kixi Festival. Thank you for your support. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 900 Suspense of the Century? In 2003, October 1st was the 54th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Although it was the national day, it was not the 50th or 60th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, so it was not a very exciting day. But this day this year is a memorable and exciting day for citizens of Shanghai and even citizens of the whole country. The Second World Headquarters building took 2 years to build. It not only became the world's largest skyscraper, with a total height of 588 meters building height, surpassing CNTV 553.3 meters, becoming the tallest self-supporting building and also the tallest, the largest concrete structure 450 meters, which exceeds the 449.2 meters of the Taipei 101 building under construction, and the largest number of floors. The Second World Headquarters building has 128 floors, which exceeds the 110 floors of the World Trade Center in New York, and its construction speed is also the fastest skyscraper in the world. It can be said that the completion of the Second World Headquarters building has refreshed all the current records of skyscrapers in the world and has become the well-deserved record holder in today's construction industry. With so many records, the people of the country are naturally excited, and the completion of the Second World Headquarters building not only brings a huge reputation to the Second World, but also attracts global attention for Shanghai and China. In the future, as long as we talk about skyscrapers, we must talk about China, Shanghai, and the Second World. This is the influence of the world's first skyscraper. What's more, what makes the outside world even more suspicious is that the main building complex of the Second World building has come to an end. It can be clearly seen that the Second World building is made of reinforced concrete and a giant frame structure. The outer layer of high-strength space fiberglass gleams under the shining of the sun. The whole building is like a city of glass, like a dreamlike castle. You can almost see this building gleaming in the daytime in Shanghai Castle. This unique shape is already amazing, but at this moment, for all Shanghai citizens, national citizens, no, it should be said that most humans in the world, what is more interesting is the 108 meters on the main building complex. What is it? Since the construction, the 108 meters of the topmost layer has not revealed its mystery, and it has always attracted people's curiosity. Many reporters have been interested in inquiring, but no matter how threatening the reporters are, all the construction workers remain silent, with only mysterious smiles on their faces. This makes many reporters more curious. Since these construction workers were killed and refused to disclose, many reporters had to visit in person and wanted to get into the Second World Headquarters building. But faced with the tight defense of the Lania Security Company, there was no chance to get in. In the end, under the pens of these angry reporters, the 108-meter building on the top of the Second World Headquarters building became the suspense of the century, and it is also the most anticipated thing for all those who pay attention to the Second World and Lin Feng. But today is the day when the Second World Headquarters building is officially completed, and this mystery should be revealed. At this moment, Li Zhu is helping Lin Feng take care of the outfits of Lin Feng's villa. Today is the most beautiful and crucial day in Lin Feng's life. The Second World Headquarters building was completed. As the chairman and president of Second World, Lin Feng must not only dress handsomely, but also show his identity, and he must not lose his etiquette. In short, today Li Zhu will dress Lin Feng as the brightest focus of the audience. Okay, Yu, this is fine. Lin Feng looked into the mirror, and Li Zhu, who was busy in front of and behind him, said with a helpless smile, "Brother Lin, don't move, you'll be fine in a while." Li Zhu knocked Lin Feng's head annoyed, and signaled Lin Feng not to move. Lin Feng was helpless. It was another half an hour before Li Zhu looked at Lin Feng and nodded with satisfaction. Today her man will definitely be the brightest focus of the audience. Yu, I'm not one of those stars, so don't pay too much attention to appearance. You have to know that when a person succeeds, his whole aura and his whole feeling will be different, and he will make no one dare to look at it. Look down on him, Lin Feng said rather disapprovingly. In Lin Feng's opinion, as long as he is dressed neatly is enough. You don't have to spend so much attention on appearance, you don't need it, and you don't need that. No matter what, today I want you to be the most dazzling one on the court, Li Zhu said nonchalantly. Lin Feng smiled. Suddenly remembered something. By the way, you will all be with me today, are you ready? Lin Feng said suddenly. Li Zhu's face was shy when he heard the words, but he was more nervous. Big brother Lin, is this okay? Let's stop it. Will it work in the future? Li Zhu bit his lip and said hesitantly. At this moment, Avril Lavigne also came over in costume. She is going to be a guest performer today, but she can't be rude. Lin, although I like your attitude and your determination very much, I don't want it today," Avril Lavigne said hesitantly. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Unexpectedly, Avril Lavigne, who has always been bold and not shy of worldly vision, would shrink back. "Okay, don't think too much. Today I will disclose our relationship. I have made you wronged for too long, and will not let you be wronged anymore. I am a man, and I must take on the responsibilities that men should bear," Lin Feng said solemnly with a serious face. When Lisa and Avril Lavigne heard this, they trembled. For a long time, Lin Feng played Tai Chi among them, pretending to be confused. Although everyone had recognized the relationship between them, Lin Feng still seemed to want to hide and tuck them, which made Avril Lavigne and Lisa always dissatisfied. Think that Lin Feng is not enough for men. Although this kind of thing, any man would choose the same way of doing things as Lin Feng, pretending to be as confused as possible. But Lin Feng is no one else. He is the world's richest man, the youngest and richest man in the world. Avril Lavigne and Lisa hope he can be a little more manly. Today, Lin Feng suddenly became such a man, which really made Lisa and Avril a little uncomfortable. Moreover, if this matter was publicized, it would be really bad for Lin Feng's image. Although they always wanted Lin Feng to be like this, when they really wanted to, they were worried about Lin Feng's image. Women's minds are sometimes so unpredictable. "Okay, don't think too much about it, it's so decided. Besides, how good do you think my reputation is now?" Lin Feng is now completely indifferent to the opinions of the outside world. What's more, with his current status, as long as he doesn't have bigamy, there are a few women by his side, who is in charge. Although everyone will talk about it for a while, it will eventually disappear. People are very tired from living in this world. If after rebirth, he has become the richest man in the world and is still alive so tired, it would be a failure. People, if possible, must live freely. If there are any fetters that hinder yourself, remove it. There is no difficulty in this world that cannot be solved. The problem is just whether you have the ability to solve it. "Okay, let's go," Lin Feng urged while standing outside smiling. President Liu Shuai and Avril Lavigne looked at each other, sighed slightly, and nodded to each other. No matter what the outside world thinks today, there is such a man, they will have no regrets in their lives. At this moment, Lin Ziyui, Yuan Xiang lie behind him saw Lin Feng's situation with a complex expression. Such a man is really a devil that makes women unable to control themselves and wants to pounce on them. He will always make women be attracted inexplicably. Afterwards, Lin Feng drove to the site of the Second World Headquarters building. When Lin Feng's car first arrived on the scene of the Second World building, many reporters immediately surrounded him, flashing a flash of light. Today, the Second World Headquarters building was officially launched. The launch of the world's first skyscraper in China is too significant for reporters. Today is a historically symbolic festival, and it is a festival worthy of special mention. Especially the owner of this skyscraper is Lin Feng, the world's richest man who is only 23 years old. This in itself is full of legends, and the completion of his world's first skyscraper today will definitely be very exciting. And with Lin Feng's contacts, I don't know how many dignitaries will attend. Thinking of this, many reporters shivered with excitement. Lin Feng's friends are all over the world, not only in finance, politics, entertainment, and sports, but in almost all walks of life. There are Lin Feng's friends, such as Li Zikai, Zhong Qingwu and others in the financial world. Not much in the political world. The mayor of Shanghai, the secretary of the municipal party committee, etc. should be present. I heard that the central government has a lot to do with Lin Feng, who will be there. Moreover, the relationship between the British royal family and Lin Feng has always been very good. In the entertainment industry, Lin Feng's second entertainment network Michael Jackson, Maria Kelly and others. How many will come? Or all come? There are also sports circles. Michael Jordan, Yao Ming, Mourinho, Beckham. These people are now the hottest sports superstars in China. Will they come? Many reporters are looking forward to it. I don't know how many celebrities and dignitaries we'll see today, And how many big figures will join Lin Feng? Thinking of this makes many reporters excited. The appearances of these big shots are all news and sales. Therefore, when Lin Feng's car rushed to the Second World Headquarters building for the first time, many reporters gathered around. They are very eager to know which guests Lin Feng will invite. Although you will know it later, the audience waiting in front of the TV must really want to know in advance. This time the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the Second World Headquarters building. Lin Feng has already broadcast the whole process through CSPN, Shanghai Oriental TV, and various local stations, as well as online media. And because the Second World Headquarters building is the world's number, a skyscraper, with Lam Feng's status as the world's richest man, and many celebrities, it can be said that most people who did not choose to travel today choose to sit at home and watch the ribbon-cutting ceremony to witness the inauguration ceremony. When Lin Feng opened the door and walked down, there was a flash of light on the spot. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 901, Elites Gathered, ? In front of the Second World Headquarters building, because this piece of land was transferred to Lin Feng by Li Ka-shing that year. It was used to mortgage Li Zikai as part of the funds to purchase 20% of the shares of Second World in Lin Feng's hands. The total area is about 32,000 square meters. When designing this world's first skyscraper, all the buildings on the surface were demolished and a world's first skyscraper was built. In order to show the atmosphere of the Second World, in front of the main entrance of the skyscraper, there is a square covering an area of about 5,000 square meters. Of course, half of this square is the Shanghai municipal government's initiative to donate 3,000 square meters of land to serve as the square for the purpose of creating the Second World Headquarters building as the world's largest skyscraper. The Second World only provided 2,000 square meters. Soil of course. The prerequisite is that the Second World must hold various activities from time to time to promote the prosperity of downtown Shanghai. This is not a problem at all. The Second World has always hoped to have such a square, so that player interaction activities can be held here every week, which will not only bring a lot of popularity to the game, but also win people's hearts. Therefore, it can be said that the Second World Headquarters building is the world's largest in terms of appearance. There has never been a skyscraper with a 5,000 square inches front of it, and it is in a downtown area. Of course, looking at this item alone, it proves that the Shanghai government attaches importance to the Second World and attaches importance to Lin Feng. Today, in order to welcome guests from all over the world, Chen Xiaoi not only built a stage for the guests to perform on the square, but also laid a red carpet and paved VIP seats around for the guests to rest, watch the performance and cut the ribbon. Lin Feng is very clear about these. What Lin Feng didn't know was that for this grand ribbon-cutting ceremony, the Shanghai municipal government had transferred thousands of armed police to directly blockade the streets near the Second World Headquarters building, except for the guests and the Second World. Apart from the staff, ordinary people can't get close to the Second World Headquarters building before these VIPs leave. After all, there are so many VIPs here. Although there is a Lenya security company that is fully responsible for the security work, after all, it belongs to Lin Feng's private security company and has nothing to do with the government. Once these prominent figures have any accidents in Shanghai, the Shanghai government will definitely not be able to eat them. Therefore, the Shanghai municipal government did not evade suspicion and deployed thousands of armed police, and all traffic police officers were dispatched to seal roads to ensure safety. Lin Feng was quite surprised at this. Originally, he thought it was just a traffic police closing the road, but he did not expect that there would be thousands of armed police officers present. But that's good. His Wolfire security staff no longer need to be responsible for supervising the periphery, so that he can devote himself to everyone's personal life, on safety protection. However, this slightly surprised Lin Feng, and the Shanghai government took it too seriously. Mr. Lin, How many VIPs will come today? Who will be the Dong Lin? Will Yao Ming come? Will Michael Jackson come back? Mr. Lin, will Prince William attend today's ribbon cutting ceremony? Many reporters are the only ones who are allowed to approach the red carpet. After all, this kind of thing cannot be done without the news media. Of course, after walking through the red carpet, many reporters are not allowed to get close. Moreover, during this red carpet journey, many reporters were also separated by red lines and could not get close to the VIPs. They basically kept a distance of about 3 meters. This is also to ensure the safety of the VIPs. Lin Feng just smiled when the reporters asked anxiously, and replied, "You will know after a while." After speaking, Lin Feng walked to the rear door and opened the left door first. Many reporters were slightly surprised when they witnessed Lin Feng's action. At this moment, they realized that Lin Feng was sitting in the front seat just now, instead of the usual back seat. What happened? Many reporters were puzzled for a while, but the flash in their hands flashed wildly. At this time, the car door opened, and Li Zhu, dressed like an angel, came out from inside. He saw many reporters with an inexplicable shy face. He stretched out his jade hand and gently touched Lin Feng's left hand, and then followed Lin Feng step by step. Right door. Many reporters were taken aback. What is this for? Afterwards, Lin Feng pulled the car door and stretched out a jade hand again from inside. Under the gentle pull of Lin Feng, Avril Lavigne, the world's popular queen, walked out of it in a gothic princess dress. The difference is that Avril Lavigne, who has always been accustomed to being careless, has 2 red clouds floating on her face at this moment, closely following Lin Feng, and Li Zhu on the left and right, and Lin Feng is still pulling the 2 in front of many reporters. Human hand, all the way forward. Click. Many reporters have broken their eyes. Although everyone knows the triangle relationship between Lin Feng, Avril Lavigne and Li Zhu, most of them think that they are in an ambiguous state, but it seems that they are not. Now Lin Feng is holding Li Zhu and Avril Lavigne in such a high profile in front of all the media in the world. What does this mean? Many reporters look at me, I look at you, and an idea comes to mind. But then he shook his head. The idea was too incredible. Although this is the dream of all men, in today's feminist society, men want this. Usually there is only one end, and they are abandoned by women at the same time they become the point of 1,000 men. But now it seems that Lin Feng seems to be enjoying the blessings of the people. Li Zhu and Avril Lavigne are not jealous for this. This is incredible, incredible. You know, Avril Lavigne is the representative of feminism in the new era, but she can so calmly tolerate Lin Feng with a woman next to her. This is too unacceptable. Madden. This will definitely be a super hot news. Many reporters hurriedly pressed the shutter subconsciously. It's too hot, it's too hot, and there is such a hot news coming out just at the beginning of today. It's too hot. How many hot news will come out later? Many reporters are also admiring Lin Feng's courage when speculating on how many hot news will come out today. In the global media, Lin Feng dared to publicize the relationship between 3 people in such a high-profile manner. This is definitely not something ordinary people can have. According to the life experience of many reporters, many rich people usually deal with this kind of matter in a low manner. No matter how many women they have, they will never make such public appearances or make their collective appearances. This is definitely a taboo for many rich people. But Lin Feng dare? In this regard, everyone can only secretly worship. It's no regrets to be a man and do Lin Feng's job. Brother Lin, what exactly is the cloth covered on it? Li Zhu friendly and curiously pointed to the unidentified object covered by the oversized red cloth on the Second World Headquarters building. This unknown object is not only the suspense of the century for Shanghai citizens, but also the suspense of the century for the employees of the Second World. Except for a few people involved in the project, no one knows it, including Wu Xiaopu and others, and of course Lin Feng, chairman of the Second World. I don't know this. Tom Wright, the chief designer of the Second World Headquarters, has kept this matter absolutely confidential. except for a few engineers and construction staff. I don't know, Lin Feng said helplessly. Tom Wright has done his secret work at home this time. He has been secretive all day long, just smirking. The second world he made was irritated by Tom Wright's heart, but Tom Wright did not allow anyone to go up. Many people in the second world bet that Tom Wright ended up doing something so mysterious on it. Lin Feng was naturally very curious about this, but Tom Wright refused. Lin Feng had a lot of things and was not in the company all day, so it was okay, not so curious. Of course, this is always a bit worried in my mind. But today, after the ribbon-cutting ceremony is officially completed, the true face of Lushan can be revealed. Afterwards, Lin Feng, Li Zu, and Avril Lavigne stood aside, preparing to welcome the distinguished guests who are coming today. Not long afterwards, Wu Xiaopu, Kui Mings, Min Wuli and other second world managements were present. After that, the real VIPs began to take their seats one by one. First came the presidents of the companies under Lin Feng: Robin Li of Baidu, Ma Huang of Tencent, Yinying Liu of Dingdong.com, Xiaomai Su of the Starting Point fast food restaurant, Jun Tang of Phantom Technology, Walter Yenikoff of Second Entertainment, and Erisa Kazama, president of Second Game, Peter of Second Bank, Terry, director of Snistan TV station, Martin, president of Houston Chronicle, Dawson, general manager of Houston Rockets, Ken Young, general manager of Tottenham Hotspur, and Starting Point Chinese website The Baojianfeng. The top figure in the industry owned by Lin Feng came to Shanghai to cheer for the completion of the second world headquarters, the world's largest skyscraper. Seeing so many powerful people appear, many other company bosses who watched this live broadcast on TV have a great face. These characters are all influential figures, and as a result, they are now playing under Lin Feng's banner, which is too unacceptable. Although we all knew that Lin Feng had so many companies and that he had so many talents before, after all, the sky was different, and everyone could not see or touch it for a while. Now, with this opportunity to cut the ribbon, everyone gathered in Shanghai. The appearance of so many business elites shocked everyone. In today's domestic business community, how do their companies compete with Lin Feng? How to challenge Lin Feng's position? Many company bosses gave a wry smile. Perhaps as stated in some newspapers and magazines that worship Lin Feng, other companies should honestly fight for the second position and compete for the market that Lin Feng does not want. This will have a better chance of winning. Otherwise, if you fight with Lin Feng, they will definitely die, and they will die miserably. For example, the former New Wolf Network and the recent Tencent are the best examples. If they don't want to repeat the mistakes of Xinlangwang and Tencent, they'd better not go against Lin Feng. Thinking of this, many bosses sighed again and again. Perhaps, from now on, the country is really Lin Feng's world. At least in the IT world. After many reporters lamented the talents of Lin Feng's previous Mercedes-Benz S600 drove over. Lin Feng looked at him with surprise on his face, hastily greeted the past. Many reporters were surprised. Who was it? Lin Feng is so excited. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 902 Huang Meixi debuts. Lin Feng's Mercedes-Benz S600 came slowly, and when he arrived at the venue, Lin Feng greeted him with excitement. At the same time, Li Zu and Avril Lavigne were greeted, both of them twisted. Seeing the expressions of the two people, this car was Lin Feng's previous seat. Today is Lin Feng's most beautiful day. Many reporters have guessed that the person who came should be Lin Feng's parents. Many reporters did not guess wrong. It was Lin Feng's parents who came. After all, today is the day when the headquarters of Lin Feng Company is completed, and it is the world's largest skyscraper. As Lin Feng's parents, there is no reason not to witness this historic moment. Hello, uncle. Auntie. Lisa greeted him well. Uncle ... father, uncle ... mother. Avril Lavigne greeted Lisa as she spoke in Mandarin that was not fluent. Uproar. Many reporters heard that the two daughters greeted Lin Feng's parents like this, and they whispered softly what these two uncles and aunts represent. Many reporters who have passed by can't be more clear. This means that today Lin Feng formally introduced Lisa and Avril Lavigne to their parents, and the two have officially entered the Lin Feng family. There is nothing wrong with this, but the problem is that Lin Feng introduced Lisa and Avril Lavigne at the same time, which is a problem. Can Lin Feng's parents accept that there will be two wives in the future? Thinking of this, many reporters looked strange. This is really a bit a bit. And many reporters can't describe their own psychology at this moment. I can only say that I am very jealous of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's parents nodded. Originally, the two always disliked the two girls, especially Avril Lavigne, whose smoky makeup completely broke their traditional aesthetics. But today is Lin Feng's big day, and the two old men can't tell Lin Feng in front of reporters from all over the world. Many reporters are also human beings. Although Lin Feng's parents didn't show much displeasure, the frown between his brows was still caught by many reporters. Those with sharp eyes and quick hands have even been photographed. This is another news. Lin Feng fell in love with the two girls at the same time, and the public appearance was a breaking news. Now Lin Feng's parents seem to be dissatisfied. The inside story of this is worthy of the reporters digging, and this kind of gossip is very exciting. If Lin Feng's parents disagree with Avril Lavigne and Lisa, will Lin Feng choose the two? If Lin Feng gave up the two daughters for the sake of his parents, who would Lin Feng choose? If this is the case, I am afraid that girls all over the world will be crazy. The 23-year-old richest man in the world wants to choose a daughter-in-law. I am afraid that the whole city must be on guard to deal with the madness of the girls. Just as many reporters were infinitely yelling in their hearts, Lin Feng suddenly stretched out his hand to open the door on the other side. Who else? Many reporters were surprised. Just under the attention of everyone, a baby about 1 year old was handed out from the car, and then Lin Feng carefully picked it up and held it in his arms with a look of affection. Who is this baby? Many reporters were surprised. Is it Lin Feng's younger brother? Many reporters thought for a while, then looked at Lin Feng's parents and shook their heads. Impossible. Lin Feng's parents were divorced, and there have been no rumors of reunification. Could it be the younger brother born to Lin Feng after the old couple had a new love? It's impossible. Both of them are not young anymore. Although it is not that there is no childbearing possibility, how could it be possible that such big news has not been heard? What a big news this should be. Whose daughter will it be? A crazy idea faintly emerged in the hearts of many reporters. However, Avril Lavigne and Lisa have been appearing frequently in the past 2 years. It is impossible to get pregnant and have children. Whose daughter will it be? Just when many reporters were thinking wildly, a jade hand stretched out. Lin Feng hugged the baby girl with his right hand, and gently held the jade hand with his left hand. A strange figure of many reporters flashed out of the car, and then took the baby girl from Lin Feng's arms with a loving face. Huang Meixi, a reporter exclaimed. The other reporters nodded suddenly. Isn't this Huang Meixi? It hasn't appeared in any game launches of Second World for more than a year. All the posters of Second World have also revoked Huang Meixi's portrait and replaced it with Japanese sexy girl original Yan Yang Li replaced. Over the past year, almost everyone has forgotten Huang Meixi, the goddess who has led countless legend players crazy. Unexpectedly, after more than a year of silence, she would appear in front of everyone again in this way. Then this baby girl should be Huang Meixi's daughter. So who is the father? Many reporters looked at Lin Feng with horror, and said secretly in their hearts, could it be his? If it is really Lin Feng's child, born of Lin Feng and Huang Meixi, then this news is too hot. The world's richest man, Lin Feng, showgirl, secretly gave birth to a daughter. This news is going to spread, and I don't know how many newspapers will be sold. I'm afraid the whole world will be enthusiastic about this. But many reporters were a little bit unbelievable. After all, with such privacy and such hot news, Lin Feng would actually disclose it in front of the global media, which made many reporters a little bit unbelievable. This kind of thing, in exchange, anyone will hide, tuck. After all, the impact is too great. You know, Lin Feng originally had Avril Lavigne and Li Zhu, and now there is another Huang Meixi, also gave birth to a daughter, and also appeared in public. This impact is too great. Look at the look of Huang Meixi and Lin Feng teasing this girl. The kindness that comes from the heart cannot deceive anyone. This is definitely the daughter of two people. Click. Many reporters have broken their eyes. Lin Feng has a daughter, but Lin Feng actually has a daughter. And these reporters didn't even know that from Huang Meixi's pregnancy to the birth of this daughter, to how old it is now, it was almost 18 months. They didn't even know. To dereliction of duty. What a dereliction of duty. However, this annoyance only lasted for a second. Many reporters discarded this annoyance and changed to excitement from the bottom of their hearts. No, excitement is no longer enough to describe the situation of many reporters at this moment. It should be said, their whole soul was trembling. This news is too hot. Too hot. The cameras in the hands of many reporters flashed wildly, and they wanted to take this picture. This is definitely a front page picture. However, when the flashlight flashed wildly, many reporters were wondering why Lin Feng would so boldly and publicly announce his most private affairs. Is it fearless, or doesn't care? When many reporters speculated, Lin Feng welcomed many of his partners. NetEase's Ding appeared first. Lin Feng owns 19.3% of NetEase and is the second largest shareholder of NetEase after Ding. For the completion of the second world headquarters building, the world's first skyscraper, Ding would naturally come to congratulate him. Subsequently, the president of Walmart China also rushed to congratulate him. Lin Feng holds a 2% stake in Walmart and is regarded as a relatively important minority shareholder. Naturally, Walmart will come to congratulate him. Later, Google also sent people to congratulate him. Lin Feng holds 5% of Google shares, but he is the third largest individual shareholder and cannot be underestimated. Later, Li Zikai, Tang Jiaqing, and Zheng Ziying came together and brought greetings from the 3 and 3 families. After Zhong Qingwu from their Wahaha group, Shi Yazi from the Giant Group and others also came together. These people are all Lin Feng's business partners and all Lin Feng's assistants in the market. Looking at the group of people in front of them, many reporters sighed again and again. In terms of Lin Feng's current status and the weight of the many distinguished guests present, Lin Feng wants to launch a financial storm, which is more than enough and far more destructive than SARS could cause back then. Terrifying business forces. Many reporters sighed for a while. Judging by the many distinguished guests present, Lin Feng has been undisputedly elected as the most powerful person in the Chinese business community. Of course, at present, it is only the IT industry and entertainment industry, as well as the fast food industry, and other real livelihood industries. Lin Feng is far from getting involved. However, the forces in this area alone are already very scary. The 21st century is the era of the internet. If you master the internet, you will master everything. And Lin Feng is undoubtedly the godfather of China's internet age. But this is only Lam Feng's business partner. So who will come next? Many reporters are sweating their palms. I am afraid that today will be the biggest gathering among business magnates in history. Compared with today's gathering, I am afraid that even financial summits held by some countries are nothing more than that. Subsequently, Microsoft, Apple, IBM, HP, and many other well-known companies in the world sent many presidents from China to congratulate them. Although everyone had nothing to do before, it was normal for these companies to come to congratulate the completion of Lin Feng's second world headquarters. You know, after acquiring Tencent, Lin Feng has mastered 3 of the 4 major portals, especially Tencent and Baidu, a domestic absolute overlord instant messaging tool with QQ, and a Baidu search engine, which is also a domestic absolute overlord. These two have now become the absolute holding companies of Lin Feng. It can be said that Lin Feng wants to block which company on the internet. This company has no resistance at all. Whether you are Microsoft or IBM, Lin Feng will be able to block you if he wants to block the internet in China. This is why many companies still come to congratulate Lin Feng, regardless of whether they have previously competed with Lin Feng due to some business issues. or even hostile. Only different from the past, Lin Feng has mastered the absolute network information tools in the Chinese market today. In China, many Fortune 500 companies in the world do not dare to look down on Lin Feng anymore. What makes many companies even more helpless is that, for example, Tencent and Second World, in fact, many areas are in conflict, and many areas can be cooperated. Logically speaking, the best way is to merge. This can create a more perfect second world. However, Lin Feng did not have any such plan after acquiring Tencent. He still let the two companies operate separately. The cooperation of the cooperation and the competition of the competition have made many companies curse. If Lin Feng merges the two companies, a monopoly with a huge space will be formed, which will maximize the benefits. But at the same time it will be criticized. Maybe there will be no relationship in China, but as long as they go abroad, foreign companies can use the monopoly law to sue Lin Feng, sue his company, and force him to disintegrate abroad. At that time, it was time for Lin Feng to be unlucky. But Lin Feng did not do this. Let the two companies operate solely. So no matter how the two companies develop overseas or cooperate, they are both companies. Foreign companies cannot use the monopoly law to sue Lin Feng. Smiling to welcome the distinguished guests sent by many foreign companies to congratulate him, Lin Feng laughed secretly in his heart. These companies are probably in a very complicated mood at this moment. After all, the more successful they are, the greater the threat to them. But today they had to come to Doxy, and they continued to witness their miracles. It was really interesting to look at the expressions on their faces. Not long after, elites from all walks of life from the business community have already taken a half of the VIP seats, and then many emperor superstars invited by Lin Feng appeared on the stage. There are Hong Kong's Andy Lau, Jackie Chung and other first-tier superstars, as well as international superstars such as Michael Jackson and Mariah Carey from Lam Feng's Second Entertainment. Although these people are far inferior to those business elites in terms of personal strength, they are far superior in terms of popularity and appeal. He is also the one who most murdered the media reporter's film. Of course, compared to the film murdered by Lin Feng, Avril Lavigne, Lisa, and Huang Max's mother and daughter, that is undoubtedly insignificant. Then, just when many reporters had been dazzled by the appearance of many international superstars, they exclaimed again and again. Two buses came from the entrance, and a group of people got on and off. NBA's Seattle Supersonics. A sharp-eyed reporter recognized that the first crowd of high-powered players was the Seattle Supersonics players from the NBA. So who will be the other bus coming up? Many reporters have faint expectations. Since the Seattle Supersonics can come, then Lam Feng's Houston Rockets should also be back. Really? When Yao Ming, who was 2.26 meters tall, got out of the bus, he greeted the reporters with exclamation. Subsequently, the Rockets players filed out. Super point guard Billups, the strongest high school student LeBron James, wait, and the god of basketball Michael Jordan. Hi, boss, your building is really high enough, but what is that stuff covered with cloth? Rodman asked, pointing to the century suspense that was high on the roof. Lin Feng smiled and welcomed everyone to the VIP table to sit down. Today's performance, in addition to the performances of these entertainment stars, the Seattle Supersonics and Houston Rockets game is also the highlight. Hi, Lin, sorry, I'm late. At this moment, a strong London accent came. Lin Feng looked up and let out a soft cry. David, why are you here? Lin Feng couldn't believe that Beckham would actually appear in front of him. It stands to reason that Beckham should be preparing for the weekend's Premier League game. How could he be here? Ha ha. Didn't I come on behalf of the whole team? Beckham said helplessly with a shrug. But Lin Feng saw Victoria next to Beckham and guessed the reason for Beckham's presence here. Obviously, it was Victoria who wanted Beckham to appear here. Today, celebrities from all walks of life gather here, and Beckham's presence here undoubtedly fits Victoria's requirements for Beckham. Okay, go to rest, ready to watch the show. Lin Feng smiled. At this time, the highlight of today's VIP debut. Business elites have appeared, entertainment and sports elites have appeared, and then political circles will be left. Who will be here? To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 903, He's Coming? The second world headquarters building world skyscraper was completed. In addition to Lin Feng's business, entertainment, and sports friends coming to join us, the political world is naturally indispensable. Whether it is from Lin Feng's current status or the symbolic significance of this matter, many political leaders must come to support him. Of course, these people can't come as they want. Like everyone in the business or entertainment world, they must take into account their image, their status, and their influence. The first person in the political circle was the director of the Investment Promotion Office of Chu City. Originally speaking, the status of a director of the Investment Promotion Office is really too low, and it is undoubtedly to fight Lin Feng's face to come to join in. With Lin Feng's status today, the director of the Investment Promotion Office of a second-tier city really can't make it to the table. However, he represented the leadership of the city government of Chu City to congratulate Lin Feng. Originally Chu City and Lin Feng belonged to the same circle of interests. Secretary Yu, Director Wu Yang and others wanted to come, but Chu City and Shanghai were really thousands of miles away. They came to congratulate them not far away, which was a bit an eye-opener. In the end, only one director of the Investment Promotion Office can be sent. The second person who came was an official from Yuhang Town. Lin Feng's Sword theme park was under construction in Yuhang Town. The same person as Chu City was the director of the Investment Promotion Office. There is no other reason, but it is also a taboo, so as not to defeat the truth. Officials are not afraid of anything else. That is, they are afraid of subsistence. Once they are subscribed, then things are hard to say. Later, it was the General Administration of Sports who sent someone to congratulate. Lin Feng promoted the development of the Summer Basketball League for elementary and middle school students. This is a matter of gold for the Basketball Association and the General Administration of Sports. The completion of Lin Feng's headquarters building is also the world's largest skyscraper. They must come to congratulate. Later, officials from the Basketball Association and some officials from the Football Association also came to congratulate. For these people, Lin Feng really doesn't have any good feelings. Like myself in other business circles. In the entertainment industry, the friends in the sports circle are all alone when they come. Even if there are VIPs with bodyguards, it is also alone after entering the venue. Only these basketball associations, football association officials are present, that is in small groups, as if not to congratulate, but to take a vacation. Looking at Lin Feng's stomach full of fire, he almost couldn't help rushing him back. But they came. With their identity and influence, Lin Feng cannot buy it in private, but in front of the global media. If Lin Feng doesn't give them a good face, I am afraid that Lin Feng will be warned by the high level tomorrow. After all, they also represent the country. After that, the secretary of the Shanghai Municipal Party Committee, the mayor and other people also came to join in. Compared with the estimates of Chu City and Yuhang Town, the Shanghai leadership team has less scruples. The second world headquarters building, the world's largest skyscraper, was completed in Shanghai. If they don't come to join in, then there will be a problem. They are grand money to join in, and justified. After the Shanghai leadership team passed, a person unexpectedly appeared by Lin Feng. Xiaqian his father also rushed to join him. It stands to reason that Xiaqian his father was the deputy mayor of North X City. It is a bit wrong to come to Shanghai to join in, but Xiaqian his father has good reasons. The mismatch between Xiaqian and Lin Feng is almost well known to some middle-level cadres in Beijing. This time Xiaqian's mother used Tencent to attack Lin Feng against Lin Feng. It can be said that the relationship with Lin Feng has been very rigid. Xiaqian his father came this time. I hope to fight Lin Feng who has a jade silk. Lin Dong, young and promising. Young and promising. China's future depends on people like you, Xiaqian his father said flatly with a smile on his face. For the appearance of Xiaqian his father, Lin Feng didn't expect it. His face suddenly stiffened. He and the Xie family had forged a deep hatred, and if there were not so many reporters here, Lin Feng would have blasted him away. "Mr. Lin, this is a jade painting with galloping horses and a bright future given to you by my wife. I hope Mr. Lin can create more brilliance on behalf of China in the future." Xie Qian, his father, handed over a jade painting to Lin Feng. He spent a lot of money to create this jade painting, hoping to make peace with Lin Feng. Lin Feng sank his hands, glanced around, and said nothing. Although this painting is made of white jade, it is also inlaid with some precious topaz representing auspiciousness. The whole painting is lifelike and can be described as extremely precious. But with Lin Feng's status today, Lin Feng must have this kind of thing if he wants it. "Do not care." "Mr. Lin, I also hope to let the dog go. I promise that he will never become any threat to you again in the future." Xie Qian, his father, whispered in Lin Feng's ear while sending the painting. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Then you must guarantee that wherever Lin Feng appears, Xie Qian and her mother will retreat for 3,000 miles. Lin Feng said coldly. "The so-called cutting grass must be rooted." Xie Qian, his mother and son, wanted to avenge themselves, but in the end they harmed themselves. Xie Qian was in jail in the United States. Because of her involvement with Lin Feng this time, her mother, Miss Liu, finally stole the chicken and failed to rob her. She was also deprived of her seat as an executive director of Mi Group in South Africa by many directors. It can be said that she has lost her face. In this case, with their personalities, they might be able to do anything crazy in the future. Lin Feng is definitely not a senseless, magnanimous person, nor is he a brave person who can sit back and watch his enemies grow up. For these two people, even Xie Qian, his father, Lin Feng wanted to catch them all, so that they could never stand up forever. But today Xie Qian, his father, came to show his weakness and promised that Xie Qian, his mother and son, would no longer be a threat to him. And Lin Feng did not want to be too aggressive. Xie Qian, his father, was able to sit on the deputy mayor of Bex City, and he must have an extraordinary place. And these officials know very much about the relationship. Since he can make such a guarantee, Lin Feng doesn't mind letting him go, so as not to make Xie Qian, his father, anxious and cause something to happen. Of course, the so-called retreat for 3,000 miles is only an adjective. In fact, Lin Feng's request is that as long as there is a place where he appears, Xie Qian, mother and son, must leave. Have to. Xie Qian, his father's face changed slightly, and then he promised without hesitation. "Mr. Lin, thank you for your magnanimity. In the future, wherever Mr. Fan Lin will haunt, there will be no dogs and their mothers." Xie Qian, his father, finished speaking and turned to bid farewell. Today he just took the opportunity of congratulating Lin Feng to ask for peace. Otherwise I am afraid that Lin Feng would never see him at all. Now that Lin Feng set out the conditions, there is no need for him to stay here again. Staying here is also annoying. Xie Qian, his father, is also a deputy mayor, and he has never been so ignorant. He also wants face, especially in front of so many people. After Xie Qian, his father, left, today's VIP admission also began to climax. The real heavyweights begin to enter. The first person who appeared on the stage was someone who Lin Feng had completely unexpected. "Mr. Lin, congratulations, congratulations. On behalf of my father Mohammed Nasheed, I greet you and congratulate you on the completion of your headquarters building." The son of the current president of the Maldives, Mohammed Nasheed, came to congratulate you. "Mr. Nasheed, thank you. Thank you and your father for your congratulations. I am very grateful to you and your people for your blessings." Lin Feng held the hand of little Mohammed Nasheed in surprise with a look of excitement. Lin Feng never expected that Maldivian President Mohammed Nasheed would send his son to congratulate him. Although the Maldives is only a small island country with a population of only 350,000. It is a country after all. Now the top leader of this country sends his son, also the Minister of Commerce of the Maldives, to come to congratulate himself, which is too much for Lin Feng. Many reporters were also surprised. As Lin Feng said, although the Maldives is small, it is a country after all. a country's Minister of Commerce congratulated Lin Fenglai, which is too unusual. I can only say that Lin Feng's face is a little bit better. Little Mohammed Nasheed enters with a smile. He came today to start a deeper cooperation with Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng's marriage of the century promised that as long as two players of the opposite sex who are in the second world game for more than 1 year, as long as they get acquainted in the game and eventually become husband and wife, Lin Feng will send them a luxurious and romantic Maldives tour for 2. Although so far, only 10 couples have traveled to the Maldives for a romantic two-person tour. The beautiful Maldivian beaches are directly in the eyes of mainland tourists due to Lin Feng's activity. The number of tourists in the Maldives has increased by more than 20%. And this, it can be said, is all the credit of Lin Feng. In this case, the Maldives naturally wants to have more and deeper exchanges and cooperation with Lin Feng. After all, the Maldives is only a small country, and as the earth warms, the future of the Maldives is really worrying. For the future of the Maldives, as well as now, the young Mohammed Nasheed thinks that Lin Feng is the best partner. A 23-year-old note, Lin Feng was born in 1980. He was 23 years old in 2003. In response to some book friends questioning Lin Feng's age, the world's richest man, and his industry has begun to diversify. What point will it reach in the future? I can't tell. But there is no doubt that Lin Feng will be the brightest business star in the 21st century. Therefore, after discussing with his father, that is, the president of the Maldives, the young Mohammed Nasheed brought the blessings of all the people of the Maldives to come and be happy for Lin Feng. For the heavyweights, the Maldives Minister of Commerce was the first to come. So who will be after? Many reporters have sweaty palms, and the cameras in their hands are faintly uncontrollable. Lin Feng's contacts are too wide and unfathomable. Today, it shocked many reporters too much. Who is the next? Who will it be? Many reporters feel uneasy. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 904 Eli, Houston, London. The first heavyweight to appear is the Maldives Minister of Commerce Mohammed Nasheed. So who will be the rest? And who else will be? The hearts of many reporters are pounding, and there are enough big people here today. It is no exaggeration to say that if these people unite, it will be enough to set off a global financial turmoil or initiate a charity event that benefits the world. But compared with the rest of the big people who are about to be there, these people are pediatrics again, or at least not that exciting. After all, they represent only an individual, a company, and the rest of the people who will be present represent a country and a nation. After greeting the young Mohammed Nasheed to sit down, Lin Feng ushered in the next important person, Mayor of Eli City in the United States. Lin Feng's DingDong.com is headquartered in the city of Eli. Originally, the city of Eli was just a little unknown small city with a population of only more than 100,000. It can be said that in the economically developed United States, almost no one would notice this small city. But the appearance of Lin Feng undoubtedly saved this city that was gradually sinking into ruin. Nowadays, with the development of DingDong.com in the United States, the urban construction of Eli has become more and more modern, and various chain stores have entered Eli, and the index of citizen life in Eli has also increased exponentially. Now that Lin Feng's world's #1 motorcycle building has been completed, as the mayor of Eli City, he would naturally come to congratulate him. At the same time, I want to see if there are any business opportunities in China. Regarding the appearance of the mayor of Eli in the United States, many reporters were once again in an uproar. Although his identity is just the mayor of an underdeveloped city in Georgia, the United States, in terms of his identity in the United States, he is far inferior to that of the Minister of Commerce of the Maldives, Mohammed Nasheed. But the strength of the United States is far from what the little Maldives can compare. The so-called 7th-rank officer in front of the Prime Minister, the mayor of Eli, is more than the younger Mohammed Nasheed. Mr. Lin, congratulations on the official establishment of your world's first skyscraper. I'm here today, In addition to congratulating you on behalf of the citizens of Eli, I also want to tell you, no matter what you have to do with President Bush, in short, as long as you do not violate the laws of Georgia, the city of Eli will always welcome you, and you will be our forever friend. The mayor of Eli promised. Those rifts between Lin Feng and President Bush have now spread among the upper class in the United States. The governor of Georgia is naturally a person in the know. He is afraid that Lin Feng will give up continuing to invest in Georgia because he is worried about President Bush's troubles. Therefore, on the occasion of the completion of the Second World Headquarters building, I discussed with the mayor of Eli and asked him if he could come to congratulate Lin Feng on behalf of Eli. In this regard, the mayor of Eli City happily went. This was the best time to have a good relationship with Lin Feng. Therefore, the mayor of Eli is here today. When Lin Feng heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed happily. Lin Feng has always been concerned about whether President Bush will use his power to directly deal with himself because he has repeatedly made things difficult for him to fail. Although Lin Feng believes in the fairness of American law, the law is not a panacea. So many lawyers can seize the loopholes in the law to benefit their agents. Lin Feng believes that one day President Bush will use the loopholes in the law to deal with himself. Even if there is no loophole to catch him, Lin Feng is afraid that Bush will directly use his power to deal with himself. But today's statement by the mayor of Eli made Lin Feng suddenly relieved. Obviously, many things in the United States will not be shifted because of the wishes of the top leader of a country. If he was in North Korea, Lin Feng would have died for a long time. DSK. Tusk. Thieves. Many reporters stood by and exclaimed, if the Minister of Commerce of the Maldives is not enough because the Maldives is too small, then the congratulations from the mayor of Eli, Georgia, USA, are different. Even the mayor of the United States came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was so great. In recent years, hasn't it been a trend for China to sign sister cities? Those who can sign are usually big cities such as Beijing and Shanghai. As for other small and medium-sized cities in China, they really look down on the other side. Many second-tier cities eagerly want to complete their political achievements, increase their popularity, and put gold on their faces. But the other party simply ignores you, which makes many city officials who return empty-handed extremely embarrassed. Now look at Lin Feng. The mayor of the United States came to congratulate him personally. How much face is this? Subsequently, the mayor of Houston, Texas, also rushed to Shanghai to congratulate Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng acquired the Houston Rockets, under Lin Feng's series of operations, the Houston Rockets have now become one of Houston's famous brands, and Lin Feng has also established the Texas branch of the Ding Dong Net in Houston. With the increasing development and growth of Shanghai Lin Feng's television stations and newspapers, Lin Feng has become a force that cannot be ignored in Houston. This time the mayor of Houston came to join him, and it was only natural. After all, Lin Feng is not only the richest man in the world, but also has an important position that cannot be ignored in the hearts of tens of millions of overseas Chinese in the United States. Houston is also a major gathering place for overseas Chinese, and it is good for Houston to manage relations with Lin Feng. What's more, Yao Ming of the Houston Rockets has become a local star in Houston, and Shanghai is Yao Ming's hometown. This time he came here to kill two birds with one stone. Later, the mayor of London also rushed to the scene. Lin Feng's contribution to London is far less than that of Houston and Eli. Moreover, London itself is the world's financial center, and it is not used to please Lin Feng at all. However, the mayor of London had to come. First of all, Lin Feng was the Sir of the Order of the British Empire. At the same time, Lin Feng acquired the Standard Chartered Bank. Although it was converted into a private second bank, the headquarters was still in London. It can be said that to a certain extent, Lin Feng has a certain influence on London's finances, and the mayor of London has to come to a group of people waiting for the meeting. Witnessing the arrival of the mayors of these three cities, one city is more famous than the other. So many company CEOs who watched the ribbon-cutting ceremony in front of the TV shook their heads helplessly. This Lin Feng's face is a little bit bigger, making them envious. As for the officials in second-tier cities, seeing this picture, their minds are active. If a city from the United States can sign a friendship agreement with it, no matter how big the other city is, as long as it can be signed, it is a political achievement. Of course, if you can sign a sister city agreement with Houston or London, that would be great. In the past, they didn't have a bridge and no chance. This time it was different. With Lin Feng as a bridge in the middle, they had a reason to communicate with each other. And because of Lin Feng's face, since the other party values Lin Feng so much, then naturally they will not refuse such a simple friendly city agreement. As for how to communicate with Lin Feng, it is very simple. Didn't Lin Feng invest in the establishment of the Second Real Estate Co., Limited, and plan to enter the real estate industry? In this way, you can not only get acquainted with Lin Feng, but also use Lin Feng's funds to develop the local economy. It can also be used to have a little relationship with the city of Eli, Houston, and London. Why not do it? What's more, in the end, if Lin Feng lowered the house price slightly because of the low land price, he would win more praise from the people. Although these praises praised the forest wind, in the end, all localities can also benefit from it. This is definitely a multiplier benefit. When city officials from all over the country were seeking ways to establish a relationship with Lin Feng, the real important figures appeared on the scene. Hi, Lin. Congratulations. Congratulations. One of today's most important guests, Prince William, finally arrived. The reporters at the scene exclaimed. Although everyone has guessed the relationship between Lin Feng and the British royal family, Prince William will definitely be there. But the subconscious in everyone's mind still thinks that he will not be there. After all, the other party is a British prince, and there is no reason to attend such a grand event. Unexpectedly, Prince William was really there. When everyone really witnessed Prince William's appearance, they couldn't help but exclaim. And this time Prince William was not only present by himself, but also his younger brother, Prince Harry, and the two princesses. It can be said that this time the younger generation of the British royal family have all gone to Shanghai with Prince William to congratulate Lin Feng. William, you finally came. I thought you were not coming. Lin Feng hugged Prince William excitedly and laughed. Prince William's move can be regarded as giving Lin Feng a face. The British royal family has never publicly attended such a ribbon-cutting ceremony before. Moreover, almost all the young royal family members are here this time. This is a great favor. Jealous. Envy. Various emotions appeared in the hearts of many company CEOs who watched the ceremony in front of the TV. They can't help but be jealous. They can't help but envy. There was a group of Prince William who gave Lin Feng a platform. It can be said that in China and even the United Kingdom, Lin Feng avoided all evils, and no one would come to add trouble to Lin Feng for no reason. This is the influence of the British royal family. By the way, Lin, what's the one above? Prince Harry asked, the century suspense wrapped in a huge red cloth that made everyone curious. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Lin Feng has answered this question how many times? Almost every guest will ask it again. You said that the world's largest skyscraper is hung with 100-meter-high red cloth. If there is no curiosity to ask, then there is really nothing to be curious about in this world. This kind of person is probably not the kind of monk who has the Taoism, but also the kind of sad person who sees through the world. Harry, I don't know, but after the ribbon cutting, you will know. Lin Feng repeated the answer that had been repeated countless times. Harry shrugged helplessly, dissatisfied with Lin Feng's answer. Of course, Harry himself was dissatisfied with Lin Feng, who let Lin Feng take away Harry's dream lover Avril. Where is Sister Avril? Where is Sister Avril? The two British